The Discoverie of Witchcraft. By Reginald Scot. Introduction. Except that they add the names of some who have opposed his views, or some such trifling matters, all the writers of biographical notices of Scot have drawn their information from the account given of him in Wood's Athene Oxon. Nor, indeed, until lately, unless original search had been made, were other sources available. Hence I, in the first place, give his words verbatim from the edition of 1691. Reginald Scot, a younger son of Sir John Scot of Scots Hall, near to Smeeth in Kent, by his wife, daughter of Reginald Pimp of Pimpscourt Knight, was born in that county, and at about 17 years of age was sent to Oxon, particularly, as it seems, to Hart Hall, where several of his countrymen and name studied in the latter end of K. Hen. 8, and in the reign of Ed. 6. And afterwards he retired to his native country without the honour of a degree, and settled at Smeeth, where he found great encouragement in his studies from his kinsman Sir Thus Scot. About which time taking to him a wife, he gave himself up solely to solid reading, to the perusing of obscure authors that had by the generality of scholars been neglected, and at times of leisure to husbandry and gardening. As it may partly appear from these books following. A perfect platform of a hop garden, and necessary instructions for the making and maintenance thereof, with notes and rules for reformation of all abuses, and London. 1576, Q.U. the 2. Edit. As it seems. The Discoverie of Witchcraft. Wherein the lewd dealing of witches, and witchmongers is notably detected, the knavery of conjurers, the impiety of enchanters, the folly of soothsayers, and with many other things are opened, which have long been hidden, howbeit very necessary to be known. London. 1584, Q.U. in 16 books. Discourse upon Devils and Spirits. In this, and the former, both printed together, it plainly appears that the author was very well versed in many choice books, and that his search into them was so profound, that nothing slipped his pen that might make for his purpose. Further also in the said Discovery and Discourse, though he holds that witches are not such that were in his time and before, commonly executed for witches, or that witches were, or are not. Yet they, which were written for the instruction of all judges and justices of that age, being the first of that nature that were published in the mother tongue, did for a time make great impressions in the magistracy 11 and clergy. Though afterwards condemned by James King of Scots, the same who succeeded Chew. Elizabeth in the Monarchy of England, in his preface to Demonology, printed under his name at Edinburgh in 1597. Q.U. and by several others since, among whom was Rich. Bernard of Batcombe, in his Epist Dead. Before his Guide to Grand Jurymen, and London. 1627, in October. What else our author Scot hath written, I cannot yet tell, nor anything else of him, only but that he died in September or October. In 1599, and was buried among his ancestors in the church at Smeeth before mentioned. In the time of the said Reginald Scot and before, have been conversant among the muses in Hart Hall, the Sackvilles of Sussex, the Colepeepers of Kent and Sussex, the Sedleys of Kent, and the Scots before mentioned. With others of inferior note of the said counties. Notes added in Bliss's reprint. 7. The learned author in his Discovery is as vehement against popery as against witchcraft, and quite indecent in his abuse of the saints of the Romish Church. Cole. His indecency being for the most part a narrative of, and obvious reflections on, their indecency. And this I say understanding the sense in which he uses the word. 8. See a full account of this curious book, as Mr. Oldies calls it, in his British Librarian, page 213. All the copies of the first edit. 1584, that could be found were burnt by order of K. James I, an author on the other side of the question. Vid. History Dictionary, sub voce, Scot. Reginaldus Scotus, Anglis, Tractatum de Incantamentis Scripsit, in quo pluras traditions de magia melancholii, and morbis varius, aut artibus histrionis adscribit. Hunc in Anglia publica auctoritate combustum, sibi autem nunquam fuis visum refert Thomasius de crimen magii section 3. Vide, J. v. Voigt, Cat. Liber. Rar, page 617. Liber in folio scriptus Anglica lingua a Reginaldo Scoto in quo plurima occurrent contra magii existentiam argumenta. Est alidium in Belgicum linguam conversus, sed plenior editio est ultima Anglica. Moorhoff, 2, 459. Then a short note on the 3 editions. In 1874 there were privately printed, Memorials of the Scot Family, by Jas. Renat Scot, Esq. And from them I extract the following tables. But as the first part of the ancestry given in this book is not supported by anything beyond possibility and legend, so this latter portion is incorrect in various particulars. Instead, however, of taking each inaccuracy item by item, it will be simpler to give a consecutive account of such facts as to his ancestry, and as to Reginald Scot himself, as can be proved by documentary evidence or rendered probable by deductions therefrom. John Philipot, Rouge Dragon and Somerset Herald, who died in 1645, set forth the pleasant and picturesque, but slightly supported origin of the family. I say pleasant, because the Scots in the times of Elizabeth, James, and Charles, were a family of large possessions, wealth, and influence so great that it is said that Elizabeth refused the request made by Lord Buckhurst, or the Earl of Leicester, that Sir Thomas Scot should be ennobled, saying that he had already more influence in Kent than she had. She seems also to have had from this, or from some other reason, a personal dislike to them, for in her progress in 1573, she having passed 3 days at his father-in-law's, Sir John Baker, of Sissinghurst Castle, declined to visit Scots Hall, saying she wished to proceed to her own house, though on her way thither she had to pass Sir Thomas's gates. In his Vellare Cantianum, page 313, Philipot has these words, Scots Hall, which is now and hath been for divers descents the inheritance of eminent gentlemen of that surname, whom I dare aver upon probable grounds were originally called Balliol. William Balliol, second brother to Alexander de Balliol, frequently writ his name William de Balliol le Scot, and it is probable, that upon the tragedy of John, Earl of Athole, who was made prisoner by Edward I, and barbarously executed in the year 1307. Whilst he endeavoured more nobly than successfully to defend the gasping liberty of Scotland against the eruption of that Prince Winkyface. This family to decline the fury of that monarch, who was a man of violent passions, altered the name of Xii Balliol to that of their extraction and country, and assumed for the future the name of Scot. That the surname of this family was originally Balliol, I farther upon these reasons assert. First, the ancient arms of Balliol College in Oxford, which was founded by John Balliol, and dedicated to St. Catherine was a Catherine wheel, being still part of the paternal code of this family. Secondly, David de Strabogy, who was son and heir to the unfortunate Earl above said, astonished with an example of so much terror, altered his name from Balliol to Strabogy, which was a seigneury which accrued to him the right of his wife, who was daughter and heir to John Cummin, Earl of Badsenouth and Strabogy, and by this name King Edward II, omitting that of Balliol restored Chilham Castle to him for life, in the 15th year of his reign. Thirdly, the Earls of Buccleuch, and the Barons of Burleigh in Scotland, who derive themselves originally from Balliol, are known at this instant by no other surname, but Scot, and bear with some inconsiderable difference those very arms which are at present the paternal coat of the family of Scots Hall. This tradition excluded, we find that Sir William Scot of Brabourne, now Brabourne, in Kent, is the first of whom we have historical mention. He was knighted in 1336, when the Black Prince was created Duke of Cornwall, and died in 1350, a brass to his memory, being in Weaver's time, 1631, the first of the memorials of the Scot family in Brabourne Church. According to Philipot, this Sir William was the same with Sir William Scot, then Chief Justice of England, but if Mr. Foss be right in stating that this latter died in 1346, the year of the Black Death, this view cannot be upheld. Another Sir William, apparently a grandson of the above, acquired through his mother the manor of Coombe in Brabourne, and through his first wife and her relations, modes of increase in which the family seem to have been fortunate, that of Orlestone, as well as other places. And in 1420 he built Scots Hall, in the manner of Hall and Smeath, and was in 1428 sheriff of the county, and in 1430 knight of the shire in Parliament. He died 1433. Scots Hall, from time to time enlarged or rebuilt, and especially so by Sir Edward Scot, in the reign of Charles I, became the family seat for 12 generations. Evelyn, under date August 2, 1663, records his visit to it, soon after the young knight's marriage, and calls it a right noble seat, 14 uniformly built, with a handsome gallery. It stands in a park well stored, the land fat and good. We were exceedingly feasted by the young knight, and in his pretty chapel heard an excellent sermon by his chaplain. It was sold, with the remaining possessions of the family, at the close of the last century, and destroyed in 1808. Some undulations in a field on the north side of the road from Ashford to Hythe, about half a mile to the east of Smeath Church, alone mark its site. The son of this second Sir William, named Sir John, being connected with the Woodvilles, and therefore with the wife of Edward IV, and being a staunch Yorkist, and apparently a man of intelligence, was employed in special embassies to Charles, Duke of Burgundy, especially in 1467, when he went to treat of the marriage of the king's sister with the duke. He had also various other and more substantial favours conferred upon him from time to time, from 1461 onwards, including that of Chilham Castle for life, as somewhat oddly, and I think wrongly, noted in the extract from Philipot. He died in 1485, and probably intestate, as no will is recorded. To him succeeded his son, the third Sir William in this account, and he dying in 1524, was succeeded by his son, a second Sir John. This last, by his marriage with Anne, daughter of Reginald Pimp, had 3 sons, and died on the October 7, 1533. The eldest, William, followed his father on the June 5, 1536, and leaving no offspring, his next brother, Sir Reginald, took his place. Of the third brother, Richard, the father of our Reginald, I shall speak presently. Meanwhile, returning to the main line, I would say that Sir Reginald, dying on the October 16, 1554, was succeeded by his son, Sir Thomas, the cousin, to whom Reginald was much indebted, and one of the 4 to whom he dedicated his witchcraft. He was, in his day, a man of note, intelligence, and action. Finding his estate in debt, he yet kept 100 at his table, was most hospitable, and died owing nothing, though, of course, to provide for the younger of his very numerous progeny. Various portions of his estate were by his will sold after his death. He was deputy lieutenant of his county, sheriff of Kent in 1576, knight of the shire for the parliaments of 13 and 28 Elizabeth, chief of the Kentish forces at Northbourne Downs, where they were assembled to repel any landings from the Armada. And it may be added, as showing his promptness, readiness, and decision, that 4,000 of these were there, equipped for the field, the day after he received his orders from the Privy Council. He was one of the commissioners to report on the advisability of improving the breed of horses in this country, and either before or after this, is said to have published a book on the subject. He was a commissioner for draining and improving Romney Marsh, and afterwards superintendent of the improvements of Dover Harbour. Various letters to and from him in reference to Dover Harbour, as well as to the Kentish forces, are to be found in the state calendars. Having been the parent of 17 children by his first wife, Emmeline Kemp, a relative by maternal descent, he died on the December 30, 1594. And Ashford parish offered to pay the expenses of his funeral if only they were allowed to bury him in their church. Most of these facts are noted in the following verses, which I give, chiefly because there are some probabilities that they were by Reginald. A copy of them seems to have been found among the family papers, in his handwriting. That he made some of the verse translations given in his Witchcraft is extremely probable, from the want in these cases of marginal references to the translator's name, hence a second probability. The verses themselves render it likely that they were one of those memorial elegies then affixed epsilon pi iota tau alpha omicron nu by affectionate friends and relatives, and not what we now call an epitaph. And the third verse clearly shows that they were written at least some little time after Sir Thomas's decease, and therefore were not improbably written to be affixed to the handsome tomb erected over his remains. Hence a third probability. But beyond the accumulated force of these we cannot go. Epitaph on Sir Thomas Scot, as given in the Memorials of the Scot family, and also in Pick's Collection of Curious Pieces in the World, Volume 3. Here lies Sir Thomas Scot by name. O happy Kemp that bore him. Sir Reynald, with 4 knights of fame. Lyved line ally before him. His weaves were Baker, Hayman, Beer. His love to them unfeigned. He lived 59 year. And 17 souls he gained. 16. His first wife bore them every one. The world might not have missed her. She was a very paragon. The Lady Buckhurst's sister. His widow lives in sober sort. No matron more discreeter. She still redines a good report. And is a great housekeeper. He, being called to special place, did what might best behove him. The Queen of England gave him grace. The King of Heaven did love him. His men and tenants wailed the day. His kinny and country cried. Both young and old in Kent may say, woe worth the day he died. He made his porter shut his gate. To sycophants and breebers. And ope it wide to great estates. And also to his neighbors. His house was rightly termed hall. Whose bread and beef was ready. It was a very hospital. And refuge for the nadi. From whence he never stepped aside. In winter nor in summer. In Christmas time he did provide. Good cheer for every comer. When any service should be down. He liked not to lingar. The rich would ride, the poor would run. If he held up his finger. He kept tall men, he rydd great or. He did write most finely. He used few words, but cold discourse. Both wisely and divinely. His living mean, his charges greet. His daughters well bestowed. Although that he were left in debt. In fine he nothing owed. 17. But died in rich and happy state. Beloved of man and woman. And, what is yet much more than that? He was envied of no man. In justice he did much excel. In law he never wrangled. He loved religion wondrous well. But he was not newfangled. Let Romney Marsh and Dover say. Ask Norborne Camp at Lazer. If he were wont to make deli. To do his country pleasure. But Ashford's proffer passeth all. It was both rare and gentle. They would have paid his funeral. Have tombed him in their temple. Though a paragon, she lived, he would say, a quiet, retired life, obedient and loving to her husband. Country, seems not unlikely to be used here, as in the Discovery not unfrequently, and twice in Wood's notice just given. And, as then, for county. Mean, that is, moderate, midway between the very rich and the poor. Envied, most probably in its then frequent sense of hated. Before returning to Richard and Reginald, we may conclude this short notice of their ancestors by mentioning the very probable circumstance that the former were, by the female line, descendants of John Gower, the poet. As explained in the following table. The Pahels, or Pashleys, were descended from Sir Edmund de Passalige, a baron of the Exchequer, who purchased a manor in Smeeth in 1319. He died 1327. The family resided at Iden, Sussex, and the house there, and the manor in Smeeth, devolved on the Scots, and Pimp being her father's only child. It is true that John Gower, the poet, does not mention any children in his extant will, but he was probably 78 when he died. And, what is more to the purpose, his published will was probably only his testament, the will or declaration of uses of the land being commonly at that time a separate instrument. Th. Gower, of Clapham, given above as the father of Lois, was probably the son or grandson of John Gower, see Sir Harris Nicholas in the Retrosp. Rev. 2 Ser. 2, 103-17. Also Gower the poet is known to have had property in Southwark, Nth. Gower, of Clapham, refers in his will, 1458, to his tenement called the Falcon, in Southwark, near the hospital, and in Manning and Braes Surrey, 3, 623, there is noticed a deed of conveyance dated November 22, 1506, of part of the site of St. Thomas's Hospital, in Southwark, made by John Scot, of Iden, and his wife, daughter and heir of John Pashley, who was cousin and heir of John Gower. It may be added as curious that Sir Robert Gower, who is believed to have been uncle to the poet, was buried in Brabourne Church in 1349, his monument, now destroyed, being noticed in Weaver. On page 500, Scott speaks of his kinsman M. Deering, EDW. Deering the Divine, a writer on theological subjects and chaplain to Her Majesty, but in what way they were kin I have been unable to discover. My mother being a Deering, a daughter of the Thomas that was drowned in the West Indies, when trying to reach his vessel HMS Circe, induces me to add, through the courtesy of Sir EDW C. Deering, that a portrait of this worthy is still to be seen at Sarendon Deering. And that a family tradition has it, that preaching before Her Majesty, he had the boldness to tell her that she had no more control over her passions than an untamed heifer. He was speedily unfrocked, and is said to have emigrated to America, where an E.D.W. Deering is at this moment the head of that branch, and a large landowner in Maine. Returning now to Reginald's father, Richard, the youngest of the 3 sons of that Sir John who died in 1533, we find that he married Mary, daughter of Geo. Wetenall, whose father was Sheriff of Kent in 1527, and whose family had lived for 3 centuries at Hextall's Place, near Maidstone. She survived her husband, and being remarried to Fulk Onslow, Clerk of the Parliaments, died before him, October 8, 1582, and was buried, as he afterwards was, in Hatfield Church, Herts, where a brass to their memory is fixed in the north wall of the chancel. Of Richard himself nothing more is known. He probably died young, and certainly before December 1554, his death being mentioned in the will of his brother Sir Reginald, who died on the 16th of that month. In this will, failing his own issue, a lapse which did not occur, he left his real estate unto Reginald Scot, 19th son and heir of my brother Richard Scot, decked, and Reynolds' issue failing, it was devised to a more distant branch. Hence, contrary to the table given on, from the memorials, Reynold was either the only son of Richard, or the only son then living. The same conclusion follows from the inquis post-mortem of Lady Winifred Rainsford, taken the March 20, 1575 of 6, where Sir Thomas Scot and his brothers are said to be co-heirs with Reynold of the lands held by her in Gavelkind, the sons having one moiety, and Reynold the other. This inquisition also gives Reynolds' then age as 38 or more, the words eti amplius being, as was, usually at least, done in these documents, attached to all the other ages mentioned. Hence he was born in or before 1538, not in 1541, and as, according to Wood, he entered Hart Hall, Oxford, when about 17, he entered it circa 1555. The intention that he should do so having been probably entertained by Sir Reginald, his uncle, who died December 16, 1554, and his expenses borne by his cousin, Sir Thomas. I say probably, because we have seen that, failing his own issue, he was named by Sir Reginald as the next heir to the estate, and also because we know nothing of the circumstances in which his widowed mother was left, nor as yet of the date at which she was remarried to Onslow. On the 11th of October he married Jane, not, as stated in the memorials, Alice, Cobby, the daughter of an old yeoman family long resident at Cobby's Place, in the adjoining parish of Aldington. The entry in the registers of Brabourne is M. Reynolds Scot and Jane Cobby were married the 10th of October 1658. The only issue of this marriage, the only issue, that at least survived, of both his marriages, for the Maria in the table of the memorials was the daughter of his second wife by her first husband, was Elizabeth. Afterwards married to Sackville-Tana. And the only issue of that marriage, prior at least to Reynolds' death in 1599, was Sicily. Elizabeth's birth must have been in or before 1574, for in the Inquis Expost mortem of Reg Scot Generosus in 1602, she is said to be 28 et amplius. The Holy Maid of Kent, mentioned by Scott, page 26, was servant to one of her maternal progenitors, probably to her grandfather. To this upper portion of the gem is added a character, which may make it Mr. or married. But I have not myself yet seen the entry. In this year, 1574, was also published the first issue of his Brain, his tractate on the Hop Garden, the first work, I believe, in which not only was the culture of the hop in England advocated, both as having been successfully tried by him, and as against its importation from Poppering, in Flanders, where its mode of culture, etc., was endeavored to be kept secret, but the whole subject of its growth, culture, drying, and preservation was gone into in a practical manner, and further explained by woodcuts. And here it may be worth noting that in this year Reynolds was necessarily absent so far from London that the publisher inserted this apologetic note, forasmuch as M. Scott could not be present at the printing of this his book, whereby I might have used his advice in the correction of the same, and especially of the figures and portraitures contained therein. Whereof he delivered unto me such notes as I being unskilful in the matter, could not so thoroughly conceive, nor so perfectly express as the author, or you, the reader might in all points be satisfied, etc., etc. In the second edition, however, in 1576, it was, now newly corrected and augmented, the augmentations increasing the book from 53 pages, exclusive of the epilogue, to 60. And the corrections including one added and one amended engraving. As a matter of curiosity, and as showing that neither the publisher or the author expected a second edition, it may be added that though only 2 years had elapsed, some at least of the wood engravings required to be recut in almost exact facsimile. A third edition was issued in 1578, and from these we can date the commencement of the hop harvests in Kent. In 1575 he succeeded to one moiety of such part of Lady Winifred Rainsford's estate as was held in Gavelkind. Possibly, indeed, we may place his enjoyment of it earlier, for Lady Rainsford was declared insane. And to this, by the way, I am not disinclined to attribute Reynolds' prolonged absence from London in 1572, the attendance of some one of the family being required, and he, being older than the sons of Sir Thomas, and of a junior branch, and a man of business, having been chosen who requested to go. And I think we may place his loss of that estate between this date and that of 1584, the date of the publication of the Witchcraft. At least, in this discovery occur 2 passages which, taken together, seem to point to this. In his dedication to Sir Th. Scott he says, "My foot being, not, having been, under your table, my hand in your dish, or rather in your purse, and, if they will allow men knowledge and give them no leave to use it, men were much better be without it than have it. It is, as, to put a candle under a bushel, or as to have a ship, and to let here lie always in the dock, which thing how profitable it is, I can say somewhat by experience." Though it may be said that Reynolds was a man of business, and, as appears from his writings, a man of decision and of unusual intelligence, still circumstances may combine to bring disaster as a shipowner on such a one. And more especially if he be new to the business. That he did in some way lose his moiety is shown by the words of his will, for, speaking of his second wife, he says, "Whom yf I had not matched wth all I had not died worth 1 grow 8. Not, improbably, I think, it was to the time of his first marriage, or to his widowership, or to both, that Wood more especially refers when he speaks of his giving himself up to solid reading, etc. When his first wife died and when he remarried is as yet unknown to us. But this latter could hardly have taken place until the latter end, at earliest, of 1584, since in that year he, as already quoted, describes himself as, having his foot under your, Sir T.H. Scott's, table, etc. Or in other words, as being a dependent not worth one groat. Nor do we know more of this second wife beyond these slight particulars that we gather from Reynolds' will, that her Christian name was Alice, given in the memorials, instead of Jane, to Cobby. The first wife, that she was a widow with a daughter by her former husband. And that she had some land, either in her own right or derived from her former husband. That she was a widow at the time of her remarriage is shown by Reynolds' bequest of £6 13 shillings 4 to my daughter-in-law Marie Collier for apparel. Mourning, desiring that her mother's hand be not any thinged the shorter towards her in that respect. Whether Collier were this daughter's maiden name, and therefore the name of her mother's first 22 husband, or whether it were the name of her own husband, is doubtful, though from the words just quoted I rather incline to this second supposition. And that the husband was not a man of much means. With regard to what I have said as to the mother's possession of property, it has been suggested to me by one of good judgment, and a solicitor, that Reynolds' expression as to not dying worth a groat was merely an excuse for leaving the bulk of his property to his wife. As also that these concluding words of the will, and the resistance of probate to it made by Elizabeth, his daughter by his first wife, indicate the existence of family differences. Probably attributable to this second marriage having been entered into with one of a social rank inferior to his own. I cannot, however, deduce this latter supposition from anything we know, neither can I thus interpret the last words of his will, nor believe him guilty of such a perversion of the truth. Reading his will attentively, I think we find that Scott, with his usual fine sense of justice, gives all the lands in Aldington, Rucking, and Sellinga, which had become his by his marriage with Alice, to her and to her, not to his heirs. While he only gives his lands in Romney Marsh and his lease of Brabourne Rectory to her for her life, and then the lease at least, which had come to him, from his cousin Charles, to his daughter Elizabeth. Reading the last words of his will verbatim, I think it consistent with justice to hold, that though he may have obtained these lands in Romney Marsh through the use of what had been his wife's former property, but was during his marriage his own, he was entitled to leave them to his wife only for her life, they then proceeding not, as did the others, to her heirs, but to his. I strongly suspect, also, that his casual omission of any directions as to whom these Romney Marsh lands were to go after her death was the real cause of the probate of the will being resisted by his daughter Elizabeth. So as to definitely raise this point. Reserving all notice of his witchcraft till I speak of it under its bibliography, I would say that we know little more of his life. The Reverend Jos Hunter, in his Chorus Vadum, states that he was a collector of subsidies to Q. Elizabeth in 15. For the county of Kent. Urged to inquiry by this, my friend, Jas. Gairdner, Esq. Kindly examine for me the exchequer documents in the public record offices, and it appears from them that he was collector of subsidies for the Laith of Cei Shepway in the years 28 and 29 of Elizabeth, 1586–87. It may be added that, as appears from a previous document, 125/299, in the same class of papers, that Sir Reginald Scot and other commissioners for the collection in the Laith of Shepway, of the first payment of the subsidy granted by the Parliament. 37 Henry VIII, had appointed a high collector. Thus we learn the mode of his appointment, and on looking through the lists we find that many such were generosi, though the payment was but small. For Scott, 40 shillings was deducted from the incomings. And this not as a percentage, but as salary. From the same documents we find that he is twice designated armiger, a word agreeing with his 1584 title page, by Reginald Scot, Esquire, though in the editions of his Hopwood Garden his name alone is given. This was for myself an important find. But it will suffice here to say that it confirms Hunter's supposition that this esquireship was due to his having been made a justice of the peace. Though as to the date it can only as yet be said that this dignity was probably granted between 1578 and 1584. In an account of Sir Th. Heanage, Knight, Treasurer at War, in the public record offices, and printed by J. Renat Scott in the Arch Canti, Volume 11, p. 388. We find the following entries. Senior Thomas Scot, Knight Colonel General of the Footmen in Kent, for his entertainment at Zieges Iad Prdm for Zij days begon the 6th of July and ending at the 19th of August the summy of Zieli Zieges Iad. Reginald Scot Trench Meester for his entertainment at Thies Prdm, and due to him for the same time Iegli Viges. Senior Thomas Scot Knight for the entertainment of Lexiage Watchman and Garters appointed to watch and ward at Dongeness for Zij days begon, etc. As above, at Vij the Pes Prdm Zlviliiges. From the muster roll taken on the 25th January 1587-8, and now in the possession of Mr. Oliver, it appears that the county had then furnished 8,201 footmen and 711 horsemen, and that Sir Thomas was captain of the 309 trained foot raised in the lathe of Shepway, with 400 of the lathe of Scray and Romney Marsh. Hence his office as Colonel General was not given him. Indeed, this is shown by the accompt, until the men had been assembled in camp on the July 29th. In like exive manner the muster roll gives Sir Jas. Hales as captain of the lances. But in the pay list Th. Scott, a son of Sir Thomas, is captain both of the light horse and lances. With regard to Reginald, who, under the name of Reginald, appears in the muster roll as one of the 13 captains over 1,499 untrained foot, Mr. J. Renat Scott, in a note, states that he was a son of Sir Thomas Scott, but those sons of Sir Thomas were also captains. This assertion is a guess, unsupported by any known evidence. He made his will on the September 15, 1599, and died 24 days thereafter, on the October 9. Some say that he was either taken ill at Smeeth or died there, probably misinterpreting the words of his will. Some also say that he was buried there, while some think that he was buried by the side of and close to Sir Thomas Scott's tomb in Brabourne Church, but all these, like the supposition of Philippot in his Kent Notes, Harl. MS 3917, Fol. 78a, that he erected that tomb, are mere guessings, and as such we leave them. To the few particulars thus gathered together we are obliged, with the exception of two small points, one probable, and the other, I think, certain, to confine ourselves. The first or probable point is, that as his name appears 5 times as a witness to family business documents between 1566 and 1594, his signature appearing in this last year in Sir Thomas's will. He must have kept up familiar intercourse with the latter, and was not improbably, in some measure at least, his man of business, and possibly his steward. The second point, which also goes to confirm this first one, as also to confirm the belief that he was made a justice of the peace, as being a person whose attainments, if not his position, would render him useful in such a post, is one to which I was independently led by his writings, and which is, I find, borne out by almost contemporary testimony. He who in his Hoppa garden showed such practical thought and foresight, and in his witchcraft such independence of thought, was not a man, especially when married and a father, to live in dependence on a cousin. The wording, as well as the tone of his writings, agree with this. We find in them traces of legal study, a habit of putting things, as it were, in a forensic form, and noteworthy and not unfrequent references to legal axioms or dicta, quoted generally in their original Latin. The dedication before his Hoppa garden, and the first before his witchcraft, are to men of high legal rank, judges, in fact, to whom he acknowledges his obligations. Referring the reader to these, and to the ambiguous sentence in the latter commencing, finally, Sig, I would also give the words in the latter, where he says, but I protest the contrary, and by these presents I renounce all protection. And in the former the legal phraseology is carried on throughout in, and be it also known to all men by these presents that your acceptance hereof shall not be anywise prejudicial unto you, for I deliver it as an obligation. Wherein I acknowledge myself to stand further bound unto you, without that I mean to receive your courtesy herein, as a release of my further duties which I owe. And in, neither reprove me because by these presents I give notice thereof. So also he would seem to have been an attendant at the assizes, and if we look to the story, told of Mark Simons, we find that he was not only present at the trial, but busied himself actively in the matter, talking to the vicar, the accuser, about it, advertising the poor woman as to a certain accusation. He, being desirous to hear what she could say for herself, and inquiring into the truth of her explanation by the relation of divers honest men of that parish. In like manner, his will is written, wth mine own hand, 25 days before his death, and, on inquiring from a lawyer, I find that it is drawn up in due legal form, and by one who had had a legal training. Lastly, Thomas Audie, M.A. In A Candle in the Dark, 1656, alias, A Perfect Discovery of Witches, 1661, a book, like Scott's, Against the Reality of Witchcraft, distinctly tells us, that Scot was a student in the laws and learned in the Roman laws. The latter being exactly what such a man would be if he had turned towards the law as a profession. These considerations appear to me conclusive, even though it be added as an argument per contra that his name has not been found among the rolls of the Temple, Inner or Middle, or in those of Lincoln's or Gray's Inn. And in taking leave of this portion of my subject, I cannot but reiterate the obligations both the reader and the literary world generally are under to Mr. Edmund Ward Oliver. The suppositions as to the cause of Scott's loss of his moiety of the estates of Lady Winifred Rainsford, not, it is believed, a large sum, and as to his law studentship, based as they are on facts stated by Scott or derived from his writings, and those of Th. Audie, are my own, while in one or two instances I have put forth opinions not quite in accord with that gentleman's. But nearly all the biographical facts regarding Scott himself and his marriages, in contradistinction to the supposed facts hitherto set forth, are due to the intelligent research of Mr. Oliver, and are not unfrequently stated in his own words. The following table will bring into one view the pedigree of Reginald Scot given in the previous pages. It is noteworthy that, notwithstanding the memorial inscription to the first Sir William, Reginald, or whoever was the author of the verses to Sir Thomas, only traces the pedigree to this fourth knight after Sir Reginald. Either then the first Sir William was then accounted somewhat mythical, or not being a knight of fame, he was not recognized as the same with Sir William Scot, the Chief Justice of England. 27. Will of Reginald Scot. Extracted from the copy, not the original, in the principal registry of the Probate, Divorce, and Admiralty Division of the High Court of Justice. South in the Prerogative Court of Canterbury. In the name of God, Amen. I Reginald Scot in the county of Kent gent Beange of the parish of Smeth do make and ordain and wth mine own hand do write this my last will and testament on Saturday the 15th of September anno dni 1599. And in the 41 year of the reign of our sovereign Lady Queen Elizabeth Fyrst I bequeath my soul to Almighty God and my body to be buried as Whitey shall see me good to Alice my wife whom I make and ordain to be mine only executrix item I. Bequeath to my said wife all my goods and chattels plate household stuff jewels and chains with all my leases and goods movable and immovable savage such as I shall by this my will otherwise dispose of item I, for the trust one repose in Mr. Edward Hall of Ashford and of my neighbour Reynold Keel of Smeath in county aforesaid do make them to the overseers to this my last will and jive to aether of them for the ire pains and trouble wch they are like to sustain hereby £5 item I bequeath to Senior John Scott my lease of the bank or pond at Aldinge item I bequeath to my grandchild Cicely Tina £10 to buy her a little shen item I jive to my daughter-in-law Marie Collier £6 13 shillings. 4 pence to be paid unto her within 1 quarter after my decease. To be bestowed in apparel upon herself as she shall see me good nether would I have her mother's hand any thinged the shorter towards her in that respect item I give to my daughter Tina the covenant that I have of my cousin Charles Scott touching the renewing of my lease when his grace doth red renew, his lease of Brabourne Rectory provided that my meaninga is that my said weef shall enoi the full term that I now possess and howsoever Whitey shall be renewed my daughter shall have the only renewing which shall be in effect after the whole term wch I hold now be expired so as by any mean, intervening, renewing my said weef be not defeated of my true meaninga towards her item I do bequeath to my said weef and to her heirs for ever all my landis lienge in Aldington and now in thoccupation of John Pollard and all my landis in Rucking Inn. Thoccupation of Diggins and all my landis in Sellinge in the occupation of Coker, all which landis lie in the Sade county of Kent item I jive and bequeath to my said weef all my other landis in Rumney Marsh or elsewhere in the said county Durinshire natural leaf item I do jive to my servanty Moyle Smith the sum of 20 shillings yearly Durinsh's natural life to be paid out of all my landis half yearly and that for default of payment whitey shall be lawful for him to distrain and so I endy desiringe the world to judge the best hereof and of the considerations for greet is the trouble my poor weef hath had with me. And small is the comforte she hath received at my hands whom yf I had not matched wth all I had not died worth 1 grow 8. Ray, Scott. Sick, first at end of line. Sick, to be paid is interlined above this. 28. By a short notice following the copy of the will, it was proved on the November 22, 1599. There is also a document setting forth that Alicia Scott, relicta, and Elizabetha Tina, als Scott, filia naturalis et legitima, had disputed, before certain functionaries named regarding the will. And that probate was granted as aforesaid on the November 22, 1599. But as the cause or subject of the dispute is not mentioned, this, like the short notice, is not given. Abstract of Inquis. Post Mortem, 18 Elise. Page 1, number 84. Inquisition taken at Maidstone on the death of Lady Winifred Rainsford, March 30, 18 Elise. 1575-6. She was seized of the manors of Netlist and Hilts with appurtenances in E. and W. Peckham, Brenchley, W. Barmling, Marrowwood, Marden. Also of the manor of Pimp with appurtenances in Yalding, Marden, and Brenchley. Also various other lands, some of which, called Stockenbury, Moatlands, and Sushfields, are in Brenchley. She died October 17 last, at Chelmsford in Essex. Th. Scott, K.T., is her next heir, viz., son and heir of Reginald Scot, K.T., son and heir of Anne Scott, wife of John Scott, K.T., daughter and heir of Reginald Pimp, brother of John Pimp, father of said Lady Winifred. Thomas Scott, K.T. Charles Scott, Henry Scott, George Scott, and William Scott, brothers of the first-named Thomas Scott, K.T., and Reginald Scott, are co-heirs of the lands held in Gavelkind. One moiety thereof descends to Thomas, Charles, etc. As named above, sons and co-heirs of Reginald Scott, K.T., son and heir of Anne Scott, and the other moiety to Reginald, son and heir of Richard Scott, Jr., son of the said Anne. 29. Thomas Miles is 39 et Amplius, Charles 34, etc. Henry 32, etc., George 30, etc., William 22, etc., and Reginald 38 years of age et Amplius. The exact words regarding the co-heirs are, descendiment et de jure descendere debent prefado Tome Scott Militae, Carolo Scott, Henrico Scott, Giorgio Scott et Willow Scott, fratribus dicti Tome Scott Militis et Reginaldo Scott. Consanguineo predicti Tome Scott Militis, ut consanguineus et coheredibus preedicti Domini Winifredi eo quat preedicti terrae. Ultimo recitata sunt de natura de Gavelkind. This disproves the assertion of Mr. J. Renat Scott in Arch Cant. 11, 388, and repeated in his genealogy of the Scott family, that the Reginald Scott mentioned in the former as receiving pay among those appointed in 1587-8 was a son of Sir Thomas. Abstract of Inquis. P.M. 45 Eliz. Pars. 1, number 71. Inquisition taken at Maidstone, December 2nd, after the death of Reginald Scott, Generosus. He was seized of a tenement and 20 acres of land called Graincourt, held of Th. Scott, Esq. As of his manor of Brabourne, a tenement called Essex, and 20 acres of land in 2 parcels in Allington, Aldington, held of E.D.W. Hall, as of his manor of Paulson. 1 parcel of land called Haythorne Field, containing 20 acres in Bonington, held of the Queen in Capite, and a tenement and 1 parcel of land lying in Bearfield, containing 2 acres in Brabourne, tenure unknown. And 1 acre in Brabourne and 5 acres in Brabourne, and 2 parcels in Smeeth, and 30 acres of marsh called Gates Leaf, in Newchurch, held of Martin Barnum, Esq. As of his manor of Bilsington. He died October 9, 41 Elise. At Smeeth. Elizabeth, wife of Sackville Turner, Gent, is his daughter and next heir, and was 28 years of age and more at his death. Alice, his widow, has received the rents since his death. Elizabeth was the next heir to his own property, but that which was his own through his wife Alice, he specially devised, to her and to her heirs. XXX. The cause and history of the work. That is, what induced Scot to write it, and why did he set it forth as he did? Inquiries which involve, among other matters, a short notice of the position then and previously held by witchcraft in England. His Hoppegarden shows him to us as a man of intelligence, foresight and reflective of thought, and desirous of improving the state of his country and countrymen. It shows him also as one who could not only seize a thought and commend it to others, but as one who had perseveringly put his idea into practice, found it feasible, and then so learnt the processes necessary for growing the plant, and preparing its catkins and storing them for use, that a priori one would suppose that he had done what he did not, namely, visited Holland and learnt the processes on the spot. The same qualities are seen in his witchcraft, as is also his independence of thought. No sooner had his suspicions been aroused than he proceeded, as shown by the work and its references, to investigate the matter thoroughly and perseveringly. To this also he was encouraged, or rather led, by yet other 2 qualities, his straightforwardness or honesty of purpose, and his compassion, for these taught him that he was engaged in a righteous work, that of rescuing feeble and ignorant, though it may be too pretentious and shrewish, old women from false charges and a violent death, and in a noble work in endeavoring to stem the torrent of superstition and cruelty which was then beginning to overflow the land. Nor was this the result in any way of a mind skeptically inclined. His book shows that he accepted the opinions of his day, unless he had been led to inquire into them, and either re-receive them as facts or discard them. Led doubtless by his academic training, it is abundantly clear that he had inquired into the grounds of his belief in the established church, and into the additions that had been made to its faith in the course of illiterate ages by the Popish Church. He had read Plotina, who taught him that the so-called vicars of Christ and his vicegerents on earth were often devils incarnate and standard-bearers of vice, and that the system which did now and again produce St. Francis de Assisi, all reverence to his name, produced also the congeners of Loyola, and Loyola himself, whose followers, while assuming to themselves the holy name of Socii Jesu, made that name famous and infamous, and their tenets execrated throughout the 31 civilized world. But he accepted with some doubting, having, as he thought, great authority for it and no means of investigation, the story of the Remora. And accepted without doubting the beliefs that the bone of a carp's head, and none other, staunched blood, the value of the unicorn's horn, and the like. And, notwithstanding his disbelief in astrology, that seed time and springing were governed by the waxing and waning of the moon. He also believed that precious stones owed their origin to the influences of the heavenly bodies. And besides his credulous beliefs as to certain waters, narrated at the commencement, he in the next chapter gives the absurdly wonderful virtues of these stones, some, as he says, believed in by him, though many things most false are added. How then came he to inquire into and write so strongly against witchcraft? Before the time of the 8th Henry, sorcerers were dealt with by the ecclesiastical law, which punished them as heretics. Moreover, their supposed offences against the person seem, chiefly at least, to have been taken notice of when they were supposed to interfere with high or state matters or persons, as in the cases of Joan of Arc or Dame Eleanor Cobham. But in Henry's time, probably through the extension of continental ideas, aided, it may be, by a desire to restrain the ecclesiastical power, c. 8 of the 33rd year of his reign was passed. By this it was enacted, that witches, etc., who destroyed their neighbors, and made pictures, images, of them for magical purposes, or for the same purposes made crowns, swords, and the like, or pulled down crosses, or declared where things lost or stolen were become, should suffer death and loss of lands and goods, as felons, and lose the privileges of clergy in sanctuary. Afterwards, by 1 Edw. I. c. 12, this and other offences first made felonies in Henry's time were no longer to be accounted such. Thirdly, in the 5th year of Elizabeth, Parliament, by its 12th chapter, enacted, that whereas many have practised sorceries to the destruction of people and their goods, those that cause death shall suffer as was declared by 33 Henry VIII, c. 8, except that their wives and heirs shall not have their rights affected by such attainder. But that when a person was only injured, or their goods or cattle destroyed, the offenders should for the first offence suffer a year's imprisonment, and once a quarter be exposed in the pillory in a market town for 632 hours. And there confess their offences. And for the second offence suffer death as felons, with the exceptions before rehearsed. While any who seek treasure, or would bring about unlawful love, or hurt anyone in his body or goods, should for a first offence be imprisoned and suffer as before, and for a second be imprisoned for life and forfeit his goods and cattle. This, so far as humanity is concerned, is a distinct advance on Henry's enactment, though an apparent going back from that of Edward. Perhaps, as before, it arose from a desire to remove the offences from the jurisdiction of the ecclesiastical law, which would have burnt them, nor, as evidenced by its little results, does it seem to have been made through any mania or scare in the matter. This came on later, when, as we are told by Brian Darcy in 1582, at what time, under Pycrust promises of favour, he was endeavouring to get women to confess, and then be hanged. There is a man of great learning and knowledge come over lately into our Queen's Majesty, which hath advertised her what a company and numbers of witches be within England, whereupon I and other of her justices have received commission for the apprehending of as many as are within these limities. Alas, this man of great learning and knowledge seems to have been none other than that otherwise light of the English Church, the great, good, and pious Bishop Jewel, who, having returned from a forced residence abroad, was speedily promoted by Her Majesty, and in a sermon preached before her, in 1572, brought in the subject as follows. Here perhaps some man will reply, that witches, and conjurers oftentimes chase away one devil by the mean of another. Possible it is so, but that is wrought, not by power, but by collusion of the devils. For one devil, the better to attain his purpose, will give place, and make as though he stood in awe of another devil. And by the way to touch but a word or two of this matter, for that the horrible using of your poor subjects enforceth thereunto. It may please your grace to understand, that this kind of people, I means witches and sorcerers, within these few last years, are marvellously increased within this your grace's realme. These eyes have seen most evident and manifest marks of their wickedness. Your grace's subjects pine away even unto the death, their choler fadeth, their flesh rotteth, their speech is benumbed, their senses are bereft. 33. Wherefore, your poor subjects' most humble petition unto your highness, is, that the laws touching such malefactors, may be put in due execution. For the shoal of them is great, their doings horrible, their malice intolerable, the examples most miserable. And I pray God, they never practice further, than upon the subject. But this only by the way, these be the scholars of Beelzebub the chief captain of the devils. The plantings of the Queen in the commissions of her justices thus instigated and encouraged, produced an abundant crop. According to the dedications of Scot, Sir Roger Manwood, Lord Chief Baron of the Exchequer, had, in these causes such experience. While Sir Thomas Scot, as Justice of the Peace, had also had Monnier Poor Old Women Convent before him for witchcraft. Various booklets also, presently to be spoken of more at large, excited still more the imaginations of a credulous people, and it had been supposed, before Scot wrote, as will be seen on, and in my note on that page, that the Queen's person had been aimed at in that way. It thus appears that though Scot may have been brought up in a traditional but little regarded belief in witchcraft, he, when he was at least 34, was not only unprepared, but startled to witness and take part in this new departure from justice and mercy. Witchcraft, chiefly looked on as useful in discovering things lost, or in bringing a wished-for sweetheart to return the love of the seeker, or in curing ailments simple or grievous, became feared, reviled, and sought out by commission of the queen, sought out by the people as a great and fearful evil rapidly overspreading the land, and able and willing, like the plague and black death, to count its victims by thousands. And from the cottage to the throne itself. He, a man both intelligent and compassionate, sees poor, old, decrepit creatures eking out a miserable livelihood by begging an occasional dole from their better-off neighbors. Ill-tempered by age and condition, and therefore abusive when refused such dole, or on slighter causes, sometimes perhaps through old knowledge or superstition, but probably more often for the sake of gain, pretending to be wise above what is known. He sees these accused of selling their souls for the sake of such a position in the world, he hears them accused sometimes of foul, more frequently of unlikely, crimes and acts, nay, such as an unprejudiced 34 common sense must laugh at. While the evidence is nearly always so faulty that, were the accusation a different one, it would be at once turned inside out and thrown aside. Unfortunately, too, some of these old women being more or less mad, and others driven through fear on the one hand, or through promised favor on the other, confess themselves capable of doing these things. Though any man of sense and observation could detect their state or motives. Luckily, too, he had close to him, and in his wife's family, the known and talked of imposture of the Holy Maid of Kent. And in his own time and close to his own door, the case of the Pythonist of Westwell, at first carried out triumphantly, and then, on her own confession and her reacted acts, branded as an impostor, like the Holy Maid. The Dutchman, too, at Maidstone, after being set forth as a worker of miracles and an exorcist, was found to be a rogue, and many other such miracles had been lately printed, whereof divers had been bewrayed. He had taken part also, apparently as one engaged for the defence, in that piece of folly called the Trial of Margaret Simons, and knew the history of Ade Davy, and of her restoration to sanity without exorcism, hanging, or burning. Is it not natural that his suspicions, and more than suspicions, should have been aroused, and that he should have been thus led to take up the whole subject seriously? One who had given himself up, as Wood says, to reading and thought as well as to healthy and useful exercise, must have sought for and obtained books on either side of the subject, and in especial the known Book of Weir. And thoughtful reading of these, and meditation must have led him to extend his views, and gather them into a harmonious and consistent whole. Meanwhile, however, the bloodthirsty superstition daily increased, and there were published first, the Mad Book or Books of Richard Gawley's, spoken of the witches at Windsor, now, I believe, unfortunately lost, where, among other things, he narrates how, at a Sabbath meeting, he had a hand-to-hand encounter with the devil, and wounded him so sore that he stank of brimstone. And in 1582, there took place the wholesale condemnation of the poor old women of St. Ozie's, 13 I believe of whom were hanged. There had been no such condemnation before in England. It is not unlikely that he himself witnessed their condemnation, c. 35. So unusual was it, that, as I cannot but believe on other evidence, as stated in my noting on Macbeth, a ballad was written on it, which became very commonly known, and was remembered as late as 1606. This same unusual breadth of punishment also created so much attention that Justice Brian Darcy thought it worth while to set forth in print, not the trial, but the depositions taken before him. And thus inform a too ignorant public that he and he alone was the primary cause of such a purification. These facts, and especially this last, aroused, I believe, Scott's compassion and indignation, and made both find vent in printed words. And besides these likelihoods, including that of date, there are two at first sight seemingly contradictory facts, which made themselves manifest to me when I first carefully read the book, and before I had formed any opinion on their causes. And which are on this view reconciled. These facts are, that while the plan which he has adopted, and his facts and conclusions, seem to have been deliberately sought out, thought over, and canvassed, there are evidences throughout of a feverish haste of composition. Such feverish haste as the above spoken of emotions would excite in a man like Scott, who had witnessed so horrible and so bloody a perversion of justice. The proof of the first fact I leave to be observed by the intelligent reader. But while the second must also be observed by him, it is needful, to the full exposition of my argument, that I should collect in one view most at least of the details. This haste is evidenced in some of his corrected errata, but more in those that he did not correct. Thus we have, on, a curious slip, by which Pharaoh becomes a Persian, and Nebuchadnezzar takes Pharaoh's place as an Egyptian king, for other parts of the book prove conclusively that this was an unintentional lapsus. And one a second time overlooked, and the book was reread before the title page and the preliminary leaves were set up. Similar are his errors as to Hayas and Sadias, for at one time he speaks of Rabbi Sadias Hayas, repeating it also at the last when he gives his foreign authors consulted, and between these speaks of them as two persons, as they were. More especially would I call attention to his blunders as to Argyrius Ferrerius. He quotes him, yet he is always Ferrerius, 5 times in his text, twice in his table of contents, and once in his authors used. So in his translation from him, the des of 36 verbis, being indistinct in some copies, he read the word as verbi, and thereby translated the sentence into such unmistakable nonsense that this alone should have shown him his error. So, also, we have the senseless, because careless, rendering of the sword in hand passage, and with these may be classed his adoption of T.R.'s curious mistranslations from Weir's Pseudomonarchia, or from another copy of the Empto. Salomones, for a moment's consideration would have shown him their absurdity, and led him to turn to Weir. In also, we find infants where, as stated in my note, all the editions of the Mal-Malef in the British Museum have infames. And this, though a slip of memory, betokens, when taken with the rest, overhaste. These slips, in an ordinary writer, would lead to another conclusion, but not in this case, where we have evidence of both ordinary and recondite knowledge, of conclusions tried by actual experiment, of a quick and intelligent perception, and of what may be called, in a good sense, a ready and acute subtlety in refuting or retorting allegations or objections. Our author's indebtedness to Cornelius Agrippa and to Weir has, in a great measure, been anticipated in what has been said, but a few words may here be added. Casually coming across their books when he became a reader of out-of-the-way works, he did not become a follower of theirs, and then write a book, as the disciples of Pythagoras wrote books to expound and hand down the doctrines of their master. Weir had written a book against witchcraft, and a clear and comprehensive book. But while Scot certainly followed Weir in point of time, and as certainly was much indebted to him for the perfecting of his book, yet, as I have said, Scot seems to have taken up his belief against the reality of witchcraft from what he in his own experience had witnessed. And my view, that he was then led to read Weir and Cornelius Agrippa, and the writers on the other side, seems to me confirmed by what we find as to his indebtedness to Weir. The notings on Weir show that, while he copied him in some other instances, he borrowed from him mainly a long list of illustrations, some of which even he may have drawn independently from the same sources as did Weir. Bibliography. We do not find an entry of Scott's Hoppa Garden in the stationer's registers, because the entries about 1574 are wanting. 37 But why do we not find so large and important a book as the Witchcraft of 1584 so entered, the writer being of a family of no mean repute, and the head of his house, Sir Th. Scot, being in those days a man of some mark? The answer, after what has been said, is simple. He upheld and defended a heresy, the existence and diabolical powers and practices of witches being believed in and guarded against, by the Queen, the bishops, and the people. Hence the reply of the Stationers' Company would most certainly have been, the same as in more trifling cases, provided he shall get the Bishop of London his allowance to YT, words which, under the circumstances, would have been a refusal. And a refusal which, had any steps been taken against him after its publication, would have told against him. Hence he resolved to print it, taking all the blame and responsibility on his own shoulders, no stationer's name being connected with it, and the name of the printer appearing only at the end of the book. Without date or place of address, imprinted at London by William Brome. And here, by the way, It may be mentioned that though called in catalogues a quarto, its signatures are in eighths. As before stated, both Thomas Audie and Anthony A. would tell us that it did for a time make great impressions on the magistracy and clergy, and that it did so generally is shown by the appearance of Webster's, Addy's, and other books on the same side. And those of Gifford, Perkins, and others, on the other, including King James, who, in 1597, issued his demonology specially against it. Whether Elizabeth or the authorities under her took any notice of it is doubtful, for, as I have said, he was still an esquire in 1587. And the last words of his will, "For great is the trouble my poor wife hath had with me, and small is the comforte she hath received at my hands," and his designation of himself as "gent," point rather to a voluntary surrender of his office, through weakness and ill health, than to a dismissal. But zeal for the truth, as he believed it, combined with his fears for himself, for he believed that he had been the object of witchcraft and of the machinations of the evil powers more than once, though luckily in vain, led the royal author on the other side to cause Scott's book to be burned by the common hangman. And, as is also said by Cole, not one copy alone, as significant of its character, and of its 38 being a liber prohibitus in the eyes of this Protestant Pope, but as many as could be laid hands upon. While, too, I have as yet found no direct proof of this latter statement, it is perhaps in some degree confirmatory of it, that no copies of the book exist in the library of St. Paul's Cathedral, nor in that of Lambeth Palace, nor in that of Shown College. To the same cause is most likely due the exceedingly neat copy of various chapters, and parts of chapters, contained in the Sloane MS, ff. 2189, in the British Museum, its date according to the experts there being circa 1620. At one time I had suspected that these extracts had been made with the intent of writing a book either for or against the truth of witchcraft. But the methodical neatness of all but the first 2 or 3 pages, the manner in which the typographical form of the book is followed, the consecutive, though broken manner, in which the extracts follow one another, the absence of any word or any sign of remark or comment throughout, now cause me to hold that it was a copy made by or for one who took such portions as he wished from a book otherwise inaccessible. Turning back to this burning, I would say also that I have not come across any English contemporary, or even early statement as to it, much less as to its date. Perhaps, however, without much fear of error, we may suppose it to have been done immediately after the Act against Witches, passed in the first year of James's reign. By it the Act 5 Elise was repealed, and any conjuration, etc., of an evil spirit was made a crime punishable by death as a felon, the culprit losing all benefit of clergy and sanctuary. The finding of treasure by magical means, provoking to unlawful love, or destroying of cattle, was for the first offence to bring with it imprisonment for 1 year, standing in the pillory once a quarter for 6 hours, and confessing his crime, as in the Act repealed. And for the second offence death as a felon, though the dowry and the heirship were not attainted. This Act itself shows how strong were James's convictions in the matter, as does the publication in London of his Demonology in the same year, it being entered on the Stationers' Registers on the April 3, 1603. Scott's book was therefore against James's belief, and the esteem in which it was held against his own powers as a reasoner and author. While, however, so far as I can find, we owe the knowledge of this burning to a German source, its extreme likelihood is corroborated by 39 what I have said, that James's belief in witchcraft was with him an undoubted article of faith. And by the fact that various books, known and unknown, were at different times publicly burnt during his reign, though no official records of these burnings have been preserved. Cole, as quoted in Bliss's edition of the Athen Oxon, gives the account as made by Thomasius de Crimen Magii, a book which I believe does not exist. There is a Thesis Inauguralis de Crimen Magii submitted in 1701 by Johann Reich to the Regia Academia Fredericiana, Praeside di Cristiano Thomasio. But Reich refers to an earlier writer, Gisberti Voetii Theologii in Academic Ultrajectina Professoris Selectarum Disputationum Theologicarum, Pars Tertia. Ultrajecti, ex officina Johannis a Weisberg, anno CII CLAX, which says, page 564. Reginaldus Scot nobilis Anglis magii crimen aprut negavit, and ex professo oppugnavit, omnes aegis mirabiles affectus aut ad melancholiam, alios naturals morbas, aut ad ardem, industrium, and agilitatem hominum figmentis and prestigius sui iliadentium. Aut ad stolidas imaginations, dictorum magorum, aut ad vanas nugas and fictions irundum magorum referens. Aegis liber tit. Discoverie of Witchcraft, sic, in Anglia combustus est, quem nominatum idiom perstringit serenis. Magni Briantnii, sic, Rex Jacobus in Demonologia, Junc tangit diffusissimi eruditionis theologus Johannes Reynoldus, incens. Lib. Apocryph. Tom. 2 Prelect. 169, in undem, sed innominatum calumum strinxit eximius and sub acti juditii theologus, Gilom. Perkinsus in Tractata de Bascanologia. Pars libri istius Reginaldi Scot Elentica, nam reliqua in edition Anglicana conjurations continibat, in Belgicum idioma translata est, ante annos aliquat laugt. Batov. Per thomum Basun, ex ilius libri lection, seu font perenni, non possi ab illo tempori docti in indocti in Belgio fluctuer. And magia sigma kappa epsilon omega tau iota kappa iota zeta epsilon iota nu ac lambda iota beta epsilon rho tau iota nu iota zeta epsilon iota nu, ut libertinis and semi-libertinis in festa est patria nostra, quin eo ignorantii sip prolebi, ut non inic illis applicari paturit, quat serenus. Rex Jacobus in Demonologia subdito soa Reginaldo Scot, esse quasi novos saticeos, cum omnes diabolorum operations and apparitions suaviter exhibulant, tanquam anicularum, aut superstitionis meticulosi phantasmata ac sabellas. Sunt and alii, sed pessimi magii patroni, ca ad deum and divina charismata sulso gratias gratis datas, aut ad angelos bonos, operations magicus referunt. Drive W.N. Duriu, librarian of the University of Leiden, kindly informs me, that a translation into Dutch, omitting some formulae of malediction and other matters which would more interest English readers, was made and edited by Th. Basun, an English stationer living at Leiden in 12 Mo in 1609. It was undertaken at the instigation of the professors of law and history, and its dedication, dated January 10, 1609, was to the curators of the university, and to the burgomasters of Leiden. A second and corrected edition, published by his son, G. Basun, was also printed at Leiden in 1637, though the dedication is dated May 8, 1637, Amsterdam. Though in various of the notes the passages have been spoken of, yet to call attention to the matter, and in the hope that others may be more successful, I would add that I have not discovered the principle on which he went, nor his authorities. For his scripture readings. In his Latin quotations he generally quotes the Vulgate, twice or thrice Beza, or Beza varied, while at other times he goes by some other translation, or possibly makes it himself. So his long English quotation, is not taken from Wycliffe's, Tyndall's, Cranmer's, Coverdale's, Matthew's, or from the Jean Van, Bishop's, or Reims versions, though more like the Jean Van, while, curiously enough, it precedes the one of 1611 by one or two verbal coincidences. Hence, I believe that he varied the Jean Van version according to his own views and taste, and am the more inclined to this in that the passage is not in italics, the then type and mark of quotations, but in Romans. Notwithstanding, however, the decree that had gone forth, and, notwithstanding the strange Sadducean assertion, not argument, set forth by James, and followed by John Reynolds, D.D., in his work on the Apocrypha, Tom. 2, 1032, and by Gisbert Voet, the book's inherent excellency, as reported by Audi, and as evidenced by the notices of it in the various books on either side that afterwards came forth, and in part, perhaps, through that decree itself, called for its reproduction. And in 1651 it was issued with a new title page, though naturally it was again not entered on the stationers' registers. This time it was really, as evidenced by the signatures, a quarto. The text was one and the same with that printed off by Richard Coates, but there were actually 3 issues, and 3 slightly different title pages. The first bears, London, printed by Richard Coates. 1651, the second has, printed by R.C. and are to be sold by Giles Calvert, dwelling at the Black Spread Eagle at the west end of Paul's. 1651. And except for these final words, separated on both title pages by a line from the rest, both are word for word, and even to the misprint, superstitions, identical. The explanation, in all probability, if not certainty, being that my first one was the first issue, when the publisher thought it more prudent to withhold his name. The other, a second issue of copies still called for, when, finding no ill results, he had become bolder. The third has below the line spoken of, London, printed by E., not R. Coates and are to be sold by Thomas Williams at the Bible in Little Britain 1654. In this, Scots is printed without the apostrophe, men, women, and children, as also, treatise, have capital initials. On both occasions it has, devils, not divils, and the last line but one above the dividing line ends, the dash, not divils, and superstitions, is rightly printed, superstitions. These variations in the title page, and the exact conformity of the text as to the various peculiarities of the letters, words, and sizes of the punctuation, show that Williams had come into possession of Calvert's remainder, or of his set-up type, and had issued these sheets, prefixing a new title page of his own, printed by E. Coates. There is not the slightest evidence of a copy of the 1584 edition having been prepared for the press, beyond the new title page, and on 2 occasions the translation of Latin, that Scot had not, as he had done in similar instances, translated. The Latin named ingredients on are Englished, and I have thus been enabled to give them in my notings with the more probability that they are correct. The second instance is, as stated in my margin, on. 2 or 3 press errors are corrected, one of them not a certain emendation, and all within the competency of an ordinary compositor or reader. But no others, not even that of increase for incense, while fresh errors, indicative of a careless reader, are made. What has been thus said as to the character of this second reprint, goes to prove that it was a publisher's venture based upon the demand for the book, and, therefore, for gain, and one which he carried out spetexlei of its having been burnt, and placed among the prohibited books. In like manner, and for the like purpose, and as before, without entry in the stationers' registers, there was brought out the third, and so-called folio edition of 1665, though the sheets are in 6s. All but the title page, which, curiously enough, was again rewritten, though still bearing, like the second, the words, by Reginald Scot Esquire. It is a careless reprint of that second, with all its errors, and new ones superadded. But as a novelty and inducement to buy, 9 chapters, commencing the 15th book, and a second book of the Discourse on Devils and Spirits, were added by an anonymous author. Who this anonymity was, I have uselessly spent some little time in inquiring, time that might have been better employed, even had I found him. But it goes to prove that these editions were merely made for novelty's sake, and its glamour and gain, in that the writer was a believer in, and not improbably, from his minute directions, as well as from his reticence, a practicer of witchcraft. Or of what he thought to be witchcraft. He also, and I give this as one possible clue, was a strong believer in the perishable astral spirit of a man, as well as of astral spirits in general, and much of his discourse is taken up with remarks on these. I may here add, as showing the carelessness with which these second and third editions were edited, a note of the errata marked in the first and not corrected in them. 21. So the second, in the third the comma, is rightly placed after years. A correction that could have been made by the least intelligent of readers. 31. Earth red firmament. Not corrected. 29. Right at it. Not corrected. 16. If there be masses delete if. Retained, but the second attempts to correct by inserting no before masses, and the third follows suit, though it is as nonsensical as before. 16. Their business read that business. Not corrected. Beyond these, the limited edition now printed is the only other known to me. As stated in the preface, it is a reprint of the first edition, with some slight alterations in the lettering, but not in the spelling. Besides the few errata that have been found and recorded, the small heading on its left-hand pages up to is, chap, 43 like that on the right hand, instead of being, 1 or 2 book. So also in the earlier pages, the marginal references, though correct, are not printed line for line with the original. The pictorial initial letters of the first chapter of each book occupy in the original almost a third of the page. The first word of a chapter has only its first 2 letters, including its pictorial letter, in capitals, but the remainder, as well as the rest of the first line, is in larger type than the rest. The original being also in black letter was enabled to use both Romans and italics as variants, whereas the reprint could only use italics. The rule of the original is, however, in general very simple. The chapter, the contents of the chapter and proper names are in Romans, the book and quotations in italics, the translations of quotations in Romans. Wherever there can be any doubt the type of the original is marked in the margin, as are occasional uses by the author of to distinguish them from the editor's use of the same. It may be added that the chapter, and the contents of the chapter, have been transposed. The V-like arrangement of the lines at the end of a chapter have not been followed, but been imitated according to the spirit in which they were employed. For, after an investigation made for the purpose, it was found that they do not indicate a division of the text or matter, but were simply compositors' devices to fill up a page when that page either ended a book, or when its blank space did not allow of the commencement of a new chapter. Similarly, on one page, A was added to complete the page. And, in like manner, if there was still space at the end of a book, an engraving was inserted. I would add that all the page references that I make are to the pages of the 1584 edition. I had collected for an appendix various grammatical peculiarities of the age. But they increased the number of pages, and therefore the price of the book, without, as seemed to me, sufficient cause, more especially as the reader can readily consult Dr. Abbott's Shakespearean grammar, as well as notices in other books. One point, however, ought to be attended to. Though an educated and university man, accustomed to Latin and Greek, he, like all of his time, followed the then frequent habit of using singular verbs after plural nominatives not immediately preceding them. A close examination of these, both in Scott and Green, another literate in Utriusque Academiae in 44 Artibus Magister, and one notable one in Ben Jonson, who elsewhere, so far as I know, avoids this error, as well as those in Shakespeare and others, have shown me that they cannot be explained as is sought in Dr. Abbott's Shakespearean Grammar, section 333, where the form of the verb is held to be a remnant of the Northern Early English third-person plural in s. The instances alone of the auxiliary verbs so used set this theory aside, and show that the custom was due to carelessness, habit, the remoteness or afterposition of the true nominatives, and to the nearness of another word. Sometimes even to a transposed objective. Or of a, that, or, which, that had the look of a singular, or in the case of a double nominative, to both words being considered as implying one thought, as indeed they often did, being merely synonyms. Our Elizabethan ancestors would have said, pity and compassion moves me, because they held pity and compassion were one and the same. And the habit of using Saxon and Latin, or other synonyms, led them to use the same construction when the meanings were but allied. This seems to me the more likely explanation, but the reader may prefer this, that our ancestors took the phrase to be elliptical, and that the verb really employed after both substantives was to be understood after the first and before the and. Contemporary notices of Scott. Of strictly contemporary notices, I know of but two. In Nash's 4 Letters Confuted, 1593, he asks, ed. Grossart, 252, how is the supplication a diabolical discourse, otherwise than as it entreats of the diverse natures and properties of divils and spirits? In that far-fetched sense may the famous defensive against supposed prophecies, and the Discoverie of Witchcraft be called in notorious diabolical discourses, as well as the Supplication. For they also entreat of the illusions and sundry operations of spirits. The second is in Gabriel Harvey's Pierce's Supererogation, 1593, ed. Grossart, 2, 291, Scott's Discoverie of Witchcraft, dismisceth sundry egregious impostures, and in certain principal chapters, and special passages, hitteth the nail on the head with a witness, howsoever I could have wished, G.H. is nothing if he be not quasi-critical ne mending, he had either dealt somewhat more courteously with Monsieur Bodin, or confuted him somewhat more effectually. Of course, various of the afterwriters on witchcraft, whichever side they took, either spoke of him explicitly, or alluded to him, XLV Webster, Wagstaff, Audie, and others, on the same side as Scott, and Merrick Casaubon, Cotta, etc. Ending with Glanville on the other. But these, the really curious in such matters may be left to search out for themselves. Only I would like to mention John Deacon's and John Walker's dialogical discourses of devils, etc. 1601, both because they, being clergymen, had the boldness, besides adding new arguments of their own. And though their wording is somewhat less decided than their own evident belief, out of 3 explanations of the case of the Witch of Endor which they set before the reader, to plainly prefer Scott's view of her ventriloquism. Both naming him in the text, and giving the reference to his page in their margin. And secondly, because so far as a hasty look enables one to give an opinion, they spoke more rationally on magical and other points than one would at that date expect. They also quote the opinion of Hippocrates on magical cures, as given by Scott, p. 450, and show that they take it, though not literally, from him, and not from Hippocrates directly, by giving a reference to Scott in the margin. Afterwards they published in 1603, a second large work, a summary answer to John Darrell, the first work having been also suggested by the same impostor, and his setting forth of himself as a caster out of devils. I have said on that the discovery of Scott's name in the subsidy rolls for 1586 and 1587 with the affix of Armiger was for me an important find. And now I would explain that it was so, inasmuch as it set my mind at rest as to the oneness of the Reynald of the Hoppegarden with the Reginald Scot Esquire, of the witchcraft. Aware that Reynald and Reginald were variants of one name, used of and by the same person, the following facts hindered me for a long time from accepting the common belief that the Reynald and Reginald of these 2 works were one and the same. First, the author of the Hoppegarden in each of his signatures to the editions of 1574, 6, 8, 3 in each, appears as Reynald. In the marriage entry, in the pay account of the Kent forces, in the muster roll, and in the will, it is also Reynald. But in 1584, throughout the witchcraft, that is, for times in all, the name appears as Reginald. Secondly, in the will of 1599, in accordance with the want of any title on the title page of the Hoppegarden, he describes himself as Gent, and in the Inquisitio P.M. Though he is called Reginald, the document being in Latin, Hexelvi is, as in his will, Generosus. But in the title page of the witchcraft, he is Reginald Scot Esquire. The finding no evidence of the separate existence of a Reynald and a Reginald, the frequent references to the scriptures in the witchcraft, and the very frequent references to the Proverbs and Ecclesiastes. In the Address to the Reader of the Hoppegarden, the use in both works, as already quoted, of certain legal phrases, and the occurrence in the prefatory part of the Hoppegarden of, with the liquor, or rather the lucre, and condemn the man. Or rather the mind, a trick of language not unfrequently repeated in the Discovery, a trick resulting from his love of irony, shook my doubts. But there were still, the want of any title after the name in the Hoppegarden, the Gent of the will, and the Generosus of the Inquisitio, as against the Esquire of the Discovery. First, however, Hunter's suggestion, that his esquireship was due to his having been appointed a justice of the peace, and then the discovery of Armiger after his name, have removed all reasonable doubts. And to turn our belief to a positive certainty, it only remains to discover that he was a justice of the peace. Possibly the reader may now expect some pages on Scott's style as a writer, and on his claim, yet not one made by himself, to be considered an English classic. But, besides that, I am not greatly aesthetic, and besides having expressed my opinions in more than one place in this introduction, I think that any reader, with any appreciation of style, and of the manner in which an argument ought to be carried out, can come to but one conclusion. Such belief, I may add, is strengthened by this, that most writers whom I have consulted are of this opinion, and I would conclude with 3 quotations, chiefly regarding the way in which he carried out his argument. The Reverend Jos. Hunter, in his MS Chorus Vedum, CHV, says, "In fact, I had no notion of the admirable character of this book till I read it this September 1839. It is one of the few instances in which a bold spirit opposes himself to the popular belief, and seeks to throw protection over a class of the defenseless. In my opinion, he ought to stand very prominent in any catalogue of persons who have been public benefactors." To answer his argument was wholly impossible. And though the publication of his book did not put an end to the notion which continued 47 very prevalent for a century afterwards, though we know from Audi that it greatly checked the belief for a time, yet it had, I have no doubt, much to do with the silent and gradual extinction of it. So Disraeli, in his Amenities of Literature, has these words: "A single volume sent forth from the privacy of a retired student, by its silent influence may mark an epoch in the history of the human mind." Such a volume was The Discovery of Witchcraft, by Reginald Scot, a singular work, which may justly claim the honor in this country of opening that glorious career which is dear to humanity and fatal to imposture. Thirdly, Professor W.T. Gairdner, M.D. and Doctor of Laws, thus speaks, in his address on Insanity, Modern Views as to its Nature and Treatment, read before the Glasgow Medico-Chirurgical Society, but I cannot leave it, Witchcraft. Without expressing, more strongly than even Mr. Lecky does, the unqualified admiration and surprise which arise in the mind on finding that in 1584, there was at least one man in England who could scan the whole field of demonology, and all its terrible results in history, with an eye as clear from superstition, and a judgment as sound and unwavering in its opposition to abuses, as that of Mr. Lecky himself. There is only one book, so far as I know, in any language, written in the 16th or even the 17th century, that merits this praise, and it is a book which, notwithstanding its wide human interest, its great and solid learning, and a charming English style that makes it most readable, even at the present day, has never been reprinted for 200 years, and is therefore extremely inaccessible to most readers. Reginald Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft stands brightly out amid the darkness of its own and the succeeding age, as a perfectly unique example of sagacity amounting to genius. He adds, "Nothing, however, is more evident than that Scot, however indebted to Weir, and both of them, probably, to Cornelius Agrippa, was far in advance of either in the clearness of his views and the unwavering steadiness of his leanings to the side of humanity and justice." Note: the italic numerals in the side margins denote the pages of the first, the ordinary numbers. Those of the second edition. The Discovery of Witchcraft, wherein the lewd dealing of witches and witchmongers is notably detected, the Nowery of conjurers, the impiety of incon tors, the folly of soothsayers, the impudent fowls, hood of cozeners, the infidelity of atheists, the pestilent practices of pythonists, the curiosity of figurecasters, the va nitia of dreamers, the beggarly art of alcu mystery, the abomination of idolatry, the whore ribal art of poisoning, the virtue and power of natural magic, and all the connuiances of legerdemain and juggling are deciphered, and many other things opened, which ha long lain hidden, howbeit very necessary to be known. Hereunto is added a treatise upon the nature and substance of spirits and diuels, and all late lie written by Reginald Scot, Esquire. 1 Ian 4 1. Below not Uri spirit, but tree the spirits, whether they are of God. For Monnier false prophets are gone out into the world, and Scott's Discoverie of Witchcraft, proving the common opinions of witches tracting with devils, spirits, or familiars, and their power to kill, torment, and consume the bodies of men, women, and children, or other creatures by diseases, or otherwise, their flying in the air, and to be but imaginary, erroneous conceptions and novelties, wherein also the lewd unchristian practices of witchmongers, upon aged, melancholy, ignorant, and superstitious people in extorting confessions by inhumane terrors and tortures is notably detected. Also, the knavery and confederacy of conjurers, the impious blasphemy of enchanters, the imposture of soothsayers, and infidelity of atheists, the delusion of pythonists, figure-casters, astrologers, and va. Nighty of dreamers, the fruitless beggarly art of alchemistry, the horrible art of poisoning, and all the tricks and conveyances of juggling and legerdemain are fully deciphered, with many other things opened that have long lain hidden, though very necessary to be known for the undeceiving of judges, justices, and juries, and for the preservation of poor, aged, deformed, ignorant people, frequently taken, arraigned, condemned, and executed for witches, when according to a right understanding, and a good conscience, physic, food, and necessaries should be administered to them. Whereunto is added, a treatise upon the nature, and substance of spirits and devils, and all written and published in Anno 1584, by Reginald Scot, Esquire. London. Printed by Richard Coates. 1651. Size, Fall, 10 1/4 in, times 6. The Discovery of Witchcraft. Proving that the compacts and contracts of witches with devils and all infernal spirits or familiars, are but erroneous novelties and imaginary conceptions. Also discovering, how far their power extendeth, in killing, tormenting, consuming, or curing the bodies of men, women, children, or animals, by charms, philters, periapts, pentacles, curses, and conjurations. Wherein likewise the unchristian practices and inhumane dealings of searchers and witch-triers upon aged, melancholy and superstitious people, in extorting confessions by terrors and tortures, and in devising false marks and symptoms, are notably detected. And the knavery of jugglers, conjurers, charmers, soothsayers, figure-casters, dreamers, alchemists and philterers, with many other things that have long lain hidden, fully opened and deciphered. All which are very necessary to be known for the undeceiving of judges, justices, and jurors, before they pass sentence upon poor, miserable and ignorant people, who are frequently arraigned, condemned, and executed for witches and wizards. In 16 books. By Reginald Scot, Esquire. Whereunto is added an excellent discourse of the nature and substance of devils and spirits, in 2 books. The first by the aforesaid author, the second now added in this 3rd edition, as succedaneous to the former, and conducing to the completing of the whole work, with 9 chapters at the beginning of the 15th book of the Discovery. London. Printed for A. Clark, and are to be sold by Dixie Page at the Turk's Head, in Cornhill near the Royal Exchange, 1665. Sic. The Epistle. To the Honourable, mine especial good. A. 2. A. Lord, Sir Roger Manwood Knight, Lord Ch.F. Baron of Her Majesty's Court of the Exchequer, Insomuch as I know that your lordship is by nature wholly inclined, and in purpose earnestly bent to relieve the poor, and that not only with hospitality and alms, but by divers other devises and ways tending to their comfort. Having, as it were, framed and set yourself to the help and maintenance of their estate. As appeareth by your charge and travel in that behalf. Whereas also you have a special care for the supporting of their right, and redressing of their wrongs, as neither despising their calamity, nor yet forgetting their complaint, seeking all means for their amendment. And for the reformation of their disorders, even as a very father to the poor. Finally, for that I am a poor member of that commonwealth, where your lordship is a principal person, I thought this my travel, in the behalf of the poor, the aged, and the simple, might be /2. V. Very fitly commended unto you, for a weak house requireth a strong stay. In which respect I give God thanks, that hath raised up unto me so mighty a friend for/v. Them as your lordship is, who in our laws have such knowledge, in government such discretion, in these causes such experience, and in the commonwealth such authority. And nevertheless vouchsafe to descend to the consideration of these base and inferior matters, which minister more care and trouble, than worldly estimation. And insomuch as your lordship knoweth, or rather exerciseth the office of a judge, whose part it is to hear with courtesy, and to determine with equity. It cannot but be apparent unto you, that when punishment exceedeth the fault, it is rather to be thought vengeance than correction. In which respect I know you spend more time and travel in the conversion and reformation, than in the subversion and confusion of offenders, as being well pleased to augment your own private pains, to the end you may diminish their public smart. For in truth, that commonwealth remaineth in woeful state, where fetters and halters bear more sway than mercy and due compassion. Howbeit, it is natural to unnatural people, and peculiar unto witchmongers, to pursue the poor, to accuse the simple, and to kill the innocent. Supplying in rigor and malice towards others, that aid which they themselves want in proof and discretion, or the other in offence or occasion. But as a cruel heart and an honest mind do seldom meet and feed together in a dish. So a discreet and merciful magistrate, and a happy commonwealth cannot be separated asunder. How much then are we bound to God, who hath given us a queen, that of justice is not only the very perfect image and pattern, but also of mercy and clemency, under God, the mere fountain and /2, Bodhi itself. Insomuch as they which hunt most after blood in /3. These days, have least authority to shed it. Moreover, sith I see that in cases where lenity might be noisome, and punishment wholesome to the commonwealth, there no respect of person can move you, no authority can abash you, no fear, no threats can daunt you in performing the duty of justice. In that respect again I find your lordship a fit person, to judge and look upon this present treatise. Wherein I will bring before you, as it were to the bar, two sorts of most arrogant and wicked people, the first challenging to themselves, the second attributing unto others, that power which one lie appertaineth to God. Apoc 4:11. Who one lie is the creator of all things. B. Rom 8. Acts 5. Apoc 2, who one lie searcheth the heart and reigneth, who one lie xc Luke 16, knoweth our imaginations and thoughts, who one lie D. Dan 2, and 28, and 47, openeth all secrets, who e Psalm 72. And 136. J. 5, one lie worketh great wonders, who one lie hath power. F. Job 5, and 36. Sam 12. 1, Reg 8. 2, Reg 3. Isai 5. Zach 10, and 14. Amos 4, 7, to raise up and cast down. Who one lie mocketh thunder, lightning, rain, tempests, and restraineth them at his pleasure, who one lie egg G. Job 1, sendeth life and death, sickness and health, wealth and woe, who neither giveth nor lendeth hish Isai 42, 8. Glory to any creature. And therefore, that which grieveth me to the bottom of my heart, is, that these witchmongers cannot be content, to wrest out of God's hand his almighty power, and keep it themselves, or leave it with a witch, but that, when by drift of argument they are made to lie down the bucklers, they yield them up to the devil, or at the least pray aid of him, as though the reins of all men's lives and actions were committed into his hand. And that he sat at the stern, to guide and direct the course of the whole world, imputing unto him power and ability enough to do as great things, and as strange miracles as ever Christ did. But the doctors of this supernatural doctrine say /a. 2 v. Sometimes, that the witch doth all these things by virtue of her /a 3 v. charms, sometimes that a spiritual, sometimes that a corporal devil doth accomplish it. Sometimes they say that the devil doth but make the witch believe she doth that which he himself hath wrought, sometimes that the devil seemeth to do that by compulsion, which he doth most willing lie. Final lie, the writers hereupon are so eloquent, and full of variety, that sometimes they write that the devil doth all this by 9 God's permission one lie. Sometimes by his license, sometimes by his appointment, so as, in effect and truth, not the devil, but the high and mighty King of kings, and Lord of hosts, even God himself, should this way be made obedient and servile to obey and perform the will and commandment of a malicious old witch, and miraculous lie to answer her appetite, as well in every trifling vanity, as in most horrible executions. As the revenger of a doting old woman's imagined wrongs, to the destruction of Monier innocent children, and as a supporter of her passions, to the undoing of Monier a poor soul. And I see not, but a witch may as well enchant, when she will, as a liar may lie when he list, and so should we possess nothing, but by a witch's license and permission. And now forsooth it is brought to this point, that all devils, which were wont to be spiritual, may at their pleasure become corporal, and so shew themselves familiar lie to witches and conjurers, and to none other. And by them on lie may be made tame, and kept in a box, and so as a malicious old woman may command her devil to plague her neighbor, and he is afflicted in manner and for me as she desireth. But then cometh another witch, and she biddeth her devil help, and he healeth the same party. So as they /a 3 make it a kingdom divided in itself, and therefore I trust it will not long endure, but will shortly be overthrown, according to the words of our Saviour, omni regnum in se divisum desolabatur, every king/dome. Divided in itself shall be desolate. And although some say that the devil is the witch's instrument, to bring her purposes and practices to pass, yet others say that she is his instrument, to execute his pleasure in any thing, and therefore to be executed. But then, methinks, she should be injuriously dealt withal, and put to death for another's offence, for actions are not judged by instrumental causes, neither doth the end and purpose of that which is done, depend upon the mean instrument. Finally, if the witch do it not, why should the witch die for it? But they say that witches are persuaded, and think, that they do indeed those mischiefs, and have a will to perform that which the devil committeth, and that therefore they are worthy to die. By which reason every one should be executed, that wisheth evil to his neighbor, and but if the will should be punished by man, according to the offense against God, we should be driven by thousands at once to the slaughterhouse or butchery. Proverb 5, for whosoever loatheth correction shall die. And who should escape execution, if this loathsomeness, I say, should extend to death by the civil laws? Also the reward of sin is death. Howbeit, every one that sinneth, is not to be put to death by the magistrate. But, my lord, it shall be proved in my book, and your lordship shall tree it to be true, as well here at home in your native country, as also abroad in your several circuits, that, besides them that be vinifici, which are plain poisoners, there will be found among our witches one like 2 sorts. The one sort being such by imputation, as /a 3 v so thought of by others, and these are abused, and not abusers, the other by acceptation, as being willing so to be accompted, and these be mere cousiners. Calvin instit. Lib 5. Ca 8. Sect. 6. Item upon Deuteronomy cap. 18. Lib de Lamius, Pag. 5. Treating of these magicians, calleth them cozeners, sighing that they use their juggling knacks one lie to amaze or abuse the people, or else for fame, but he slasheth theach. V. Might rather have said for gain. Erastus himself, being a principal writer in the behalf of witches' omnipotency, is forced to confess, that these Greek words, mu alpha gamma alpha, mu alpha gamma gamma alpha, phi alpha rho mu alpha kappa alpha, are most commonly put for illusion, false packing, cozenage, fraud, knavery and deceit, and is further driven to say, that in ancient time, the learned were not so blockish, as not to see that the promises of magicians and enchanters were false, and nothing else but knavery, cozenage, and old wives' fables. And yet defendeth he their flying in the air, their transferring of corn or dross from one field to another, and but as Erastus disagreeth herein with himself and his friends, so is there no agreement among any of those writers, but only in cruelties, absurdities, and impossibilities. And these, my lord, that fall into so manifest contradictions, and into such absurd asseverations, are not of the inferior sort of writers. Neither are they all papists, but men of such account, as whose names give more credit to their cause, than their writings. In whose behalf I am sorry, and partly for reverence suppressed their fondest errors and foulest absurdities. Dealing specially with them that most contend in cruelty I say. 59, 7. Rom 3, 15. Whose feet are swift to shed blood, striving, as B.B. Eckel, 27, 5. Jesus the son of Sirach saith, and hasting, as C.C. Perovi 1, 16. Salomon the son of David saith, to pour out the blood of the innocent, whose heat against these poor wretches cannot be allayed with any other liquor than blood. And therefore I fear that D.D. 2, 34. Under their wings will be found the blood of the souls of the poor, at that day, when the Lord shall say /A4 EEPS 139, 15. Esai 33, 15. Depart from me ye bloodthirsty men. And because I know your lordship will take no counsel against innocent blood, but rather suppress them that seek to embroil their hands therein. I have made choice to open their case unto you, and to lie their miserable calamity before your feet, following herein the v. advise of that learned man Brentius, who saith, in Epistola ad Jo. Weir. Sic as adminuit magistratum, any in miseras a los muliurcula civiat, eum ego arbiter divinitas excitatum. That is, if any admonish the magistrate not to deal too hardly with these miserable wretches, that are called 11 witches, I think him a good instrument raised up for this purpose by God himself. But it will perchance be said by witchmongers. To wit, by such as attribute to witches the power which appertaineth to God one lie, that I have made choice of your lordship to be a patroni to this my book. Because I think you favor mine opinions, and by that means may the more freely publish any error or conceit of mine own, which should rather be warranted by your lordship's authority, than by the word of God, or by sufficient argument. But I protest the contrary, and by these presents I renounce all protection, and despise all friendship that might serve to help towards the suppressing or supplanting of truth, knowing also that your lordship is far from allowing any injury done unto man. Much more an enemy to them that go about to dishonor God, or to embezzle the title of his immortal glory. But because I know you to be perspicuous, and able to see down into the depth and bottom of causes, and are not to be carried away with the vain persuasion or superstition either of man, custom, time, or multitude, but moved with the authority of truth on lie, I crave your countenance herein, even so far forth, and no further, than the law of God, the law of nature, the law of this land, and the /A4V rule of reason shall require. Neither do I treat for these poor people any otherwise, but so, as with one hand you may sustain the good, and with the other suppress the evil, wherein you shall be thought a father to orphans, an advocate to widows, a guide to the blind, a stay to the lame, a comfort and countenance to the honest, a scourge and terror to the wicked. A.V.V. Thus far I have been bold to use your lordship's patience, being offended with myself, that I could not in brevity utter such matter as I have delivered amply, whereby, I confess, occasion of tediousness might be ministered. Were it not that your great gravity joined with your singular constancy in reading and judging be means of the contrary. And I wish even with all my heart, that I could make people conceive the substance of my writing, and not to misconstrue any part of my meaning. Then doubtless would I persuade myself, that the company of witchmongers, and, being once decreased, the number also of witches, and, would soon be diminished. But true be the words of the poet, Homer. Hodquaquam poteris sorterier omnia solus. Namque aliis divi bello polera diderant. Huic saltandi artem, voci huic citherac canendi. Rersum alii inseruit sagax in pector magnus. Jupiter ingenium, and 12. And therefore as doubtful to prevail by persuading, though I have reason and common sense on my side, I rest upon earnest wishing. Namely, to all people an absolute trust in God the Creator, and not in creatures, which is to make flesh our arm, that God may have his due honor, which by the undutifulness of Manier is turned into dishonor. And less cause of offense and error given by common received evil example. And to your lordship I wish, as increase of honor, so continuance of good health, and happy days. Your lordships to be commanded. Reginald Scot. 13. To the right worshipful Sir A. 6. A. Thomas Scott Knight, and Ram and Nital. Of this reversed from original. I see among other malefactors Manier poor old women convent before you for working of miracles, otherwise called witchcraft, and therefore I thought you also a meet person to whom I might commend my book. And here I have occasion to speak of your sincere administration of justice, and of your dexterity, discretion, charge, and travel employed in that behalf, whereof I am oculatus testis. Howbeit I had rather refer the reader to common fame, and their own eyes and ears to be satisfied, than to send them to a stationer's shop, where Manier times lies are vendible, and truth contemptible. For I being of your house, of your name, and of your bloud, my foot being under your table, my hand in your dish, or rather in your purse, might be thought to flatter you in that, wherein, I know, I should rather offend you than please you. And what need I curry favor with my most assured friend? And if I should one lie publish those virtues, though they be Manier, which give me special occasion to exhibit this my travel unto you, I should do as a painter, that describeth the foot of a notable personage, and leaveth all the best features in his body untouched. I therefore, at this time, do one lie desire you to consider of my report, concerning the evidence that is commonly brought before you against them. See first whether the evidence be not frivolous, and whether the proofs brought against them be not incredible, consisting of guesses, presumptions, and impossibilities contrary to reason, script/tour AA2 and nature. See also what persons complain upon them, whether they be not of the basest, the unwisest, and most faithless kind of people. Also /A6. V. May it please you to weigh what accusations and crimes they lie to their charge, namely, she was at my house of late, she would have had a pot of milk, she departed in a chafe because she had it not, she railed, she cursed. She mumbled and whispered, and finally she said she would be even with me, and soon after my child, my cow, my sow, or my pullet died, or was strangely taken. Nay, if it please your worship, I have further proof, I was with a wise woman, and she told me I had an ill neighbor, and that she would come to my house ere it were long, and so did she. And that she had a mark above her waist, and so had she, and God forgive me, my stomach hath gone against her a great while. Her mother before her was counted a witch, she hath been beatenxive and scratched by the face till blood was drawn upon her, because she hath been suspected, and afterward some of those persons were said to amend. These are the certainties that I hear in their evidences. Note also how easily they may be brought to confess that which they never did, nor lieth in the power of man to do, and then see whether I have cause to write as I do. Further, if you shall see that infidelity, popery, and Manier other manifest heresies be backed and shouldered, and their professors animated and heartened, by yielding to creatures such infinite power as is wrested out of God's hand. And attributed to witches, final lie, if you shall perceive that I have faithful lie and true lie delivered and set down the condition and state of the witch, and also of the witchmonger, and have confuted by reason and law. And by the word of God itself, all mine adversaries' objections and arguments, then let me have your countenance against them that malicious lie oppose themselves against me. My greatest adversaries are young ignorance and old custom. AA2 For what folly soever tract of time hath fostered, it is /7, so superstitious lie pursued of some, as though no error could be acquainted with custom. But if the law of nations would join with such custom, to the maintenance of ignorance, and to the suppressing of knowledge, the civilest country in the world would soon become barbarous, and for as knowledge and time discovereth errors, so doth superstition and ignorance in time breed them. And concerning the opinions of such, as wish that ignorance should rather be maintained, than knowledge busily searched for, because thereby offense may grow, I answer John 5, that we are commanded by Christ himself to search for knowledge, Prov. 15, 1.4 It is the king's honor, as Solomon saith, to search out a thing. Aristotle said to Alexander, that a mind well furnished was more beautiful than a body rich lie arrayed. What can be more odious to man, or offensive to God, than ignorance, for through ignorance the Jews did put Christ to death. Acts 3. Proverbs 9. Which ignorance whosoever forsaketh, is promised life everlasting, and therefore among Christians it should be abhorred above all other things. For even as when we wrestle in the dark, we tumble in the mire, and, so when we see not the truth, we wallow in errors. A blind man may seek long in the riches ere he find a needle, and as soon is a doubt discussed by ignorance. Final lie, truth is no sooner found out in ignorance, than a sweet savour in a dunghill. And if they will allow men knowledge, and give them no leave to use it, men were much better be without it than have it. Math. 25. Math. 5. Luke. 8. For it is, as to have a talent, and to hide it under the earth, or to put a candle under a bushel, or as to have a ship, and to let her lie 15 always in the dock, which thing how profitable it is, I can say somewhat by experience. But hereof I need say no more, for every man seeth that a 2v none can be happy who knoweth not what felicity meaneth. For what availeth it to have riches, and not to have the use thereof? 7. V. True lie the heathen herein deserved more commendation than Monnier Christians, for they spared no pain, no cost, nor travel to attain to knowledge. Pythagoras travelled from Thamus to Egypt, and afterwards into Crete and Lacedaemonia, and Plato out of Athens into Italy and Egypt, and all to find out hidden secrets and knowledge, which when a man hath, he seemeth to be separated from mortality. For precious stones, and all other creatures of what value soever, are but counterfeits to this jewel, they are mortal, corruptible, and inconstant, this is immortal, pure and certain. Wherefore if I have searched and found out any good thing, that ignorance and time hath smothered, the same I commend unto you, to whom though I owe all that I have, yet am I bold to make other partakers with you in this poor gift. Your loving cousin, Reg Scot. 16. To the right worshipful his loving friends, A8. A3. Maester Dr. Coldwell Dean of Roe. Chester, and Maester Dr. Reed. Man Archdeacon of Can. Turbury, and Rom and Ittle reversed. The italics of original smaller than in that. To Sir Th. Scott. Aveying found out two such civil magistrates, as for direction of judgment, and for ordering matters concerning justice in this commonwealth, in my poor opinion, are very singular persons, who, I hope, will accept of my good will, and examine my book by their experience, as unto whom the matter therein contained doth great lie appertine. I have now again considered of two other points, namely, divinity and philosophy, whereupon the groundwork of my book is laid. Wherein although I know them to be very sufficient lie informed, yet doth not the judgment and censure of those causes so proper lie appertine to them as unto you. Whose fame therein hath gotten preeminence above all others that I know of your callings, and in that respect I am bold to join you with them, being all good neighbors together in this commonwealth, and loving friends unto me. I do not present this unto you, because it is meet for you, but for that you are meet for it, I mean, to judge upon it, to defend it, and if need be to correct it. Knowing that you have learned of that grave counsellor Cato, not to shame or discountenance any body. For if I thought you as ready, as able, to disgrace me for mine insufficiency, I should not have been hasty, knowing your learning, to have written unto you, but if I should be abashed to write to you, I should shew myself ignorant of your courtesy. I know mine own weakness, which if it have been able to maintain this argument, the cause is the stronger. Eloquent words may please the ears, but sufficient matter persuadeth the heart. So as, if I exhibit wholesome drink, thought it be small, in a treen, equals wooden, dish with a faithful hand, I hope it will be as well accepted, as strong wine offered in a silver bowl with a flattering heart. And sure lie it is a point of as great liberality to receive a small thing thankful / lie, a3v, as to give and distribute great and costly gifts bountiful lie, for there is more supplied with courteous answers than with rich rewards. The tie / rant, a8. V. Dionysius was not so hated for his tyranny, as for his churlish and strange behavior. Among the poor Israelite sacrifices, God was satisfied with the 10th part of an ephah of flour, so as it were fine and good. Christ liked well of the poor widow's mite, Louis of France accepted a rape root of clownish Conan, Cyrus vouchsafed to drink a cup of cold water out of the hand of poor Sinaites, and so it may please you to accept this simple book at my hands. Which I faithfully exhibit unto you, not knowing your opinions to meet with mine, but knowing your learning and judgment to be able as well to correct me where I speak herein unskilfully, as others when they speak here of malicious lie. Some be such dogs as they will bark at my writings, whether I maintain or refute this argument, as Diogenes snarled both at the Rhodians and at the Lacedaemonians, at the one, because they were brave, at the other, because they were not brave. Homer himself could not avoid reproachful speeches. I am sure that they which never study to learn any good thing, will die to find faults her eat. I for my part fear not these wars, nor all the adversaries I have. Were it not for certain cowards, who, I know, will come behind my back and bite me. But now to the matter. My question is not, as Monnier fondly suppose, whether there be witches or nay, but whether they can do such miraculous works as are imputed unto them. Good Maester Dean, is it possible for a man to break his fast with you at Rochester, and to dine that day at Durham with Maester Dr. Matthew, or can your enemy maim you, when the ocean sea is betwixt you? What real community is betwixt a spirit and a body? May a spiritual body become temporal at his pleasure? Or may a carnal body become invisible? Is it likely that the lives of all princes, magistrates, and subjects, should depend upon the will, or rather upon the wish of a poor malicious doting old fool, and that power exempted from the wise, the rich, the learned, the godly, and finally, is it possible for man or woman to do any of those miracles expressed in my book, and so constantly reported by great clerks? If you say, no, then am I satisfied. If you say that God, absolute lie, or by means can accomplish all those, and Monnier more, I go with you. But witches may well say they can do these things, howbeit they cannot shew how they do them. If I for my part should say I could do /AA4 those things, my very adversaries would say that I lied. O Maester Archdeacon, is it not pity, that that which is said to be done with the almighty power of the Most High God, and by our Saviour his one Son Jesus Christ our Lord, should be referred to a baggage old woman's nod /be, I, or wish, and good sir, is it not one manifest kind of idolatry, for them that labour and are laden, to come 18 unto witches to be refreshed? If witches could help whom they are said to have made sick, I see no reason, but remedy might as well be required at their hands, as a purse demanded of him that hath stolen it. But truly it is manifold idolatry, to ask that of a creature, which none can give but the Creator. The Papist hath some colour of Scripture to maintain his idol of bread, but no Jesuitical distinction can cover the witchmonger's idolatry in this behalf. Alas, I am sorry and ashamed to see how Monnier die, that being said to be bewitched, one lie seek for magic all cures, whom wholesome diet and good medicines would have recovered. I dare assure you both, that there would be none of these cozening kind of witches, did not witchmongers maintain them, follow them, and believe in them and their oracles, whereby indeed all good learning and honest arts are overthrown. For these that most advance their power, and maintain the skill of these witches, understand no part thereof, and yet being Monnier times wise in other matters, are made fools by the most fools in the world. Methinks these magical physicians deal in the commonwealth, much like as a certain kind of cynical people do in the church, whose severe sayings are accompted among some such oracles, as may not be doubted of. Who instead of learning and authority, which they make contemptible, do feed the people with their own devices and imaginations, which they prefer before all other divinity, and labouring to erect a church according to their own fancies. Wherein all order is condemned, and one lie their magical words and curious directions advanced, they would utterly overthrow the true church. And even as these enchanting Paracelsians abuse the people, leading them from the true order of physic to their charms, so do these other, I say, dissuade from hearkening to learning and obedience. And whisper in men's ears to teach them their friar-like traditions. And of this sect the Ch.F. author at this time is /A4V1 Brown, a fugitive, a meet cover for such a cup, as heretofore the Anabaptists, the Arians, and the Franciscan friars. True lie not only nature, being the foundation of all perfection, but also Scripture, being the mistress and director thereof, and of all Christianity, is beautified with knowledge and learning. For as nature without discipline doth naturally incline unto vanities, and as it were suck up errors, Rom 2, 27. 2 Cor 3, 6. So doth the word, or rather the letter of the Scripture, without understanding, not only make us devour errors, but yieldeth us up to death and destruction, and therefore Paul saith he was not a minister of the letter, but of the Spirit. Thus have I been bold to deliver unto the world, and to you, those simple /B.I.V. notes, reasons, and arguments, which I have devised or collected 6 out of other authors, which I hope shall be hurtful to none, but to myself great comfort, if it may pass with good liking and acceptation. If it fall out otherwise, I should think my pains ill employed. For true lie, in mine opinion, whosoever shall perform anything, or attain to any knowledge, or whosoever should travel throughout all the nations of the world, or, if it were possible, should peep into the heavens, the consolation or admiration thereof were nothing pleasant unto him. Unless he had liberty to impart his knowledge to his friends. Wherein because I have made special choice of you, I hope you will read it, or at the least lie it up studi with your other books, among which therein there is none dedicated to any with more good will. And so long as you have it, it shall be unto you, upon adventure of my life, a certain amulet, periapt, circle, charm, and, to defend you from all enchantments. Your loving friend, Reg Scot. XX. To the readers. B. 2. B. O you that are wise and discreet, few words may suffice, for such a one judgeth not at the first sight, nor reproveth by hearsay. Esai. 11. Prover. 1. But patient lie heareth, and thereby increaseth in understanding, which patience bringeth forth experience, whereby true judgment is directed. I shall not need therefore to make any further suit to you, but that it would please you to read my book, without the prejudice of time, or former conceit, and having obtained this at your hands, I submit myself unto your censure. But to make a solemn suit to you that are partial readers, desiring you to set aside partiality, to take in good part my writing, and with indifferent eyes to look upon my book, were labour lost, and time ill employed. For I should no more prevail herein, than if 100 years since I should have entreated your predecessors to believe, that Robin Goodfellow, that great and ancient bullbeggar, had been but a cozening merchant, and no devil indeed. If I should go to a papist, and say, I pray you believe my writings, wherein I will prove all popish charms, conjurations, exorcisms, benedictions and curses, not one lie to be ridiculous, and of none effect, but also to be impious and contrary to God's word, I should as hard lie therein win favour at their hands, as herein obtain credit at yours. Nevertheless, I doubt not, but to /2v use the matter so, that as well the massmonger for his part, as the witchmonger for his, shall both be ashamed of their professions. But Robin Goodfellow saith now to be much feared, and popery is sufficient lie discovered. Nevertheless, witches' charms, and conjurers' cousenages are yet thought effectual. Yea, the Gentiles have espied the fraud of their cousening oracles, and our cold prophets and enchanters make us fools still, to the shame of us all, but special eye of papists, who conjure every thing, and thereby bring to passe nothing. They say to their candles, I conjure you to endure for ever, and yet they last not a pater noster while the longer. They conjure water to be wholesome both for body and soul, but the body, we see, is never the better for it, nor the soul any whit 21 reformed by it. And therefore I marvel, that when they see their own conjurations confuted and brought to naught, or at the least void of effect, that they, of all other, will yet give such credit, countenance, and authority to the vain cousenages of witches and conjurers. As though their charms and conjurations could produce more apparent, certain, and better effects than their own. B.V. But my request unto all you that read my book shall be no more, but that it would please you to confer my words with your own sense and experience, and also with the word of God. If you find yourselves resolved and satisfied, or rather reformed and qualified in any one point or opinion, that heretofore you held contrary to truth, in a matter hitherto undecided, and never yet looked into, I pray you take that for advantage, and suspending your judgment, stay the sentence of condemnation against me, and consider of the rest, at your further leisure. If this may not suffice to persuade you, it cannot prevail to annoy you, and then, that which is written without offence, may be overpassed without any grief. And although mine assertion be somewhat differing from the old inveterate opinion, which I confess hath many grey hairs, whereby mine adversaries have gained more authority than reason, towards the maintenance of their presumptions and old wives' fables, yet shall it fully agree with God's glory, and with his holy word. And albeit there be hold taken by mine adver/sorries be 3. Of certain few words or sentences in the Scripture that mocketh a shoe for them, yet when the whole course thereof mocketh against them, and impugneth the same. Yea, and also their own places rightly understood do nothing at all relieve them, I trust their glorious title and argument of antiquity will appear as stale and corrupt as the apothecary's drugs, or grocer's spice, which the longer they be preserved, the worse they are. Until you have perused my book, ponder this in your mind, to wit, that Sagi, Thessaly, Striges, Lamii, which words and none other being in use do properly signify our witches, are not once found written in the Old or New Testament. And that Christ himself in his Gospel never mentioned the name of a witch. And that neither he, nor Moses ever spake any one word of the witches' bargain with the devil, their hagging, their riding in the air, their transferring of corn or grass from one field to another, their hurting of children or cattle with words or charms, their bewitching of butter, cheese, ale, and nor yet their transubstantiation. Mal Malef. Par. 2, Quae. 2. Insomuch as the writers hereupon are not ashamed to say, that it is not absurd to affirm that there were no witches in Job's time. The reason is, that if there had been such witches then in being, Job would have said he had been bewitched. But indeed men took no heed in those days to this 22 doctrine of divils. 1. Pet 4. 1. To wit, to these fables of witchcraft, which Peter saith shall be much regarded and hearkened unto in the latter days. Howbeit, how ancient soever this barbarous conceit of witches' omnipotency is, truth must not be measured by time, for every old opinion is not sound. Verity is not impaired, how long soever it be suppressed, but is to be searched out, in how dark a corner soever it lie hidden, for it is not like a cup of ale, that may be broached to wraith. Final lie, time bewrayeth old errors, and discovereth new matters of truth. Denius in sua prologo. Denius himself saith, that this question hitherto hath never been handled, nor the scriptures concerning this matter have never been expounded. To prove the antiquity of the cause, to confirm the opini/onb 2 of the ignorant, to enforce mine adversaries' arguments, to aggravate the punishments, and to accomplish the confusio of these old women, is added the vanity and wickedness of them, which are called witches, the arrogancy of those which take upon them to be. 3. Work wonders, the desire that people have to hearken to such miraculous matters, unto whom most common lie and impossibility is more credible than a verity. The ignorance of natural causes, the ancient and universal hate conceived against the name of a witch, their ill-favoured faces, their spiteful words, their curses and imprecations, their charms made in rhyme, and their beggary. The fear of Manier foolish folky, the opinion of some that are wise, the want of Robin Goodfellow and the fairies, which were wont to maintain chat, and the common people's talka in this behalf. The authority of the inquisitors, the learning, cunning, consent, and estimation of writers herein, the false translations and fond interpretations used, specially by papists, and Manier other like causes. All which toys take such hold upon men's fancies, as whereby they are lead and enticed away from the consideration of true respects, to the condemnation of that which they know not. Howbeit, I will, by God's grace, in this my book, so apparently decipher and confute these cavils, and all other their objections, as every witchmonger shall be abashed, and all good men thereby satisfied. In the meantime, I would wish them to know that if neither the estimation of God's omnipotency, nor the tenor of his word, nor the doubtfulness or rather the impossibility of the case, nor the small proofs brought against them, nor the rigor executed upon them, nor the pity that should be in a Christian heart, nor yet their simplicity, impotency, or age may suffice to suppress the rage or rigor wherewith they are oppressed. Yet the consideration of their sex or kind ought to move some mitigatio of their punishment. For if nature, as Pliny reporteth, have taught a lion not to deal so rough lie with a woman as with a man, because she is in body the 23 weaker vessel, and in heart more inclined to pity, which Jeremy Lamb. J 3 and 4, cap. Verse 10. 1. Silwar 11. 9. Ibid. Ver. 7. Gu. 2, 22. 18. Arist. Lib. Problem. 2, 9. In his Lamentations seemeth to confirm, what should a man do in this case, for whom a woman was created as an help and comfort unto him? In so much as, even in the law of nature, it is a greater offense to slay a woman than a man, not because a man is not the more excellent creature, but because a woman is the weaker vessel. And therefore among all modest and honest persons it is thought a shame to offer violence or injury to a woman. Vir. George. In which respect Virgil B. 4, saith, nullum memorabile nomen feminia in paena est. God that knoweth my heart is witness, and you that read my book shall see, that my drift and purpose in this enterprise tendeth one lie to these respects. First, that the glory and power of God be not so abridged and abased, as to be thrust into the hand or lip of a lewd old woman, whereby the work of the Creator should be attributed to the power of a creature. Second lie, that the religion of the gospel may be seen to stand without such peevish trumpery. Third lie, that lawful favor and Christian compassion be rather used towards these poor souls, than rigor and extremity. Because they, which are commonly accused of witchcraft, B2v are the least sufficient of all other persons to speak for themselves, as having the most base and simple education of all others. The extremity of their age giving them leave to dote, their poverty to beg, their wrongs to chide and threaten, as being void of any other way of revenge, their humour melancholical to be full of imaginations. From whence chiefly proceedeth the vanity of their confessions. As that they can transform themselves and others into apes, owls, asses, dogs, cats, and that they can fly in the air, kill children with charms, hinder the coming of butter, and And for so much as the mighty help themselves together, and the poor widows cry, echo, us. 35:15. Though it reach to heaven, is scarce heard here upon earth, I thought good, according to my poor ability, to make intercession, that some part of common rigor, and some points of hasty judgment may be advised upon. For the world is now at that stay, as Brentius in a most godlike sermon in these words affirmeth, that even as when the heathen persecuted the Christians, if any were accused to believe in Christ, the common people cried ad leonum, so now. If any woman, be she never so honest, be accused of witchcraft, they cry ad ignem. What difference is between the rash dealing of unskilful people, and the grave counsel of more discreet and learned persons, may appear by a tale of Denius his own telling. Wherein he opposeth the rations of a few townsmen, to the counsel of a whole senate, preferring the folly of the one, before the wisdom of the other. 24. At Orleans on Lawyer, saith he, there was a man which, not only b. 4. v. taken and accused, but also convicted and condemned for witchcraft, who appealed from thence to the High Court of Paris. Which accusation the Senate saw insufficient, and would not allow, but laughed thereat, lightly regarding it. And in the end sent him home, saith he, as accused of a frivolous matter. And yet for all that, the magistrates of Orleans were so bold with him, as to hang him up within short time after, for the same or the very like offence. In which example is to be seen the nature, and as it were the disease of this cause, wherein, I say, the simpler and undiscreeter sort are always more hasty and furious in judgments, than men of better reputation and knowledge. Nevertheless, Eunychius saith, that these three things, to wit, what is to be thought of witches, what their incantations can do, and whether their punishment should extend to death, are to be well considered. And I would, saith he, they were as well known, as they are rashly believed, both of the learned, and unlearned. And further he saith, that almost all divines, physicians and lawyers, who should best know these matters, satisfying themselves with old custom, have given too much credit to these fables, and too rash and unjust sentence of death upon witches. But when a man pondereth, saith he, that in times past, all that swore from the Church of Rome were judged heretics, it is the less marvel, though in this matter they be blind and ignorant. And surely, if the Scripture had been longer suppressed, more absurd fables would have sprung up, and been believed. Which credulity though it is to be derided with laughter, yet this their cruelty is to be /b3 lamented with tears. For, God knoweth, many of these poor wretches had more need to be relieved than chastised, and more meet were a preacher to admonish them, than a gaoler to keep them. And a physician more necessary to help them, than an executioner or tormentor to hang or burn them. For proof and due trial hereof, I will requite Denius his tale of a man which, as he termeth him, with another which of the same sex or gender. Cardinus lib. 15, cap. 18, de varietatib. Rerum. From the mouth of his own father reporteth, that one Barnard, a poor servant, being in wit very simple and rude, but in his service very necessary and diligent, and in that respect dearly beloved of his master, professing the art of witchcraft /b. v. could in no wise be dissuaded from that profession, persuading himself that he knew all things, and could bring any matter to passe. Because certain country people resorted to him for help and counsel, as supposing by his own talka, that he could do somewhat. At length he was condemned to be burned, which torment he seemed more willing to suffer, than to lose his estimation in that behalf. But his master having compassion upon him, and being himself in his prince's favour, perceiving his conceit to proceed of melancholy, obtained respite of execution for 20 days. In which time, saith he, his master bountifully fed him with good fat meat, and with 4 eggs at a meal, as also with sweet wine, which diet was best for so gross and weak a body. And being recovered so in strength, that the humour was suppressed, he was easily won from his absurd and dangerous opinions, and from all his fond imaginations, and confessing his error and folly. From the which before no man could remove him by any persuasions, having his pardon, he lived long a good member of the Church, whom otherwise the cruel tie of judgment should have cast away and destroyed. This history is more credible than Sprenger's fables, or Boden's babels, which reach not so far to the extolling of witches' omnipotency, as to the derogating of God's glory. For if it be true, which they affirm, that our life and death lieth in the hand of a witch, then is it false, that God maketh us live or die, or that by him we have our being, our term of life appointed, and our days numbered. But surely their charms can no more reach to the hurting or killing of men or women, than their imaginations can extend to the stealing and carrying away of horses and mares. Neither hath God given remedies to sickness or griefs, by words or charms, but by herbs and medicines. Amos 3:6. Lodge 3:38. Esai 45:9. Rom 9:20, which he himself hath created upon earth, and given men knowledge of the same. That he might be glorified, for that therewith he doth vouchsafe that the maladies of men and cattle should be cured, and if there be no affliction nor calamity, but is brought to passe by him, then let us defy the devil, renounce all his works, and not so much as once think or dream upon this supernatural power of witches. Neither let us prosecute them with such despite, whom our fancy condemneth, and our reason acquitteth, our /bvv. Evidence against them consisting in impossibilities, our proofs in unwritten verities, and our whole proceedings in doubts and difficulties, /b3. v. Now because I mislike the extreme cruelty used against some of these silly souls, whom a simple advocate having audience and justice might deliver out of the hands of the inquisitors themselves, it will be said, that I deny any punishment at all to be due to any witch whatsoever. Nay, because I bewray the folly and impiety of them, which attribute unto witches the power of God, these witchmongers will report, that I deny there are any witches at all, and yet behold, say they, how often is this word, witch, in text mentioned in the Scriptures? Even as if an idolater should say in the behalf of images and idols, to them which deny their power and Godhead, and 26 inveigh against the reverence due unto them. How dare you deny the power of images, seeing their names are so often repeated in the Scriptures? But truly I deny not that there are witches or images, but I detest the idolatrous opinions conceived of them, referring that to God's work and ordinance, which they impute to the power and malice of witches, and attributing that honor to God, which they ascribe to idols. But as for those that in very deed are either witches or conjurers, let them hardly suffer such punishment as to their fault is agreeable, and as by the grave judgment of law is provided. Places amended by the author, and to be read as followeth. The first number standeth for the page, the second for the line. 16, except you. 9, 1 Sadok. 21, that we of. 21, as Elimas. 10, is reproved. 16, 1 Nikas. 12. Magus as. 2, the heart. 25, in her closet at Ender, or in. 31, the firmament. 16, real lie finished. Put out the first line of the page. 29, write it. 32, an image. 16, there be masses. 14, even lie severed. 26, 4 bellows. 27, his leman. 29, exercise the 1, that it is. 19, 16, that business. 19, codineth nothing. 11, I did defer. 6, so difficult. 27, begot another. 9, of all the. 7, the Hevites. 30, their reproc. / corrected in this 4th edition. The numbers of the third line in original, i.e., from 438, are smaller. 27. The foreign authors used in this book, B6. B4. Aelianus. Aetius. Albertus Crancius. Albertus Magnus. Albumazer. Alcaranum Franciscanorum. Alexander Trallianus. Algerus. Ambrosius. Andradius. Andreas Gartnerus. Andreas Massius. Antonius Sabellicus. Apollonius Tyaneus. Appianus. Apuleius. Archelaus. Argyrius Ferrarius, Ferre-. Aristoteles. Arnoldus de Villanova. Artemidorus. Athanasius. Averroes. Augustinus Episcopus Hip. Augustinus Niphus. Avicennas. Aulus Gellius. Barnardinus de Bustis. Bartholomeus Anglicus. Berosus Aenianus. Botanus. Bordinus. Brentius. Calvinus. Camerarius. Campanus. Cardinus Pater. Cardinus Filius. Carolus Gallus. Cassander. Cato. Chrysostom. Cicero. Clemens. Cornelius Agrippa. Cornelius Nepos. Cornelius Tacitus. Cyrillus. Danius. Demetrius. Democritus. Didymus. Diodorus Siculus. Dionysius Areopagita. Dioscorides. Diurius. Dodonaeus. Durandus. Empedocles. Ephesius. Erasmus Rotorodamus. Erasmus Sarcerius. Erastus. Eudoxus. Eusebius Caesariensis. Fernelius. Franciscus Petrarca. Fuchsius. Galenus. Goropius. Gelasius. Gemma Frisius. Georgius Pictorius. Goffredus. Goscalcus Bull. Gratianus. Gregorius. Grilandus. Guido Bonatus. Gulielmus de Sancto Clodoaldo. Gulielmus Parisiensis. Hemingius. Heraclides. Hermes Trismegistus. Hieronymus. Hilarius. Hippocrates. Homerus. Horatius. Hostiensis. Hovinus. Hyperius. Jacobus de Chusa Carthusianus. Iamblichus. Jaso Pratensis. Innocentius. 8. Papa. Johannes Anglicus. Johannes Baptista Neapolitanus. Johannes Cassianus. Johannes Monteregius. Johannes Rivius. Josephus Ben Gorion. Josias Simlerus. Isidorus. Isigonus. Juba. Julius Maternus. Justinus Martyr. Lactantius. Lavaterus. Laurentius Ananias. Laurentius of Villavicencio. Leo II. Pontifex. Lex Salicarum. Lex 12. Tabularum. Legenda Aurea. Legenda Longa Colonii. Leonardus Virus. Livius. Lucanus. Lucretius. Ludovicus Celius. Lutherus. Macrobius. Magna Carta. Malleus Maleficarum. 28 Manlius. Marbachius. Marbadius Gallus. Marcelius Ficinus. Martinus de Alls. Matthiolus. Melanchthonus / B 6. V B4V. Memphrodorus. Michael Andreas. Musculus. Nauclerus. Nicephorus. Nicholas V. Papa. Nider. Olus Gothus. Origins. Avidus. Panormitanus. Paulus Aegineta. Paulus Marsus. Persius. Petrus de Apona. Petrus Lombardus. Petrus Martyr. Pucer. Philarchus. Philastrius Briccensis. Philodotus. Philo Judaeus. Perkmarus. Platina. Plato. Plinius. Plotinus. Plutarchus. Polydorus Virgilius. Pomerium Sermonum Quadragesimalium. Pomponatius. Pontificale. Ponzivibius. Porphyrius. Proclus. Propertius. Cellus. Ptolemaeus. Pythagoras. Quintilianus. Rabbi Abraham. Rabbi Ben Ezra. Rabbi David Kimi. Rabbi Joshua ben Levi. Rabbi Isaac Nader. Rabbi Levi. Rabbi Moses. Rabbi Sedias Hayes. Robertus Caraculus. Rupertus. Sabinus. Sadalitus. Savonarola. Scotus. Seneca. Septuaginta interprets. Serapio. Socrates. Silenus. Speculum exemplarum. Strabo. Sulpicius Severus. Synesius. Tatianus. Tertullianus. Thomas Aquinas. Themistius. Theodoretus. Theodorus Byzantius. Theophrastus. Thucydides. Tibullus. Tremelius. Valerius Maximus. Varro. Vegetius. Vincentius. Virgilius. Vitellius. Wyrus. Xanthus Historiographus. These English. Barnaby Gooch. Beehive of the Romish Church. Edward Deering. Geoffrey Chaucer. Giles Alley. Nemelth Maharba, Abraham Fleming. Henry Hayward. John Bale. John Fox. John Malborn. John Record. Primer after York use. Richard Gallies. Roger Bacon. Testament printed at Reims. T.E. a nameless author. 467. Thomas Hillis. Thomas Lupton. Thomas More Knight. Thomas Farr. T.R. a nameless author. 393. William Lambard. W. a nameless author. 542. 29. These contents in original end the book as do our indices. The summary of every chapter contained in the 16 books of this disco vary with the discourse of divils and spirits annexed thereunto. The first book. An impeachment of witches' power in meteors and elementary bodies, tending to the rebuke of such as attribute too much unto them. The inconvenience growing by men's credulity herein, with a reproof of some churchmen, which are inclined to the common conceived opinion of witches' omnipotency, and a familiar example thereof. Who they be that are called witches, with a manifest declaration of the cause that moveth men so commonly to think, and witches themselves to believe that they can hurt children, catel, and with words and imaginations, and of cozening witches. What miraculous actions are imputed to witches by witchmongers, papists, and poets. A confutation of the common conceived opinion of witches and witchcraft, and how detestable a sin it is to repair to them for counsel or help in time of affliction. A further confutation of witches' miraculous and omnipotent power, by invincible reasons and authorities, with dissuasions from such fond credulity. By what means the name of witches becometh so famous, and how divers lie people be opinioned concerning them and their actions. Causes that move as well witches themselves as others to think that they can work impossibilities, with answers to certain objections, where also their punishment by law is touched. A conclusion of the first book, wherein is foreshould the tyrannical cruelty of witchmongers and inquisitors, with a request to the reader to peruse the same. The second book. What testimonies and witnesses are allowed to give evidence against reputed witches, by the report and allowance of the inquisitors themselves, and such as are special writers herein. The order of examination of witches by the inquisitors. Matters of evidence against witches. Confessions of witches, whereby they are condemned. Presumptions, whereby witches are condemned. Particular interrogatories used by the inquisitors against witches. The inquisitors' trial of weeping by conjuration. Certain cautions against witches, and of their tortures to procure confession. The 15 crimes laid to the charge of witches, by witchmongers, specially by Bowden, in Demonomania. A refutation of the former surmised crimes patched together by Bowden, and the one-lie way to escape the inquisitors' hands. The opinion of Cornelius Agrippa concerning witches, of his pleading/SSI. V. for a poor woman accused of witchcraft, and how he convinced the inquisitors. What the fear of death and feeling of torments may force one to do, and that it is no marvel though witches condemn themselves by their own confessions so tyrannical lie extorted. The third book. The witches bargain with the devil, according to M. Mal Bowden, Nider, Danius, Cellus, Erastus, Hemingius, Cumanus, Aquinas, Bartholomew Spinius, and The order of the witches homage done, as it is written by lewd inquisitors and peevish witchmongers, to the devil in person, of their songs and dances, and name lie of La Volta, and of other ceremonies, also of their excurses. How witches are summoned to appear before the devil, of their riding in the air, of their accompts, of their conference with the devil, of his supplies, and their conference, of their farewell and sacrifices, according to Danius, Cellus, and that there can no real league be made with the devil, the first author of the league, and the weak proofs of the adversaries for the same. Of the private league, a notable tale of Bowden's concerning a French lady, with a confutation. XXX. A disproof of their assemblies, and of their bargain. A confutation of the objection concerning witches' confessions. What folly it were for witches to enter into such desperate peril, and to endure such intolerable tortures for no gain or commodity, and how it comes to pass that witches are overthrown by their confessions. How melancholy abuseth old women, and of the effects thereof by sundry examples. That voluntary confessions may be untruly made, to the undoing of the confessors, and of the strange operation of melancholy, proved by a familiar and late example. The strange and diverse effects of melancholy, and how the same humor abounding in witches, or rather old women, filleth them full of marvellous imaginations, and that their confessions are not to be credited. A confutation of witches' confessions, especially concerning their league. A confutation of witches' confessions, concerning making of tempests and rain, of the natural cause of rain, and that witches or divils have no power to do such things. What would ensue, if witches' confessions or witchmongers' opinions were true, concerning the effects of witchcraft, enchantments, and examples of foreign nations, who in their wars used the assistance of witches. Of eye-biting witches in Ireland, of 2 archers that shot with familiars. Authorities condemning the fantastical confessions of witches, and how a popish doctor taketh upon him to disprove the same. Witchmongers' reasons, to prove that witches can work wonders. Bowden's tale of a Friesland priest transported, that imaginations proceeding of melancholy do cause illusions. That the confession of witches is insufficient in civil and common law to take away life. What the sounder divines, and decrees of councils determine in this case. Of 4 capital crimes objected against witches, all fully answered and confuted as frivolous. /SS 2. A request to such readers as loath to hear or read filthy and bawdy matters, which of necessity are here to be inserted, to pass over 8 chapters. The 4th book. Of witchmongers' opinions concerning evil spirits, how they frame themselves in more excellent sort than God made us. Of bawdy incubus and succubus, and whether the action of venery may be performed between witches and divils, and when witches first yielded to incubus. Of the divils visible and invisible dealing with witches in the way of lechery. That the power of generation is both outward lie and inward lie impeached by witches, and of divers that had their genitals taken from them by witches, and by the same means again restored. Of Bishop Sylvanus his lechery opened and covered again, how maids having yellow hair are most cumbered with incubus, how married men are bewitched to use other men's wives, and to refuse their own. How to procure the dissolving of bewitched love, also to enforce a man, how proper soever he be, to love an old hag, and of a bawdy trick of a priest in Gelderland. Of divers saints and holy persons, which were exceeding bawdy and lecherous, and by certain miraculous means became chaste. Certain popish and magical cures, for them that are bewitched in their privities. A strange cure doomed to one that was molested with incubus. A confutation of all the former follies touching incubus, which by examples and proofs of like stuff is shewed to be flat knavery, wherein the carnal copulation with spirits is overthrown. That incubus is a natural disease, with remedies for the same, besides magical cures herewithal expressed. The censure of G. Chaucer, upon the knavery of incubus. The fifth book. Of transformations, ridiculous examples brought by the adversaries for the confirmation of their foolish doctrine. Absurd reasons brought by Bodin, and such others, for confirmation of transformations. Of a man turned into an assy, and returned again into a man by one of Bodin's witches, S. Augustine's opinion thereof. A summary of the former fable, with a refutation thereof, after due examination of the same. That the body of a man cannot be turned into the body of a beast by a witch, is proved by strong reasons, scriptures, and authorities. The witchmongers' objections concerning Nebuchadnezzar answered, and their error concerning lycanthropia confuted. A special objection answered concerning transportations, with the consent of diverse writers thereupon. The witchmonger's objection concerning the history of Job answered. What several sorts of witches are mentioned in the scriptures, and how the word witch is there applied. 31. The sixth book. The exposition of this Hebrew word chasaph, wherein is ent/reds s2. The objection contained in Exodus 22. To wit, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, and of Simon Magus. Acts 8. The place of Deuteronomy expounded, wherein are recited all kind of witches, also their opinions confuted, which hold that they can work such miracles as are imputed unto them. That women have used poisoning in all ages more than men, and of the inconvenience of poisoning. Of divers poisoning practices, otherwise called veneficia, committed in Italy, Genoa, Milan, Wittenberg, also how they were discovered and executed. A great objection answered concerning this kind of witchcraft called veneficium. In what kind of confections that witchcraft, which is called veneficium, consisteth, of love cups, and the same confuted by poets. It is proved by more credible writers, that love cups rather engender death through venom, than love by art, and with what toys they destroy cattel, and procure love. John Bodin triumphing against J. Weir is overtaken with false Greek and false interpretation thereof. The seventh book. Of the Hebrew word ob, what it signifieth where it is found, of Pythonesses called ventriloque, who they be, and what their practices are, experience and examples thereof shewed. How the lewd practice of the Pythonist of Westwell came to light, and by whom she was examined, and that all her diabolical speech was but ventriloquy in plain cousinage, which is proved by her own confession. Bodin's stuff concerning the Pythonist of Ender, with a true story of a counterfeit Dutchman. Of the great oracle of Apollo the Pythonist, and how men of all sorts have been deceived, and that even the apostles have mistaken the nature of spirits, with an unanswerable argument, that spirits can take no shapes. Why Apollo was called Pytho, whereof those witches were called Pythonists, Gregory his letter to the Devil. Apollo, who was called Pytho, compared to the root of grace, Gregory's letter to the Devil confuted. How diverse great clerks and good authors have been abused in this matter of spirits through false reports, and by means of their credulity have published lies, which are confuted by Aristotle and the Scriptures. Of the witch of Ender, and whether she accomplished the raising of Samuel Trulli, or by deceit, the opinion of some divines hereupon. That Samuel was not raised indeed, and how Bodin and all papists dote herein, and that souls cannot be raised by witchcraft. That neither the devil nor Samuel was raised, but that it was a mere cousinage, according to the guise of our Pythonists. The objection of the witchmongers concerning this place fully answered, and what circumstances are to be considered for the understanding of this story, which is plainly opened from the beginning of the 28th chapter of the 1 Samuel, to the 12th verse. The 12, 13, and 14 verses of 1 Sam 28 expounded, wherein is shewed that Saul was cozened and abused by the witch, and that Samuel was not raised, is proved by the witches /ss 3. Own Taka. The residue of 1 Sam 28 expounded, wherein is declared how cunning lie this which brought Saul resolute lie to believe that she raised Samuel, what words are used to color the cousinage, and how all might also be wrought by ventriloquy. Opinions of some learned men, that Samuel was indeed raised, not by the witch's art or power, but by the special miracle of God, that there are no such visions in these our days, and that our witches cannot do the like. Of vain apparitions, how people have been brought to fear bugs, which is part lie reformed by preaching of the gospel, the true effect of Christ's miracles. Witches' miracles compared to Christ's, that God is the creator of all things, of Apollo, and of his names and portraiture. The 8th book. That miracles are ceased. That the gift of prophesy is ceased. That oracles are ceased. A tale written by Monnier grave authors, and believed by Monnier wise men of the devil's death. An other story written by papists, and believed of all Catholics, approving the devil's honesty, conscience, and courtesy. The judgments of the ancient fathers touching oracles, and their abolishment, and that they be now transferred from Delphos to Rome. Wherein cozeners, witches, and priests were wont to give oracles, and to work their feats. The 9th book. The Hebrew word chasm expounded, and how far a Christian may conjecture of things to come. 32. Proofs by the Old and New Testament, that certain observations of the weather are lawful. That certain observations are indifferent, certain ridiculous, and certain impious, whence that cunning is derived of Apollo, and of aruspices. The predictions of soothsayers and lewd priests, the prognostications of astronomers and physicians allowable, divine prophesies holy and good. The diversity of true prophets, of Urim, and of the prophetic all use of the 12 precious stones contained therein, of the divine voice called echo. Of prophesies condition all, whereof the prophesies in the Old Testament do, entreat, and by whom they were published, witchmongers' answers to the objections against witches' supernatural actions. What were the miracles expressed in the Old Testament, and what are they in the New Testament, and that we are not now to look for any more miracles. The 10th book. The interpretation of the Hebrew word wonan, of the vanity of dreams, and divinations thereupon. Of divine, natural, and casual dreams, with the differing causes and effects. The opinion of diverse old writers touching dreams, and how they vary in noting the causes thereof. Against interpreters of dreams, of the ordinary cause of dreams, Hemingius his opinion of diabolical dreams, the interpretation of dreams ceased. /SS 3. V. That neither witches, nor any other, can either by words or herbs, thrust into the mind of a sleeping man, what cogitations or dreams they list, and whence magic all dreams come. How men have been bewitched, cozened or abused by dreams to dig and search for money. The art and order to be used in digging for money, revealed by dreams, how to procure pleasant dreams, of morning and midnight dreams. Sundry receipts and ointments, made and used for the transportation of witches, and other miraculous effects, an instance thereof reported and credited by some that are learned. A confutation of the former follies, as well concerning ointments, dreams, and as also of the assembly of witches, and of their consultations and banquets at sundry places, and all in dreams. That most part of prophecies in the Old Testament were revealed in dreams, that we are not now to look for such revelations, of some who have dreamt of that which hath come to passe, that dreams prove contrary. Nebuchadnezzar's, rule to know a true expositor of dreams. The 11th Book. The Hebrew word nahas expounded, of the art of augury, who invented it, how slovenly a science it is, the multitude of sacrifices and sacrificers of the heathen, and the causes thereof. Of the Jews' sacrifice to Moloch, a discourse thereupon, and of purgatory. The Campbells, cruelty, of popish sacrifices exceeding in tyranny the Jews or Gentiles. The superstition of the heathen about the element of fear, and how it grew in such reverence among them, of their corruptions, and that they had some inkling of the godly fathers' doings in that behalf. Of the Romaine sacrifices, of the estimation they had of augury, of the law of the 12 tables. Colleges of augurers, their office, their number, the signification of augury, that the practisers of that art were cozeners, their profession, their places of exercise, their apparel, their superstition. The times and seasons to exercise augury, the manner and order thereof, of the ceremonies thereunto belonging. Upon what signs and tokens augurers did prognosticate, observations touching the inward and outward parts of beasts, with notes of beasts' behavior in the slaughterhouse. A confutation of augury, Plato his reverend opinion thereof, of contrary events, and false predictions. The cozening art of sortilege or lottery, practiced especially by Egyptian vagabonds, of allowed lots, of Pythagoras his lot, and of the Kabbalistical art, consisting of traditions and unwritten verities learned without book, and of the division thereof. When, how, and in what sort sacrifices were first ordained, and how they were profaned, and how the Pope corrupteth the sacraments of Christ. Of the objects whereupon the augurers used to prognosticate, with certain cautions and notes. The division of augury, persons admittable into the colleges of augury, of their superstition. /SSIII. Of the common people's fond and superstitious collections and observations. How old writers vary about the matter, the manner, and the means, whereby things augurifical are moved. How ridiculous an art augury is, how Cato mocked it, Aristotle's reason against it, fond collections of augurers, who allowed, and who disallowed it. Fond distinctions of the heathen writers, concerning augury. Of natural and casual augury, the one allowed and the other disallowed. A confutation of casual augury which is mere witchcraft, and upon what uncertainty those divinations are grounded. 33. That figure-casters are witches, the uncertainty of their art, and of their contradictions, Cornelius Agrippa's sentence against judicial astrology. The subtlety of astrologers to maintain the credit of their art, why they remain in credit, certain impieties contained in astrologers' assertions. Who have power to drive away devils with their one-lie presence, who shall receive of God whatsoever they ask in prayer, who shall obtain everlasting life by means of constellations, as nativity casters affirm. The 12th Book. The Hebrew word haber expounded, where also the supposed secret force of charms and enchantments is shewed, and the efficacy of words is diverse ways declared. What is forbidden in Scriptures concerning witchcraft, of the operation of words, the superstition of the Kabbalists and Papists, who createth substances, to imitate God in some cases is presumption, words of sanctification. What effect and offense witches' charms bring, how unapt witches are, and how unlikely to work those things which they are thought to do, what would follow if those things were true which are laid to their charge. Why God forbade the practice of witchcraft, the absurdity of the law of the 12 tables, whereupon their estimation in miraculous actions is grounded, of their wondrous works. An instance of one arraigned upon the law of the 12 tables, whereby the said law is proved ridiculous, of 2 witches that could do wonders. Laws provided for the punishment of such witches as work miracles, whereof some are mentioned, and of certain popish laws published against them. Poetical authorities commonly alleged by witchmongers, for the proof of witches' miraculous actions, and for confirmation of their supernatural power. Poetry and papyri compared in enchantments, Popish witchmongers have more advantage herein than Protestants. Popish periapts, amulets and charms, Agnus Dei, a waistcoat of proof, a charm for the falling evil, a writing brought to S. Leo from heaven by an angel, the virtues of S. Saviour's epistle, a charm against thieves, a writing found in Christ's wounds, of the cross, and a charm against shot, or a waistcoat of proof. Against the falling evil. A popish periapt or charm, which must never be said, but carried about one, against thieves. Another amulet. A papistical charm. A charm found in the ca/nons siii. V. Of the Mass. Other papistical charms. A charm of the Holy Cross. A charm taken out of the primer. How to make holy water, and the virtues thereof, S. Ruffin's charm, of the wearing and bearing of the name of Jesus, that the sacrament of confession in the Eucharist is of as much efficacy as other charms, and magnified by L. Virus. Of the noble balm used by Moses, apishly counterfeited in the Church of Rome. The opinion of Ferrerius touching charms, periapts, appensions, amulets, and of Homerical medicines, of constant opinion, and the effects thereof. Of the effects of amulets, the drift of Argyrius Ferrerius in the commendation of charms, and 4 sorts of Homerical medicines, and the choice thereof, of imagination. Choice of charms against the falling evil, the biting of a mad dog, the stinging of a scorpion, the tooth-ache, for a woman in travel, for the king's evil, to get a thorn out of any member, or a bone out of one's throat, charms to be said fasting. Or at the gathering of herbs, for sore eyes, to open locks, against spirits, for the bots in a horse, and special eye for the Duke of Alba's horse, for sour wines, and for the falling evil. Against the biting of a mad dog. Against the biting of a scorpion. Against the tooth-ache. A charm to release a woman in travel. To heal the king's or queen's evil, or any other soreness in the throat. A charm read in the Romish Church, upon St. Blaise's day, that will fetch a thorn out of any place of one's body, a bone out of the throat, and, lect. 3. A charm for the headache. A charm to be said eke morning by a witch fasting, or at least before she go abroad. Another charm that witches use at the gathering of their medicinable herbs. An old woman's charm, wherewith she did much good in the country, and grew famous thereby. Another like charm. A charm to open locks. A charm to drive away spirits that haunt any house. A pretty charm or conclusion for one possessed. Another for the same purpose. Another to the same effect. Another charm or witchcraft for the same. A charm for the bots in a horse. A charm against vinegar. The enchanting of serpents and snakes, objections answered concerning the same. Fond reasons why charms take effect therein, Mahomet's pigeon, miracles wrought by an assi at Memphis in Egypt, popish charms against serpents, of miracle workers, the taming of snakes, Bodin's lie of snakes. 34. Charms to carry water in a sieve, to know what is spoken of us behind our backs, for bleary eyes, to make seeds to grow well, of images made of wax, to be rid of a witch, to hang here up, notable authorities against waxen images. A story bewraying the knavery of waxen images. A charm teaching how to hurt whom you list with images of wax, and sundry sorts of charms tending to diverse purposes, and first, certain charms to make taciturnity in tortures. Counter charms against these and all other witchcrafts, in the sighing also whereof witches are vexed, and a charm for the choin cough. For corporal or spiritual rest. Charms to find out of the F. Another /SSV. Way to find out of the F that hath stolen anything from you. To put out the thieves EIE. Another way to find out of the F. A charm to find out or spoil of the F. Adalbert's curse or charm against thieves. Another enchantment. A charm or experiment to find out a witch. To spoil of the F, a witch, or any other enemy, and to be delivered from the evil. A notable charm or medicine to pull out an arrowhead, or any such thing that sticketh in the flesh or bones, and cannot otherwise be had out. Charms against a quotidian ague. For all manner of agues intermittent. Periapts, characters, and for agues, and to cure all diseases, and to deliver from all evil. More charms for agues. For a bloudy flux, or rather an issue of bloud. Cures commenced and finished by witchcraft. Another witchcraft or knavery, practiced by the same surgeon. Another experiment for one bewitched. Otherwise. A knack to know whether you be bewitched, or no, and that one witchcraft may lawfully meet with another. Who are privileged from witches, what bodies are apt to us to be bewitched, or to be witches, why women are rather witches than men, and what they are. What miracles witchmongers report to have been done by witches' words and contradictions of witchmongers among themselves, how beasts are cured hereby, of bewitched butter, a charm against witches, and a counter-charm. The effect of charms and words proved by L. Virus to be wonderful. A charm to find here that bewitched your kine. Another, for all that have bewitched any kind of cattel. A special charm to preserve all cattel from witchcraft. Lawful charms, rather medicinable cures for diseased cattel. The charm of charms, and the power thereof. The charm of charms. Otherwise. A confutation of the force and virtue falsely ascribed to charms and amulets, by the authorities of ancient writers, both divines and physicians. The 13th Book. The signification of the Hebrew word hartumim, where it is found written in the Scriptures, and how it is diversly translated, whereby the objection of Pharaoh's magicians is afterward answered in this book. Also of natural magic not evil in itself. How the philosophers in times past travelled for the knowledge of natural magic, of Salomon's knowledge therein, who is to be called a natural magician, a distinctio thereof, and why it is condemned for witchcraft. What secrets do lie hidden, and what is taught in natural magic, how God's glory is magnified therein, and that it is nothing but the work of nature. What strange things are brought to pass by natural magic. The incredible operation of waters, both standing and running, of wells, lakes, rivers, and of their wonderful effects. The virtues and qualities of sundry precious stones, of cozening lapidaries, and whence the precious stones receive their operations, how curious magicians use them, and of their /SSVV seals. The sympathy and antipathy of natural and elementary bodies declared by diverse examples of beasts, birds, plants, and the former matter proved by Monnier examples of the living and the dead. The bewitching venom contained in the body of an harlot, how here eie, here tongue, here bow tie and behavior bewitcheth some men, of bones and horns yielding great virtue. Two notorious wonders and yet not marvelled at. Of illusions, confederacies, and legerdemain, and how they may be well or ill used. Of private confederacy, and of Brandon's pigeon. Of public confederacy, and whereof it consisteth. How men have been abused with words of equivocation, with sundry examples thereof. How some are abused with natural magic, and sundry examples thereof when allusion is added thereunto, of Jacob's pied sheep, and of a black moor. The opinion of witchmongers, that divils can create bodies, and of Pharaoh's magicians. How to produce or make monsters by art magic, and why Pharaoh's magicians could not make lice. That great matters may be wrought by this art, when princes esteem and maintain it, of diverse wonderful experiments, and of strange conclusions in glasses, of the art perspective, and a comparison betwixt Pharaoh's magicians and our witches, and how their cunning consisted in juggling knacks. That the serpents and frogs were truly presented, and the water poisoned indeed by Jans and Jambers, of false prophets, and of their miracles, of Balaam's assay. 35. The art of juggling discovered, and in what points it doth principally consist. Of the ball, and the manner of legerdemain therewith, also notable feats with one or diverse balls. To make a little ball swell in your hand till it be very great. To consume, or rather to convey, one or Monnier balls into nothing. How to rap a wag upon the knuckles. Of conveyance of money. To convey money out of one of your hands into the other by legerdemain. To convert or transubstantiate money into counters, or counters into money. To put one tester into one hand, and an other into the other hand, and with words to bring them together. To put one tester into a stranger's hand, and another into your own, and to convey both into the stranger's hand with words. How to do the same or the like feat otherwise. To throw a piece of money away, and to find it again where you list. With words to make a groat or a tester to leap out of a pot, or to run alongst upon a table. To make a groat or a tester to sink through a table, and to vanish out of a handkerchief very strange lie. A notable trick to transform a counter to a groat. An excellent feat, to make a 2-penny piece lie plain in the palm of your hand, and to be passed from thence when you list. To convey a tester out of one's hand that holdeth it fast. To throw a piece of money into a deep pond, and to fetch it again from whence you list. /SS 6. To convey 1 shilling being in one hand into an other, holding your arms abroad like a rood. How to rap a wag on the knuckles. To transform any one small thing into any other for me by folding of paper. Of cards, with good cautions how to avoid cousinage therein, special rules to convey and handle the cards, and the manner and order how to accomplish all difficult and strange things wrought by cards. How to deliver out 4 aces, and to convert them into 4 knaves. How to tell one what card he seeth in the bottom, when the same card is shuffled into the stock. An other way to do the same, having yourself indeed never seen the card. To tell one without confederacy what card he thinketh. How to tell what card any man thinketh, how to convey the same into a kernel of a nut or sherry stone, and the same again into one's pocket, how to make one draw the same or any card you list, and all under one devise. Of fast or loose, how to knit a hard knot upon a handkerchief, and to undo the same with words. A notable feat of fast or loose, namely, to pull 3 bead stones from off a cord, while you hold fast the ends thereof, without removing of your hand. Juggling knacks by confederacy, and how to know whether one cast cross or pile by the ringing. To make a show ale of goslings draw a timber log. To make a pot or any such thing standing fast on the cupboard, to fall down thence by virtue of words. To make one dance naked. To transform or alter the color of one's cap or hat. How to tell where a stolen horse is become. Boxes to alter one grain into another, or to consume the grain or come to nothing. How to convey, with words or charms, the corn contained in one box into another. Of an other box to convert wheat into flour with words, and of diverse petty juggling knacks. To burn a thread, and to make it whole again with the ashes thereof. To cut a lace asunder in the midst, and to make it whole again. How to pull laces innumerable out of your mouth, of what color or length you list, and never anything seem to be therein. How to make a book, wherein you shall shew every leaf therein to be white, black, blue, red, yellow, green, and desperate or dangerous juggling knacks, wherein the simple are made to think, that a sea-lie juggler with words can hurt and help, kill and revive any creature at his pleasure, and first to kill any kind of pullin, and to give it life again. To eat a knife, and to fetch it out of any other place. To thrust a bodkin into your head without hurt. To thrust a bodkin through your tongue, and a knife through your arm, a pitiful sight, without hurt or danger. To thrust a piece of lead into one eie, and to drive it about, with a stick, between the skin and flesh of the forehead, until it be brought to the other eie, and there thrust out. To cut half your nose asunder, and to heal it again presently without any salve. /SS 6. V. To put a ring through your cheek. To cut off one's head, and to lie it in a platter, and which the jugglers call the decollation of John Baptist. To thrust a dagger or bodkin in your guts very strange lie, and to recover immediately. To draw a cord through your nose, mouth or hand, so sensibly as it is wonderful to see. The conclusion wherein the reader is referred to certain patterns of instruments wherewith diverse feats here specified are to be executed. 36. The 8. Book. Of the art of alchemistry, of their words of art and devises to blear men's eyes, and to procure credit to their profession. The alchemister's drift, the chainen's yeoman's tale, of alchemistical stones and waters. Of a yeoman of the country cozened by an alchemist. A certain king abused by an alchemist, and of the king's full apprenti jest. A notable story written by Erasmus of two alchemists, also of Langation and Curtation. The opinion of diverse learned men touching the folly of alchemistry. That vain and deceitful hope is a great cause why men are seduced by this alluring art, and that their labors therein are bootless, and a continuation of the former matter, with a conclusion of the same. The 15. Book. The exposition of Idoni, and where it is found, whereby the whole art of conjuration is deciphered. An inventory of the names, shapes, powers, government, and effects of divils and spirits, of their several seniorities and degrees, a strange discourse worth the reading. The hours wherein principal divils may be bound. To wit, raised and restrained from doing of hurt. The fermi of adjuring or citing of the spirits aforesaid to arise and appear. A confutation of the manifold vanities contained in the precedent chapters, special eye of commanding of divils. The names of the planets, their characters, together with the 12 signas of the zodiac, their dispositions, aspects, and government, with other observations. The 12 signas of the zodiac, their characters and denominations, and their dispositions or inclinations. The disposition of the planets. The aspects of the planets. How the day is divided or distinguished. The division of the day, and the planetary regiment. The division of the night, and the planetary regiment. The characters of the angels of the 7 days, with their names, of figures, seals and periaps. An experiment of the dead. A license for Sibylla to go and come by at all times. To know of treasure hidden in the earth. This is the way to go invisible by these 3 sisters of fairies. An experiment of Citral, and Angeli Dii Dominici. The 7 angels of the 7 days, with the prayer called Regina Lingui. How to enclose a spirit in a crystal stone. /SS 3. A figure or type proportional, shewing what for me must be observed and kept, in making the figure whereby the former secret of enclosing a spirit in crystal is to be accomplished, and an experiment of Bielfairs. The 22nd Psalm. This psalm also following, being the 51 Psalm, must be said 3 times over, and to bind the spirit Bielfairs, and to lose him again. A license for the spirit to depart. A type or figure of the circle for the maester and his fellows to sit in, shewing how and after what fashion it should be made. The making of the holy water. To the water say also as followeth. Then take the salt in thy hand, and say putting it into the water, making in the manner of a cross. Then sprinkle upon anything, and say as followeth. To make a spirit to appear in a crystal. An experiment of the dead. Now the Pater Noster, Ave, and Credo must be said, and then the prayer immediately following. A bond to bind him to thee, and to thy N as followeth. This bond as followeth, is to call him into your crystal stone, or glass, and then being appeared, say these words following. A license to depart. When to talk with spirits, and to have true answers to find out of the F. To speak with spirits. A confutation of conjuration, especially of the raising, binding and dismissing of the devil, of going invisible and other lewd practices. A comparison between popish exorcists and other conjurers, a popish conjuration published by a great doctor of the Romish Church, his rules and cautions. A late experiment, or cousining conjuration practiced at Orleans by the Franciscan friars, how it was detected, and the judgment against the authors of that comedy. Who may be conjurers in the Romish Church besides priests, a ridiculous definition of superstition, what words are to be used and not used in exorcisms, rebaptism allowed, it is lawful to conjure anything. Differences between holy water and conjuration. The 7 reasons why some are not rid of the devil with all their popish conjurations, why there were no conjurers in the primitive church, and why the devil is 37 not so soon cast out of the bewitched as of the possessed. Other gross absurdities of witchmongers in this matter of conjurations. Certain conjurations taken out of the pontifical and out of the missal. A conjuration written in the Mass Book. Fall 1. Oremus. That popish priests leave nothing unconjured, a for me of exorcism for incense. The rules and laws of popish exorcists and other conjurers all one, with a confutation of their whole power, how S. Martin conjured the devil. That it is a shame for papists to believe other conjurers' doings, their own being of so little force, Hippocrates his opinion herein. /SS 7. V. How conjurers have beguiled witches, what books they carry about to procure credit to their art, wicked assertions against Moses and Joseph. All magical arts confuted by an argument concerning Nero, what Cornelius Agrippa and Carolus Gallus have left written thereof, and proved by experience. Of Salomon's conjurations, and of the opinion conceived of his cunning and practice therein. Lessons read in all churches, where the Pope hath authority, on St. Margaret's Day, translated into English word for word. A delicate story of a Lombard, who by St. Margaret's example would needs fight with a real devil. The story of S. Margaret proved to be both ridiculous and impious in every point. A pleasant miracle wrought by a popish priest. The former miracle confuted, with a strange story of S. Lucy. Of visions, noises, apparitions, and imagined sounds, and of other illusions, of wandering souls, with a confutation thereof. Cardanus' opinion of strange noises, how counterfeit visions grow to be credited, of popish appearances, of Pope Boniface. Of the noise or sound of echo, of one that narrowly escaped drowning thereby and of theurgy, with a confutation thereof, a letter sent to me concerning these matters. The copy of a letter sent unto me R.S., by T.E. Master of art and practicer both of physic, and also in times past, of certain vain sciences, now condemned to die for the same, wherein he openeth the truth touching these deceits. The 16. Book. A conclusion, in manner of an epilogue, repeating Monnier of the former absurdities of witchmongers' conceits, confutations thereof, and of the authority of James Sprenger and Henry Instider inquisitors and compilers of M. Mal. By what means the common people have been made believe in the miraculous works of witches, a definition of witchcraft, and a description thereof. Reasons to prove that words and characters are but babels, and that witches cannot do such things as the multitude supposeth they can, their greatest wonders prove trifles, of a young gentleman cozened. Of one that was so bewitched that he could read no scriptures but canonical, of a devil that could speak no Latine, a proof that witchcraft is flat cousinage. Of the divination by the sieve and shears, and by the book and key, Hemingius his opinion thereof confuted, a babel to know what is a clock, of certain juggling knacks, manifold reasons for the overthrow of witches and conjurers. And their cousenages, of the devil's transformations, of ferrum candens, and how the devil preached good doctrine in the shape of a priest, how he was discovered, and that it is a shame, after confutation of the greater witchcrafts, for any man to give credit to the lesser points thereof. A conclusion against witchcraft, in manner and for me of an induction. Of natural witchcraft or fascination. Of enchanting or bewitching ye eyes. / Of natural witchcraft for love, and SS 8. A discourse upon devils and spirits, and first of philosophers' opinions, also the manner of their reasoning hereupon, and the same confuted. Mine own opinion concerning this argument, to the disproof of some writers hereupon. The opinion of Psellus touching spirits, of their several orders, and a confutation of his errors therein. More absurd assertions of Psellus and such others, concerning the actions and passions of spirits, his definition of them, and of his experience therein. The opinion of Fascius Cardanus touching spirits, and of his familiar Devil. The opinion of Plato concerning spirits, devils and angels, what sacrifices they like best, what they fear, and of Socrates his familiar Devil. Plato's 9 orders of spirits and angels, Dionysius his division thereof not much differing from the same, all disproved by learned divines. The commencement of devils fondly gathered out of the 14. Of Isay, of Lucifer and of his fall, the Kabbalists, the Talmudists and Skolman's opinions of the creation of angels. Of the contention between the Greek and 38 Latine Church touching the fall of angels, the variance among papists themselves herein, a conflict between Michael and Lucifer. Where the battle between Michael and Lucifer was fought, how long it continued, and of their power, how fondly papists and infidels write of them, and how reverently Christians ought to think of them. Whether they became devils which being angels kept not their vocation, in Jude and Peter, of the fond opinions of the rabbins touching spirits and bugs, with a confutation thereof. That the devil's assaults are spiritual and not temporal, and how grossly some understand those parts of the Scripture. The equivocation of this word spirit, how diversly it is taken in the Scriptures, where, by the way, is taught that the Scripture is not always literally to be interpreted, nor yet allegorically to be understood. That it pleased God to manifest the power of his Son and not of witches by miracles. Of the possessed with devils. That we being not throughly informed of the nature of devils and spirits, must satisfy ourselves with that which is delivered us in the Scriptures touching the same, how this word devil is to be understood both in the singular and plural number. Of the Spirit of God and the spirit of the devil, of tame spirits, of Ahab. Whether spirits and souls can assume bodies, and of their creation and substance, wherein writers do extremely contend and vary. Certain popish reasons concerning spirits made of air, of day devils and night devils, and why the devil loveth no salt in his meat. That such devils as are mentioned in the Scriptures, have in their names their nature and qualities expressed, with instances thereof. Diverse names of the devil, whereby his nature and disposition is manifested. That the idols or gods of the Gentiles are devils, their diverse names, and /ss8. v. In what affairs their labors and authorities are employed, wherein also the blind superstition of the heathen people is discovered. Of the Romans' chaf gods called dii selecti, and of other heathen gods, their names and offices. Of diverse gods in diverse countries. Of popish provincial gods, a comparison between them and heathen gods, of physical gods, and of what occupation every popish god is. A comparison between the heathen and papists, touching their excuses for idolatry. The conceit of the heathen and the papists all one in idolatry, of the Council of Trent, a notable story of a hangman arraigned after he was dead and buried, and a confutation of the fable of the hangman, of Meunier other fine and ridiculous tales and apparitions, with a reproof thereof. A confutation of Johannes Laurentius, and of Meunier others, maintaining these feigned and ridiculous tales and apparitions, and what driveth them away, of Moses and Helios' appearance in Mount Thabor. A confutation of assuming of bodies, and of the serpent that seduced Eve. The objection concerning the devil's assuming of the serpent's body answered. Of the curse rehearsed genes. 3. And that place rightly expounded, John Calvine's opinion of the devil. Mine own opinion and resolution of the nature of spirits, and of the devil, with his properties. Against fond witchmongers, and their opinions concerning corporal devils. A conclusion wherein the spirit of spirits is described, by the illumination of which spirit all spirits are to be tried, with a confutation of the Natomachi, pneuma flatly denying the divinity of this spirit. Finis. Imprinted at London by William Brome. These contents in original end the book as do our indices. Appendix I. Ch 1-9 affixed to the 15th book in ed. 1665. Chap. Page. I. Of magical circles, and the reason of their institution. 2. How to raise up the ghost of one that hath hanged himself. 3. How to raise up the three spirits, Paimon, Bathan, and Barma, and what wonderful things may be effected through their assistance. 4. How to consecrate all manner of circles, fumigations, fires, magical garments, and utensils. V. Treating more practically of the consecration of circles, fires, garments and fumigations. 6. How to raise and exorcise all sorts of spirits belonging to the airy region. 7. How to obtain the familiarity of the genius, or good angel, and cause him to appear. 8. A form of conjuring Luridan the familiar, otherwise called Balila. 9. How to conjure the spirit Balkan the master of Luridan. Appendix 2. Second Book of a Discourse on Devils and Spirits. Book 2. Chap. Page. I. Of spirits in general, what they are, and how to be considered, also how far the power of magicians and witches is able to operate in diabolical magic. 2. Of the good and evil demons or genii. Whether they are, what they are, and how they are manifested, also of their names, powers, faculties, offices, how they are to be considered. 3. Of the astral spirits of men departed. What they are, and why they appear again, and what witchcraft may be wrought by them. 4. Of astral spirits, or separate demons in all their distinctions, names, and natures, and places of habitations, and what may be wrought by their assistance. V. Of the infernal spirits, or devils, and damned souls, treating what their natures, names, and powers are. 6. Of the nature, force, and forms of charms, periapts, amulets, pentacles, conjurations, ceremonies, and 7. Being the conclusion of the whole, wherein divers ancient spells, charms, incantations, and exorcisms, are briefly spoken of. The end. The Discovery of Witchcraft. The First Book. The First Chapter. An impeachment of witches' power in meteors and elementary bodies, tending to the rebuke of such as attribute too much unto them. He fables of witchcraft have taken so fast hold and deep root in the heart of man, that few or none can, nowadays, with patience endure the hand and correction of God. For if any adversity, grief, sickness, loss of children, corn, cattle, or liberty happen unto them, by and by they exclaim upon witches. Job 5:as though there were no God in Israel that ordereth all things according to his will, punishing both just and unjust with griefs, plagues, and afflictions in manner and for me as he thinketh good, but that certain old women here on earth, called witches, must needs be the contrivers of all men's calamities. And as though they themselves were innocents, and had deserved no such punishments. Insomuch as they stick not to ride and go to such, as either are injuriously termed witches, or else are willing so to be accounted, seeking at their hands comfort and remedy in time of their tribulation. Math. 11. Contrary to God's will and commandment in that behalf, who bids us resort to him in all 2. Our necessities. Such faithless people, I say, are also persuaded, that neither highly nor snow, thunder nor lightning, rain nor tempestuous winds come from the heavens at the commandment of God, but are raised by the cunning and power of witches and conjurers. Insomuch as a clap of thunder, or a gale of wind is no sooner heard, but either they run to ring bells, or cry out to burn witches. Or else burn consecrated things, hoping by the smoke thereof, to drive the devil out of the air, as those spirits could be frayed away with such external toys, howbeit, these are right enchantments, as Brentius affirmeth. In Conscience. But certainly, it is neither a witch, nor devil, but a glorious soul. 25. God that mocketh the thunder. I have read in the Scriptures, that God Saul 83, mocketh the blustering tempests and whirlwinds, and I find that it is Ecclesiastes 43. The Lord that altogether dealeth with them, and that fade Luke 8. Math. 8, blow according to his will. But let me see any of them all Mark 4:41. Luke 8:41. 14. Rebuke and still the sea in time of tempest, as Christ did. Or raise the stormy wind, as God Saul 170, did with his word, and I will believe in them. Hath to any witch or conjurer, or any creature entreed into the treasures Job 38, 22. Of the snow, or scene/2. The secret places of the highly, which God hath prepared against the day of trouble, battle, and war. I for my part also think with Jesus Sirach, Ecclesiastes 43. That at God's one-like commandment the snow falleth. And that the wind bloweth according to his will, who one-lie mocketh all storms to cease, and levity. 26, verse 3, 4. Who, if we keep his ordinances, will send us rain in due season, and make the land to bring forth her increase, and the trees of the field to give their fruit. But little think our witchmongers, that the Lord Saul 78, 23. Commandeth the clouds above, or openeth the doors of heaven, as David affirmeth, or that the Lord goeth forth in the tempests and storms, as the prophet Nahum 1. Reporteth, but rather that witches and conjurers are then about their business. The Martionists acknowledged one God the author of good things, and another the ordainer of evil, but these make the devil a whole God, to create things of nothing, to know men's cogitations, and to do that which God never did. As, to transubstantiate men into beasts, and which thing if divils could do/3. Yet followeth it not, that witches have such power. But if all the divils in hell were dead, and all the witches in England burnt or hanged, I warrant you we should not fail to have rain, highly and tempests, as now we have, according to the appointment and will of God, and according to the constitution of the elements, and the course of the planets. Wherein God hath set a perfect and perpetual order. I am also well assured, that if all the old women in the world were witches, and all the priests, conjurers, we should not have a drop of rain, nor a blast of wind the more or the less for them. For Job 26, 8. Job 37. Psalm 135. J. 10 and 15. Lord hath bound the waters in the clouds, and hath set bounds about the waters, until the day and night come to an end. Yea, it is God that riseth the winds and stilleth them, and he saith to the rain and snow, be upon the earth, and it falleth. The Mwindamos 13, of the Lord, and not the wind of witches, shall destroy the treasures of their pleasant vessels, and dry up the fountains, saith Oseas. Let us also learn and confess with the prophet David, that when PSA 39, and ourselves are the causes of our afflictions, and not exclaim upon witches, when we should call upon God for mercy. The imperial law, saith Brentius, in Epist. Ad Jo. Wiram. Condemneth them to death that trouble and infect the air, but I affirm, saith he, that it is neither in the power of which not devil so to do, but in God one lie. Though, besides Bodin, and all the popish writers in general, it pleased Aeneas, Hyperius, Hemingius, Erastus, and to conclude otherwise. The cloud Sue Exodus 13. Esai 66. PS 18, 11. 19. Are called the pillars of God's tents, God's chariots, and his pavilions. And if it be so, what witch or devil can three make masteries thereof? S. Augustine saith, August 3, de Sancta Trinit. Non est putandum istis transgressoribus angelus servire hanc rerum visibilium materium, said soli Deo. We must not think that these visible things are at the commandment of the angels that fell, but are obedient to the one lie God. Finally, if witches could accomplish these things, what needed it seem so strange to the people, when Christ by miracle commanded March 4, 41. Both seas and winds, and for it is written, who is this? For both wind and sea obey him, 4, 3. The second chapter. The inconvenience growing by men's credulity herein, with a reproof of some churchmen, which are inclined to the common conceived opinion of witches' omnipotency, and a familiar example thereof. The world is now so bewitched and overrun with this fond error, that even where a man should seek comfort and counsel, there shall he be sent, in case of necessity, from God to the devil. And from the physician, to the cozening witch, who will not stick to take upon here, by wards to heal the lame, which was proper one lie to Christ. And to them whom he assisted with his divine power, yea, with her familiar and charms she will take upon here to cure the blind, though in the 10th Job. 10:21. Of John's Gospel it be written, that the devil cannot open the eyes of the blind. And they attain such credit as I have heard, to my grief, some of the ministry affirm, that they have had in their parish at one instant, 17. Or 18. Witches, meaning such as could work miracles supernatural lie. Whereby they manifested as well their infidelity and ignorance, in conceiving God's word, as their negligence and error in instructing their flocks. For they themselves might understand, and also teach their parish owners, that be God Psal. 72, and 136. Jeremy, 5. One lie worketh great wonders, and that it is he which sendeth such punishments to the wicked, and such trials to the elect, according to the saying of the prophet Haggai, cc Hag, 2:28. I smote you with blasting and mildew, and with highly, in all the labors of your hands, and yet you turned not unto me, saith the Lord. And therefore saith the same prophet in another place, D.D. Edom. Cap. 1:6. You have sown much, and bring in little. And both in Joel 1, and F. Leviticus F. Levity 26, the like phrases and proofs are used and made. But more shall be said of this hereafter. S. Paul foresaw the blindness and obstinacy, both of these blind shepherds, and also of their scabbed sheep, when he said 5. G. Thag 2 Tim, 4:34. Will not suffer wholesome doctrine, but having their ears itching, shall get them a heap of teachers after their own lusts, and shall turn their ears from the truth, and shall be given to fables. And hin 1 Tim, 4:1. The latter time some shall depart from the faith, and shall give heed to spirits of errors, and doctrines of divils, which speak lies, as witches and conjurers do, but cast thou away such profane and old wives' fables. In which sense Basil saith, whoso giveth heed to enchanters, hearkeneth to a fabulous and frivolous thing. But I will rehearse an example whereof I myself am not one lie oculatus testis, but have examined the cause, and am to justify the truth of my report, not because I would disgrace the ministers that are godly, but to confirm my former assertion. That this absurd error is grown into the place, which should be able to expel all such ridiculous folly and impiety. A story of Margaret Simons, a supposed witch. At the assizes holden at Rochester, anno 1581, one Margaret Simons / the wife of John Simons, of Brenchley in Kent, was arraigned for witchcraft, at the instigation and complaint of divers fond and malicious persons. And specially by the means of one John Farrell vicar of that parish, with whom I talked about that matter, and found him both fondly assotted in the cause. And enviously bent towards her, and, which is worse, as unable to make a good account of his faith, as she whom he accused. That which he, for his part, laid to the poor woman's charge, was this. His son, being an ungracious boy, and prentised to one Robert Scotchford clothier, dwelling in that parish of Brenchley, passed on a day by her house. At home by chance her little dog barked. Which thing the boy taking an evil part, drew his knife, and pursued him therewith even to her door, whom she rebuked with some such words as the boy disdained, and yet nevertheless would not be persuaded to depart in a long time. At the last he returned to his maester's house, and within 5 or 6 days fell sick. Then was called to mind the fray betwixt the dog and the boy, insomuch as the vicar, who thought himself so privileged, as he little mistrusted that God would visit his children with sickness, did so calculate. As he found, part lie through his own judgment, and part lie, as he himself told /6, me, by the relation of other witches, that his said son was by here bewitched. Yea, he also told me, that this his son, being as it were past all cure, received perfect health at the hands of another witch. He proceeded yet further against here, affirming, that always in his parish church, when he desired to read most plainly, his voice so failed him, as he could scant be heard at all. Which he could impute, he said, to nothing else, but to hear enchantment. When I advertised the poor woman hereof, as being desirous to hear what she could say for herself, she told me, that in very deed his voice did much fail him, specially when he strained himself to speak lowest. Howbeit, she said that at all times his voice was hoarse and low, which thing I perceived to be true. But sir, said she, you shall understand, that this our vicar is diseased with such a kind of hoarseness, as divers of our neighbours in this parish, not long since, doubted that he had the French pox. And in that respect utterly refused to communicate with him, until such time as, being thereunto enjoined by M.D. Lewin the ordinary, he had brought fro London a certificate, under the hands of 2 physicians, that his hoarseness proceeded from a disease in the lungs. Which certificate he published in the church, in the presence of the whole congregation, and by this means he was cured, or rather excused of the shame of his disease. And this I know to be true by the relation of divers honest men of that parish. And truly, if one of the jury had not been wiser than the other, she had been condemned thereupon, and upon other as ridiculous matters as this. For the name of a witch is so odious, and her power so feared among the common people, that if the honestest body living chance to be arraigned thereupon, she shall hardly escape condemnation. The 3rd chapter. Point 7. 5. Who they be that are called witches, with a manifest declaration of the cause that moveth men so commonly to think, and witches themselves to believe that they can hurt children, catell, and with words and imaginations, and of cussening witches. Any sort of such as are said to be witches, are women which be commonly old, lame, bleary-eyed, pale, foul, and full of wrinkles, poor, sullen, superstitious, and papists. Or such as know no religion, in whose drowsy minds the devil hath gotten a fine seat, so as, what mischief, mischance, calamity, or slaughter is brought to pass, they are easily persuaded the same is doomed by themselves. Imprinting in their minds carden. Devar. Rerum. An earnest and constant imagination hereof. They are lean and deformed, shewing melancholy in their faces, to the horror of all that see them. They are doting, scolds, mad, devilish. And not much differing from them that are thought to be possessed with spirits, so firme and steadfast in their opinions, as whosoever shall onely have respect to the constancy of their words uttered, would easily believe they were true indeed. These miserable wretches are so odious unto all their neighbours, and so feared, as few dare offend them, or deny them anything they ask, whereby they take upon them. Yea, and sometimes think, that they can do such things as are beyond the ability of humane nature. These go from house to house, and from door to door for a pot full of milk, yeast, drink, pottage, or some such relief. Without the which they could hardly live, neither obtaining for their service and pains, nor by their art, nor yet at the devil's hands, with whom they are said to make a perfect and visible bargain, either bowtie, money, promotion, wealth, worship, pleasure, honor, knowledge, learning, or any other benefit whatsoever. 8. It falleth out many times, that neither their necessities, nor their expectation is answered or served, in those places where they beg or borrow, but rather their lewdness is by their neighbours reproved. And further, in tract of time the which waxeth odious and tedious to her neighbours, and they again are despised and despite of her, so as sometimes she curseth one, and sometimes another. And that from the master of the house, his wife, children, catell, and to the little pig that leeth in the sty. Thus in process of time they have all displeased her, and she hath wished evil Luki unto them all. Perhaps with curses and imprecations made in for me. Doubtless, at length, some of her neighbours die, or fall sick. Or some of their children are visited with diseases that vex them strangely, as apoplexies, epilepsies, convulsions, hot fevers, worms, and which by ignorant parents are supposed to be the vengeance of witches. Yea, and their opinions and conceits are confirmed and maintained by unskilful physicians, according to the common saying. Insitiae pallium maleficium and incantatio, witchcraft and enchantment is the cloak of ignorance, whereas indeed evil humors, and not strange words, witches, or spirits are the causes of such diseases. Also some of their cattle perish either by disease or mischance. Then they, upon whom such adversities fall, weighing the fame that goeth upon this woman, hear words, displeasure, and curses meeting so justly with their misfortune, do not one lie conceive, but also are resolved that all their mishaps are brought to passe by here one lie means. The witch on the other side expecting her neighbor's mischances, and seeing things sometimes come to passe according to her wishes, curses, and incantations, for boden. Li 2, de demono, cap. 8. Himself confesseth, that not above 2 in 100 of their witchings or wishings take effect, being called before a justice, by due examination of the circumstances is driven to see her imprecations and desires. And her neighbor's harms and losses to concur, and as it were to take effect, and so confesseth that she, as a god's, hath brought such things to passe. Wherein, not one lie she, but the accuser, and also the justice are foully deceived and abused, as being thorough her confession and other circumstances persuaded, to the injury of God's glory, that she hath done, or can do that which 9 is proper one lie to God himself. Another sort of witches there are, which be absolute lie cousiners. These take upon them either for glory, fame, or gain, to do anything, which God or the devil can do, either for foretelling of things to come, bewraying of secrets, curing of maladies, or working of miracles. But of these I will talk a more at large hereafter. The 4th chapter. What miraculous actions are imputed to witches by witchmongers, papists, and poets. Lthogh it be quite against the hair, and contrary to the devil's will, contrary to the witches' oath, promise, and homage, and contrary to all reason, that witches should help anything that is bewitched. But rather set forward their maester's business, yet we read in Maleo Malficarum Mal Malef. Par. 2, Quast. 1, Cap. 2. Of 3 sorts of witches, and the same is affirmed by all the writers hereupon, new and old. One sort, they say, can hurt and not help, the second can help and not hurt, the third can both help and hurt. And among the hurtful witches he saith there is one sort more beastly than any kind of beasts, saving wolves, for these usually devour and eat young children and infants of their own kind. These be they, saith he, that raise highly, tempests, and hurtful weather, as lightning, thunder, and these be they that procure barrenness in man, woman, and beast. These can throw children into waters, as they walk with their mothers, and 7. Not be seen. These can make horses kicka, till they cast the riders. These can passe from place to place in the air invisible. These can so alter the mind of judges, that they can have no power to hurt them. These can procure to themselves and to others, taciturnity and insensibility in their torments. These can bring trembling to the hands, and strike terror into the minds of them that apprehend them. These can manifest unto others, things hidden and lost, and foreshow 10. Things to come, and see them as though they were present. These can alter men's minds to inordinate love or hate. These can kill whom they list with lightning and thunder. These can take away man's courage, and the power of generation. These can make a woman miscarry in childbirth, and destroy the child in the mother's womb, without any sensible means either inwardly or outwardly applied. These can with their looks kill either man or beast. All these things are avowed by James Sprenger and Henry and Steider in Maleo Malficarum, to be true, and confirmed by Nider, and the Inquisitor Cumanus. And also by Denius, Hyperius, Hemingius, and multiplied by Botanus, and Friar Bartholomeus Spinius. But because I will in no wise abridge the authority of their power, ye shall have also the testimonies of many other grave authors in this behalf, as followeth. An Ovid. Lib Metamorphosian 7. Denius in Dialogue. Cellus in Operation Dame. Verb. In Demo. Ora. Apod. 5. Tibble. De Fascinat. Lib 1. Eleg. 2. Ovid Epist 4. Lex. 12. Tabularum. Mal Malef. Luca. De Bello Civili. Lib 6. Verb. Eclog. 8. Ovid. De Remedio Amoris. Lib 1. Hyperius. Erastus. Rich. Gal, in his horrible treatise. Hemingius. Barr. Spinius. Brian Darcy Confessio Windsor. Virgil. Aeneid. 4. C. Manlius Astrology Lib 1. First Ovid affirmeth, that they can raise and suppress lightning and thunder, rain and highly, clouds and winds, tempests and earthquakes. Others do write, that they can pull down the moon and the stars. Some write that with wishing they can send needles into the livers of their enemies. Some that they can transfer corn in the blade from one place to another. Some, that they can cure diseases supernatural lie, fly in the air, and dance with divils. Some write, that they can play the part of succubus, and contract themselves to incubus, and so young prophets are upon them begotten, and some say they can transubstantiate themselves in others, and take the forms and shapes of asses, wolves, ferrets, cows, apes, horses, dogs, and some say they can keep divils and spirits in the likeness of toads and cats. They can raise spirits, as others affirm, dry up springs, turn the course of running waters, inhibit the sun, and stay both day and night, changing the one into the other. They can go in and out at auger holes, and sail in an eggy shell, a cockle or mussel shell, through and under the tempestuous seas. They can go invisible, and deprive men of their privities, and otherwise of the act and use of venery. They can bring souls out of the graves. They can tear snakes in pieces with words, and with looks kill lambs. But in this case a man may say, that Miranda Canunt/11. Sed non credenda poeti. They can also bring to passe, that Chayarn as long as you list, your butter will not come, especially, if either the maids have eaten up the cream, or the goodwife have sold the butter before in the market. Whereof I have had some trial, although there may be true and natural causes to hinder the common course thereof, as for example. Put a little soap or sugar into your chayarn of cream, and there will never come any butter, chayarn as long as you list. But mal Malef. Part 2, Quast 1. Cap. 14. 1, Soar 9, 9. Saith, that there is not so little a village, where many women are not that/8. Bewitch, infect, and kill kine, and dry up the milk, all edging for the strengthening of that assertion, the say, ing of the Apostle, nunquid Deo curae est de bobis? Doth God take any care of oxen? The 5th chapter. A confutation of the common conceived opinion of witches and witchcraft, and how detestable a sin it is to repair to them for counsel or help in time of affliction. Whatsoever is reported or conceived of such manner of witchcrafts, I dare avow to be false and fabulous, cusinage, dotage, and poisoning excepted, neither is there any mention made of these kind of witches in the Bible. If Christ had known them, he would not have pretermitted to inveigh against their presumption, in taking upon them his office, as, to heal and cure diseases. And to work such miraculous and supernatural things, as whereby he himself was specially known, believed, and published to be God. His actions and cures consisting, in order and effect, according to the power by our witchmongers imputed to witches. Howbeit, if there be any in these days afflicted in such strange sort, as Christ's cures and patience are described in the New Testament to have been, we fly from trusting in God to trusting in witches. Who do not one lie in their cozening art take on them the office of Christ in this behalf. But use his very phrase of speech to such idolaters, as come to seek divine/12 assistance at their hands, sighing, go thy ways, thy son or thy daughter, and shall do well, and be whole. John 5:6. Mark 5:34. It will not suffice to dissuade a witchmonger from his credulity, that he seek the sequel and event to fall out many times contrary to their assertion. But in such case, to his greater condemnation, he seeketh further to witches of greater fame. If all fail, he will rather think he came an hour too late, than that he went a mile too far. True lie, I for my part cannot perceive what is to go a whoring to go to witches, and is idolatry. After strange gods, if this be not. He that looketh upon his neighbour's wife, and lusteth after her, hath committed adultery. And true lie, he that in heart and by argument maintaineth the sacrifice of the Mass to be propitiatory for the quick and the dead, is an idolater. As also he that alloweth and commendeth creeping to the cross, and such like idolatrous actions, although he bend not his corporal knees. In like manner I say, he that attributeth to a witch, such divine power, as dully and one lie appertaineth unto God, which all witchmongers do, is in heart a blasphemer, an idolater, and full of gross impiety. Although he neither go nor send to hear for assistance. The 6th chapter. A further confutation of witches' miraculous and omnipotent power, by invincible reasons and authorities, with dissuasions from such fond credulity. If witches could do any such miraculous things, as these and other which are imputed to them, they might do them again and again, at any time or place, or at any man's desire, for the devil is as strong at one time as at another. As bussy by day as by night, and ready enough to do all mischief, and careth not whom he abuseth. And in so much as it is confessed, by the most part of witchmongers themselves, that he knoweth not the cogitation of man's heart, he should, methinks, sometimes appear. 13. Unto honest and credible persons, in such gross and corporal for me, as it is said he doth unto witches, which you shall never hear to be justified by one sufficient witness. For the devil indeed entereth into the mind, and that way seeketh man's confusion. The art always presupposeth the power, so as, if they say they can do this or that, they must shew how and by what means they do it. As neither the witches, nor the witchmongers are able to do. For to every action is required the faculty and ability of the agent or doer, the aptness of the patient or subject, and a convenient and possible application. Now the witches are mortal, and their power dependeth upon the analogy and consonancy of their minds and bodies, but with their minds they can but will and understand. And with their bodies they can do no more, but as the bounds and ends of terrene sense will suffer, and therefore their power extendeth not to do such miracles, as surmounteth their own sense. And the understanding of others which are wiser than they. So as here wanteth the virtue and power of the efficient. And in reason, there can be no more virtue in the thing caused, than in the cause, or that which proceedeth of or from the benefit of the cause. And we see, that ignorant and impotent women, or witches, are the causes of incantations and charms. Wherein we shall perceive there is none effect, if we will credit our own experience and sense unibust, the rules of philosophy, or the word of God. Aristot. De Anima. Lib 2. Acts 8. For alas, what an unapt instrument is a toothless, old, impotent, and unwieldy woman to fly in the air. True lie, the devil little needs such instruments to bring his purposes to passe. It is strange, why should not the devil be as ready to help a real lie as a witch? That we should suppose, that such persons can work such feats, and it is more strange, that we will imagine that to be 11 possible to be done by a witch, which to nature and sense is impossible. Special I when our neighbour's life dependeth upon our credulity therein, and when we may see the defect of ability, which always is an impediment both to the act, and also to the presumption thereof. And because there is nothing possible in law, L. Multum. lsi casalteri, vel sibi. That in nature is impossible, therefore the judge doth not attend or regard what the accused man saith, or yet would /10. Do, but what is proved to have been committed, and na /turely 14. Falleth in man's power and will to do. For the law saith, that to will a thing unpossible, is a signa of a mad man, or of a fool, upon whom no sentence or judgment taketh hold. Furthermore, what jury will condemn, or what judge will give sentence or judgment against one for killing a man at Berwick, when they themselves, and many other saw that man at London, that very day, wherein the murder was committed? Yea, though the party confess himself guilty therein, and 20 witnesses depose the same. But in this case also I say the judge is not to weigh their testimony, which is weakened by law. And the judge's authority is to supply the imperfection of the case, and to maintain the right and equity of the same. Seeing therefore that some other things might naturally be the occasion and cause of such calamities as witches are supposed to bring. Let not us that profess the gospel and knowledge of Christ, be bewitched to believe that they do such things, as are in nature impossible, and in sense and reason incredible. An objection answered. If they say it is done through the devil's help, who can work miracles, why do not thieves bring their bucines to passe miraculously, with whom the devil is as conversant as with the other? Such mischiefs as are imputed to witches, happen where no witches are, yea and continue when witches are hanged and burnt. Why then should we attribute such effect to that cause, which being taken away, happeneth nevertheless? The 7th chapter. By what means the name of witches becometh so famous, and how divers lie people be opinioned concerning them and their actions. Yearly the natural power of man or woman cannot be so enlarged, as to do any thing beyond the power and virtue given and engraft by God. But it is the will and mind of man, which is vitiated and depraved by the devil, neither doth God permit any more miracles are ceased than that which the natural order appointed by /15. Him doth require. Which natural order is nothing else, but the ordinary power of God, powered into every creature, according to his state 12 and condition. But hereof more shall be said in the title of Witches' Confessions. Howbeit you shall understand, that few or none are throughly persuaded, resolved, or satisfied, that witches can indeed accomplish all these impossibilities, but some one is bewitched in one point, and some is cozened in another, until in fine. All these impossibilities, and maniemo, are by several persons affirmed to be true. And this I have also noted, the opinions of people concerning witchcraft are diverse and inconstant. That when any one is cozened with a cozening toi of witchcraft, and mocketh report thereof accordingly verifying a matter most impossible and false as it were upon his own knowledge. As being overtaken with some kind of illusion or other, which illusions are right enchantments, even the self-same man will deride the /snp like lie proceeding out of another man's mouth, as a fabulous matter unworthy of credit. It is also to be wondered, how men, that have seen some part of witches' cozenages detected, and see also therein the impossibility of their own presumptions, and the folly and falsehood of the witches' confessions, will not suspect. But remain unsatisfied, or rather obstinately defend the residue of witches' supernatural actions, like as when a juggler hath discovered the sleight and illusion of his principal feats, one would fondly continue to think that his other petty juggling knacks of legerdemain are done by the help of a familiar, and according to the folly of some papists, who seeing and confessing the Pope's absurd religion, in the erection and maintenance of idolatry and superstition, specially in images, pardons, and relikes of saints, will yet persevere to think, that the rest of his doctrine and trumpery is holy and good. Finally, many maintain and cry out for the execution of witches, that particularly believe never a whit of that which is imputed unto them, if they be therein privately dealt withal, and substantially opposed and tried in argument. /16. The 8th chapter. Causes that move as well witches themselves as others to think that they can work impossibilities, with answers to certain objections, where also their punishment by law is touched. Artemis writeth, Card Devar. Rerum. Lib. 15, cap. 80, that the cause of such credulity consisteth in 3 points, to wit, in the imagination of the melancholic, in the constancy of them that are corrupt therewith, and in the deceit of the judges. Who being inquisitors themselves against heretics and witches, did both accuse and condemn them, having for their labor the spoil of their goods. So as these inquisitors added 13 Manier fables hereunto, lest they should see me to have done injury to the poor wretches, in condemning and executing them for none offence. But sit hens, saith he, the springing up of Luther's sect, these priests have tended more diligently upon the execution of them. Because more wealth is to be caught from them, insomuch as now they deal so loosely with witches, through distrust of gains, that all is seen to be malice, folly, or avarice that hath been practised against them. And whosoever shall search into this cause, or read the Chaf writers hereupon, shall find his words true. It will be objected, and objection answered, that we here in England are not now directed by the Pope's laws. And so by consequence our witches not troubled or convent by the Inquisitors hereticae pravitatis. I answer, that in times past here in England, as in other nations, this order of discipline hath been in force and use. Although now some part of old rigour be qualified by 2 several statutes made in the 5th of Elizabeth, and 33 of Henry VIII. Nevertheless the estimation of the omnipotency of their words and charms seemeth in those statutes to be somewhat maintained, as a matter hitherto generally received, and not yet so looked into, as /12. That it is refuted and decided. But how wisely soever the parle /meant 17. House hath dealt therein, or how mercifully soever the prince beholdeth the cause, if a poor old woman, supposed to be a witch, be by the civil or canon law convent. I doubt, some canon will be found in force, not one lie to give scope to the tormentor, but also to the hangman, to exercise their offices upon her. And most certain it is, that in what point soever any of these extremities, which I shall rehearse unto you, be mitigated, it is thorough the goodness of the Queen's Majesty, and her excellent magistrates placed among us. For as touching the opinion of our writers therein in our age, yea in our own country, ye shall see it doth not only agree with foreign cruelty, but surmounteth it far. If you read a foolish pamphlet dedicated to the Lord Darcy by W. His book, printed in Anno Dom, 1582. 1582, you shall see that he affirmeth, that all those tortures are far too light, and their rigour too mild. And that in that respect he impudently exclaimeth against our magistrates, who suffer them to be but hanged, when murderers, and such malefactors be so used, which deserve not the 100th part of their punishments. But if you will see more folly and lewdness comprised in one lewd book, I commend you to read. A Windsor man, who being a mad man hath written according to his frantic humour, the reading whereof may satisfy a wise man, how mad all these witchmongers' dealings be in this behalf. The 9th chapter. A conclusion of the first book, wherein is foreshewed the tyrannical cruelty of witchmongers and inquisitors, with a request to the reader to peruse the same. Nd because it may appear unto the world what treacherous and faithless dealing, what extreme and intolerable tyranny, what gross and fond absurdities, what unnatural and uncivil discourtesy, what cankered and spiteful malice. What outrageous and barbarous cruelty, what lewd and false packing, what cunning and crafty intercepting, what bald and peevish interpretations. 18. What abominable and devilish inventions, and what flat and plain knavery is practised against these old women, I will set down the whole order of the Inquisition, to the everlasting, inexcusable, and apparent shame of all witchmongers. Neither will I insert any private or doubtful dealings of theirs, or such as they can either deny to be usual, or just lie cavil at. But such as are published and renewed in all ages, since the commencement of popery, established by laws, practised by inquisitors, privileged by princes, commended by doctors, confirmed by popes, councils, decrees, and canons. And finally be believed, left of all witchmongers, to wit, by such as attribute to old women, and such like creatures, the power of the Creator. I pray you therefore, though it be tedious and intolerable, as you would be heard in your miserable calamities, so hear with compassion, their accusations, examinations, matters given in evidence, confessions, presumptions, interrogatories, conjurations, cautions, crimes, tortures and condemnations, devised and practiced usual lie against them. The second book. Point 19. 13. The first chapter. What testimonies and witnesses are allowed to give evidence against reputed witches, by the report and allowance of the inquisitors themselves, and such as are special writers herein. Excommunicat mal malef. Quest. 5, Pa 3. I, Bod. Lib 4. Cap. 2, the demon. Persons, partakers of the fault, infants, wicked servants. And runaways are to be admitted to bear witness against their dames in this matter of witchcraft, because, saith Bodin the champion of witchmongers, none that be honest are able to detect them. Heretics also and witches shall be received to accuse arch in c. le. Accusatus. In. Lz. Super. Verba. I, Bod. Lib 4. Cap. 1, the demon. Mal malef quest. 56, Pa 3, and Quae. 5, Part. 3, but not to excuse a witch. And final I, the testimony of all infamous persons in this case is good and allowed. Yea, one lewd person, saith Bodin, may be received to accuse and condemn 1,000 suspected witches. And although by law, a capital enemy may be challenged. Yet James Sprenger, and Henry and Steider, from whom Bodin, and all the writers that ever I have read, do receive their light, authorities and arguments, say, upon this point of law, that the poor friendless old woman must prove that here capital enemy would have killed here, and that he hath both assaulted and wounded here. Otherwise she pleadeth all in vain. If the judge ask here ibidem, whether she have any capital enemies, and she rehearse other, and forget her accuser. Or else answer that he was her capital enemy, but now she hopeth he is not so, such a one is never theals admitted for a witness. Quebec. 7, Act 2. And though by law, single witnesses are not admittable, yet if one depose she/20 hath bewitched her cow, another, her sow, and the third, her butter, these Sethem, Mal and Bodin, Reduple, are no single witnesses, because they agree that she is a witch. The second chapter. The order of examination of witches by the inquisitors. Omen suspected to be witches, after their apprehension may not be suffered to go home, or to other places, to seek sureties, for then, saith Bodin, the people would be worse willing to accuse them. For fear lest at their return home, they work revenge upon them. In which respect Bodin commendeth much the Scottish custom of accusing a witch. An order in this behalf, where, he saith, a hollow piece of wood 16 or a chest is placed in the church, into the which any body may freely cast a little scroll of paper, wherein may be contained the name of the witch, the time, place, and fact. And the same chest being locked with /3 several locks, is opened every 15th day by 3 inquisitors or officers appointed for that purpose, which keep 3 several Ks. And thus the accuser need not be known, nor shamed with the reproach of slander or malice to his poor neighbor. Item, there must be great persuasions used to all men, women, and children, to accuse old women of witchcraft. Item, there may always be promised impunity in favor to witches, that confess and detect others, and for the contrary, there may be threatenings and violence practiced and used. Item, the little children of witches, which will not confess, must be attached, who, if they be craftily handled saith Bodin, will confess against their own mothers. Item, witches must be examined as suddenly, and as unawares as is possible, the which will so amaze them, that they will confess anything, supposing the devil hath forsaken them. Whereas if they should first be committed to prison, the devil would per 21 with them, and inform them what to do. Item, the inquisitor, judge, or examiner, must begin with small matters first. Item, they must be examined, whether their parents were witches or no, for witches, as these doctors suppose, come by propagation. And Bodin setteth down this principle in witchcraft, to wit, I, bod. Lib de demon. 4, cap. 4. L. Parentes de testibus de saga sit mater, sic etiam est filia, howbeit the law forbiddeth it, ob sanguinis reverent I am. Item, the examiner must look steadfastly upon their eyes, for they cannot look direct light upon a man's face, as Bodin affirmeth in one place, although in another he saith, that they kill and destroy both men and beasts with their looks. Item, she must be examined of all accusations, presumptions, and faults, at one instant, lest Sathon should afterwards dissuade her from confession. Item, a witch may not be put in prison alone, lest the devil dissuade her from confession, through promises of her indemnity. For, saith Bodin, some that have been in the gaola have proved to fly away, as they were wont to do when they met with Diana and Minerva, and so break their own necks against the stone walls. Item, if any deny her own confession made without torture, she 17 is nevertheless by that confession to be condemned, as in any other crime. Item, the judges must see me to put on a pitiful countenance and to moan them. Sighing, that it was not they, but the devil that committed the murder, and that he compelled them to do it, and must make them believe that they think them to be innocents. Item, if they will confess nothing but upon the racka or torture. Their apparel must be changed, and every hair in their body must be shaven off with a sharp razor. Item, if they have charms for taciturnity, so as they feel not the common tortures, and therefore confess nothing, then some sharp instrument must be thrust betwixt every nail of their fingers and toes, which, as /15. Bodin saith, was King Childebert's devise, K. Childebert's cruel devise. And is to this day of all others the most effectual. For by means of that extreme pain, they will, saith he, confess any /22. Thing. Item, Paulus Grelandus, P. Grelandus. Being an old doer in these matters, wisheth that when witches sleep, and feel no pain upon the torture, Domini labia mea apries should be said, and so, saith he, both the torments will be felt. And the truth will be uttered, e sic ars deludator arte. Item, a subtil and devilish devise. Bodin saith, that at the time of examination, there should be a semblance of great ado, to the terrifying of the witch, and that a number of instruments, gyves, manacles, ropes, halters, fetters, and be prepared, brought forth, and laid before the examinate, and also that some be procured to make a most horrible and lamentable cry, in the place of torture, as though he or she were upon the racka. Or in the tormentor's hands, so as the examinate may hear it while she is examined, before she herself be brought into the prison. And perhaps, saith he, she will by this means confess the matter. Item, there must be suborned some crafty spy, that may see me to be a prisoner with her in the like case. Who perhaps may in conference undermine her, and so bewray and discover her. Item, if she will not yet confess, she must be told that she is detected, and accused by other of her companions. Although in truth there be no such matter, and so perhaps she will confess, the rather to be revenged upon her adversaries and accusers. The third chapter. Matters of evidence against witches. If an old woman threaten or touch one being in health, who dieth shortly after. Or else is infected with the leprosy, apoplexy, or any other strange disease, it is, saith Bodin, a permanent fact, and such an evidence, 18 as condemnation or death must ensue, without further proof. If any body have mistrusted her, or said before that she was a witch, /23. Item, if any come in, or depart out of the chamber or house, the doors being shut. It is an apparent and sufficient evidence to a witch's condemnation, without further trial, which thing Bodin never saw. If he can shew me that feat, I will subscribe to his folly. For Christ after his resurrection used the same, not as a ridiculous toit, that every witch might accomplish, but as a special miracle, to strengthen the faith of the elect. Item, if a woman bewitch any body's eyes, she is to be executed without further proof. Item, if any enchant or bewitch men's beasts, or corn, or fly in the air, or make a dog speak, or cut off any man's members, and unite them again to men or children's bodies, it is sufficient proof to condemnation. Item, presumptions and conjectures are sufficient proofs against witches, /16. Item, bar. Spinius, and, I, bod. The demon. Lib 2. Cap. 2. If 3 witnesses do but say, such a woman is a witch. Then is it a clear case that she is to be executed with death. Which matter Bodin saith is not one lie certain by the canon and civil laws, but by the opinion of Pope Innocent, the wisest pope, as he saith, that ever was. Item, Alexander. L. Ubi numerus detestibus. I, bod. The demon. Lib 2. Cap. 2. The complaint of any one man of credit is sufficient to bring a poor woman to the racka or pulley. Item, a condemned or infamous person's testimony is good and allowable in matters of witchcraft. Item, a witch is not to be delivered, though she endure all the tortures, and confess nothing, as all other are in any criminal cases. Item, though in other cases the depositions of Monnier women at one instant are disabled, as insufficient in law. Because of the imbecility and frailty of their nature or sex, yet in this matter, one woman, though she be a party, either accuser or accused, and be also infamous and impudent, for such are Bodin's words, yet and already condemned. She may nevertheless serve to accuse and condemn a witch. Item, a witness unsighted, and offering himself in this case is to be heard, and in none other. Item, a capital enemy, if the enmity be pretended to grow by means of witchcraft, may object against a witch, and none/24. Exception is to be had or made against him. Item, par. In L. Post. Legatum. 9. His, de iis cabus ut indig. Alex. Cap. 72, L. 2. And. Although the proof of perjury may put back a witness in 19 all other causes, yet in this, a perjured person is a good and lawful witness. Item, the proctors and advocates in this case are compelled to be witnesses against their clients, as in none other case they are to be constrained thereunto. Item, none can give evidence against witches, touching their assemblies, but witches one lie, because, as Bodin in his foolish pamphlet of the execution of Windsor witches saith, none other can do it. Howbeit, Re. G.A. writeth, that he came to the god Speed, and with his sword and buckler killed the devil, or at the least he wounded him so sore, that he made him stink of brimstone. Item, Bodin saith, that because this is an extraordinary matter, there must herein be extraordinary dealing, and all manner of ways are to be used, direct and indirect. The 4th chapter. Confessions of witches, whereby they are condemned. OME witches confess, saith Bodin, I, bod. Lib 4. Cap. 3. That are desirous to die, not for glory, but for despair, because they are tormented in their lifetime. That is there any probability that such would continue witches? Edom ibid. But these may not be spared, saith he, although the law doth excuse them. The best and surest confession is at shrift, to hear ghost lie father. Item, Joan. An ad speculate. Tit. The lightest contest. Part. 2. If she confess Monnier things that are false, and one thing that may be true, she is to be taken and executed upon that confession, /17. Item, she is not so guilty that confesseth a falsehood or lie, and denieth a truth, as she that answereth by circumstance. Item, L. Non aliena meatum. An equivocal or doubtful answer is taken for a confession against a witch, /25. Item, Bodin L. de itat. 5. Nihil eadem. And I, bod. De demono. Lib 4. Cap. 3. Reporteth, that one confessed that he went out, or rather up into the air, and was transported miles to the fairies' dance, one lie because he would spy unto what place his wife went to hagging, and how she behaved herself. Whereupon was much ado among the inquisitors and lawyers, to discuss whether he should be executed with his wife or no. But it was concluded that he must die, because he bewrayed not his wife, the which he forbare to do, propter reverentiam honoris and familiae. Item, if a woman confess free lie herein, before question be made, and yet afterward deny it, she is nevertheless to be burned. Item, they affirm that this extremity is herein used, because not one among 1,000 witches is detected. And yet it is affirmed by Sprenger, in M. Mao, that there is not so little a parish, but there are Monnier witches known to be therein. The 5th chapter. Presumptions, whereby witches are condemned. If any woman's child chance to die at her hand, bod. De demono. Lib 4 cap. 4. So as no body knoweth how, it may not be thought or presumed that the mother killed it, except she be supposed a witch, and in that case it is otherwise, for she must upon that presumption be executed. Except she can prove the negative or contrary. Item, if the child of a woman that is suspected to be a witch, be lacking or gone from here, it is to be presumed, that she hath sacrificed it to the devil, except she can prove the negative or contrary. Item, though in other persons, certain points of their confessions may be thought erroneous, and imputed to error, yet, in witches' causes, all oversights, imperfections, and escapes must /26. Be adjudged impious and malicious, and tend to hear confusion and condemnation. Item, though a theft be not said in law to be infamous in any other matter than in theft, yet a witch defamed of witchcraft is said to be defiled with all manner of faults and infamies universali, though she were not condemned, but, as I said, defamed with the name of a witch. For rumors and reports are sufficient, saith Bodin, to condemn a witch. Item I. Bod. De demono. Lib 4. Cap. 4. If any man, woman, or child do say, that such a one is a witch, it is a most vehement suspicion, saith Bodin, and sufficient to bring here to the racka, though in all other cases it be direct lie against law. Item L. Decurion de Poenis. Panorm. And Phelan. In C. Venians. 1. De Testib. Parsi Causa. 15.4. Lib 4. Numero 12, Usk, a 18. In presumptions and suspicions against a witch, the common brute or voice of the people cannot err. Item, if a woman, when she is apprehended, cry out, or say, I am undue one, save my life, I will tell you how the matter standeth, and she is thereupon most vehement lie to be suspected and condemned to die, /18. Item, though a conjurer be not to be condemned for curing the disease by virtue of his art, yet must a witch die for the like case. Item, the behavior, looks, becks, and countenance of a woman, are sufficient signs, whereby to presume she is a witch, for always they look down to the ground, and dare not look a man full in the face. Item, if their parents were thought to be witches, then is it certainly to be presumed that they are so, but it is not so to be thought of whores. Item, it is a vehement presumption if she cannot weep, at the 21 time of her examination, and yet Bodin saith, that a witch may shed 3 drops out of her right eye. Item, it is not one lie a vehement suspicion, and presumption, but an evident proof of a witch, if any man or beast dies suddenly where she hath been seen lately, although her witching stuff be not found or espied. Item, if any body use familiarity or company with a witch convicted, it is a sufficient presumption against that person to be adjudged a witch, /27. Item, L. 5. De adult. G.L. and Bart. C. Venerabilis de electio. And I. Bod. De demono. Lib 4. Cap. 4. That evidence that may serve to bring in any other person to examination, may serve to bring a witch to her condemnation. Item, herein judgment must be pronounced and executed, as Bodin saith, without order, and not like to the orderly proceeding and for me of judgment in other crimes. Item, a witch may not be brought to the torture suddenly, or before long examination, lest she go away scot-free, for they feel no torments, and therefore care not for the same, as Bodin affirmeth. Item ibid. Little children may be had to the torture at the first dash, but so may it not be done with old women, as is aforesaid. Item, if she have any privy mark under her arm pokes, under her hair, under her lip, or in her buttock, or in her privities, it is a presumption sufficient for the judge to proceed and give sentence of death upon her. The only pity they shew to a poor woman in this case, is, that though she be accused to have slain any body with her enchantments, yet if she can bring forth the party alive, she shall not be put to death. Whereat I marvel, inasmuch as they can bring the devil in any body's likeness and representation. Item, cap praeterea cum gloss. Extra detest. Panermit. In C. Venner. Colonel 2. Eadam, and c. Their law saith, that an uncertain presumption is sufficient, when a certain presumption faileth. The 6th chapter. Particular interrogatories used by the inquisitors against witches. Need not stay to confute such partial and horrible dealings, being so apparently impious, and full of tyranny which except I should have so manifestly detected, even with their own writings and assertions, few or none would have believed. But for brevity's sake I will pass over the same, supposing that the CI/Ting 28 of such absurdities may stand for a sufficy/End 19. Confutation thereof. Now therefore I will proceed to a more particular order and manner of examinations, and used by the inquisitors, and allowed for the most part throughout all nations. First the witch must be demanded, mal malef. Super, interrogative. Why she touched such a child, or such a cow, and afterward the same child or cow fell sick or lame, and Item, why here two kind give more milk than her neighbors. And the note before mentioned is here again set down, to be specially observed of all men, to wit, that though a witch cannot weep, yet she may speak with a crying voice. Which asserti Seneca intregode. Mal malef. Part 3, Quast 15. Act 10. On of weeping is false, and contrary to the saying of Seneca, Cato, and Monnier others, which affirm, that a woman weepeth when she meaneth most deceit, and therefore saith him, mal. She must be well looked unto, otherwise she will put spettle privily upon her cheeks, and see me to weep, which rule also Bodin saith is infallible. But alas that tears should be thought sufficient to excuse or condemn in so great a cause, and so weighty a trial. I am sure that the worst sort of the children of Israel wept bitterly, yea, if there were any witches at all in Israel, they wept. For it is written, number 11, 4. 1 Sam 11, 4. 2 Saw 15, 23. Matt 8 and 13. And 22. And 24. And 25. Luke 3. And that all the children of Israel wept. Finally, if there be any witches in hell, I am sure they weep, for there is weeping, wailing, and gnashing of teeth. But God knoweth, many an honest matrone cannot sometimes in the heavens of her heart shed tears, the which oftentimes are more ready in common with crafty queens and strumpets, than with sober women. For we read of two kinds of tears in a woman's eie, the one of true grief, the other of deceit. And it is written, that dediscere flir feminam est mendatium, Seneca intregode. Which argueth, that they lie which say, that wicked women cannot weep. But let these tormentors take heed, that the tears in this case which run down the widow's cheeks, with their cry spoken of echo. 35, 15. By Jesus Sirach, be not heard above. But lo what learned, godly, and lawful means these popish inquisitors have invented for the trial of true or false tears, / The 7th chapter. Point 29. The Inquisitor's trial of weeping by conjuration. Conjure thee by the amorous tears, trial of tears, which Jesus Christ our Saviour shed upon the cross for the salvation of the world. And by the most earnest and burning tears of his mother the most glorious Virgin Marie, sprinkled upon his wounds late in the evening. And by all the tears, which every saint and elect vessel of God hath poured out here in the world, and from whose eyes he hath wiped away all tears, that if thou be without fault, thou mayst pour down tears abundantly. And if thou be guilty, mal malef. Quae. 15, Pa 3. That thou weep in no wise, in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, Amen. And note, saith he, that the more you conjure, the less she weepeth, /20. The 8th chapter. Certain cautions against witches, and of their tortures to procure confession. To manifest their further follies, I will recite some of their cautions, which are published by the ancient inquisitors, for perpetual lessons to their successors, as followeth. The first caution is that, which was last rehearsed concerning weeping, the which, say they, is an infallible note. Second lie, the judge must beware she touch no part of him, special lie of his bear. And that he always wear about his neck conjured salt, palm, herbs, and wax hallowed, which, say they, Ja. Sprenger. H. Institer. Are not one lie approved to be good by the witches' confessions, but /30. Also by the use of the Romish Church, which halloweth them one lie for that purpose. Item, mal malef. Pa 3, Quae. 15. She must come to her arraignment backward, to wit, with her tail to the judge's face, who must make Monnier crosses, at the time of her approaching to the bar. And least we should condemn that for superstition, they prevent us with a figure, prolepsis, or preoccupation. And tell us, that the same superstition may not seem superstitious unto us. But this resembleth the persuasion of a thief, that dissuadeth his son from stealing, and nevertheless telleth him that he may pick or cut a purse, and rob by the highway. One other caution is, that she must be shaven, so as there remain not one hair about here, for sometimes they keep secrets for taciturnity, and for other purposes also in their hair, in their privities, and between their skin and their flesh. For which cause I marvel they flee them not, for one of their witches would not burn, being in the midst of the flame, as mal malef reporteth. Until a charm written in a little scroll was espied to be hidden between her skin and flesh, and taken away. And this is so grave lie and faithful lie set down by the inquisitors themselves, that one may believe it if he list, though indeed it be a very lie. The like lie sitteth Bodin, John. Bod. Of a witch that could not be strangled by the executioner, do what he could. But it is most true, that the Inquisitor Cumanisano, 1485 a knave inquisitor, in 1 year did shave 1 and 4 poor women, and burnt them all when he had done. Another caution Q. 16, the temporine modo interrogative is, that at the time and place of torture, the hallowed things aforesaid, with the 7 words spoken on the cross, be hanged about the witch's neck. And the length of Christ in wax be knit about her bare naked body, with relics of saints, and all which stuff, say they, will so work within and upon them, as when they 24 are racked and tortured, they can hardly stay or hold themselves from confession. In which case I doubt not but that Pope, blasphemous Pope Julie, of that name the 3rd, which blasphemed Christ, and cursed his mother for a peacock, and cursed God with great despites for a piece of pork, with less compulsion would have renounced the Trinity, and have worshipped the devil upon his knees, /1. Another caution is, that after she hath been racked, and hath passed over all tortures devised for that purpose, and after that she hath been compelled to drink holy water, she be conveyed /31. Again to the place of torture, and that in the midst of her torments, her accusations be read unto her. And that the witnesses, if they will, be brought face to face unto her, and finally, that she be asked, whether for trial of her innocency she will have judgment, condentis feri mal malef. Par. 3, Quae. 16, which is to carry a certain weight of burning iron in her bare hand. But that may not, say they, in any wise be granted. For both Mal and Bodin also affirm, that Monnier things may be promised, but nothing need be performed, for why, they have authority to promise, but no commission to perform the same. Another caution is, that the judge take heed, that when she once beginneth to confess, he cut not off her examination, but continue it night and day. For many times, whiles they go to dinner, she returneth to hear vomit. Another caution is, that after the witch hath confessed the annoying of men and beasts, she be asked how long she hath had incubus, when she renounced the faith, and made the real league, and what that league is, and this is indeed the chief cause of all their incredible and impossible confessions, for upon the racka, when they have once begun to lie, they will say what the tormentor list. The last caution is, that if she will not confess, she be had to some strong castle or gaola. And after certain days, the jailer must make her believe he goeth forth into some foray country, and then some of her friends must come in to hear, and promise her, that if she will confess to them, they will suffer her to escape out of prison, which they may well do, the keeper being from home. And this way, Sethem Mal Malef Par 3, Quay 16, Act 11, hath served, when all other means have failed. And in this place it may not be omitted, that above all other times, they confess upon Fridays. Now saith James Sprenger, and Henry and Stider, we must say all, to wit, if she confess nothing, she should be dismissed by law. And yet by order she may in no wise be bailed, but must be put into close prison, and there be talked withal by some crafty person, those are the words, and in the meanwhile there must be some eavesdroppers with pen and ink behind the wall, to hearken and note what she confesseth, or else some of her old 25 companions and acquaintance / 32 may come in and talka with her of old matters, and so by eavesdroppers be also bewrayed, so as there shall be no end of torture before she have confessed what they will / 2. The 9th chapter. The 15 crimes laid to the charge of witches, by witchmongers, specially by Bodin, in demonomania. Hy 1 demigod, and all religion. Answera, Ram. Then let them die therefore, or at the least be used like infidels, or apostates. 2 They curse, blaspheme, and provoke God with all despite. Answera, Then let them have the law expressed in Levit 24. And Deuteronomy 13. And 17. 3 They give their faith to the devil, and they worship and offer sacrifice unto him. Ans. Let such also be judged by the same law. For they do solemnly vow and promise all their progeny unto the devil. Ans. This promise proceedeth from an unsound mind, and is not to be regarded. Because they cannot perform it, neither will it be proved true. Howbeit, if it be done by any that is sound of mind, let the curse of Jeremy 32, 36 light upon them, to wit, the sword, famine and pestilence. 5 They sacrifice their own children to the devil before baptism, holding them up in the air unto him, and then thrust a needle into their brains. Ans. If this be true, I maintain them not herein, but there is a law to judge them by. Howbeit, it is so contrary to sense and nature, that it were folly to believe it, either upon Bodin's bare word, or else upon his presumptions. Specially when so small commodity and so great danger and inconvenience ensueth to the witches thereby. 6 They burn their children when they have sacrificed them. Ans. Then let them have such punishment, as they that offered their children unto Moloch, Levit 20. But these be mere / 33. Devises of witchmongers and inquisitors, that with extreme tortures have wrung such confessions from them. Or else with false reports have belied them, or by flattery and fair words and promises have won it at their hands, at the length. 7 They swear to the devil to bring as Monnier into that society as they can. Ans. This is false, and so proved elsewhere. 8. They swear by the name of the devil. Ans. I never heard any such oath, neither have we warrant to kill them that so do swear, though indeed it be very lewd and impious. 9. They use incestuous adultery with spirits. Ans. This is a stale ridiculous lie, as is proved apparent lie hereafter. 10. They boil infants, after they have murthered them unbaptized, until their flesh be made potable. Ans. This is untrue, incredible, and impossible. 23. 11. They eat the flesh and drink the blood of men and children openly. Ans. Then are they kin to the anthropophagi and cannibals. But I believe never an honest man in England nor in France will affirm that he hath seen any of these persons, that are said to be witches, do so. If they should, I believe it would poison them. 12. They kill men with poison. Ans. Let them be hanged for their labor. 13. They kill men's cattle. Ans. Then let an action of trespass be brought against them for so doing. 14. They bewitch men's corn, and bring hunger and barrens into the country. They ride and fly in the air, bring storms, make tempests, and Ans. Then will I worship them as gods, for those be not the works of man, nor yet of witch, as I have elsewhere proved at large. 15. They use venery with a devil called incubus, even when they lie in bed with their husbands, and have children by them, which become the best witches. Ans. This is the last lie, very ridiculous, and confuted by me elsewhere. 34. The 10th chapter. A refutation of the former surmised crimes patched together by Bowden, and the one-lie way to escape the Inquisitor's hands. More ridiculous or abominable crimes could have been invented, these poor women, whose chief fault is that they are scolds, should have been charged with them. In this libel you do see is contained all that witches are charged with. And all that also, which any witchmonger surmiseth, or in malice imputeth unto witches' power and practice. Some of these crimes may not one lie be in the power and will of a witch, but may be accomplished by natural means, and therefore by them the matter in question is not decided, to wit. Whether the question or matter in controversy, that is to say, the proposition or theme. A witch can work wonders supernaturally. For Monnier a knave and whore doth more commonly put in execution those lewd actions, than such as are called witches, and are hanged for their labor. Some of these crimes also laid unto witches' charge, are by me denied, and by them cannot be proved to be true, or committed by any one witch. Some of these crimes likewise are so absurd, supernatural, and impossible, that they are derided almost of all men, and as false, fond, and fabulous reports condemned, insomuch as the very witchmongers themselves are ashamed to hear of them. If part be untrue, why may not the residue be thought false? For all these things are laid to their charge at one instant, even by the greatest doctors and patrones of the sect of witchmongers, producing as Monnier proofs for witches' supernatural and impossible actions, as for the other. So as, if one part of their accusation be false, the other part deserveth no credit. If all be true that is all edged of their doings, why should we believe in Christ, because of his miracles, when a witch doth as great /24. 35. Wonders as /ever he did. But it will be said by some, as for those absurd and popish writers, they are not in all their allegations, touching these matters, to be credited. A general error. But I assure you, that even all sorts of writers here reign, for the most part, the very doctors of the Church to the schoolmen, Protestants and Papists, learned and unlearned, poets and historiographers, Jews, Christians, or Gentiles agree in these impossible and ridiculous matters. Yea, and these writers, out of whom I gather most absurdities, are of the best credit and authority of all writers in this matter. The reason is, because it was never through lie looked into, but every fable credited. And the word, witch, named so often in Scripture. They that have seen further the one lie way for witches to avoid the Inquisitor's hands. Of the Inquisitor's orders and customs, say also, that there is no way in the world for these poor women to escape the Inquisitor's hands, and so consequently burning, but to gild their hands with money, whereby oftentimes they take pity upon them, and deliver them, as sufficient lie purged. For they have authority to exchange the punishment of the body with the punishment of the purse, applying the same to the office of their inquisition, whereby they reap such profit. As a number of these Seli women pay them yearly pensions, to the end they may not be punished again. The 11th chapter. The opinion of Cornelius Agrippa concerning witches, of his pleading for a poor woman accused of witchcraft, and how he convinced the inquisitors. Cornelius Agrippa saith, that while he was in Italy, Monnier inquisitors in the duchy of Milan troubled divers most honest and noble matrones, privily wringing much money from them, until their knavery was detected. Further he saith, that being an advocate or counsellor in the commonwealth of Maastricht in Brabant, he had sore contention with an inquisitor, who threw just 36 accusations drew a poor woman of the country into his butchery, and to an unfit place, not so much to examine here, as to torment here. Whom when see Agrippa had undertaken to defend, declaring that in the things done, there was no proof, no signa or token that could cause here to be tormented, the inquisitor stoutly denying it, said, one thing there is, which is proof and matter sufficient, for her mother was in times past burned for a witch. Now when Agrippa replied, affirming that this article was impertinent, and ought to be refused by the judge, as being the deed of another, alleging to the inquisitor reasons and law for the same, he replied again that this was true, because they used to sacrifice their children to the devil, as soon as they were born. And also because they usually lie conceived by spirits transformed into man's shape, and that thereby witchcraft was natural lying graft into this child, as a disease that cometh by inheritance. 33. C. Agrippa replying a bitter invective against a cruel inquisitor. Against the inquisitor's folly and superstitious blindness, said, O thou wicked priest! Is this thy divinity? Dost thou use to draw poor guiltless women to the rack by these forged devices? Dost thou with such sentences judge others to be heretics, thou being a more heretic than either Faustus or Donatus? Be it as thou sayest, doest thou not frustrate the grace of God's ordinance, namely baptism? Are the words in baptism spoken in vain? Or shall the devil remain in the child, or it in the power of the devil, being there and then consecrated to Christ Jesus, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost? And if thou defend their false opinions, which affirm, that spirits accompanying with women, can engender. Yet dotest thou more than any of them, which never believe that any of those divils, together with their stone seed, do put part of that their seed or nature into the creature. But though indeed we be born the children of the devil and damnation, yet in baptism, through grace in Christ, Satan is cast out, and we are 29 made new creatures in the Lord, from whom none can be separated by another man's deed. The inquisitor being hurried offended, threatened the advocate to proceed against him, as a supporter of heretics or witches, yet nevertheless he ceased not to defend the Seli woman, and through the power of the law he delivered here 37. From the claws of the bloody monk, who with her accusers, were condemned in a great summy of money to the charter of the Church of Mentz, and remained infamous after that time almost to all men. But by the way you must understand, that this was but a petty inquisitor, and had not so large a commission as Cumanus, Sprenger, and such other had, nor yet as the Spanish inquisitors at this day have. For these will admit no advocates now unto the poor souls, except the tormentor or hangman may be called an advocate. You may read the summary of this inquisition in few words set out by M. John Fox in the Acts and Monuments. In the Acts and Monuments. For witches and heretics are among the inquisitors of like reputation. Saving that the extremity is greater against witches, because through their simplicity, they may the more boldly tyrannize upon them, and triumph over them. The 12th chapter. What the fear of death and feeling of torments may force one to do, and that it is no marvel though witches condemn themselves by their own confessions so tyrannical lie extorted. That readeth the ecclesiastical histories, or remembereth the persecutions in Queen Mary's time, shall find, that many good men have fallen for fear of persecution, and returned unto the Lord again. What marvel then, though a poor woman, such a one as is described elsewhere, and tormented as is declared in these latter leaves, be made to confess such absurd and false impossibilities, when flesh and blood is unable to endure such trial? Or how can she in the midst of such horrible tortures /34 and torments, promise unto herself constancy, or forbear to confess anything? Or what availeth it here, to persevere in the denial of such matters, as are laid to her charge unjustly, when on the one side there is never any end of her torments, on the other side /38. If she continue in her assertion, they say she hath charms for taciturnity or silence. Peter's apostasy and renouncing of Christ the Apostle renounced, cursed, and forswear his Master and our Saviour Jesus Christ, for fear of a wench's mannocks. Or rather at a question demanded by here, wherein he was not so circumvented, as these poor witches are, which be not examined by girls, but by 30 cunning inquisitors, who having the spoil of their goods, and bringing with them into the place of judgment minds to maintain their bloudy purpose, spare no manner of allurements, threatenings, nor torments, until they have wrung out of them all that, which either mocketh to their own desire, or serveth to the other's destruction. Peter, I say, in the presence of his Lord and Master Christ, who had instructed him in true knowledge many years, being forewarned, not passing 4 or 5 hours before, and having made a real league and a faithful promise to the contrary, without any other compulsion than, as hath been said, by a question proposed by a girl, against his conscience, forsook, thrice denied, and abandoned his said Master, and yet he was a man illuminated, and placed in dignity aloft, and nearer to Christ by many degrees, than the witch, whose fall could not be so great as Peter's, because she never ascended half so many steps. A pastor's declination is much more abominable than the going astray of any of his sheep, as an ambassador's conspiracy is more odious than the falsehood of a common person, or as a captain's treason is more mischievous than a private soldier's mutiny. If you say, Peter repented, I answer that the witch doth so likewise sometimes, and I see not in that case, but mercy may be employed upon her. It were a mighty temptation to a sly old woman, that a visible devil, being in shape so ugly, as Danis Danius in dialogue, and others say he is, should assault her in manner and for me as is supposed, or rather avowed. Specially when there is promise made that none shall be tempted above their strength. 1 Cor 10. The poor old witch is commonly unlearned, unwarned, and unprovided of counsel and friendship, void of judgment and discretion to moderate her life and communication, her kind and gender more weak and frily than the masculine, and much more subject to melancholy. Here bringing up and company is so base, that nothing is to be /39 looked for in here specially of these extraordinary qualities. Here age also is commonly such, as mocketh her decrepit, which is a disease that moveth them to these follies. Finally, Christ did clearly remit Peter, though his offense were committed both against his divine and humane person, yet afterwards he did put him in trust to feed his sheep, and shewed great countenance, friendship and love unto him. And therefore I see not, but we may shew compassion upon these poor souls, if they shew themselves sorrowful for their misconceits and wicked imagina, tiens, / The third book. 40:35. The first chapter. The witches bargain with the devil, according to M. Malboden, Nider, Denius, Cellus, Erastus, Hemingius, Cumanus, Aquinas, Bartholomeus Spinius, and Hat which in this matter of witchcraft hath abused so many, and seemeth both so horrible and intolerable, is a plain bargain, that, they say, is made betwixt the devil and the witch. And many of great learning conceive it to be a matter of truth, and in their writings publish it accordingly, the which, by God's grace, shall be proved as vain and false as the rest. The order of their bargain, the double bargain of witches with the devil, or profession, is double, the one solemn and public, the other secret and private. That which is called solemn or public, is where witches come together at certain assemblies, at the times prefixed, and do not one lie see the devil invisible for me, but confer and talk a familiar lie with him. In which conference the devil exhorteth them to observe their fidelity unto him, promising them long life and prosperity. Then the witches assembled, commend a new disciple, whom they call a novice, unto him, and if the devil find that young witch apt and forward in renunciation of Christian faith, in despising any of the 7 sacraments, in treading upon crosses, in spetting at the time of the elevation, in breaking their fast on fasting days, and fasting on Sundays. Then the devil giveth forth/41. His hand, and the novice joining hand in hand with him, promiseth to observe and keep all the devil's commandments. This done, the devil beginneth to be more bold with her, telling her plain lie, that all this will not serve his turn, and therefore requireth homage at her hands, mal malef. De modo professionis. Yea, he also telleth her, that she must grant him both her body and soul to be tormented in everlasting fire, which she yieldeth unto. Then he chargeth her, to procure as many men, women, and children also, as she can, to enter into this society. Then he teacheth them to make ointments of the bowels and members of children, whereby they ride in the air, and accomplish all their desires. So as, if there be any children unbaptized, or not guard with the signa of the cross, or orisons, then the witches may and do catch them from their mothers' sides in the night, or out of their cradles, or otherwise kill them with their 32 ceremonies. And after burial steal them out of their graves, and seat them in a cauldron, until their flesh be made potable. Of the thickest whereof they make ointments, whereby they ride in the air. But the thinner potion they put into flagons, whereof whosoever drinketh, observing certain ceremonies, immediately becometh a maester or rather a mistress in that practice and faculty/36. The second chapter. The order of the witches homage done, as it is written by lewd inquisitors and peevish witchmongers, to the devil in person, of their songs and dances, and name lie of la volta, and of other ceremonies, also of their excurses. Times their homage of witches to the devil. With their oath and bargain is received for a certain term of years, sometimes for ever. Sometimes it consisteth in the denial of the whole faith, sometimes in part. The first is, when the soul is absolutely yielded to the devil and hell fear, the other is, when they have but bargained, not, to/42. Observe certain ceremonies and statutes of the Church. As to conceal faults at shrift, to fast on Sundays, and this is done either by oath, protestation of words, or by obligation in writing, sometimes sealed with wax, sometimes signed with blood, sometimes by kissing the devil's bare buttocks. As did a doctor called Edlin, who as Bowden saith, was burned for witchcraft. Bar. Spinius, Cap. 1, in novo mal malef. You must also understand, that after they have delicately banquet with the devil and the lady of the fairies, and have eaten up a fat ox, and emptied a butt of malmesey, and a bin of bread at some noble man's house, in the dead of the night, nothing is missed of all this in the morning. For the Lady Sibylla, Minerva, or Diana with a golden rod strike the vessel and the bin, and they are fully replenished again. Yea, she causeth the bullock's bones to be brought and laid together upon the hide, and lappeth the four ends thereof together, lying her golden rod thereon. And then riseth up the bullock again in his former estate and condition, and yet at their return home they are like to starve for hunger, as Spinius idem ibid saith. And this must be an infallible rule, that every fortnight, or at the least every month, each witch must kill one child at the least for her part. And here some of Monsieur Bowden's Bod. The Demon. Lib 2, Cap. 4. Lies may be inserted, who saith that at these magical assemblies, the witches never fail to dance, and in their dance they sing these words, har har, devel, dance here, play here, Sabbath, Sabbath. And whiles they sing and dance, every one hath a broom in her hand, 33 and holdeth it up aloft. Item he saith, that these night-walking or rather night-dancing witches, brought out of Italy into France, that dance, which is called la volta. A part of their league is, to scrape off the oil, mal malef. Which is received in extreme folly, unction I should have said. But if that be so dangerous, they which sock the core had need to take great care, that they rub not off the oil, which divers other ways may also be thrust out of the forehead. And then I perceive all the virtue thereof is gone, and farewell it. But I marvel how they take on to preserve the water powered on them in baptism, which I take to be large lie of as great force as the other. And yet I think is common lie wiped and washed off, within 24 hours/37. 43, after baptism, but this agreeth with the residue/ of their folly. And this is to be noted, that the inquisitors affirm, that during the whole time of the witch's excurse, the devil occupieth the room and place of the witch, in so perfect a similitude, as her husband in his bed, neither by feeling, speech, nor countenance can discern here from his wife. Yea, the wife departeth out of her husband's arms insensibly, and leaveth the devil in her room visibly. Wherein their incredulity is incredible, who will have a very body in the fine play, and a fantastical body in the true bed, and yet, forsooth, at the name of Jesus, or at the signa of the cross, Grolandus. The sort. 10, volume tract. All these bodily witches, they say, vanish away. The third chapter. How witches are summoned to appear before the devil, of their riding in the air, of their accompts, of their conference with the devil, of his supplies, and their conference, of their farewell and sacrifices, according to Denius, Cellus, and Itherto, for the most part, are the very words contained in M. Mal or Bodin, or rather in both, or else in the new M. Mal or at the leastwise of some writer or other, that maintaineth the almighty power of witches. But Danus Danius in dialogue. Cap. 4. Saith, the devil oftentimes in the likens of a sumner, meeteth them at markets and fairs, and warneth them to appear in their assemblies, at a certain hour in the night, that he may understand whom they have slain, and how they have profited. If they be lame, he saith the devil delivereth them a staff, to convey them thither invisibly through the air, and that then they fall a dancing and singing of bawdy songs, wherein he leadeth the dance himself. Which dance, and other conferences being ended, he supplieth their wants of powders and 34 roots to intoxicate withal. And giveth to every novice a mark either with his teeth or with his claws, and so they kiss the devil's bare buttocks, and depart. 44. Not forgetting every day afterwards to offer to him, dogs, cats, hens, or bloud of their own, id. Ibidem. And all this doth Denius report as a troth, and as it were upon his own knowledge. And yet elsewhere idem. In dialogue. Cap. 3, he saith. In these matters they do but dream, and do not those things indeed, which they confess through their distemperature, growing of their melancholic humor, and therefore, saith he, these things, which they report of themselves, are but mere illusions. Cellus addeth hereunto, that certain magical heretics, to wit, the Eutychians, assemble themselves every Good Friday at night. And putting out the candles, do commit incestuous adultery, the father with the daughter, the sister with the brother, and the son with the mother, and the 9th month they return and are delivered. And cutting their children in pieces, fill their pots with their bloud, then burn they the carcasses, card lib devar. Rerum. 15, cap. 80, and mingle the ashes therewith, and so preserve the same for magical purposes. Cardanus writeth, though in mine opinion not very /38. Probably, that these excurses, dancings, and had their beginning from certain heretics called Dulcini, who devised those feasts of Bacchus which are named Orgia, whereunto these kind of people openly assembled. And beginning with riot, ended with this folly. Which feasts being prohibited, they never theals hant them secret lie. And when they could not do so, then did they it in cogitation one lie, and even to this day, saith he, there remaineth a certain image or resemblance thereof among our melancholic women. The 4th chapter. That there can no real league be made with the devil, the first author of the league, and the weak proofs of the adversaries for the same. If the league be untrue, as are the residue of their confessions, the witchmongers' arguments fall to the ground, for all the writers herein hold this bargain for certain, good, and granted, and as their one lie maxime. But sure lie the /45. Indentures, containing those covenants, are sealed with butter, and the labels are but babels. What fear may bargain can be made betwixt a carnal body and a spiritual? Let any wise or honest man tell me, that either hath been a party, or a witness, and I will believe him. But by what authority, proof, or testimony, and upon what ground all this gear standeth, if you read mal malef. Par. 2, Quae. 7. Cap. 2, you shall find, to the shame of the reporters, who do so 35 vary in their tales, and are at such contrariety and to the reproach of the believers of such absurd lies. For the beginning of the credit hereof upon what ground this real league began to grow in credit. Resteth upon the confession of a baggage young fellow condemned to be burnt for witchcraft. Who said to the inquisitors, of likelihood to prolong his life, if at leastwise the story be true, which is taken out of Nider Winky Face. If I wist, quoth he, that I might obtain pardon, would discover all that I know of witchcraft. The which condition being accepted, and pardon promised, part lie in hope thereof, and part lie to be rid of his wife, he said as followeth. The novice or young disciple goeth to some church, together with the mistress of that profession, upon a Sunday morning, before the conjuration of holy water, and there the said novice renounceth the faith, promiseth obedience in observing. Or rather omitting of ceremonies in meetings, and such other follies. And finally, that they do homage to their young maester the devil, as they covenanted. But this is notable in that story, that this young witch, doubting that his wife's examination would bewray his knavery, told the inquisitor. That in truth his wife was guilty as well as he, but she will never, I am sure, quoth he, though she should be burned 1,000 times, confess any of these circumstances. And this is in no wise to be forgotten, that notwithstanding his contrition, his confession, and his accusation of his own wife, contrary to the inquisitors 39. Promise and oath, he and his wife were both burned at a stake, being the first discoverers of this notable league, whereupon the fable of witchcraft is maintained. And whereby such other confessions have been from the like persons, since that time, extorted and augmented, The 5th chapter. Point 46. Of the private league, a notable tale of Bodin's concerning a French lady, with a confutation. He manner of their private league the manner of witches' private league with the devil. Is said to be, when the devil invisible, and sometimes visible, in the midst of the people talketh with them private lie. Promising, that if they will follow his counsel, he will supply all their necessities, and make all their endeavors prosperous, and so beginneth with small matters, whereunto they consent privily, and come not into the fairies' assembly. And in this case, methinks, the devil sometimes, in such external or corporal shape, should meet with some that would not consent to his motions, except you will say he knoweth their cogitations, and so 36 should be bewrayed. They also, except they were idiots, would spy him, and forsake him for breach of covenants. But these bargains, and these assemblies do all the writers hereupon maintain, and Bodin confirmeth them with 100 and odd lies. Among the number whereof I will, for diverse causes, recite one. There was, saith he, J. Bod. Lib 2, the Demonomania. Cap. 4. A noble gentlewoman at Lyons, that being in bed with a lover of hers, suddenly in the night arose up, and lighted a candle, which when she had done, she took a box of ointment, wherewith she anointed her body. And after a few words spoken, she was carried away. Here bedfellow seeing the order hereof, leapt out of his bed, took the candle in his hand, and sought for the lady round about the chamber, and in every corner thereof. But though he could not find here, yet did he find here box of ointment, and being desirous to know the virtue thereof, besmeared himself therewith, even as he perceived here to have done before. This agreeth not with their interpretation, that say, this is only done by virtue of the legue, nor yet to them that refer it unto words, quoth Nota. And although he were not so superstitious, as to use any words to help him forward in his bucines, yet by the virtue of that ointment, saith Bodin, he was immediately conveyed 47, to Lorraine, into the assembly of witches. Which when he saw, he was abashed, and said, in the name of God, what make I here? And upon those words the whole assembly vanished away, and left him there alone stark naked, and so was he fain to return to Lyons. But he had so good a conscience, for you may perceive by the first part of the history, he was a very honest man, that he accused his true lover for a witch, and caused her to be burned. But as for his adultery, neither M. Mal nor Bodin do once so much as speak in the dispraise thereof. It appeareth throughout all Bodin's book, that he is sore offended with Cornelius Agrippa, and the rather, as I suppose, because the said C. Agrippa recanted that which Bodin maintaineth, who think he could work wonders by magic, and specially by his black dog. It should see me he /40, had pretty skill in the art of divination. For though he wrote before Bodin Monnier a year, yet uttereth he these words in his Book de Vanitate Scientiarum, a certain French protonotary, saith he, C. Agrippa. Cap. 51. A lewd fellow and a cousiner, hath written a certain fable or miracle done at Lyons, and what Bodin is, I know not, otherwise than by report, but I am certain this his tale is a fond fable, and Bodin saith it was performed at Lyons. And this man, as I understand, by profession is a civil lawyer. The 6th chapter. A disproof of their assemblies, and of their bargain. Had the joining of hands with the devil, the kissing of his bare buttocks, and his scratching and biting of them, are absurd lies. Every one having the gift of reason may plainly perceive, in so much as it is manifest unto us by the word of God, that a spirit hath no flesh, bones, nor sinews, whereof hands, buttocks, claws, teeth, and lips do consist. For admit that the constitution of a devil's body, as Tatiantationis contra Grecos, and other affirm, consisteth in spiritual /48, congelations, as of fear and air, yet it cannot be perceived of mortal creatures. What credible witness is there brought at any time, of this their corporal, visible, and incredible bargain, saving the confession of some person diseased both in body and mind, wilfully made, or injuriously constrained? It is marvel that no penitent which that forsaketh her trade, confesseth not these things without compulsion. Methink their covenant made at baptism with God, before good witnesses, sanctified with the word, confirmed with his promises, and established with his sacraments, should be of more force than that which they make with the devil, which no body seeth or knoweth. For God deceiveth none, with whom he bargaineth, neither doth he mock or disappoint them, although he daunts not among them. Thereof, to procure into their league and fellowship as many as they can, whereby every one which, as Bodin affirmeth, augmenteth the number of 50, bewrayeth greatly their indirect dealing. Hereof I have made trial, the author speaketh upon due proof and trial. As also of the residue of their cozening devices, and have been with the best, or rather the worst of them, to see what might be gathered out of their counsels. And have cunningly treated with them thereabouts, and further, have sent certain old persons to indent with them, to be admitted into their society. But as well by their excuses and delays, as by other circumstances, I have tried and found all their trade to be mere cozening. I pray you, what bargain have they made with the devil, that with their angry looks bewitch lambs, children, and is it not confessed, that it is natural, though it be a lie? What bargain mocketh the soothsayer, which hath his several kinds of witchcraft and divination expressed in the Scripture? Or is it not granted that they make none? How chanceth it that we hear not of this bargain in the Scriptures, The 7th chapter. 49. 41. A confutation of the objection concerning witches' confessions. T is confessed, say some by the way of objection, even of these women themselves, that they do these and such other horrible things, as deserveth death, with all extremity, and whereunto I answer, that whosoever considerately beholdeth their confessions, shall perceive all to be vain, idle, false, inconstant, and of no weight. Except their contempt and ignorance in religion, which is rather the fault of the negligent pastor, than of the simple woman. First, if their confession compulsory, as by Hispanical Inquisition, Luke Mal Malef. And Joe. Bodin. Confession persuasory, as by flattery, Luke Bry. Darcy against Ursu. Kemp. Be made by compulsion, of force, or authority, or by persuasion, and under colour of friendship, it is not to be regarded. Because the extremity of threats and tortures provokes it, or the quality of fair words and allurements constrains it. If it be voluntary, maugre circumstances must be considered, to wit. Whether she appeach not herself to overthrow her neighbour, which maugre times happeneth through their cankered and malicious melancholic humour, then. Whether in that same melancholic mood and friendlike humour, she desire not the abridgment of her own days. Which thing Aristotle saith doth oftentimes happen unto persons subject to melancholic passions, and, as Bodin John. Bod. Mal Malef. And Sprenger say, to these old women called witches, which maugre times, as they affirm, refuse to live, threatening the judges, that if they may not be burned, they will lay hands upon themselves, and so make them guilty of their damnation. I myself have known, that where such a one could not prevail, to be accepted as a sufficient witness against himself, he presently went and threw himself into a pond of water, where he was drowned. But the law saith, absent. De poenis. Valenti mori non est habenda fides, that is, his word is not to be credited that is desirous to /50, die. Also sometimes, as L2, cum gloss. De iis, ca antisentent. Mortui sunt, sibi nisum consistentes. Elsewhere I have proved, they confess that whereof they were never guilty, supposing that they did that which they did not, by means of certain circumstances. And as they sometimes confess impossibilities, as that they fly in the air, transubstantiate themselves, raise tempests, transfer or remove corn, and, so do they also, I say, confess voluntarily, that which no man could prove. And that which no man would guess, nor yet believe, except he were as mad as they. So as they bring death wilfully upon themselves, which argueth an unsound mind. If they confess that, which hath been indeed committed by them, 39 as poisoning, or any other kind of murder, which falleth into the power of such persons to accomplish, I stand not to defend their cause. Howbeit, I would wish that even in that case there be not too rash credit given, nor too hasty proceedings used against them, but that the causes, properties, and circumstances of every thing be duly considered, and diligently examined. Absurdities in witches' confessions. For you shall understand, that as sometimes they confess they have murdered their neighbors with a wish, sometimes with a word, sometimes with a look, and, so they confess, that with /42. The delivering of an apple, or some such thing, to a woman with child, they have killed the child in the mother's womb, when nothing was added thereunto, which naturally could be noisome or hurtful. In like manner they confess, that with a touch of their bare hand, they sometimes kill a man being in perfect health and strength of body, when all his garments are betwixt their hand and his flesh. But if this their confession be examined by divinity, philosophy, physic, law or conscience, it will be found false and insufficient. First, for that the working of miracles is ceased. Secondly, no reason can be yielded for a thing so far beyond all reason. Thirdly, no receipt can be of such efficacy, as when the same is touched with a bare hand, from whence the veins have passage through the body unto the heart, it should not annoy the poisoner. And yet retain virtue and force enough, to pierce through so many garments and the very flesh incurably, to the place of death in another person. Cui argumento, Seth Bodin, Nescio quid /respondere possit. J. Bod. The Demon. Lib 2, Cap. 8.51. Fourth lie, no law will admit such a confession, as yieldeth unto impossibilities, against the which there is never any law provided. Otherwise it would not serve a man's turn, to plead and prove that he was at Berwick that day, that he is accused to have done a murder in Canterbury, for it might be said he was conveyed to Berwick, and back again by enchantment. Fifthly, he is not by science to be executed in a little pamphlet of the axe and hanging of 4 witches, in anno 1579, which hath no sound mind nor perfect judgment. And yet forsooth we read, that one mother style did kill one Sadoc with a touch on the shoulder, for not keeping promise with her for an old cloak, to make her a safeguard, and that she was hanged for her labor. The 8th chapter. What folly it were for witches to enter into such desperate peril, and to endure such intolerable tortures for no gain or commodity, and how it comes to pass that witches are overthrown by their confessions. Loss. 43. If they were so subtil, as witchmongers make them to be, they would be that it were mere folly for them, not one lie to make a bargain with the devil to throw their souls into hell fire. But their bodies to the tortures of temporal fire and death, for the accomplishment of nothing that might benefit themselves at all, but they would at the leastwise indent with the devil, both to enrich them, and also to ennoble them. And finally to endue them with all worldly felicity and pleasure, which is furthest from them of all other. Yea, if they were sensible, they would say to the devil, Why should I hearken to you, when you will deceive me? Did you not promise my neighbor Mother Dutton to save and rescue here, and yet lo she is hanged? Surely this would oppose the devil very sore. And it is a wonder, that none, from the beginning of the world, till this day, hath made this and such like objections, whereto the devil John Bod. Could never /52. Make answer. But were it not more maddens for them to serve the devil, under these conditions, and yet to endure /whippings with iron rods at the devil's hands? Which, as the witchmongers write, are so set on, that the print of the lashes remain upon the witch's body ever after, even so long as she hath a day to live. But these old women being daunted with authority, circumvented with guile, constrained by force, compelled by fear, induced by error, and deceived by ignorance, do fall into such rash credulity, and so are brought unto these absurd confessions. Whose error of mind and blindness of will dependeth upon the disease and infirmity of nature, and therefore their actions in that case are the more to be borne withal, because they, being destitute of reason, can have no consent. 4. L. Si per errorem jurist. Omni cum ind. Delictum sine consensu non potest committee, nec injuria sine animo injuriandi, that is, there can be no sin without consent, nor injury committed without a mind to do wrong. Yet the law saith further, that a purpose retained in mind, doth nothing see, sed hoc de public.to the privat or public hurt of any man, and much more that an impossible purpose is unpunishable. Ball, in leg. And Sine mentis voluntas re possibilis est, a sound mind willeth nothing but that which is possible. The 9th chapter. How melancholy abuseth old women, and of the effects thereof by sundry examples. If any man advised lie mark their words, actions, cogitations, and gestures, he shall perceive that melancholy abounding in their head, and occupying their brain, hath deprived or rather depraved their judgments. And all their senses, I mean not of cozening witches, but of poor melancholic women, which are themselves deceived. For you shall understand, that the force which melancholy hath, and the effects that it worketh in the body of a man, or rather of a woman, are almost incredible. For as some of these melancholic persons imagine, they are witches /53. And by witchcraft can work wonders, and do what they list, so do other, troubled with this disease, imagine manier strange, incredible, and impossible things. Some, that they are monarchs and princes, and that all other men are their subjects, some, that they are brute beasts, some, that they be urinals or earthen pots, greatly fearing to be broken, some, that every one that meeteth them will convey them to the gallows, and yet in the end hang themselves. One thought, that Atlas, whom the poets feign to hold up heaven with his shoulders, would be weary, and let the ski fall upon him, another would spend a whole day upon a stage, imagining that he both heard and saw interludes, and therewith made himself great sport. One Theophilus, a physician, otherwise sound enough of mind, as it is said, imagined that he heard and saw musicians continually playing on instruments, in a certain place of his house. One Bessus, that had killed his father, was notably detected, by imagining that a swallow upbraided him therewith, so as he himself thereby revealed the murder. But the notablest example hereof is, of one that was in great perplexity/tie, 44. Of one that through melancholy was induced to think that he had a nose as big as a house, and imagining that his nose was as big as a house. Insomuch as no friend nor physician could deliver him from this conceit, nor yet either ease his grief, or satisfy his fancy in that behalf, till at the last, a physician more expert in this humour than the rest, used this devise following. First, when he was to come in at the chamber door being wide open, he suddenly stayed and withdrew himself, so as he would not in any wise approach nearer than the door. The melancholic person musing hereat, asked him the cause why he so demeaned himself. Who answered him in this manner, Sir, your nose is so great, that I can hardly enter into your chamber but I shall touch it, and consequently hurt it. Lo, quoth he, this is the man that must do me good, the residue of my friends flatter me, 42 and would hide mine infirmity from me. Well, said the physician, I will cure you, but you must be content to endure a little pain in the dressing, which he promised patiently to sustain, and conceived certain hope of his recovery. Then entreed the physician into the chamber, creeping close by the walls, seeming to fear the touching and hurting of his nose. Then did he blindfold him, which/54. Being done, he caught him by the nose with a pair of pincers, and threw down into a tub, which he had placed before his patient, a great quantity of bloud, with minute pieces of bullocks' livers, which he had conveyed into the chamber. Whilst the other's eyes were bound up, and then gave him liberty to see and behold the same. He having done thus again 2 or 3 times, the melancholic humour was so qualified, that the man's mind being satisfied, his grief was eased, and his disease cured. Thrasybulus, otherwise called Thrasyllus, being sore oppressed with this melancholic humour, imagined, that all the ships, which arrived at Port Piraeus, were his, insomuch as he would number them, and command the mariners to launch. And, triumphing at their safe returns, and mourning for their misfortunes. The Italian, whom we called here in England, the monarch, was possessed with the like spirit or conceit. Danus Danius in Dialogue. Cap. 3, himself reporteth, that he saw a one, that affirmed constantly that he was a cock. And saith that through melancholy, such were alienated from themselves. Now, if the fancy of a melancholic person may be occupied in causes which are both false and impossible, J. Baptist. P. N. Cap. 2. Card de var. Rerum. J. Weir. De Prestigiis Daemonum, and Aristotle. Why should an old witch be thought free from such fantasies, who, as the learned philosophers and physicians say, upon the stopping of their monethly melancholic flux or issue of bloud, in their age must needs increase therein? As, through their weakness both of body and brain, the optest persons to meet with such melancholic imaginations, with whom their imaginations remain, even when their senses are gone. Which Bowden John Bod laboureth to disprove, therein shewing himself as good a physician, as elsewhere a divine. But if they may imagine, that they can transform their own bodies, which nevertheless remaineth in the former shape, how much more credible is it, that they may falsely suppose they can hurt and enfeeble other men's bodies? Or which is less, hinder the coming of butter? And but what is it that they will not imagine, and consequently confess that they can do, specially being so earnestly persuaded thereunto, so sorely tor/ment, 45. So craftily examined, with such promises of favour, as were be they imagine, that they shall ever after live in great credit and wealth. And if you read the executions done upon witches either in times/55 past 43 in other countries, or lately in this land, you shall see such impossibilities confessed, as none, having his right wits, will believe. Among other like false confessions, Ant Howen. We read that there was a witch confessed at the time of her death or execution, that she had raised all the tempests, and procured all the frosts and hard weather that happened in the winter 1565, and that many grave and wise men believed her. The 10th chapter. That voluntary confessions may be untruly made, to the undoing of the confessors, and of the strange operation of melancholy, proved by a familiar and late example. That it may appear, that even voluntary confession, in this case, may be untruly made, though it tend to the destruction of the confessor. And that melancholy may move imaginations to that effect. I will cite a notable instance concerning this matter, the parties themselves being yet alive, and dwelling in the parish of Sellinge in Kent. And the matter not long sit hence in this sort performed. Only Kentish story of a late accident. Ade Davy, the wife of Simon Davy, husbandman, being reputed a right honest body, and being of good parentage, grew suddenly, as her husband informed me. And as it is well known in these parts, to be somewhat pensive and more sad than in times past. Which thing though it grieved him, yet he was loath to make it so appear, as either his wife might be troubled or discontented therewith, or his neighbours informed thereof. Lest ill husbandry should be laid to his charge, which in these quarters is much abhorred. But when she grew from pensivenes, to some perturbation of mind, so as her accustomed rest began in the night season to be withdrawn from here, through sighing and secret lamentation, and that, not without tears, he could not but demand the cause of her conceit and extraordina/re 56. Morning. But although at that time she covered the same, acknowledging nothing to be amiss with her, soon after notwithstanding she fell down before him on her knees, desiring him to forgive her. For she had grievously offended, as she said, both God and him. Her poor husband being abashed at this her behaviour, comforted her, as he could. Asking her the cause of her trouble and grief, who told him, that she had, contrary to God's law, and to the offence of all good Christians, to the injury of him, and specially to the loss of her own soul, bargained and given her soul to the devil, to be delivered unto him within short space. Note the Christian comfort of the husband to his wife. Whereunto her husband answered, sighing, Wife, be of good cheer, this thy bargain is void and of none effect, for thou hast sold that which is none of 44 thine to sell. Sith it belongeth to Christ, who hath bought it, and dearly paid for it, even with his blood, which he shed upon the cross, so as the devil hath no interest in the /46. After this, with like submission, tears, and penitence, she said unto him, O husband, I have yet committed another fault, and done you more injury, for I have bewitched you and your children. Be content, quoth he, by the grace of God, Jesus Christ shall unwitch us, for none evil can happen to them that fear God. And, as truly as the Lord liveth, this was the tenor of his words unto me, which I know is true, as proceeding from unfeigned lips, and from one that feareth God. Now when the time approached that the devil should come, and take possession of the woman, according to his bargain, he watched and prayed earnestly. And caused his wife to read psalms and prayers for mercy at God's hands, and suddenly about midnight, there was a great rumbling below under his chamber window, which amazed them exceedingly. For they conceived, that the devil was below, though he had no power to come up, because of their fervent prayers. Confutation. He that noteth this woman's first and second confession, freely and voluntarily made, how everything concurred that might serve to add a credit thereunto, and yield matter for her condemnation, would not think. But that if Bowden were foreman of her inquest, he would cry guilty, and would hasten execution upon her, who would have said as much before any judge in /57. The world, if she had been examined, and have confessed no less, if she had been arraigned thereupon. But God knoweth, she was innocent of any these crimes, howbeit she was brought low and pressed down with the weight of this humour, so as both her rest and sleep were taken away from her. And her fancies troubled and disquieted with despair, and such other cogitations as grew by occasion thereof. And yet I believe, if any mishap had ensued to her husband, or his children, few witchmongers would have judged otherwise, but that she had bewitched them. And she, for her part, so constantly persuaded herself to be a witch, that she judged herself worthy of death. Insomuch as being retained in her chamber, she saw in not any one carrying a faggot to the fear, but she would say it was to make a fear to burn here for witchery. But God knoweth she had bewitched none, neither ensued there any hurt unto any, by her imagination, but unto herself. A comical catastrophe. And as for the rumbling, it was by occasion of a sheep, which was flawed, and hung by the walls, so as a dog came and devoured it. Whereby grew the noise which I before mentioned, and she being now recovered, remaineth a right honest woman, far from such impiety, and ashamed of her imaginations, which she perceiveth to have grown through melancholy. The 11th chapter. The strange and diverse effects of melancholy, and how the same humour abounding in witches, or rather old women, filleth them full of marvellous imaginations, and that their confessions are not to be credited. Ut in truth H. Card devar. Rerum. Cap. 8. Joe. Virus depressed. Lib 6. Cap. 8. This melancholic humour, as the best physicians affirm, is the cause of all their strange, impossible, and incredible confessions. 47. Which are so fond, that I wonder how any man can be abused thereby. Howbeit, these affections, though they appear in the mind of man, yet are they bred in the body, and proceed from this humour, which is the very dregs of blood, nourishing and feeding those places, from whence proceed fears, co/gitations. 58. Superstitions, fastings, labours, and such like. This mocketh sufferance of torments, and, as some say, Aristotle de somnio. Foresight of things to come, and preserveth health, as being cold and dry, it mocketh men subject to leanness, and to the quartane ague. Th. Card lib 8 devar. Rare. They that are vexed therewith, are destroyers of themselves, stout to suffer injuries, fearful to offer violence, except the humour be hot. They learn strange tongues with small industry, as Aristotle and others affirm. If our witches' fantasies were not corrupted, nor their wills confounded with this humour, they would not so voluntarily and readily confess that which calleth their life in question, whereof they could never otherwise be convicted. J. Bowden Joe. Bod. Contra Joe. Virum. With his lawyers physic reasoneth contrarily, as though melancholy were furthest of all from those old women, whom we call witches, deriding the most famous and noble physician John Weir for his opinion in that behalf. But because I am no physician, I will set a physician to him. Namely Erastus, who hath these words, to wit, that these witches, through their corrupt fantasy abounding with melancholic humours, by reason of their old age, do dream and imagine they hurt those things which they neither could nor do hurt. And so think they know an art, which they neither have learned nor yet understand. But why should there be more credit given to witches, when they say they have made a real bargain with the devil, killed a cow, bewitched butter, enfeebled a child, forspoken her neighbour? And, then when she confesseth that she transubstantiateth herself, mocketh it rain or highly, fleeth in the air, goeth invisible, transferreth corn in the gross from one field to another? And, if you think that in the one their confessions be sound, why should you say that they are corrupt in the other, the confession of all these things being made at 46 one instant, and affirmed with like constancy, or rather audacity? But you see the one to be impossible, and therefore you think thereby, that their confessions are vain and false. The other you think may be dune, and see them confess it, and therefore you conclude, a posse ad esse. As being persuaded it is so, because you think it may be so. But I say, both with the divines, August. Lib de Trinit. 3. Edom. De Civit. De. Clemens. Ricone. 3. Iamblichus. Joe. Virus. Cardanus. Pampia and philosophers, that which is imagined of witchcraft, hath no truth of action, or being besides their ima/gination. 59. The which, for the most part, is occupied in false causes. For whosoever desireth to bring to passe an impossible thing, hath a vain, an idle, and a childish persuasion, bred by an unsound mind, for sine mentis voluntas re possibilis est. The will of a sound mind, is the desire of a possible thing. 48. The 12th chapter. A confutation of witches' confessions, especially concerning their league. It is objected an objection. That witches confess they renounce the faith, the resolution. And as their confession must be true, or else they would not make it, so must their fault be worthy of death, or else they should not be executed. Whereunto I answer as before. That their confessions are extorted, or else proceed from an unsound mind. Yea, I say further, that we ourselves, which are sound of mind, and yet seek any other way of salvation than Christ Jesus, or break his commandments, or walk not in his steps with a live-lie faith, and do not only renounce the faith, but God himself, and therefore they, in confessing that they forsake God, and embrace Satan, do that which we all should do. As touching that horrible part of their confession, in the league which tendeth to the killing of their own and others' children, the seething of them, and the making of their potion or pottage, and the effects thereof. Their Good Friday's meeting, being the day of their deliverance, their incests, with their return at the end of 9 months, when commonly women be neither able to go that journey, nor to return, and it is so horrible, unnatural, unlike lie, and unpossible, that if I should behold such things with mine eyes, I should rather think myself dreaming, drunken, or some way deprived of my senses, than give credit to so horrible and filthy matters. How hath the oil or pottage of a sodden child such virtue, a forged miracle? As that a staff anointed therewith, can carry folky in the air. Their potable liquor, which, they say, mocketh maisters of that fa/culti, 60, is it not ridiculous? And is it not, by the opinion of all philosophers, 47 physicians, and divines, void of such virtue, as is imputed thereunto? Their not fasting on Fridays, and their fasting on Sundays, their spetting at the time of elevation, their refusal of holy water, their despising of superstitious crosses, and, which are all good steps to true Christianity. Help me to confute the residue of their confessions. The 13th chapter. A confutation of witches' confessions, concerning making of tempests and rain, of the natural cause of rain, and that witches or divils have no power to do such things. Nd to speak more general lie of all the impossible actions referred unto them, as also of their false confessions. I say, that there is none which acknowledgeth God to be only omnipotent, and the only worker of all miracles, nor any other endued with mean sense, but will deny that the elements are obedient to witches, and at their commandment. Or that they may at their pleasure send rain, highly, tempests, thunder, lightning, the ways that witches used to make rain, and when she being but an old doting woman, casteth a flint stone o/ver 49. Here left shoulder, towards the west, or hurleth a little sea sand up into the element, or wetteth a broom sprig in water, and sprinkleth the same in the air. Or diggeth a pit in the earth, and putting water therein, stirreth it about with her finger, neither. Mal. Maleth. J. Bod. Friar Barth. Hemming. Denius, and or boileth hog's bristles, or layeth sticks across upon a bank, where never a drop of water is. Or buryeth sage till it be rotten, all which things are confessed by witches, and affirmed by writers to be the means that witches use to move extraordinary tempests and rain, and we read in M. Malficarum Malmalef. Par. 2, Quae. 1, Cap. 12. That a little girl walking abroad with her father in his land, heard him complain of drought, wishing for rain, and why father, quoth the child, I can make it rain/61. Or highly, when and where I list. He asked where she learned it. She said, of her mother, who forbade her to tell any body thereof. He asked her how her mother taught her. She answered, that her mother committed her to a maester, who would at any time do anything for her. Why then, said he, make it rain but only in my field. And so she went to the stream, and threw up water in her maester's name, and made it rain presently. And proceeding further with her father, she made it highly in another field, at her father's request. Hereupon he accused his wife, and caused her to be burned. And then he new christened his child again, which circumstance is common among papists and witchmongers. And howsoever the first part hereof was 48 proved, there is no doubt but the latter part was through lie executed. He that can lie, can steal. As he that can work can play. If they could indeed bring these things to pass at their pleasure, then might they also be impediments unto the course of all other natural things, and ordinances appointed by God, as, to cause it to hold up, when it should rain. And to make midnight, of high noon, and by those means, I say, the divine power should become servile to the will of a witch, so as we could neither eat nor drink but by their permission. Methinks Seneca might satisfy these credulous or rather idolatrous people, that run a whore-hunting, either in body or fancy, after these witches, believing all that is attributed unto them, to the derogation of God's glory. He saith, that the rude people, and our ignorant predecessors did believe, that rain and showers might be procured and stayed by witches' charms and enchantments, of which kind of things that there can nothing be wrought, it is so manifest, that we need not go to any philosopher's school, to learn the confutation thereof. But Jeremy 16:22, by the word of God, doth utterly confound all that which may be devised for the maintenance of that foolish opinion, sighing, are there any among the gods dei gentium demonia? The gods of the Gentiles are divils. Of the Gentiles, that sendeth rain, or giveth showers from heaven. Art not thou the self-same our Lord God? We will trust in thee, for thou doest and makest all these things. I may therefore with Brentius boldly say, that it is neither in the power of witches nor divils, to accomplish that matter, but in God one lie. For when exhalations are drawn and lifted up from out of the earth, by the power 62 of the sun, into the middle region of the air the natural generation of highly in rain. The coldness thereof constraineth and thickeneth those vapors, which being become clouds, are dissolved again by the heat of the sun, whereby rain or highly is engendered, rain, if by the way the drops be not frozen and made highly. These 50 circumstances being considered with the course of the whole Scripture, it can neither be in the power of witch or devil to procure rain, or fair weather. And whereas the story of Job in this case is all edged against me, wherein a witch is not once named, I have particularly answered it elsewhere. And therefore thus much one lie I say here. That even there, where it pleased God, as Calvin saith, to set down circumstances for the instruction of our gross capacities, which are not able to conceive of spiritual communication, or heavenly affairs. The devil desireth God to stretch out his hand, and touch all that Job 1:11 hath. And though he seemeth to grant Satan's desire, yet God himself sent fire from heaven, and where, it is to be gathered, that although God said, He is in thine hand, it was the Lord's hand that punished Job verse 16. And not the hand of the devil, who said not, Give me leave to plague him, but, Lie thine hand upon him. And when Job 49 continued faithful notwithstanding all his afflictions, in his children, body and goods, the devil is said to come again to God, and to say as before, to wit, Job 2:5. Now stretch out thine hand, and touch his bones and his flesh. Which argueth as well that he could not do it, as that he himself did it not before. And be it here remembered, that mal malef pa 1, quae 2. And the residue of the witchmonger's denny, that there were any witches in Job's time. But see more hereof elsewhere. The 8th chapter. What would ensue, if witches' confessions or witchmongers' opinions were true, concerning the effects of witchcraft, enchantments, and if it were true but these suppositios are false, ergo the consequences are not true. That witches confess, or that all writers write, or that witchmongers report, or that fools believe, we should never have butter in the churn, nor cow in the close, nor corn in the field, nor fair weather abroad, nor health within doors. Or if that which is contained in Malboden, and or in the pamphlets late set forth in English, of witches' executions, should be true in those things that witches are said to confess, what creature could live in security? Or what needed such preparation of wars, or such trouble, or charge in that behalf? No prince should be able to reign or live in the land. For, as Danius saith, that one Martina witch killed the emperor of Germany with witchcraft, so would our witches, if they could, destroy all our magistrates. One old witch might overthrow an army royal, and then what needed we any guns, or wild fire, or any other instruments of war? A witch might supply all wants, and accomplish a prince's will in this behalf, even without charge or bloodshed of his people. If it be objected, that witches work by the devil, and Christian princes are not to deal that way, I answer, that few princes disposed to battle would make conscience therein, specialize such as take unjust wars in hand, using other helps, devices, and engines as unlawful and devilish as that. In whose camp there is neither the rule of religion or Christian order observed, insomuch as ravishments, murders, blasphemies, and /51. Thefts are their most common lie and free lie committed. So that the devil is more feared, Mal Malef. J. Bowden. Bar. Spinius. And better served in their camps, than God Almighty. But admit that soldiers would be scrupulous herein, the Pope hath authority to dispense therewith, as in like case he hath /64. Dune, by the testimony of his own authors and friends. Admit also, that throughout all Christendom, wars were justly maintained, and 50 religion duly observed in their camps. Yet would the Turk and other infidels cut our throats, or at least one another's throat, with the help of their witches, for they would make no conscience thereof. The 15th chapter. Examples of foreign nations, who in their wars used the assistance of witches, of eye-biting witches in Ireland, of 2 archers that shot with familiars. N. The wars witches in wars. Between the kings of Denmark and Sueveland, 1563. The Danes do write, that the king of Sueveland carried about with him in his camp, 4 old witches, who with their charms so qualified the Danes, as they were thereby disabled to annoy their enemies, insomuch as, if they had taken in hand any enterprise, they were so enfeebled by those witches, as they could perform nothing. And although this could have no credit at the first, yet in the end, one of these witches was taken prisoner, and confessed the whole matter, so as, saith he, the threads, the line, and the characters were found in the highway and water plashes. The Irishmen addict themselves wonderful lie to the credit and practice hereof, insomuch as they affirm, that not one lie their children, but their cattel, are, as they call it, eye-biting witches. When they fall sudden lie sick, and term one sort of their witches eye-biters, one lie in that respect, yet and they will not stick to affirm, that they can rhyme either man or beast to death. Also the West Indians and Muscovites do the like, and the Huns, as Gregory Turinensis writeth, used the help of witches in time of war. I find another story written in M. Mal repeated by Bowden, that one soldier called Pummer an archer, lie through witchcraft killed with his bow and arrows 3 of the enemies, as they stood peeping over the walls of a castell besieged, so as in the end he killed them all quite, saving one. The trial of the archers sinister /65. Dealing, and a proof thereof expressed, is, for that he never lightly failed when he shot, and for that he killed them by 3 a day, and had shot 3 arrows into a rood. This was he that shot at a penny on his son's head, and made ready another arrow, to have slain the Duke Remgrave that commanded it. And doubtless, because of his singular dexterity in shooting, he was reputed a witch, as doing that which others could not do, nor think to be in the power of man to do, though indeed no miracle, no witchcraft, no impossibility nor difficulty consisted therein. /52. But this latter story I can requite with a familiar example. A skilful archer punished by an unskilful justice. For at town mauling in Kent, one of Q. Mary's justices, upon the complaint of many wise men, and a few foolish boys, laid an archer by the heels, because he shot so near the white at butts. For he was informed and persuaded, that the poor man played with a fly, otherwise called a devil or familiar. And because he was certified that the archer aforesaid shot better than the common shooting, which he before had heard of or seen, he conceived it could not be in God's name. But by enchantment, whereby this archer, as he supposed by abusing the Queen's liege people, gained some one day 2 or 3 shillings, to the detriment of the commonwealth, and to his own enriching. And therefore the archer was severely punished, to the great encouragement of archers, and to the wise example of justice, but specially to the overthrow of witchcraft. And now again to our matter. The 16th chapter. Authorities condemning the fantastical confessions of witches, and how a popish doctor taketh upon him to disprove the same. Urdian general councils, by their decrees, have condemned the confessions and erroneous credulity of witches, to be vain, fantastical and fabulous. And even those, which are parcel of their league, whereupon our witchmongers do so build, to wit, their night walkings and meetings with Herodias, and /66. The pagan gods, at which time they should passer so far in so little a space on concourse. Their transubstantiation, their eating of children, and their pulling of them from their mothers' sides, their entreing into men's houses, through chinks and little holes, where a fly can scarcely ring out, and the disquieting of the inhabitants. And, all which are not one lie said by a general council to be mere fantastical, and imaginations in dreams. But so affirmed by the ancient writers. The words of the council are these, concil. Acquirens in decret. 26, quae. 5, can. Episcopi. August. De spiritu and anima cap. 8. Frank. Ponzivib. Tract de Lam. Numero 49. Grelandis de sort. Numero 6. It may not be omitted, that certain wicked women following Satan's provocations, being seduced by the illusion of divils, believe and profess, that in the night times ride abroad with Diana, the goddess of the pagans, or else with Herodias. With an innumerable multitude, upon certain beasts, and passe over many countries and nations, in the silence of the night, and do whatsoever those fairies or ladies command, and it followeth even there. Let all ministers therefore in their several cures, preach to God's people, so as they may know all these things to be false, and it followeth in the same counsel. Therefore, whosoever believeth that any creature may be either created by them, or else 52 changed into better or worse, or be any way transformed into any other kind or likens of any, but of the Creator himself, is assuredly an infidel. And worse than a pagan. And if this be credible, then all these their bargains and assemblies, and are incredible, which are one lie ratified by certain foolish and extorted confessions, and by a fable of S. Germain, in Hister. Vel vita sancti Germani. Who watched the fairies or witches, being at a rear banquet, and through his holiness /53 stayed them, till he sent to the houses of those neighbors, which seemed to be there, and found them all in bed. And so tried, that these were divils in the likeness of those women. Which if it were as true, as it is false, it might serve well to confute this their meeting and night walking. For if the divils be only present in the likeness of witches, then is that false, which is attributed to witches in this behalf. But because the old hammer of Sprenger and Instider, novice mal in quae. De strigib. Cap. 21, 22. 23, and in their old mal leo malficarum, was insufficient to knock down this counsel. A young beetle-head called Friar Bartholomeus Spinius hath made a new leaden beetle, to beat down the counsel, and to kill these old women. Wherein he counterfeiting /67. Aesop's assay, cloth the Pope with his heels, affirming upon his credit, that the counsel is false and erroneous, because the doctrine swerveth from the Popish Church, and is not authentical but apocryphal. Sighing, though untruly, that counsel was not called by the commandment and pleasure of the Pope, nor ratified by his authority, which, saith he, is sufficient to disannul all councils. For surely, saith this friar, which at this instant is a chef inquisitor, if the words of this counsel were to be admitted, both I, and all my predecessors had published notorious lies, and committed many injurious executions. Whereby the popes themselves also might justly be detected of error, contrary to the Catholic belief in that behalf. Bar. Spinius. Mal Malef. Cap. 23, in que. Distrigib. Marie he saith, that although the words and direct sense of this counsel be quite contrary to truth in his opinion, yet he will make an exposition thereof, that shall somewhat mitigate the ludens of the same. And this he saith is not only allowable to do, but also meritorious. Mark the man's words, and judge his meaning. The 17. Chapter. Witchmongers' reasons, to prove that witches can work wonders. Boden's tale of a Friesland priest transported, that imaginations, proceeding of melancholy do cause illusions. LDM, Malficara Mal. Malef. Pa 1, Cap. 3. Gully. Parisi. Also saith, that the councils and doctors were all deceived herein, and all edging authority therefore, confuteth that opinion by a notable reason, called petitio principii, or rather, ignotum per ignatius. In this manner, they can put changelings in the place of other children. Ergo they can transfer and transform themselves and others, and, according to their confession in that behalf. Item he saith, and Boden justifieth it, that a priest in Friesland was corporally transferred into a foray country, as witnessed another priest of Oberdorf his companion, who saw him aloft in the air, ergo saith him, Mal. They have all been ved 68. Hitherto, to the great impunity of horrible witches. Wherein he opposeth his folly against God and his church, against the truth, and against all possibility. But surely it is almost incredible, how imagination shall abuse such as are subject unto melancholy, so as they shall believe they see, hear, and do that, which never was nor shall be. As is partly declared, if you read Galen de Losi's Affectus, and may more /54. Plainly appear also if you read Aristotle de Somnio. And thereof s. Augustine August. De Spiritu and Anima. Saith well, that he is too much a fool and a blockhead, that supposeth those things to be done indeed, and corporally, which are by such persons fantastically imagined, which fantastical illusions do as well agree and accord, as Algerus lib. 1, Cap. 7, the Eucharist. Saith, with magical deceits, as the verity accompanieth divine holiness. The 18. Chapter. That the confession of witches is insufficient in civil and common law to take away life. What the sounder divines, and decrees of councils determine in this case. Loss. What creature being sound it is not likely they would so do, ergo a lie. In state of mind, would, without compulsion, make such manner of confessions as they do. Or would, for a trifle, or nothing, make a perfect bargain with the devil for her soul, to be yielded up unto his tortures and everlasting flames, and that within a very short time. Specially being through age most 54 commonly unlike to live one whole year. The terror of hell fire must needs be to them diversly manifested, and much more terrible. Because of their weakness, nature, and kind, than to any other, as it would appear, if a witch were but asked, whether she would be contented to be hanged 1 year hence, upon condition her displeasure might be wreaked upon her enemy presently. As for thieves, and such other, they think not to go to hell fire, but are either persuaded there is no hell, or that their crime deserveth it not, or else that they have time e/nuff 69. To repent, so as, no doubt, if they were perfectly resolved hereof, they would never make such adventures. Neither do I think, that for any sum of money, they would make so direct a bargain to go to hell fire. Now then I conclude, that confession in this behalf is insufficient to take away the life of any body, or to attain such credit, as to be believed without further proof. For as Augustine August. De Civit. De. Isidore. Lib. 8, Cap. 9. Etymol. 26, Quae. 5, Cnec Miram. Ponzivibius Delamius, Vol. 10. L. Error, and L. Come Post. C. de juris and facti ignore. AC in L. de itat. Item de interrogative actio. Per gloss. Ball and alios in L. 1. C. de confis. Gloss. NEC. SI de confis. In 6. Ad leg. Ucual L. narratius. Fin. Ut per bald. And August. In L. I. C. de confess, and c. Extra. De presump. Literas. Per bald. In D. leg. And c. Extra. De test cum literis. Mal malef. Pa 3 quast. 5. Cap. 11. And Isidore, with the rest of the sounder divines say, that these prestigious things, which are wrought by witches are fantastical, so do the sounder decrees of councils and canons agree, that in that case, there is no place for criminal action. And the law saith, that the confession of such persons as are elude, must needs be erroneous, and therefore is not to be admitted, for confessio debet tenera verum impossible. But these things are opposite both to law and nature, and therefore it followeth not, because these witches confess so, ergo it is so. For the confession differeth from the act, or from the possibility of the act. And whatsoever is contrary to nature faileth in his principles, and therefore is naturali impossible. The law also saith, in criminalibus regulariter non stater soli confessioni rei, in criminal cases or touching life. We must not absolutely stand to the confession of the accused party, but in these matters proofs must be brought more clear than the light itself. And in this crime no body must be condemned upon presumptions. And where it is objected and urged, that since God one lie knoweth the thoughts, therefore there is none other way of proof. 55. But by confession, it is answered thus in the law, to wit, their confession in this case containeth an outward act, and the same impossible both in law and nature, and also unlike lie to be true. And therefore quod verisimile non est, attendi non debet. So as, though their confessions may be worthy of punishment, as whereby they shew a will to commit such mischief, yet not worthy of credit, as that they have such power. For, si factum absit, salac opinion laborant, a stultorum genere sunt, if they confess a fact performed but in opinion, they are to be reputed 55 among the number of fools. Neither may any man be by law condemned for criminal causes, upon presumptions, nor yet by single witnesses, neither at the accusation of a capital enemy, who indeed is not to be admitted to give evidence in this case, though it please. 70. M. Mal and Bowden to affirm the contrary. But beyond all equity, these inquisitors have shifts and devises enow, to plague and kill these poor souls, for, they say, mal malef. Quast. 14, Pa 1. Their fault is greatest of all others. Because of their carnal copulation with the devil, and therefore they are to be punished as heretics, for manner of ways, to wit, with excommunication, deprivation, loss of goods, and also with death. C. de malef. L. nullus. L. nemo. And L. culpa. And affirmed by mal malef, and indeed they find law, and provide means thereby to maintain this their bloudy humour. For it is written in their popish canons, that as for these kind of heretics, how much soever they repent and return to the faith, they may not be retained alive, or kept in perpetual prison, but be put to extreme death. Yea, mal malef. Quast. 17, writeth, that a witch's sin is the sin against the Holy Ghost, to wit, irremissible, yea further, that it is greater than the sin of the angels that fell. In which respect I wonder, that Moses delivered not 3 tables to the children of Israel, or at the leastwise, that he exhibited not commandments for it. It is not credible that the greatest should be included in the less, and c. But when these witchmongers are convinced in the objection concerning their confessions, so as thereby their tyrannical arguments cannot prevail, to imbrue the magistrates' hands in so much bloud as their appetite requireth, they fall to accusing them of other crimes. That the world might think they had some color to maintain their malicious fury against them. The 19th chapter of 4 capital crimes objected against witches, all fully answered and confuted as frivolous. Ist 1. Idolatry, confuted. Therefore they lie to their charge idolatry. But alas, without all reason, for such are properly known to us to be idolaters, as do external worship to idols or strange gods. The furthest point that idolatry can be stretched unto, is, that they, which are culpable therein, are such as hope for and seek salvation at /71. The hands of idols, or of any other than God. Or fix their whole mind and love upon any creature, so as the power of God be neglected and contemned thereby. But which is any /56. Seek nor believe to have salvation at the hands of divils, but by them they are only deceived. The instruments of their fantasy being corrupted, and 56 so infatuated, that they suppose, confess, and say they can do that, which is as far beyond their power and nature to do, as to kill a man at York before noon. When they have been seen at London in that morning, and But if these latter idolaters, whose idolatry is spiritual, and committed one lie in mind, should be punished by death, then should every covetous man, or other, that setteth his affection any way too much upon an earthly creature, be executed, and yet perchance the witch might escape scot-free. Second lie, 2. Apostasy, confuted. Apostasy is laid to their charge, whereby it is inferred, that they are worthy to die. But apostasy is, where any of sound judgment forsake the gospel, learned and well known unto them, and do not one lie embrace impiety and infidelity, but oppugn and resist the truth erstwhile by them professed. But alas, these poor women go not about to defend any impiety, but after good admonition repent. Third lie, 3. Seducing of the people, confuted. They would have them executed for seducing the people. But God knoweth they have small store of rhetoric or art to seduce, except to tell a tale of Robin Goodfellow be to deceive and seduce. Neither may their age or sex admit that opinion or accusation to be just, for they themselves are poor seduced souls. I for my part, as elsewhere I have said, have proved this point to be false in most apparent sort. Fourth lie, 4. Carnal copulation with incubus, confuted. As touching the accusation, which all the writers use herein against them for their carnal copulation with incubus, the folly of men's credulity is as much to be wondered at and derided, as the others' vain and impossible confessions. For the devil is a spirit, and hath neither flesh nor bones, which were to be used in the performance of this action. And since he also lacketh all instruments, substance, and seed engendered of blood, it were folly to stay overlong in the confutation of that, which is not in the nature of things. And yet must I say somewhat herein, because the opinion hereof is so strong lie and universal lie received, /72. And the fables hereupon so innumerable, Werbium, Malboden, Hemingius, Hyperius, Danaeus, Erastus, and others that take upon them to write herein, are so abused, or rather seek to abuse others. As I wonder at their fond credulity in this behalf. For they affirm undoubtedly, that the devil playeth succubus how the devil playeth succubus and incubus to the man, and carrieth from him the seed of generation, which he delivereth as incubus to the woman, who many times that way is gotten with child, which will very naturally, they say, become a witch, and such a one they affirm Merlin was. The XX chapter. A request to such readers as loath to hear or read filthy and bawdy matters, which of necessity are here to be inserted, to pass over 8 chapters. Ut in so much as I am driven a peroration to the readers. For the more manifest bewraying and displaying of this most filthy and horrible error, to stain my paper with /57. Writing thereon certain of their beastly and bawdy assertions and examples, whereby they confirm this their doctrine, being myself both ashamed, and loath once to think upon such filthiness. Although it be to the condemnation thereof, I must entreat you that are the readers hereof, whose chaste ears cannot well endure to hear of such abominable lecheries. As are gathered out of the books of those witchmongers, although doctors of divinity, and otherwise of great authority and estimation, to turn over a few leaves. Wherein, I say, I have like a groom thrust their body stuff, even that which I myself loath, as into a stinking corner, howbeit, none otherwise, I hope, but that the other parts of my writing shall remain sweet. And this also covered as close as may be. The Fourth Book. 73-85. The First Chapter. Of Witchmongers' Opinions Concerning Evil Spirits, how they frame themselves in more excellent sort than God made us. Ames Sprenger and Henry Steiter, in M. Mal Malef. Par. 2, Cap. For Quast. 1. Agreeing with Bodin, Barth. Spinius, Denius, Erastus, Hemingius, and the rest, do make a bawdy discourse, laboring to prove by a foolish kind of philosophy, that evil spirits cannot only take earthly forms and shapes of men, but also counterfeit hearing, seeing, and likewise, that they can eat and devour meats, and also retain, digest, and avoid the same, and finally, use diverse kinds of activities, but specially excel in the use and art of venery. For M. Mal saith, that the eyes and ears if his bodily eyes were out, he would see but ill-favouredly. Of the mind are far more subtil than bodily eyes or carnal ears. Yea, it is there affirmed, that as they take bodies, and the likeness of members, so they take minds and similitudes of their operations. But by the way, I would have them answer this question. Our minds and souls are spiritual things. If our corporal ears be stopped, what can they hear or conceive of any external wisdom? And true lie, a man of such a constitution of body, as they imagine of these spirits, which make themselves, and were of far more excellent substance, and than the bodies of them that God made in paradise. And so the devil's workmanship should accept the handiwork of God the Father and Creator of all things. The second chapter. Point 74. Of body incubus and succubus, and whether the action of venery may be performed between witches and divils, and when witches first yielded to incubus. Eretifor, they say, incubus nider in fornicario. T. Brabant in libda apib. Was fain to ravish women against their will, until anno 1400, but now since that time witches consent willingly to their desires, in so much as some one which exerciseth that trade of lechery with incubus 20 or 30 years together. As was confessed by 4 and 8 witches burned at Raven's Purge. Point 59. But what goodly fellows incubus begetteth upon these witches, is proved by Thomas of Aquin in Senator Disti 4. Art. 4. Bodin, M. Mal Hyperius, and this gen. 6. 4. Is proved first by the devil's cunning, in discerning the difference of the seed which falleth from men. Second lie, by his understanding of the aptness of the women for the receipt of such seed. Third lie, by his knowledge of the constellations, which are friendly to such corporal effects. And last lie, by the excellent complexion of such as the devil mocketh choice of, to beget such notable personages upon, as are the 59. Causes of the greatness and excellency of the child thus begotten. And to prove that such body doings Malef. Par. 2, Quae. 1. August. The Doctrina Christ. Betwixt the devil and witches is not feigned, s. Augustine is all-edged, who saith, that all superstitious arts had their beginning of the pestiferous society betwixt the devil and man. Wherein he saith true lie. For that in paradise, betwixt the devil and man, all wickedness was so contrived, that man ever since hath studied wicked arts, yea, and the devil will be sure to be at the middle and at both ends of every mischief. But that the devil engendreth with a woman, in manner and for me as is supposed, and natural lie begetteth the wicked, neither is it true, nor Augustine's meaning in this place. Howbeit M. Mal proceedeth, affirming that all witches take /75. Their beginning from such filthy actions, wherein the devil, in likens of a pretty wench, leath prostitute as succubus to the man, and retaining his nature and seed, conveyeth it unto the witch, to whom he delivereth it as incubus. Wherein also is refuted the opinion of them that hold a spirit to be unpalpable. Mal mal. Malef. Quay. 1, par. 1. Saith, there can be rendered no infallible rule, though a probable distinction may be set down, whether incubus in the act of venery do always power seed out of his assumed body. And this is the distinction. Either she is old and barren, or young and pregnant. If she be barren, then doth incubus use here without decision of seed, because such seed should serve for no purpose. And the devil avoideth superfluity as much as he may. And yet for here pleasure and condemnation together, he goeth to work with here. But by the way, if the devil were so compendious, what should he need to use such circumstances, even in these very actions, as to make these assemblies, conventicles, ceremonies, and, when he hath already bought their bodies, and bargained for their souls? Or what reason had he, to make them kill so many infants, by whom he rather losseth than gaineth anything, because they are, so far as either he or we know, in better case than we of riper years by reason of their innocency? Well, if she be not past children, then stealeth he seed away, as hath been said, from 60 some wicked man being about that lecherous Bucines, and therewith getteth young witches upon the old. And note, that they affirm that this business is better accomplished with seed thus gathered, than that which is shed in dreams, through superfluity of humours, because that is gathered from the virtue of the seed generative. And if it be said that the seed will wax cold by the way, and so lose his natural heat, and consequent lie the virtue, mal Denius mal malef. Par. 1, Quay. 1. Denius in dialogue. De sortiarius. And the rest do answer, that the devil can so carry it, as no heat shall go from it, and furthermore, old witches are sworn to procure as many young virgins for incubusja. Sprenger in mal male. As they can, whereby in time they grow to be excellent bawds, but in this case the priest playeth incubus. For you shall find, that confession to a priest, and namely this word benedicity, driveth incubus away, when Ave Marys, crosses, and all other charms fail, The 3rd chapter. Point 60. 76. Of the divils visible and invisible dealing with witches in the way of lechery. As touching the divils visible or invisible execution of lechery, it is written, that to such witches, as before have made a visible legue with the priest. The devil I should say, there is no necessity that incubus should appear invisible, Marie to the standers by he is for the most part invisible. This was done at Raven's Purge. For proof hereof James Sprenger and Instider affirm, that many times witches are seen in the fields, and woods, prostituting themselves uncovered and naked up to the navel, wagging and moving their members in every part. According to the disposition of one being about that act of concupiscence, and yet nothing seen of the beholders upon here. Saving that after such a convenient time as is required about such a piece of work, a black vapour of the length and bigness of a man, hath been seen as it were to depart from here, and to ascend from that place. Nevertheless, many times the husband seeth incubus making him cuckold, in the likeness of a man, and sometimes striketh off his head with his sword, but because the body is nothing but air, it clauseth together again, so as, although the goodwife be sometimes hurt thereby, yet she mocketh him believe he is mad or possessed, and that he doth he knoweth not what. For she hath more pleasure and delight, they say, with incubus malef. That way, than with any mortal man, whereby you may perceive that spirits are palpable, The 4th chapter. Point 77. That the power of generation is both outwardly and inwardly impeached by witches, and of divers that had their genitals taken from them by witches, and by the same means again restored. Hy also affirm, that the virtue of generation is impeached by witches, both inwardly, and outwardly, for intrinsically they repress the courage, and they stop the passage of the man's seed. So as it may not descend to the vessels of generation, also they hurt extrinsically, with images, herbs, and to prove this true, you shall hear certain stories out of Mal worthy to be noted. A young priest at Mesberg Mal. Malef. Cap. 6, Quay. 1 Pa 2. In the diocese of Constance was bewitched, so as he had no power to occupy any other or mo women than one, and to be delivered out of that thraldom, sought to fly into another country, where he might use that priestly occupation more freely. But all in vain, for evermore he was brought as far backward by night, as he went forward in the day before, sometimes by land, sometimes in the air, as though he flew. And if this be not true, I am sure that James Sprenger doth lie. For the further confirmation of our belief in incubus, Mal sitteth a story of a notable matter executed at Ravensperge, as true and as clean lie/61. As the rest. A young man liang with a wench in that town, saith he, was fain to leave his instruments of venery behind him, by means of that prestigious art of witchcraft, so as in that place nothing could be seen or felt but his plain body. This young man was willed by another witch, to go to her whom he suspected, and by fair or foul means to require her help, who soon after meeting with her, entreated her fair, but that was in vain. And therefore he caught her by the throat, and with a towel strangled her, sighing, Restore me my /78. Tool, or thou shalt die for it, so as she being swollen and black in the face, and through his boisterous handling ready to die, said, Let me go, and I will help thee. And whilst he was loosing the towel, she put her hand into his codpiece, and touched the place, sighing, Now hast thou thy desire, and even at that instant he felt himself restored. Item, Ja. Sprenger. In Mal. Malef. Par. 2, Quay. 1. A reverend father, for his life, holiness, and knowledge notorious, being a friar of the order and company of Spire, reported that a young man at Shrift made lamentable moan unto him for the like loss, but his gravity suffered him not to believe lightly any such reports, and therefore made the young man untruss his codpiece point, and saw the complaint to be true and just. Whereupon 62 he advised or rather enjoined the youth to go to the witch whom he suspected, and with flattering words to entreat her, to be so good unto him, as to restore him his instrument, which by that means he obtained. And soon after returned to shew himself thankful. And told the Holy Father of his good success in that behalf, but he so believed him, as he would needs be oculatus testis, and made him pull down his breeches, and so was satisfied of the troth and certainty thereof. Another young man being in that very taking Malef. Cap. 7, Par. 2, Quast. 1, went to a witch for the restitution thereof, who brought him to a tree, where she shewed him a nest, and bade him climb up and take it. And being in the top of the tree, he took out a mighty great one, and shewed the same to her, asking her if he might not have the same. Nay, quoth she, that is our parish priest's tool, but take any other which thou wilt. And it is there affirmed, that some have found 20. And some 30. Of them in one nest, being there preserved with provender, as it were at the racka and manger, with this note, wherein there is no contradiction, for all must be true that is written against witches, that note. If a witch deprive one of his privities, it is done only by prestigious means, so as the senses are but elude. Marie by the devil it is really taken away, and in like sort restored. These are no justice, for they be written by them that were and are judges upon the lives and deaths of those persons, The 5th chapter. 62. 79. Of Bishop Sylvanus his lechery opened and covered again, how maids having yellow hair are most combred with incubus, how married men are bewitched to use other men's wives, and to refuse their own. You shall read in the legend in Vita Hieronym. How in the night time incubus came to a lady's bedside, and made hot love unto her, whereat she being offended, cried out so loud, that company came and found him under her bed in the likeness of the holy Bishop Sylvanus. Saints as holy and chaste as horses and mares. Which holy man was much defamed thereby, until at the length this infamy was purged by the confession of a devil made at S. Jerem's tomb. O excellent piece of witchcraft or cousining wrought by Sylvanus. Item, S. Christine would needs take unto her another maid's incubus, and lie in her room, and the story saith, that she was shrewd lie cloyed. But she was a shrew indeed, that would needs change beds with her fellow, that was troubled every night with incubus, and deal with him herself. But here the Inquisitor's note might not be 63 forgotten, to wit, that maids having yellow hair are most molested with this spirit. Also it is written in the legend, of S. Barnard, that a pretty wench that had had the use of incubus his body by the space of 6 or 7 years in Aquitania, being belike weary of him for that he waxed old, would needs go to S. Barnard another while. But incubus told her, that if she would so forsake him, being so long her true lover, he would be revenged upon her, and but befall what would, she went to S. Barnard, who took her his staff, and bade her lie it in the bed besides her. And indeed the devil fearing the bedstaff, or that S. Barnard lie there himself, durst not approach into her chamber that night. What he did afterwards, I am uncertain. Marie, you may find other circumstances hereof, and many other like body lies in the golden legend. But here again we might not forget the in/Quisitors 80. Note, mal malef. Par. 2, quae. 2, cap. 2, to wit. That many are so bewitched that they cannot use their own wives, but any other bodies they might well enough away withal. Which witchcraft is practiced among many bad husbands, for whom it were a good excuse to say they were bewitched. The 6th chapter. How to procure the dissolving of bewitched love, also to enforce a man, how proper soever he be, to love an old hag, and of a bawdy trick of a priest in Gelderland. He priests say, that the best cure for a woman thus molested, next to confession, is excommunication. But to procure the dissolving of bewitched and constrained love, the party bewitched must make a jakes of the lover's shoe. And to enforce a man, how proper soever he be, to love an old hag, she giveth unto him to eat, among other meats, her own dung, and this way one old witch made 3 abbots of one house success/Sively 63. To die for her love as she herself confessed, by the report of M. Mal. In Gelderland of a bawdy priest in Gelderland. A priest persuaded a sick woman that she was bewitched. And except he might sing a mass upon her bell lie, she could not be holpen. Whereunto she consented, and lying naked on the altar whilst he sang mass, to the satisfying of his lust, but not to the relief of her grief. Other cures I will speak of in other places more civil. Howbeit, certain miraculous cures, both full of bawdry and lies, must either have place here, or none at all. The 7th chapter. 81. Of divers saints and holy persons, which were exceeding bawdy and lecherous, and by certain miraculous means became chaste. Assianus in Call. Patrum. Writeth, that S. Siren being of body very lecherous, and of mind wonderful religious, fasted and prayed, to the end his body might be reduced miraculously to chastity. At length came an angel unto him by night, and cut out of his flesh certain kernels, which were the sparks of concupiscence, so as afterwards he never had any more motions of the flesh. It is also reported, that the abbot Equitius Gregor. Lib 1. Dial. 2, being naturally as unchaste as the other, fell to his bead so devoutly for recovery of honesty, that there came an angel unto him in an apparition, that seemed to geld him. And after that, forsooth, he was as chaste as though he had had never a stone in his breech, and before that time being a ruler over monkeys, he became afterwards a governor over nuns. Even as it is said Helios in Vitus Patrum. Heraclides in Paradiso. The holy monkey gathered 30 virgins into a monastery, over whom he ruled and reigned by the space of 2 years, and grew so proud and hot in the codpiece, that he was fain to forsake his holy house, and fly to a desert. Where he fasted and prayed 2 days, sighing. Lord, quench my hot lecherous humours, or kill me. Whereupon in the night following, there came unto him 3 angels, and demanded of him why he forsook his charge, but the holy man was ashamed to tell them. Howbeit they asked him further, sighing, Wilt thou return to these damsels, if we free thee from all concupiscence? Yea, quoth he, with all my heart. And when they had sworn him solemnly so to do, they took him up, and gelded him. And one of them holding his hands, and another his feet, the third cut out his stones. But the story saith it was not so ended, but in a vision. Which I believe, because within 5 days he returned to his minions, who piteously mourned for him all 82. This/while, and joyfully embraced his sweet company at his return. The like story doth neither write of Thomas, whom 2 angels cured of that lecherous dice neither in fornicario. Ase, by putting about him a girdle, which they brought down with them from heaven. The 8th chapter. Certain popish and magical cures, for them that are bewitched in their privities. Or direct cure to such as are bewitched in the privy members. The first and special is confession, then follow in a row, holy water, and /64. Those ceremonial trumperies, Ave Marys, and all manner of crossings, which are all said to be wholesome, except the witchcraft be perpetual, and in that case the wife might have a divorce of course. Item, a litter. The eating of a hagaster or pie helpeth one bewitched in that member. Item, a litter. The smoke of the tooth of a dead man. Item, a litter. To anoint a man's body over with the gall of a crow. Item, to fill a quill with quicksilver, and lay the same under the cushion, where such a one sitteth, or else to put it under the threshold of the door of the house or chamber where he dwelleth. Item, a litter. To spet into your own bosom, if you be so bewitched, is very good. A litter. Item, to piss through a wedding ring. If you would know who is hurt in his privities by witchcraft, and who otherwise is therein diseased, Hostiensis answereth, but so, as I am ashamed to English it, and therefore have here set down his experiment in Latine, quando virga nullatinis movetur, and nunquam potuit cognoscere. Hoc est signum frigiditatis, sed quando movetur and irrigitur, perficere autem non potest, est signum maleficii. But Sir Th. Moores, Thomas Moores, medicinable receipt, and hath such a cure in this matter, as I am ashamed to write, either in Latine or English, for in filthy bawdry it posseth all the tales that ever I heard. But that is /83. Rather a medicine to procure generation, than the cure of witchcraft, though it serve both turns. Item, a litter. When one's instrument of venery is bewitched, certain characters must be written in virgin parchment, celebrated and holied by a popish priest, and thereon also must the 141 psalm be written, and bound ad viri fascinati coxum. Item, a litter. One Catherine Lowe, having a husband not so readily disposed that way as she wished him to be, made a waxen image to the likens of her husband's bewitched member, and offered it up at S. Anthony's altar. So as, through the holiness of the mass it might be sanctified, to be more courageous, and of better disposition and ability, and the 9th chapter. A strange cure done to one that was molested with incubus. O.W. being wearied with the rehearsal of so many lecheries most horrible, and very filthy and fabulous actions and passions of witches, together with the spirit incubus, I will end with a true story taken out of Jason Pratensis, Jaso. Pratensis de Cerebri Morbo, ca. 16. Which though it be rude, yet is it not altogether so unclean as the rest. There came, saith he, of late a mass priest unto me, making piteous moan, and sighing, that if I hoped him not, he should be undue one, and utterly overthrown. So great was his infirmity, for, saith he, I was wont to be fair and fat, and of an excellent complexion, and lo how I look, being now a very ghost consisting of skin and bone, and What is the matter, quoth Jason. I will shew you, sir, said the priest. There cometh unto me, almost every night, a certain woman, unknown unto me, and /65. Leath so heave I upon my breast, that I cannot fetch my breath, neither have any power to cree, neither do my hands serve me to show of here away, nor my feet to go from here. I smiled, quoth Jason, and told him that he was vexed with a disease called in/cubus 84. Or the mare, and the residue was fantasy and vain imagination. Nay, said the priest is opinionative in the error of his fantasy. It cannot be so, for by our blessed Lady, I tell you nothing but that with waking I saw with mine eyes, and felt with mine hands. I see here when she cometh upon me, and strive to repel here. But I am so enfeebled that I cannot, and for remedy I have run about from place to place, but no help that I could get. At length I went to an old friar that was counted an OD fellow, and thought to have had help at his hands, but the devil a wit had I of him, saving that for remedy he willed me to pray to God, whom I am sure I wearied with my tedious prayers long before. Then went I unto an old woman, quoth the priest, who was said to be a cunning witch, and she willed me, that the next morning, about the dawning of the day, I should piss, and immediately should cover the pisspot, or stop it with my right netherstock, and before night the witch should come to visit me. And although, quoth he, the respect of mine orders somewhat terrified me from the execution of her advice, yet my necessities diverse ways, and special my pains moved me to make trial of her words. And by the mass, quoth the priest, her prophesy fell out as sure as a club. For a witch came to my house, and complained of a grief in her bladder, and that she could not piss. But I could neither by fair nor foul means obtain at 67 her hands, that she would leave molesting me by night, but she keepeth her old custom, determining by these filthy means to dispatch me. The priest recovered. I could hard lie, saith Jason, reclaim him from this mad humour, but by that time he had been with me 3 or 4 times, he began to comfort himself, and at last perceiving it, he acknowledged his disease, and recovered the same. The 10th chapter. 85. A confutation of all the former follies touching incubus, which by examples and proofs of like stuff is shewed to be flat knavery, wherein the carnal copulation with spirits is overthrown. Hus are lecheries covered with the cloak of incubus and witchcraft, contrary to nature and verity, and with these fables is maintained an opinion that men have been begotten without carnal copulation, as Hyperius and others write that Merlin begotten of incubus was, and 440, specially to excuse and maintain the knaveries and lecheries of idle priests and bawdy monkeys, and to cover the shame of their lovers and concubines. And alas, when great learned men have been so abused, with the imagination of incubus his carnal society with women, misconstruing the scriptures, to wit, the place in Genesis 6. To the seducing of Monnier others. It is the less wonder, that this error hath passed so generally among the common people, 66. But to use few words herein, I hope you understand that they affirm and say, that incubus is a spirit. And I trust you know that a spirit hath no flesh nor bones, and that he neither doth eat nor drink. Indeed your grandam's maids were wont to set a bowl of milk before him and his cousine Robin Goodfellow, for grinding of malt or mustard, and sweeping the house at midnight, and you have also heard that he would chafe exceedingly. If the maid or goodwife of the house, having compassion of his nakedness, laid any clothes for him, besides his mess of white bread and milk, which was his standing fee. For in that case he saith, what have we here? Ham ten, here will I never more tread nor stampen. But to proceed in this confutation, quia humor spermaticus ex suco alimentari provenit. Where there is no meat eaten, there can be no seed which thereof is engendered, although it be granted, that Robin could both eat and drink, as being a/86. Cousining idle friar, or some such rogue, that wanted nothing either belonging to lechery or knavery, and item, where the genital members want, there can be no lust of the flesh, neither doth nature give any desire of generation, where there is no propagation or succession required. And as spirits cannot be grieved with hunger, so can they not be inflamed with lusts. And if men should live ever, what needed succession or heirs? For that is but an ordinance of God, to supply the place, the number, the world, the time, and specially to accomplish his will. De facultatem gene randitam interna quam externa organa requirantur. But the power of generation consisteth not on lie in members, but chief lie of vital spirits, and of the heart, which spirits are never in such a body as incubus hath, being but a body assumed, as they themselves say. And yet the most part of writers herein affirm, that it is a palpable and visible body, though all be fancies and fables that are written hereupon. The 11th chapter. That incubus is a natural disease, with remedies for the same, besides magical cures herewithal expressed. In truth, this incubus what incubus is, and who be most troubled therewith, is a bodily disease, as hath been said, although it extend unto the trouble of the mind, which of some is called the mare, oppressing manier in their sleep so sore, as they are not able to call for help, or stir themselves under the burthen of that heavy humour, which is engendered of a thick vapour proceeding from the crudity and rawness in the stomach, which ascending up into the head oppresseth the brain. In so much as manier are much enfeebled thereby, as being nightly haunted therewith. They are most troubled with this disease, that being subject thereunto, lie right upward, so as, to turn and lie on the one side, is present remedy. Likewise, if any hear the groaning of the party, speak unto him, so as he wake him, he is presently relieved. Howbeit, there are magical cures for it, as for example, /87. George, S. George, Our Lady's Night. He walked by day, so did he by night, /67. Until such time as he here found. He here beat and he here bound. Until here troth she to him plight. She would not come to hear him. Ms. That night. Whereas S. George Our Lady's Night, was named 3 times S. George. Item, hang a stone over the afflicted person's bed, which stone hath naturally such a hole in it, as wherein a string may be put through it, and so be hanged over the diseased or bewitched party, be it man, woman, or horse. Item, you shall read in malefic.m. Malefic. Par. 2, quae. 2, cap. 1, call, 2. That excommunication is very 69 notable, and better than any charm for this purpose. There are also other verses and charms for this disease devised, which is the common cloak for the ignorance of bad physicians. But Leonard Fuchsius Leon Fuchsius de Curandi Ration, in his first book, and 31. chapter, doth not onely describe this disease, and the causes of it, but also setteth down very learnedly the cure thereof, to the utter confusion of the witchmongers' folly in this behalf. Hyperius being much bewitched and blinded in this matter of witchcraft, hovering about the interpretation of Genesis 6. From whence the opinion of incubus and succubus is extorted, viderant filiae de filias hominum, quod elegantes essent, acceprant sibi in uxors ex omnibus, quas allegerant, and, seemeth to maintain upon hearsay, that absurd opinion. And yet in the end is driven to conclude thus, to wit, of the evil spirits incubus and succubus there can be no firme reason or proof brought out of scriptures, using these very words. Haec ut probabilia dicta sunto, quandaquidem scripturarum presidio hac in causa destitumer. As if he should say, take this as spoken probably. To wit, by humane reason, because we are destitute of scriptures to maintain the goodness of the cause. Tertullian and Sulpicius Severus Tertull. In Libro de Habitu Muliebri. Sulp. Sever. In Epitome Hist. Sacre. Do interpret filios Dei in that place to be angels, or evil spirits, and to have been enamored with the bow tie of those wenches, and finally, begot giants by /88. Them. Which is through lie confuted by Chrysostom, Hom. 22. In gen, but specially by the circumstance of the text. The 12th chapter. The censure of G. Chaucer, upon the knavery of incubus. O.W. will I, after all this long discourse of abominable cloaked knaveries, here conclude with certain of G. Chaucer's verses, who as he smelt out the absurdities of popery, so found he the priest's knavery in this matter of incubus, and, as the time would suffer him, he derided their folly and falsehood in this wise. 4. Jeffer. Chow. In the beginning of the wife of Bath's tale. Idle. Now the great charity and prayers of Lemeters and other holy friars, that search in every land and every stream, as thick as motes in the sunbeam. 68. Blissing hallies, kitchens, chambers and bowers, cities, barogues, castles and high towers, thropes, barns, sheep-pens, and dairies. This mocketh that there be now no fairies. 70. For there as wont to walken was an elfie. There walketh now the Lemeter himself, in undermeals, and in mornings, and saith his matins and his holy things, as he goeth in his limitation. Women may go safe lie up and down, in every bush, and under every tree. There nis none other incubus, text J. But he, enc, //. The fifth book. 89, 69. The first chapter. Of transformations, ridiculous examples brought by the adversaries for the confirmation of their foolish doctrine. O.W. that I may with the very absurdities, contained in their own authors, and even in their principal doctors and last writers, confound them that maintain the transubstantiations of witches, I will shew you certain proper stuff, which Bowden J. Bod. Lib 2. The Demon. Cap. 6. Their Chaf champion of this age, hath gathered out of M. Mal and others, whereby he laboureth to establish this impossible, incredible, and supernatural, or rather unnatural doctrine of transubstantiation. First, as touching the Devel, Bowden saith, J. Bowden Abu saith Scripture to prove a lie, that he doth most proper lie and common lie transform himself into a goat, confirming that opinion by the 33 and 34. Of essay, where there is no one title, equals tittle, sounding to any such purpose. Howbeit, he sometimes alloweth the Devel the shape of a black moor, and as he saith he used to appear to Maud Cruse, Kate Derry, and Joan Harveler. But I marvel, whether the Devel createth himself, when he appeareth in the likeness of a man, or whether God createth him, when the Devel wisheth it. As for witches, he saith they specially transubstantiate themselves into wolves, and them whom they bewitch into asses, though elsewhere he differs somewhat herein. 90. From himself. But though he affirm, pudendis tunc primum pentibus, that it may be naturally brought to passe, that a girl shall become a boy, and that any female may be turned into the male, yet he saith the same hath no affinity with lycanthropia. Wherein he saith also, that men are who lie transformed, and citeth infinite examples hereof. First, that one garner in the shape of a wolf killed a girl of the age of 12 years, and did eat up her arms and legs, and carried the rest home to his wife. Item, that Peter Burget, and Michael Worden, having turned themselves with an ointment into wolves, killed, and finally did eat up an infinite number of people. Which lie Wirus Joe. Weir. Lib 6. De Mag Ca 12. Doth sufficient lie confute. But until you see and read that, consider whether Peter could eat raw flesh without surfeiting, special live flesh of his own kind. Item, that there was an arrow shot into a wolf's thigh, who afterwards being turned into his 72 former shape of a man, was found in his bed, with the arrow in his thigh, which the archer that shot it knew very well. Item, that another being lycanthropus in the forme of a wolf, had his wolf's feet cut off, and in a moment he became a man without hands or feet. He accuseth J. Botanus mendatiorum halua, text halua. Also one of the mightiest princes in Christendom, even of late days, to be one of those kind of witches, so as he could, when he list, turn himself to a wolf, affirming that he was espied and oftentimes seen to perform that villainy. Because he would be counted the king of all witches. He saith that this transubstantiation is most common in Greece, 70. And throughout all Asia, as merchant strangers have reported to him. For Anno Domini 1542, when Sultan Suleiman reigned, there was such force and multitude of these kind of wolves in Constantinople, that the emperor drave together in one flock 150. Of them, which departed out of the city in the presence of all the people. To persuade USA warm season to swim in. The more through lie herein, he saith, that in Livonia, year Eli, about the end of December, a certain knave or devil warneth all the witches in the country to come to a certain place, if they fail. The devil I marvel that they forsake not the devil, who punisheth them so sore, I wis they get not so much at his hands. Cometh and whippeth them with an iron rod, so as the print of his lashes remain upon their bodies for ever. The captain which leadeth the way through A/91. Great pool of water, Monnier millions of witches swim after. They are no sooner passed through that water, but they are all transformed into wolves, and fly upon and devour both men, women, cattle, and after 12 days they return through the same water, and so receive humane shape again. Item, that there was one Bajanus a Jew, being the son of Simeon, which could, when he list, turn himself into a wolf, and by that means could escape the force and danger of a whole army of men. Which thing, saith Bodin, is wonderful, but yet, saith he, it is much more marvellous, that men will not believe it. For Monnier poets affirm it, yea, and if you look well into the matter, saith he, you shall find it easy to do. Item, he saith, that as natural wolves persecute beasts, so do these magical wolves devour men, women, and children. Levity 16, 26, 22, and yet God saith to the people, I trow, and not to the cattle of Israel. Deuteronomy 32. v. 24, if you observe not my commandments, I will send among you the beasts of the field, which shall devour both you and your cattle. Item, I will send the teeth of beasts upon you. Where is Bodin's distinction now become? He never saith, I will send witches in the likens of wolves, and, to devour you or your cattle. Nevertheless, Bodin saith it is a clear case, for the matter was disputed upon before Pope Leo VII. And by him all these matters 73 were judged possible, and at that time, saith he, were the transformations of Lucian and Apuleius made canonical. Furthermore he saith, stasis a witch could not be apprehended, and why? That through this art they are so cunning that no man can apprehend them, but when they are asleep. Item, he nameth another witch, that, as Mal. Saith, could not be caught, because he would transform himself into a mouse, and run into every little hole, till at length he was killed coming out of the hole of a jam. J. Bodin. Mal Malef. In a window, which indeed is as possible, as a camel to go through a needle's ie. Item, he saith, that diverse witches at Vernon turned themselves into cats, and both committed and received much hurt. But at Argentine John. Bodin. Mal Malef. Barth. Spin. And there was a wonderful matter done, by 3 witches of great wealth, who transforming themselves into 3 cats, assaulted a faggot maker, who having hurt them all with a faggot stick, was like to have been put to death. Malef. Part 3, but he was miraculously delivered, and they worthily punished, as the story saith, from whence/92. Bodin had it. After an error about lycanthropia. A great Monnier other such beastly fables, he envieth against such physicians, as say that lycanthropia is a disease, and not a transformation. Item, he maintaineth, as sacred and true, all Homer's fables of Circes and /71. Eulip's his companions, inveighing against Chrysostom, who rightly interpreteth Homer's, meaning to be, that Eulip's his people were by the harlot Circes made in their brutish manners to resemble swine. But least some poets' fables might be thought lies, whereby the witchmonger's arguments should quail, he maintaineth for true the most part of Ovid's Metamorphosis. And the greatest absurdities and impossibilities in all that book, Marie he thinks some one tale therein may be feigned. Finally, he confirmeth all these toys by the story of Nebuchadnezzar. And because, saith he, Nebuchadnezzar continued 7 years in the shape of a beast, therefore may witches remain so long in the form of a beast. Having in all the meantime, the shape, hair, voice, strength, agility, swiftness, food and excrements of beasts, and yet reserve the minds and souls of women or men. Howbeit, S. Augustine August. Lib 8 de Civit. Day. Cap. 18. Edom. Lib. De Spiritu in Anima, Cap. 26. Whether to confute or confirm that opinion judge you, Seth. Non est credendum, humanum corpus demonum arte vel potestate in bestialia lineamenta converti posse, we may not believe that a man's body may be altered into the lineaments of a beast by the devil's art or power. Item, Boden saith, that the reason why witches are most commonly turned into wolves, is, because they usually eat children, as wolves eat cattle. Item, that the cause why other are truly turned into asses, is. For that such have been desirous to understand the secrets of witches. Why witches are turned into cats, he 74 allegeth no reason, and therefore, to help him forth with that paraphrase, ironia. I say, that witches are cursed queens, and many times scratch one another, or their neighbors by the faces, and therefore perchance are turned into cats. But I have put 20 of these witchmongers to silence with this one question. To wit, whether a witch that can turn a woman into a cat, and can also turn a cat into a woman, The second chapter. Point 93. Absurd reasons brought by Boden, and such others, for confirmation of transformations. His examples and reasons might put us in doubt, that every assie, wolf, or cat that we see, were a man, a woman, or a child. I marvel that no man useth this distinction in the definition of a man. But to what end should one dispute against these creations, and recreations, when Boden washeth away all our arguments with one word, confessing that none can create anything but God? Acknowledging also the force of the canons, and embracing the opinions of such divines, as right against him in this behalf. Yea, he doth now, contrary to himself elsewhere, affirm, that the devil cannot alter his for me. And lo, this is his distinction, J. Bod. Lib 2. De Mag Demon. Cap. 6. Non essentialis forma, id est ratio, sed figura solum permutator, the essential for me, to wit, reason, is not changed, but the shape or figure. And thereby he proveth it easy enough to create men or beasts with life, so as they remain without reason. Howbeit, I think it is an easier matter, to turn Boden's reason into the reason of an assie, than his body into the shape of a sheep, which he saith is an easy matter, Gen 19, 24. And 26. And 27. Because Lots/72. Wife was turned into a stone by the devil. Whereby he sheweth his gross ignorance. As though God that commanded Lot upon pain of death not to look back, who also destroyed the city of Sodom at that instant, had not also turned her into a salt stone. And as though all this while God had been the devil's drudge, to go about this business all the night before, and when a miracle should be wrought, the devil must be fain to do it himself. Item, J. Bod. Lib de Demon. 2, Cap. 20. M. Mal Pa 1. Quae. 9. He affirmeth, that these kind of transfigurations are more common with them in the west parts of the world, than with us here in the east. Howbeit, this note is given withal. That is meant of the second persons, and not of the first, to wit, of the bewitched, and not of the witches. For they can form 94. Themselves in every part of the world, whether it be east, west, north, or south. John. Boden. Lib. De Demon. 2, Cap. 1. Marie he saith, that spirits and devils vex men most in the north countries, as 75 Norway, Finland, and in the western islands, as in the West India, but among the heathen specially, and wheresoever Christ is not preached. And that is true, though not in so foolish, gross, and corporal a sense as Boden taketh it. One notable instance of a witch's cunning in this behalf touched by Boden in the chapter aforesaid, I thought good in this place to repeat, he taketh it out of M. Mal. Malefic. par. 2. Quay. 2. Cap. 4. Which tale was delivered to Sprenger by a knight of the roads, being of the order of S. Jones at Jerusalem, and it followeth thus. The third chapter. Of a man turned into an assy, and returned again into a man by one of Bodin's witches, S. Augustine's opinion thereof. T happened in a city of Salamine, in the kingdom of Cyprus, wherein is a good haven, that a ship loaden with merchandise stayed there for a short space. In the meantime many of the soldiers and mariners went to Shoar, to provide fresh victuals. What the divil should the witch mean to make choice of the Englishman? Among which number, a certain Englishman, being a sturdy young fellow, went to a woman's house, a little way out of the city, and not far from the sea side, to see whether she had any eggs to sell. Who perceiving him to be a lusty young fellow, a stranger, and far from his country, so as upon the loss of him there would be the less miss or inquiry, she considered with herself how to destroy him. And willed him to stay there a while, whilst she went to fetch a few eggs for him. But she tarried long, so as the young man called unto her, desiring her to make haste, for he told her that the tide would be spent, and by that means his ship would be gone, and leave him behind. Howbeit, after some detracting of time, she brought him a few eggs, willing him to return to her, if his ship were gone when he came. The young fell/low 95. Returned towards his ship, but before he went aboard, he would needs eat an egg or twain to satisfy his hunger, and a strange metamorphosis, of body, but not of mind. Within short space he became dumb and out of his wits, as he afterward said. When he would have entreed into the ship, the mariners beat him back with a cudgel, sighing, "What a murrain lacks the assy." Whi/there 73. The devil will this assy? The assy or young man, I cannot tell by which name I should term him, being many times repelled, and understanding their words that called him assy, considering that he could speak never a word, and yet could understand every body. He thought that he was bewitched by the woman, at whose house he was. And therefore, when by no means he could get into the boat, but was driven to tarry and see her departure. Being also beaten from place 76 to place, as an assy, he remembered the witch's words, and the words of his own fellows that called him assy, and returned to the witch's house, in whose service he remained by the space of 3 years. Doing nothing with his hands all that while, but carried such burthens as she laid on his back. Having one lie this comfort, that although he were reputed an assy among strangers and beasts, yet that both this witch, and all other witches knew him to be a man. After 3 years were passed over, in a morning betimes he went to town before his dame, who upon some occasion, of like to make water, stayed a little behind. In the meantime being near to a church, he heard a note the devotion of the assy. Little sack-carrying bell ring to the elevation of a morrow mass, and not daring to go into the church, lest he should have been beaten and driven out with cudgels, in great devotion he fell down in the churchyard. Upon the knees of his hinder legs, and did lift his 4 feet over his head, as the priest doth hold the sacrament at the elevation. Which prodigious sight when certain merchants of Genua spied, and with wonder beheld, anon cometh the witch with a cudgel in her hand, beating forth the assy. And because, as it hath been said, such kinds of witchcrafts are very usual in those parts, the merchants aforesaid made such means, as both the assy and the witch were attached by the judge. And she being examined and set upon the racka, confessed the whole matter, and promised, that if she might have liberty to go home, she would restore him to his old/96 shape, and being dismissed, she did according lie. So as notwithstanding they apprehended her again, and burned her, and the young man returned into his country with a joyful and merry heart. Upon the advantage of this story August lib 18. De Civi. Day. Cap. 17 and 18. M. Mal. Bodin, and the residue of the witchmonger's triumph, and special I because S. Augustine subscribeth thereunto, or at the least to the very like. Which I must confess I find too common in his books, insomuch as I judge them rather to be foisted in by some fond papist or witchmonger, than so learned a man's doings. The best is, that he himself is no eyewitness to any of those his tales. But speaketh one lie by report, wherein he uttereth these words, to wit, that it were a point of great incivility, and, to discredit so monier and so certain reports. And in that respect he justifieth the corporal transfigurations of Ulysses his mates, through the witchcraft of Circes, and that foolish fable of Prestantius his father, who, he saith, did eat provender and hay at the Alps in Arcadia. Among other horses, being himself turned into an horse. Yea, he verifieth the starkest lie that ever was invented, of the two Aluives that used to transform all their guests into horses, and to sell them away at markets and fairs. And therefore I say with Cardanus 77 that how much Augustine saith he hath seen with his eyes, so much I am /74. Content to believe. Howbeit s. Augustine card. De various rerum. Lib 15 cap. 80. August. Lib 18. De civit. Day. Concludeth against Bodin. For he affirmeth these transubstantiations to be but fantastical, and that they are not according to the verity, but according to the appearance. And yet I cannot allow of such appearances made by witches, or yet by divils, for I find no such power given by God to any creature. And I would wit of S. Augustine, where they became, whom Bodin's transformed wolves devoured. But, O quam credula mens hominis, and erecti fabulis auras. Good, Ram. Lord! How light of credit is. Englished by Abraham Fleming. The waveriag mind of man. How unto tales and lies his ears. Attentive all they can, / General 97. Councils, and the Pope's canons, which Bodin so regardeth, do condemn and pronounce his opinions in this behalf to be absurd, and the residue of the witchmongers, with himself in the number, to be worse than infidels. And these are the very words of the canons, Canon 26, Quae 5, Episcopi ex con. Aquir. And which elsewhere I have more largely repeated. Whosoever believeth, that any creature can be made or changed into better or worse, or transformed into any other shape, or into any other similitude, by any other than by God himself the Creator of all things, without all doubt is an infidel, and worse than a pagan. And therewithal this reason is rendered, to wit, because they attribute that to a creature, which one lie belongeth to God the Creator of all things. The fourth chapter. A summary of the former fable, with a refutation thereof, after due examination of the same. One concerning the verity or probability of this interlude, betwixt Bodin, M. Mal. The which, the assay, the mass, the merchants, the inquisitors, the tormentors, and, first I wonder at the miracle of transubstantiation, second lie at the impudency of Bodin and James Sprenger, for affirming so gross a lie. Devised belike by the Knight of the Rhodes, to make a fool of Sprenger, and an assay of Bodin, third lie, that the assay had no more wit than to kneel down and hold up his forefeet to a piece of starch or flour, which neither would, nor could. Nor did help him, fourth lie, that the mass could not reform that which the witch transformed, fifthly, that the merchants, the inquisitors, and the tormentors, could not either severally or jointly do it, but refer the matter to the witch's courtesy and good pleasure. But where was the young man's own shape? His shape was in the woods, where else should it be? All these 3 years, wherein he was made an assay. It is a certain and a general rule, that two substantial forms cannot be in one subject simul and semel, both at once, which is confessed by themselves. The /98. For me of the beast occupied some /75. Place in the air, and so I think should the for me of a man do also. Mal. Malef. Par. 1, Quae. 2. For to bring the body of a man, without feeling, into such a thin airy nature, as that it can neither be seen nor felt, it may well be unlikely, but it is very impossible, for the air is inconstant, and continueth not in one place. So as this airy creature would soon be carried into another region, as elsewhere I have largely proved that I in my discourse of spirits and divils, being the 17th book of this volume. But indeed our bodies are visible, sensitive, and passive, and are endued with many other excellent properties, which all the divils in hell are not able to alter, neither can one hair of our head perish, or fall away, or be transformed, without the special providence of God Almighty. But to proceed unto the probability of this story. What Lukey was it, that this young fellow of England, landing so late lie in those parts, and that old woman of Cyprus, being both of so base a condition, should both understand one another's communication? England and Cyprus being so many 100 miles distant, and their languages so far differing. I am sure in these days, wherein traffic is more used, and learning in more price, few young or old mariners in this realm can either speak or understand the language spoken at Salamine in Cyprus, which is a kind of Greek, and as few old women there can speak our language. But Bodin will say, you hear, that at the Inquisitor's commandment, and through the tormentor's correction, she promised to restore him to his own shape, and so she did, as being thereunto compelled. I answer, that as the whole story is an impious fable, so this assertion is false, and disagreeable to their own doctrine, which maintaineth, that the witch doth nothing but by the permission and leave of God. For if she could do or undo such a thing at her own pleasure, or at the commandment of the Inquisitors, or for fear of the tormentors, or for love of the party, or for remorse of conscience, then is it not either by the extraordinary leave, nor yet by the like direction of God, except you will make him a confederate with old witches. I for my part wonder most, how they can turn and toss a man's body so, and make it smaller and greater, to wit, like a mouse, or like an assy, and the man all this while to feel no pain. And I am not alone in this maze, for Dan in dialogue. Cap. 3. Denius a special maintainer of their falls/lies 99. Saith, that although Augustine and Apuleius August lib de civit Day. Cap. 17, 18. Do write very credibly of these matters. Yet will he never believe, that witches can change men into other forms, as asses, apes, wolves, bears, mice, and the 5th chapter. That the body of a man cannot be turned into the body of a beast by a witch, is proved by strong reasons, scriptures, and authorities. Was this man an assy all this while? Or was this assy a man? Bodin saith, his reason one lie reserved, he was truly transubstantiated into an assy, so as there must be no part of a man, but reason remaining in this assy. And yet Hermes Trismegistus Hermes Trismeg in sua periandro. Think he hath good authority and reason to say, aliud corpus quam humanum non capra animum humanum, NEC/Fos 76. Esse in corpus animi ration currentis animum rationalum currura, that is, an humane soul cannot receive any other than an humane body, nor yet can light into a body that wanteth reason of mind. But S. James Jam. 2, 26. Saith, the body without the spirit is dead. And surely, when the soul is departed from the body, the life of man is dissolved, and therefore Paul Fili. 1, 23. Wished to be dissolved, when he would have been with Christ. The body of man is subject to divers kinds of agues, sicknesses, and infirmities, whereunto an ass's body is not inclined, and man's body must be fed with bread, and not with hay. Bodin's ass-headed man must either eat hay, or nothing, as appeareth in the story. Man's body also is subject unto death, and hath his days numbered. If this fellow had died in the meantime, as his hour might have been come, for anything the divils, the witch, or Bodin knew. I marvel then what would have become of this assy, or how the witch could have restored him to shape, or whether he should have risen at the day of judgment in an ass's body and shape. 4 Paul 1. Cor 15. 44. Saith, that very body which is sown and buried a natural body, is raised/100. A spiritual body. The life of Jesus is made manifest in our mortal flesh, and not in the flesh of an assy. God hath endued every man and every thing with his proper nature, substance, for me, qualities, and gifts, and directeth their ways. As for the ways of an assy, he taketh no such care, howbeit, they have also their properties and substance several to themselves. For there is one flesh, saith Paul, 1 Cor 15:39. Of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, another of birds. And therefore it is absolute lie against the ordinance of God, who hath made me a man, that I should fly like a bird, or swim like a fish, or creep like a worm, or become an assy in shape, insomuch as if God would give me leave, I cannot do it. For it were contrary to his own order and decree, and to the constitution of any body which he hath made. Psal. 119, Yea, the spirits themselves 80 have their laws and limits prescribed, beyond the which they cannot pass one hair's breadth. Otherwise God should be contrary to himself, which is far from him. Neither is God's omnipotency hereby qualified, but the devil's impotency manifested, who hath none other power, but that which God from the beginning hath appointed unto him, consonant to his nature and substance. He may well be restrained from his power and will, but beyond the same he cannot pass, as being God's minister, no further but in that which he hath from the beginning enabled him to do, which is, that he being a spirit, may with God's leave and ordinance vitiate and corrupt the spirit and will of man, wherein he is very diligent. What a beastly assertion is it, that a man, whom God hath made according to his own similitude and likeness, should be by a witch turned into a beast? What an impiety is it to affirm, that an ass's body is the temple of the Holy Ghost? Or an assy to be the child of God, and God to be his father, as it is said of man? Which Paul to the Corinthians 1 Cor 6, 19 verse 15, and verse 2, verse 13, so divinely confuteth, who saith, that our bodies are the members of Christ. In the which we are to glorify God, for the body is for the Lord, and the Lord is for the body. Surely he meaneth not for an ass's body, as by this time I hope appeareth, in such wise as Bodin may go hide him for /77. Shame. Especially when he shall understand, that even into these our bodies, which God hath framed after his own like /Ness, 101. He hath also breathed that spirit, which Bodin saith is now remaining within an ass's body, which God hath so subjected in such servility under the foot of man. Psalm 8, verses 5, 6, 7, 8. Of whom God is so mindful, that he hath made him little lower than angels, yea than himself, and crowned him with glory and worship, and made him to have dominion over the works of his hands, as having put all things under his feet. All sheep and oxen, yea wolves, asses, and all other beasts of the field, the foals of the air, the fishes of the sea, and Bodin's poet, Ovid, whose metamorphosis makes so much for him, saith to the overthrow of this fantastical imagination. Os homini sublime dedit, coelunc vidir. Jussit, and erectos ad sidera tolera voltus. The effect of which verses is this. The Ram Lord did set man's face so high, that he the heavens might behold, and look up to the starry sky, to see his wonders manifold. Now, if a witch or a devil can so alter the shape of a man, as contrarily to make him look down to hell, like a beast, God's works should not one lie be defaced and disgraced, but his ordinance should be wonderfully altered, and thereby confounded. The 6th chapter. The witchmongers' objections, concerning Nebuchadnezzar answered, and their error concerning lycanthropia confuted. Alias Maleficarum, Bodin, and Monnier other their groundwork is as sure as to hold a quick eel by the tail. Of them that maintain witchcraft, triumph upon the story of Nebuchadnezzar, as though Circes had transformed him with her sorceries into an ox, as she did others into swine, and I answer, that he was neither in body nor shape transformed at all, Acor/Ding 102. To their gross imagination, as appeareth both by the plain words of the text, Dan 4. And also by the opinions of the best interpreters thereof, but that he was, for his beastly government and conditions, thrown out of his kingdom and banished for a time, and driven to hide himself in the wilderness. There in exile to lead his life in beastly sort, among beasts of the field, and fowls of the air, for by the way I tell you it appeareth by the text, that he was rather turned into the shape of a fowl than of a beast, until he rejecting his beastly conditions, was upon his repentance and amendment called home, and restored unto his kingdom. Howbeit, this, by their confession, was neither devils nor witches doing, but a miracle wrought by God, whom alone I acknowledge to be able to bring to pass such works at his pleasure. Wherein I would know what our witchmongers have gained. 78. I am not ignorant that some write, that after the death of Coragrip, devanit, scient, cap. 44, Nebuchadnezzar, his son Ilumurdath, tr. of Yule, gave his body to the ravens to be devoured, lest afterwards his father should arise from death, who of a beast became a man again. But this tale is meeter to have place in the Kabbalistical art, to wit, among unwritten verities than here. To conclude, I say that the transformations, which these witchmongers do so rave and rage upon, is, as all the learned sort of physicians affirm, a disease proceeding partly from melancholy, where B. Monnier suppose themselves to be wolves, or such ravening beasts. For lycanthropia Paul. Egenet. Lee 3. C. 16. Aetius. Lib 6. Cap. 11. J. Weir. Depressed. Dame. Lib 4. Cap. 23, is of the ancient physicians called lupina melancholia, or lupina insania. J. Wyrus declareth very learned lie, the cause, the circumstance, and the cure of this disease. I have written the more herein. Because hereby great princes and potentates, as well as poor women and innocents, have been defamed and accounted among the number of witches. The 7th chapter. 103. A special objection answered concerning transportations, with the consent of diverse writers thereupon. Or the maintenance of witches' transportations, they object the words of the Gospel. Math. 4, 8. Luck. 3, 9. Where the devil is said to take up Christ, and to set him on a pinnacle of the temple, and on a mountain, and which if he had done in manner and for me as they suppose, it followeth not therefore that witches could do the like. Nor yet that the devil would do it for them at their pleasure, for they know not their thoughts, neither can otherwise communicate with them. But I answer to the former objection, that if it were so grossly to be understood, as they imagine it, yet should it make nothing to their purpose. For I hope they will not say, that Christ had made any ointments, or entreed into any league with the devil, and by virtue thereof was transported from out of the wilderness, unto the top of the temple of Jerusalem. Or that the devil could have masteries over his body, whose soul he could never lay hold upon, especially when he might, with a beck of his finger, have called unto him, and have had the assistance of Monnier legions of angels. Matt. 26, 53. Neither, as I think, will they presume to make Christ partaker of the devil's purpose and sin in that behalf. If they say, this was an action wrought by the special providence of God, and by his appointment, that the scripture might be fulfilled, then what gain are witchmongers by this place? First, for that they might not produce a particular example to prove so general an argument. And again, if it were by God's special providence and appointment, then why should it not be done by the hand of God, as it was in the story of Job? Or if it were God's special purpose and pleasure. Job 1, 11. Job 2, 5. That there should be so extraordinary a matter brought to pass by the hand of the devil. Could not God have given to the wicked angel extraordinary power, and clothed him with extraordinary shape, where by 104. He might be made an instrument able to accomplish that matter, as he did to his angel that carried Habakkuk to Daniel, and to them that he sent to destroy Sodom? But you shall understand, that 79. This was done in a vision, and not in verity of action. So as they have a very cold pull of this place, which is the special piece of scripture alleged of them for their transportations. Hear therefore what Calvin J. Calvin in Harmon. Evang. In Math. 4, and Luck. 4, saith in his commentary upon that place, in these words, the question is, whether Christ were carried aloft indeed, or whether it were but in a vision. Monnier affirm very 83 obstinately, that his body was true lie and real lie as they say taken up, because they think it too great an indignity for Christ to be made subject to Satan's illusions. But this objection is easily washed away. For it is no absurdity to grant all this to be wrought through God's permission, or Christ's voluntary subjection, so long as we yield not to think that he suffered these temptations inwardly, that is to say, in mind or soul. And that which is afterward set down by the evangelist, where the devil shewed him all the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of the same, and that to be done, as it is said in Luke, in the twinkling of an eye, doth more agree with a vision than with a real action. So far are the very words of Calvin, which differ not one syllable nor 5 words from that which I had written herein, before I looked for his opinion in the matter. And this I hope will be sufficient to overthrow the assertions of them that lie the ground of their transportations and flying in the air hereupon. He that will say, that these words, to wit, that Christ was taken up, and can hardly be applied to a vision, let him turn to the prophecy of Ezekiel, Ezek. 3, 12. And 14. And see the selfsame words used in a vision, saving that where Christ is said to be taken up by the devil, Ezekiel is taken up, and lifted up, and carried by the Spirit of God, and yet in a vision. But they have less reason that build upon this sandy rock, the supernatural frame of transubstantiation, as almost all our witching writers do. For Sprenger and in Steidermau. Malef. Say, that the devil in the likeness of a falcon caught him up. Denius saith, it was in the similitude of a man, others say, of an angel painted with wings, others, invisibly, ergo the D/Vel 105. Can take, say they, what shape he list. But though some may cavil upon the devil's transforming of himself, yet, that either devil or witch can transform or transubstantiate others, there is no tittle nor color in the scriptures to help them. If there were authority for it, and that it were past all peradventure, lo, what an easy matter it is to resubstantiate an ass into a man. For Bodin saith upon the word of Apuleius, J. Bod. Lib de Dame. 3, cap. 5. That if the ass eat new roses, anise, or bay leaves out of spring water, it will presently return him into a man. Which thing Sprenger in Mal. Saith mai be done, by washing the ass in fair water, yea he sheweth an instance, where, by drinking of water an ass was turned into a man. The 8th chapter. The witchmonger's objection concerning the history of Job answered. He's witchmongers, for lack of better arguments, do many times object Job against me, although there be never a word in that story, which either mocketh for them, or against me, in so much as there is not /80. The name of a witch mentioned in the whole book. But, I pray you, what witchmonger now seeing one so afflicted as Job, would not say he were bewitched, as Job never saith? A for a Job. 1, 14. First there came a messenger unto him, and said, Thy oxen were plowing, and thy asses were feeding in their places, banned verse, 15. The Sabaeans came violently and took them, yea they have slain thy servants with the edge of the sword, but I one lie am escaped to tell thee. Cnk verse, 16. Whilst he was yet speaking, another came, and said, The fear of God is fallen from the heaven, and hath burnt up thy sheep and thy servants, and devoured them, but I only am escaped to tell thee. The end verse, 17. While he was yet speaking, another came, and said, The Chaldeans 106. Set out their bands, and fell upon thy camels, and have taken them, and have slain thy servants with the edge of the sword, but I one lie am escaped alone to tell thee. Verse, 18. Whilst he was yet speaking, came another, and said, Thy sons and thy daughters were eating and drinking wine in their elder brother's house, fan verse 19. Behold, there came a great wind from beyond the wilderness, and smote the four corners of the house, which fell upon thy children, and they are dead, and I am escaped alone to tell thee. G besides Gibid, ca 2. Ver. 7. All this, he was smitten with biles, from the sole of his foot to the crown of his head. If any man in these days called Job should be by the appointment or hand of God thus handled, as this Job was, I warrant you that all the old women in the country would be called coram nobis, warrants would be sent out on every side, public and private inquiry made what old women lately resorted to Job's house, or to any of those places where these misfortunes fell. If any poor old woman had chanced within 2 or 3 months to have borrowed a curtsy of ceasing searsing, or to have fetched from thence a pot of milk, or had she required some alms, and not obtained it at Job's hand, there had been argument enough to have brought her to confusion, and to be more certain to have the right which apprehended, figures must have been cast, the sieve and shears must have been set on work. Yea, rather than the witch should escape, a conjurer must have earned a little money, a circle must have been made, and a devil raised to 85. Tell the truth, Mother Bungie must have been gone unto, and after she had learned her name, whom Job most suspected, she would have confirmed the suspicion with artificial accusations. In the end, some woman or other must have been hanged for it. But as Job said, Dominus dedit, so said he not, Diabolus vel lamia sed Dominus abstulit. Which agreeth with the tenor of the text, where it is written, that the devil at every of Job's afflictions desired God to lay his hand upon him. Insomuch as Job J. Calvin. In Job. Cap. 1, 21. Imputed no part of his calamity unto divils, witches, nor yet unto conjurers, or their enchantments, as we have learned now to do. Neither sinned he, or did God any wrong, when he laid it to his charge, but we dishonor God greatly, when we attribute either the power or propriety of God the Creator unto a creature. Calvin J. Calvin. In Job, Cap. 2. Sermon 8. Musco. In Locke. Com. Edom, Ibidem. Saith, we derogate much from God's glory and omnipotency, when we say he doth but give Sathon leave to do it, which is, saith he, to mock God's justice, and so fond an asser/Tyon 107. That if asses could speak, they would speak more wisely than so. For a temporal judge saith not to /81. The hangman, I give thee leave to hang this offender, but commendeth him to do it. But the maintainers of witches' omnipotency, say, do you not see how really and palpably the devil tempted and plagued Job? I answer first, that there is no corporal or visible devil named nor seen in any part of that circumstance. Secondly, that it was the hand of God that did it. Thirdly, that as there is no community between the person of a witch and the person of a devil, so was there not any conference or practice betwixt them in this case. And as touching the communication betwixt God and the devil, J. Calvin in his sermon upon Job. Behold what Calvin saith, writing or rather preaching of purpose upon that place, whereupon they think they have so great advantage. When Sathon is said to appear before God, it is not dune in some place certain, but the Scripture speaketh so to apply itself to our rudens. Certainly the devil in this and such like cases is an instrument to work God's will, and not his own, and therefore it is an ignorant and an ungodly sighing, as Calvin judgeth it, to affirm, that God doth but permit and suffer the devil. For if Sathon were so at his own liberty, saith he, we should be overwhelmed at a sudden. And doubtless, if he had power to hurt the body, there were no way to resist, for he would come invisibly upon us, and knock us on the heads. Yea, he would watch the best and dispatch them, whilst they were about some wicked act. If they say, God commendeth him, no body impugneth them, but that God should give him leave, I say with Calvin, that the devil is not in such favor with God, as to obtain any such request at his hands. And whereas by our witchmongers' opinions and arguments, the witch procureth the devil. And the devil asketh leave of God to plague whom the which is disposed. There is not, as I have said, any such corporal communication between the devil and a witch as witchmongers imagine. J. Calvine in Job. Cap. 1. Sermon. 5. Neither is God moved at all at Satan Sut, who hath no such favor or grace with him, as to obtain anything at his hands. But mal Malef. Pa 1. Quast. 1. Edom part. 1. Quast. 4. And his friends Denny, that there were any witches in Job's time, yea the witchmongers are content to say, that /108. There were none found to exercise this art in Christ's time, from his birth to his death, even by the space of 33 years. If there had been any, say they, note what is said touching the book of Job. They should have been there spoken of. As touching the authority of the book of Job, there is no question but that it is very canonical and authentic. Howbeit, Monnier writers, both of the Jews and others, are of opinion, that Moses was the author of this book. And that he did set it as a looking glass before the people, to the intent the children of Abraham, of whose race he himself came, might know, that God shewed favor to others that were not of the same line. And be ashamed of their wickedness, seeing an uncircumcised Paynim had so well demeaned himself. Upon which argument Calvine, though he had written upon the same, saith, that forsomuch as it is uncertain, whether it were residential gesta or exempli gratia, we must leave it in suspense. Nevertheless, saith he, let us take that which is out of all doubt. Namely, that the Holy Ghost hath indited the book, to the end that the Jews should know that God hath had a people always to serve him throughout the world, even of such as were no /82 Jews, nor segregated from other nations. Howbeit, I for my part deny not the verity of the story. Though indeed I must confess, that I think there was no such corporal interlude between God, the devil, and Job, as they imagine, neither any such real presence in communication as the witchmongers conceive and maintain. Who are so gross herein, that they do not only believe, but publish so palpable absurdities concerning such real actions betwixt the devil and man, as a wise man would be ashamed to read, but much more to credit, as that S. Dunstan in Legenda Aurea. Lead the devil about the house by the nose with a pair of pincers or tongs, and made him roar so loud, as the place rung thereof, and, with 1,000 the like fables, without which neither the art of popery nor of witchcraft could stand. But you may see more of this matter elsewhere, where in few words, which I thought good here to omit, lest I should see me to use too many repetitions, I answer effectually to their cavils about this place, The 9th chapter. 109. What several sorts of witches are mentioned in the Scriptures, and how the word witch is there applied. What sorts of witches soever mal or Bodin say there are. Moses spake only of 4 kinds of impious cousiners or witches, whereof are witchmongers old women which dance with the fairies, and are none. The first were prestigiatores pharaones, 1. Prestigiatores pharaones. Which, as all divines, both Hebrews and others conclude, were but cousiners and jugglers, deceiving the king's eyes with illusions and sleights, and making false things to appear as true, which nevertheless our witches cannot do. The second is Mekasapha, 2. Mekasapha. Which is she that destroyeth with poison. The third are such as use sundry kinds of divinations, and hereunto pertain these words, chasm, 1 ob, idoni. 3. Chasm. 1 obi idoni. The fourth is haber, 4. Haber. To wit, when magicians, or rather such as would be reputed cunning therein, mumble certain secret words, wherein is thought to be great efficacy. These are all cousiners and abusers of the people in their several kinds. But because they are all termed of our translators by the name of witches in the Bible, therefore the lies of mal and Bodin, and all our old wives' tales are applied unto these names, and easily believed of the common people, who have never hitherto been instructed in the understanding of these words. In which respect I will, by God's grace, shew you, concerning the signification of them, the opinion of the most learned in our age, specially of Johannes Wyrus. Who though he himself were singularly learned in the tongues, yet for his satisfaction and full resolution in the same, he sent for the judgment of Andreas Macius, or Macius, the most famous Hebrician in the world. And had it in such sense and order, as I mean to set down unto you. And yet I give you this note. By the way, that witchcraft or enchantment is diversly taken in the Scriptures, sometimes nothing tending to such end as it is commonly thought to do. For in 1 Saw/Mule 110. 1 Saw. 15:23. 15:23. It is all one with rebellion. Jezebel for her idolatrous life/83. Is called a witch. Also in the New Testament, even as Paul set the Galatians 2. Re 9:22. Gal 3:1. Are bewitched, because they were seduced and lead from the true understanding of the Scriptures. Item Math. 2:1. Sometimes it is taken in good part, as the magicians that came to worship and offer to Christ, and also where Daniel 4. Is said to be an enchanter, yea a principal enchanter, which title being given him in divers places of that story, he never seemeth to refuse or dislike. 88 But rather entreateth for the pardon and qualification of the rigour towards other enchanters, which were mere cousiners indeed, as appeareth in the 2nd chapter of Daniel, Dan 2:8, where you may see that the king espied their fetches. Sometimes such are called conjurers, Acts 19, as being but rogues, and lewd people, would use the name of Jesus to work miracles, whereby, though they being faithless could work nothing, yet is their practice condemned by the name of conjuration. Gen 4:18. Exodus 7:13, and Acts 13. Exodus 22, and Acts 13. Acts 19. Canticles of Solomon. Cap. 4, verse 9. Sometimes jugglers are called witches. Sometimes also they are called sorcerers, that impugn the gospel of Christ, and seduce others with violent persuasions. Sometimes a murderer with poison is called a witch. Sometimes they are so termed by the very signification of their names. As Elimas, which signifieth a sorcerer. Sometimes because they studi curious and vain arts. Sometimes it is taken for wounding or grieving of the heart. Yea, the very word magus, which is Latine for a magician, is translated a witch. And yet it was heretofore always taken in the good part. And at this day it is indifferent to say in the English tongue, she is a witch, or, she is a wise woman. Sometimes observers of dreams, sometimes soothsayers, sometimes the observers of the flying of foals, Deuteronomy 18:2. Jerem 27. Acts 8, of the meeting of Tods, the falling of salt, and are called witches. Sometimes he or she is called a witch, that take upon them either for gain or glory, to do miracles, and yet can do nothing. Sometimes they are called witches in common speech, that are old, lame, cursed, or melancholic, as a nickname. But as for our old women, that are said to hurt children with their eyes, or lambs with their looks, or that pull down the moon out of heaven, or make so foolish a bargain, or do such homage to the devil. You shall not read in the Bible of any such witches, or of any such actions imputed to them, //. The 6th book. 1:11-84. The 1st chapter. The exposition of this Hebrew word chasaph, wherein is answered the objection contained in Exodus 22. To wit, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, and of Simon Magus. Acts 8. Hasaph, being an Hebrew word, is Latinate beneficium, and is in English, poisoning, or witchcraft, if you will so have it. The Hebrew sentence written in Exodus 22 is by the 70 interpreters translated thus into Greek: Phi Alpha Romeo Alpha Kappa Omicron Omicron Kappa Pi Iota Zeta Epsilon Sigma Epsilon Tau Epsilon, which in Latine is, beneficos, civ, beneficas non retinabitis in vita, in English, ye shall not suffer any poisoners, or, as it is translated, witches to live. The which sentence Josephus Joseph. In Judaeorum Antiquitat. An Hebrew born, and a man of great estimation, learning and fame, interpreteth in this wise. Let none of the children of Israel have any poison that is deadly, or prepared to any hurtful use. If any be apprehended with such stuff, let him be put to death, and suffer that which he meant to do to them, for whom he prepared it. The rabbins' exposition agree herewithal. Lex Cornelia differeth not from this sense, to wit, that he must suffer death, which either mocketh, selleth, or hath any poison, to the intent to kill any man. This word is found in these places following: Exodus 22:18, Deuteronomy 18:10, 2 Sam 9:22, Dan 2:2, 2 Chr 33:6, Isai 47:9-12, Malach 3:5, Jerem 27:9, Michigan 5:2, Nah 3:4, Bis. Howbeit, in all our English/112 translations, chasif is translated, witchcraft. And because I will avoid prolixity and contention both at once, I will admit that beneficae were such witches, as with their poisons did much hurt among the children of Israel. And I will not deny that there remain such until this day, bewitching men, and making them believe, that by virtue of words, and certain ceremonies, they bring to passe such mischiefs, and intoxications, as they indeed accomplish by poisons. And this abuse in cousinage of people, together with the taking of God's name in vain, in many places of the Scripture is reproved, especially by the name of witchcraft, even where no poisons are. According to the sense which S. Paul useth to the Galatians Gal. 3:1. In these words, where he sheweth plainly, that the true signification of witchcraft is cousinage, O ye foolish Galatians 90, saith he, who hath bewitched you? To wit, cozened or abused you, making you believe a thing which is neither so nor so. Whereby he meaneth not to ask of them, who have with charms, and, or with poisons deprived them of their health, life, cattle, or children, and, but who hath abused or cozened them, to make them believe lies. This phrase is also used by Job 15:12. 15. But that we may be through lie resolved of the true meaning of this phrase used by Paul, Gal. 3. Let us examine the description of a notable witch called Simon Magus, made by S. Luke, Acts 8:9. There was, saith he, in the city of Samaria, a certain man called Simon/85. Which used witchcraft, and bewitched the people of Samaria, sighing that he himself was some great man. I demand, in what other thing here do we see any witchcraft, than that he abused the people, making them believe he could work miracles, whereas in truth he could do no such thing, as manifest lie may appear in the 13 and 19 verses of the same chapter, where he wondered at the miracles wrought by the apostles, and would have purchased with money the power of the Holy Ghost to work wonders. It will be said, Acts 8:11. The people had reason to believe him, because it is written, that he of long time had bewitched them with sorceries. But let the bewitched Galatians be a warning both to the bewitched Samaritans, and to all other that are cozened or bewitched through false doctrine, or legerdemain. Lest while they attend to such fables and lies, they be brought into ignorance/113. And so in time be led with them away from God. And finally, let us all abandon such witches and cozeners, as with Simon Magus set themselves in the place of God, boasting that they can do miracles, expound dreams, foretell things to come, raise the dead. And, which are the works of the Holy Ghost, 1 Reg 8:39. Math 9:4. 12:25. 22. Acts 1:24. And 15:8. Rom 8:27. Mark 2. Luck 6, 17. And 11. And 9. Joe 1 and 2. And 6. And 13. Apiosi 2. And 3. Luck 11, 29. Who only searcheth the heart and reigneth, and only worketh great wonders, which are now stayed and accomplished in Christ, in whom whoso steadfastly believeth shall not need to be by such means resolved or confirmed in his doctrine and gospel. And as for the unfaithful, they shall have none other miracle shewed unto them, but the signa of Jonas the prophet. And therefore I say, whatsoever they be that with Simon Magus take upon them to work such wonders, by soothsaying, sorcery, or witchcraft, are but liars. Eccle 34, 5. Deceivers, and cozeners, according to Sirach's saying. Sorcery, witchcraft, soothsaying, and dreams, are but vanity. Eccle 34, 8. And the law shall be fulfilled without such lies. God commanded the people, that they should not regard them that wrought with spirits. Levi 19, 31. Nor soothsayers, for the estimation that was attributed unto them, offended God. The second chapter. The place of Deuteronomy expounded, wherein are recited all kind of witches. Also their opinions confuted, which hold that they can work such miracles as are imputed unto them. He greatest and most common objection is, that if there were not some, which could work such miraculous or supernatural feats. Deuteronomy 18. 10, 11. By themselves, or by their divils, it should not have been said. Let none be found among you, that mocketh his son or his daughter to go through the fear, or that useth witchcraft, or is a regarder of times, or a marker of the flying of fowls, or a sorcerer, or a charmer, or that counselleth with spirits. Or a soothsayer, or that asketh counsel of the dead, or, as some translate it, /114. That riseth the dead. But as there is no one place in the Scripture that saith they can work miracles, so it shall be easy to prove, that these were all cozeners, every one abusing the people in his /several 86. Kind, and are accursed of God. Not that they can do all such things indeed, as there is expressed, but for that they take upon them to be the mighty power of God, and to do that which is the one lie work of him, seducing the people, and blaspheming the name of God. Isaiah 42, 8. P.S. 24. 8, 10. Who will not give his glory to any creature, being himself the King of glory and omnipotency. First I ask, what miracle was wrought by their passing through the fear? Truly it cannot be proved that any effect followed. But that the people were bewitched, to suppose their sins to be purged thereby, as the Spaniards think of scourging and whipping themselves. So as God's power was imputed to that action, and so forbidden as an idolatrous sorcery. What wonders worketh the regarder of times? What other devil dealeth he withal, than with the spirit of superstition? Doth he not deceive himself and others, and therefore is worthily condemned for a witch? What spirit useth he, which marketh the flying of fowls? Nevertheless, he is here condemned as a practicer of witchcraft, because he cozeneth the people, and taketh upon him to be a prophet. Impiously referring God's certain ordinances to the flittering feathers and uncertain ways of a bird. The like effects produceth sorcery, charming, consultation with spirits, soothsaying, and consulting with the dead, in every of the which God's power is obscured, his glory defaced, and his commandment infringed. And to prove that these soothsayers and witches are but lying mates and cozeners, note these words pronounced by God himself, 92 even in the self-same place to the children of Israel, Dut. 18, 14 Although the Gentiles suffered themselves to be abused, so as they gave ear to these sorcerers, and, he would not suffer them so, but would raise them a prophet, who should speak the truth. As if he should say, the other are but lying and cozening mates, deceitful and undermining merchants, whose abuses I will make known to my people. And that every one may be resolved herein, let the last sentence of this precept be well weighed. To wit, let none be found among you, that asketh counsel of, or rise/Seth 1:15. The dead. First you know the soul sap. 3, 1. Luck. 16:23. Of the righteous are in the hands of God, and resting with Lazarus in Abraham's bosom, do sleep in Jesus Christ. And from that sleep, man shall not be raised, till the heavens be no more, according to this of David, Job. 14:12. Psalm 88:10. Deuteronomy 18:11. Luck. 16:29. 31. Wilt thou shew wonders among the dead? Nay, the Lord saith, the living shall not be taught by the dead, but by the living. As for the unrighteous, they are in hell, where is no redemption. Neither is there any passage from heaven to earth, but by God and his angels. Luck. 16:22. As touching the resurrection and restoration of the body, read John 5. Jo. 5:21. And you shall manifest lie see, that it is the one lie work of the Father, who hath given the power thereof to the Son, and to none other, and Dominus percutit, and ipsi mediter, ego occidum, and ego vivacium thos. 6. Acts. 17:25. 28. Tim. 6:13. And in many other places it is written, that God giveth life and being to all. Although Plato, with his maester Socrates, the chief pillars of these vanities, say, that one Pamphilus was called up out of hell, who when he came among the people, told many incredible tales concerning infernal actions. But herein I take up the proverb /87. Amicus Plato, amicus Socrates, sed major amica veritas. So as this last precept, or last part thereof, extending to that which neither can be done by which nor devil, might well expound the other parts and points thereof. For it is not meant hereby, that they can do such things indeed, but that they make men believe they do them, and thereby cousen the people, and take upon them the office of God, and therewithal also blaspheme his holy name, and take it in vain. As by the words of charms and conjurations do appear, which you shall see, if you look into these words, Haber and Idoni. In like manner I say you may see, that by the prohibition of divinations by augury, and of soothsayings, and who are witches, and can indeed do nothing but lie and cousen the people, the law of God condemneth them not, for that they can work miracles, but because they say they can do that which pertaineth to God. 26. Quae. 7, non. Obser. Fact. 1398. Act. 17. August. De Spirit. An anima. Cap. 28, and for cousinage, and concerning other points of witchcraft contained therein, and because some cannot otherwise be satisfied, I will all edge under one sentence, the Decretals, the mind of S. Augustine, the Counsel 93 Aurelian, and the determination of /116. Paris, to wit, whoso observeth, or giveth heed unto soothsayings, divinations, witchcraft, and or doth give credit to any such, he renounceth Christianity, and shall be counted a pagani, and an enemy to God, yea, and he erreth both in faith and philosophy. And the reason is therewithal expressed in the canon, to wit, because hereby is attributed to a creature, that which pertaineth to God one lie and alone. So as, under this one sentence, thou shalt not suffer a poisoner or a witch to live, is forbidden both murder and witchcraft. The murder consisting in poison, the witchcraft in cousinage or blasphemy. The third chapter. That women have used poisoning in all ages more than men, and of the inconvenience of poisoning. Women in all ages have been counted most apt to conceive witchcraft, and the devil's special instruments therein, and the one lie or chief practisers thereof, so also it appeareth, that they have been the first inventors. And the greatest practisers of poisoning, and more natural lie addicted and given thereunto than men, according to the saying of Quintilian. Latrocinium facilius in viro, beneficium in foemina credum. From whom Pliny Plin. Lib 25. Cap. 2. Differeth nothing in opinion, when he saith, scientiam foeminarum in beneficiis prevalere. To be short, Augustine, Livy, Valerius, Diodorus, and Monnier other agree, that women were the first inventors and practisers of the art of poisoning. As for the rest of their cunning, in what estimation it was had, may appear by these verses of Horace, wherein he doth not one lie declare the vanity of witchcraft, but also expoundeth the other words, wherewithal we are now in hand. Somnia, terrors magicos, miracula, sagas. Nocturnos lemurs, portentac, Thessala rides, // These dreams and terrors magical 117. 88. These miracles and witches. Night-walking sprites, or Thessal bugs. Esteem them not 2 rushes. Here Horace, you see, contemneth as ridiculous, all our witches' cunning, Marie herein he comprehendeth not their poisoning art, which hereby he one lie seem to think hurtful. Pythagoras and Democritus give us the names of a great Monnier magical herbs and stones, whereof now, both the virtue, and the things themselves also are unknown, as marmaritin, whereby spirits might be raised, 94 Archimedon. Which would make one bewray in his sleep, all the secrets in his heart, ad incantata, calicia, mavise, chiracinita, and, which had all their several virtues, or rather poisons. But all these now are worn out of knowledge, Marie in their stead we have hog's turd and chervil, as the one lie thing whereby our witches work miracles. True lie this poisoning art called beneficium, of all others is most abominable. As whereby murthers might be committed, where no suspicion might be gathered, nor any resistance can be made, the strong cannot avoid the weak, the wise cannot prevent the foolish, the godlike cannot be preserved from the hands of the wicked. Children might hereby kill their parents, the servant the master, the wife her husband, so privily, so inevitably, and so incurably, that of all other it hath been thought the most odious kind of murder. According to the saying of Ovid. Non hosps ab hospite tutus, Ovid. Metamorph. Lib 1. Non socer a genero, fratrum quac. Gratia rara est. Imminit exitio vir conjugis, illa maridi. Lurida terribiles missent aconita noversi. Filius anti diem patrios inquirit in annos / Englished by Abraham Fleming. 118. The travelling guest oppressed. Doth stand in danger of his host. The host eke of his guest. The father of his son-in-law. Yea rare is seen to rest. Twixt brethren love and amity. And kindness void of strife. The husband seeks the goodwife's death. And his again the wife. Ungentle stepdame's grisly poi. Son temper and do give. The son too soon doth ask how long his father is to live. The monkey that poisoned King John was a right beneficus. To wit, both a witch and a murderer, for he killed the king with poison, and / misp. 86, 89. Persuaded the people with lies, that he had done a good and a meritorious act, and doubtless, Monnier were so bewitched, as they thought he did very well therein. Aeneid. 4, Lib 4. Antonius Sabellicus writeth of a horrible poisoning murder, committed by women at Rome, where were executed, after due conviction, 170. Women at one time, besides 20. Women of that consort, who were poisoned with that poison which they had prepared for others, / The 4th chapter. 119. Of divers poisoning practices, otherwise called veneficia, committed in Italy, Genoa, Milan, Wittenberg, also how they were discovered and executed. Another practice, beneficae in Italy. Not unlike to that mentioned in the former chapter, was done in Cassalis at Salacia in Italy, anno 1536. Where 40. Veneficae or witches being of one confederacy, renewed a plague which was then almost ceased, besmearing with an ointment and a powder, the posts and doors of men's houses. So as thereby whole families were poisoned, and of that stuff they had prepared above 40 crocks for that purpose. Herewithal they conveyed inheritances as it pleased them, till at length they killed the brother and one lie son of one Necus, as lightly none died in the house but the maesters and their children, which was much noted. And therewithal that one Androgyna haunted the houses, special eye of them that died, and she being suspected, apprehended, and examined, confessed the fact, conspiracy, and circumstance, as hath been shewed. The like villainy was afterwards practised at Genu, and execution was due upon the offenders. At Milan veneficae in Genu and Milan. There was another like attempt that took none effect. This art consisteth as well in poisoning of cattle as of men, and that which is doomed by poisons unto cattle, towards their destruction, is as commonly attributed to witches' charms as the other. And I doubt not, but some that would be thought cunning in incantations, and to do miracles, have experience in this behalf. For it is written by divers authors, that if wolves don't be hidden in the mangers, racks, or else in the hedges about the pastures, where cattle go, through the antipathy of the nature of the wolf and other cattle, all the beasts that savour the same do not only forbear to eat, but run about as though they were mad, or, as they say, bewitched. But Wierus telleth a notable story of a veneficus, or destroyer /120. Of cattle, which I thought meet here to repeat that of a butcher or right venefical which there was, saith he, in the dukedom of Wittenberg, not far from Tubing, a butcher, anno 1564. That bargained with the town for all their hides which were of sturven cattle, called in these parts morts. He with poison privily killed in great numbers, their bullocks, sheep, swine, and by his bargain of the hides and tallow he grew infinitely rich. And at last being suspected, was examined, confessed the matter and manner thereof, and was put to death with hot tongs, wherewith his flesh was pulled from his bones. We 4/90. Our parts would have killed 5 poor women, before we would suspect one rich butcher. The 5th chapter. A great objection answered concerning this kind of witchcraft called veneficium. Is objected, that if veneficium were comprehended under the title of manslaughter, it had been a vain repetition, and a disordered course undertaken by Moses, to set forth a law against veneficas severali. But it might suffice to answer any reasonable Christian, that such was the pleasure of the Holy Ghost, to institute a particular article heref, as of a thing more odious, wicked and dangerous, than any other kind of murder. But he that shall read the law of Moses, or the testament of Christ himself, shall find this kind of repetition and reiteration of the law most common. For as it is written Exodus 22:21. Thou shalt not grieve nor afflict a stranger, for thou wast a stranger in the land of Egypt, Levit 19:33. So are the same words found repeated in Levit 19:33. Pulling and shaving of heads and beards is forbidden in Deuteronomy 27. Which was before prohibited in 22. It is written in Exodus 20. Thou shalt not steal, and it is repeated in Leviticus 19. And in Deuteronomy 5. Murder is generally forbidden in Exodus 20. And likewise in 22. And repeated in number 35. But the octoest example is, that magic is forbidden in 3 several places, to wit, 1/121. In Levit 19. And twice in Levit 20. For the which a man might as well cavil with the Holy Ghost as for the other. The 6th chapter. In what kind of confections that witchcraft, which is called veneficium, consisteth, of love cups, and the same confuted by poets. As touching this kind of witchcraft, the principal part thereof consisteth in certain confections prepared by lewd people to procure love. Which indeed are mere poisons, bereaving some of the benefit of the brain, and so of the sense and understanding of the mind. And from some it taketh away life, and that is more common than the other. These be called philtra, or pocula amatoria, or venenosa pocula, or hippomanes, which bad and blind physicians rather practice, than witches or conjurers, and but of what value these babels are, towards the end why they are provided, may appear by the opinions of poets themselves, from whence was derived the estimation of that stuff. 97 And first you shall hear what Ovid saith, who wrote of the very art of love, and that so cunning lie and feeling lie, that he is reputed the special doctor in that science. Fallator ammonias si cas decurrit ad arts Ovid. Lib 2. De arte amandi. Dat, quod a teneri fronte revelit equi. Non facient ut vivat amor mediides herbi, / Mistac, cum magicis mersa venina sonis. 91. Phasias e sonidem, circe tenuis et ulissum. Si modo servari carmine possit amor. Nec data profurent polentia filtra puellis. Filtra nocent animes, vimc, furoris habent, / Who so doth run to Haman arts. 122. Englished by Abraham Fleming. I dub him for a dolt. And giveth that which he doth pluck. From forehead of a colt. Medea's herbs will not procure. That love shall lasting live. Nor steeped poisoned mixed with ma. Gic charms the same can give. The which Medea had full fast. Held Jason for her own. So had the grand witch Circe too. Ulysses, if alone. With charms maintained and kept might be. The love of twain in one. No slibber sauces given to maids, filtra, slibber sauces to procure love. To make them pale and wan. Will help, such slibber sauces mar. The minds of maid and man. And have in them a furious force. Of frenzy now and then. Viderit ammoni si cas mala pabula terrae. Ovid. Lib de remedio amoris, 1. Eti magicus arts posse juvare putat. If any think that evil herbs up. Fleming. In Haman land which be. Or witchcraft able is to help. Let him make proof and see. These verses precedent do shew, that Ovid knew that those / 123 beggarly sorceries might rather kill one, or make him stark mad, than do him good towards the attainment of his pleasure or love. 98 And therefore he giveth this counsel to them that are amorous in such hot manner, that either they must enjoy their love, or else needs die, sighing. Sit procul omni nefas, ut amaris amabilis esto. Englished by Abraham Fleming. Fare off be all unlawful means. Thou amiable be. Loving I mean, that she with love. May quite the love of thee, / The 7th chapter. 92. It is proved by more credible writers, that love cups rather engender death through venom, than love by art, and with what toys they destroy cattel, and procure love. Because there is no hold nor trust to these poets, who say and unsay, dallying with these causes, so as indeed the wise may perceive they have them in derision. Let us see what other graver authors speak hereof. Eusebius Caesariensis. In Rough. Plin. Lib 25. Cap. 3. Joseph Lib 11. De Judaeorum Antiquit. Aristot. Lib 8. De Natura Animal. Cap. 24. Jo. Weir. De Venef. Cap. 40, writeth, that the poet Lucretius was killed with one of those lovers' poison cups. Hierome reporteth that one Livia herewith killed her husband, whom she too much hated, and Lucilla killed Hirce, whom she too much loved. Callisthenes killed Lucius Lucullus the emperor with a love pot, as Plutarch and Cornelius Nepos say. Pliny and Josephus report, that Caesonia killed her husband Caligula Amadorio Populo with a lover's cup, which was indeed stark poison. Aristotle saith, that all which is believed touching the efficacy of these matters, is lies and old wives' tales. He that will read more arguments and histories concerning these poisons, let him look in J. Word of Beneficius, / 124. The toys to mock apes, which are said to procure love, and are exhibited in their poison-loving cups, are these: the hair growing in the nethermost part of a wolf's tail, a wolf's yard, a little fish called remora, the brain of a cat, of a newt, or of a lizard, the bone of a green frog, the flesh thereof being consumed with pismires or ants. The left bone whereof engendereth, as they say, love, the bone on the right side, hate. Also it is said, that of frogs' bones, the flesh being eaten off round about with ants, whereof some will swim, and some will sink, those that sink, being hanged up in a white linen cloth, engender love, but if a man be touched therewith, hate is bred thereby. Another experiment is thereof, with young swallows, whereof one brood or nest being taken and buried in a crock under the ground, 99 till they be starved up, they that be found open-mouthed, serve to engender love. They whose mouths are shut, serve to procure hate. Besides these, many other follies there be to this purpose proposed to the simple. As name lie, the garments of the dead, candles that burn before a dead core, and needles wherewith dead bodies are sewn or socked into their sheets, and divers other things, which for the reverence of the reader, and in respect of the unclean speech to be used in the description thereof, I omit. Which, if you read Dioscorides, De Materia Medicine, or divers other learned physicians, you may see at large. In the meanwhile, he that desireth to see more experiments concerning this matter, let him read Leonardus Virus de Facino L. Virus de Facin. Lib 2. Cap. 11, Prop Finum. Now this present year 1583. New lie published. Wherein, with an incestuous mouth, he affirmeth direct lie, that Christ and his apostles were venefici, very fondly prosecuting that argument, and with as much popish folly as may be. Laboring to prove it lawful to charm and enchant vermine, and //. The 8th chapter. Point 125. 93. John Bowden triumphing against John Weir is overtaken with false Greek and false interpretation thereof. Monsieur Bowden triumpheth over Dr. Weir herein, pronouncing a heavy sentence upon him, because he referreth this word to poison. But he reigneth or rather writeth over him, much more for speaking false Greek. Affirming that he calleth veneficos phi alpha Romeo alpha kappa epsilon sigma upsilon, which is as true as the rest of his reports and fables of witches miracles contained in his books of devilish devises. For in truth he hath no such word, but saith they are called phi alpha Romeo alpha kappa epsilon epsilon iota, whereas he should have said phi alpha Romeo alpha kappa epsilon, the true accent being omitted, and epsilon being interposed, which should have been left out. Which is nothing to the substance of the matter, but must needs be the printer's fault. But Bowden reasoneth in this wise, phi alpha Romeo alpha kappa epsilon is sometimes put for mugos or prestigiators, ergo in the translation of the Septuaginta, it is so to be taken. Wherein he manifesteth his bad logic, more than the others ill Greek. For it is well known to the learned in this tongue, that the usual and proper signification of this word, with all his derivations and compounds do signify veneficos, poisoners by medicine. Which when it is most usual and proper, why should the translators take it in a signification less usual, and nothing proper? Thus therefore he reasoneth and concludeth with his new-found logic, and old fond Greek. Sometimes 100 it signifieth so, though unproperly, or rather metaphorical lie, ergo in that place it is so to be taken, when another fitter word might have been used. Which argument being vain, agreeth well with his other vain actions. The Septuaginta had been very destitute of words, if no proper word could have been found for this purpose. But where they have occasion to speak of witchcraft in their translations, they use Magian, Magagian, and therefore belike they see some difference betwixt them and the other, and knew some cause that moved them to use the word phi alpha Romeo alpha kappa epsilon alpha. Beneficium. // The 7th book. 126, 94. The 1st chapter. Of the Hebrew word ob, what it signifieth where it is found, of Pythonesses called ventriloquy, who they be, and what their practices are, experience and examples thereof shewed. His word ob, is translated Pytho, or Pythonicus spiritus, Dutter. 18, Isay. 19, 1. Sam, 28. 2, Reg 23. And, sometime, though unproperly, Magus as 2. Sam 33. But ob signifieth most properly a bottle, and is used in this place, because the Pythonists spake hollow. As in the bottom of their bellies, whereby they are aptly in Latine called ventriloquy, of which sort was Elizabeth Barton, the Holy Maid of Kent a ventriloqua. And these are such as take upon them to give oracles, to tell where things lost are become, and finally to ap each others of mischiefs, which they themselves most commonly have brought to passe, whereby many times they overthrow the good fame of honest women, and of such others of their neighbors, with whom they are displeased. For trial hereof, letting passe 100 cousonages that I could recite at this time, I will begin with a true story of a wench, practicing here diabolical witchcraft, and ventriloquy in 1574. At Westwell in Kent, within 6 miles where I dwell, taken and noted by 2 ministers and preachers of God's word, 4 substantial yeomen, and 3 women of good fame and reputation, whose names are after written, / 127. Mildred and Domi. 1574. Octob. 13, the base daughter of Alice Norrington, and now servant to William Sponer of Westwell in the county of Kent, being of the age of 17 years, was possessed with Sathon in the night and day aforesaid. Confer this story with the woman of Ender, 1 Sam 28. And see whether the same might not be accomplished by this devise. About 2 of the clock in the afternoon of the same day, there came to the same Sponer's house Roger Newman minister of Westwell, John Brainford minister of Kennington, with others, whose names are underwritten, who made their prayers unto God, to assist them in that needful case. And then commanded Sathon in the name of the eternal God, and of his Son Jesus Christ, to speak with such a voice as they might understand, and to declare from whence he came. But he would not speak, but roared and cried mightily. And though we did command him many times, in the name of God, and of his Son Jesus Christ, and in his 102 mighty power to speak, yet he would not, until he had gone through all his delays, as roaring, crying, striving, and gnashing of teeth, and otherwhile with mowing, and other terrible countenances, and was so strong in the maid, that 4 men could scarce hold her down. And this continued by the space almost of 2 hours. So sometimes we charged him earnestly to speak. And again praying unto God that he would assist us, at the last he spake, but very strangely, and that was thus, he comes, and that oftentimes he repeated, and he goes. And then we / 95. Charged him to tell us who sent him. And he said, I lie in her way like a log, and I made her run like fear, but I could not hurt her. And why so, said we. Because God kept her, said he. When camest thou to her, said we. Tonight in her bed, said he. Then we charged him as before, to tell what he was, and who sent him, and what his name was. At the first he said, the devil. Then we charged him as before. Then he roared and cried as before, and spake terrible words. I will kill here, I will kill here, I will tear here in pieces, I will tear here in pieces. We said, thou shalt not hurt here. He said, I will kill you all. We said, thou shalt hurt none of us all. Then we charged him as before. Then he said, you will give me no rest. We said, thou shalt have none here, for thou must have no rest within the servants of God, but tell us in the name of God what thou art, and who sent thee. Then he said he would tear here in pieces. We said, thou shalt not hurt here. Then / 128. He said again he would kill us all. We said again, thou shalt hurt none of us all, for we are the servants of God. And we charged him as before. And he said again, will you give me no rest? We said, thou shalt have none here, neither shalt thou rest in here, for thou hast no right in here, sith Jesus Christ hath redeemed here with his blood, and she belongeth to him, and therefore tell us thy name, and who sent thee? He said his name was Sathon. We said, who sent thee? He said, Old Alice, Old Alice. Which Old Alice, said we. Old Alice, said he. Where dwelleth she, said we. In Westwell Street, said he. We said, how long hast thou been with here? These 20 years, said he. We asked him where she did keep him. In 2 bottles, said he. Where be they, said we. In the back side of her house, said he. In what place, said we. Under the wall, said he. Where is the other? In Kennington. In what place, said we. In the ground, said he. Then we asked him, what she did give him. He said, Here will. What did she bid thee do, said we. He said, Kill her maid. Wherefore did she bid thee kill her, said we. Because she did not love her, said he. We said, How long is it ago, since she sent thee to here? More than a year, said he. 103 Where was that, said we. At her master's, said he. Which master's, said we. At her master Brainford's at Kennington, said he. How oft wert thou there, said we. Many times, said he. Where first, said we. In the garden, said he, where the 2nd time. In the hall, where the 3rd time. In her bed, where the 4th time. In the field, where the 5th time. In the court, where the 6th time. In the water, where I cast her into the moat, where the 7th time. In her bed. We asked him again, where else? He said, in Westwell. Where there, said we. In the vicarage, said he. Where there? In the loft. How camest thou to here, said we. In the likeness of 2 birds, said he. Who sent thee to that place, said we. Old Alice, said he. What other spirits were with thee there, said we. My servant, said he. What is his name, said we. He said, Little Devil. What is thy name, said we. Sathon, said he. What doth old Alice call thee, said we. Partner, said he. What doth she give thee, said we. Here will, said he. How many hast thou killed for here, said we. 3, said he. Who are they, said we. A man and his child, said /96, Misper. 99, he. What were their names, said we. The child's name was /129. Edward, said he. What more than Edward, said we. Edward Ager, said he. What was the man's name, said we. Richard, said he. What more, said we. Richard Ager, said he. Where dwelt the man and the child, said we. At Dig, said he. This Richard Ager of Dig, was a gentleman of £XL land by the year, a very honest man, but would often say he was bewitched, and languished long before he died. Whom else hast thou killed for here, said we. Wolton's wife, said he. Where did she dwell? In Westwell, said he. What else hast thou done for here, said we. What she would have me, said he. What is that, said we. To fetch here meat, drink, and corn, said he. Where hadst thou it, said we. In every house, said he. Name the houses, said we. At Petman's, at Farms, at Millen's, at Fuller's, and in every house. After this we commanded Sathon in the name of Jesus Christ to depart from here, and never to trouble here any more, nor any man else. Then he said he would go, but he went not. Then we commanded him as before with some more words. Then he said, I go, and so he departed. Then said the maid, He is gone, Lord have mercy upon me, for he would have killed me. And then we kneeled down and gave God thanks with the maiden, praying that God would keep here from Sathon's power, and assist here with his grace. And noting this in a piece of paper, we departed. Sathon's voice did differ much from the maid's voice, and all that he spake, was in his own name. Subscribed thus. Witnesses to this, that heard and, Rom. Saw this whole matter, as followeth. Roger Newman, Vicar of Westwell. John Brainford, Vicar of Kennington. Thomas Taylor. Henry Taylor's wife. John Taylor. Thomas Frenchbourne's wife. William Spooner. John Frenchbourne and his wife, The second chapter. 130. How the lewd practice of the Pythonist of Westwell came to light, and by whom she was examined, and that all her diabolical speech was but ventriloquy in plain cousinage, which is proved by her own confession. Is written, that in the latter days there shall be shewed strange illusions, and, Matt. 24:44. 2. Thess. 2:9. In so much as, if it were possible, the very elect shall be 97. Deceived, howbeit, Paul saith, they shall be lying in false wonders. Nevertheless, this sentence, and such like, have been often laid in my dish, and are urged by diverse writers, to approve the miraculous working of witches, whereof I will treat more largely in another place. Howbeit, by the way I must confess, that I take that sentence to be spoken of Antichrist, to wit, the Pope, who miraculous lie, contrary to nature, philosophy, and all divinity, being of birth and calling base, in learning gross. In valia, botai, or activity most commonly a very lubber, hath placed himself in the most lofty and delicate seat, putting almost all Christian princes' heads, not one lie under his girdle, but under his foot, and surely, the tragedy of this Pythonist is not inferior to 1,000 stories, which will hardly be blotted out of the memory and credit either of the common people, or else of the learned. How hardly will this story suffer discredit, having testimony of such authority? How could Mother Alice escape condemnation and hanging, being arraigned upon this evidence? When a poor woman hath been cast away, upon a cozening oracle, or rather a false lie, devised by Feats the juggler, through the malicious instigation of some of her adversaries. But how cunningly the ventriloquia of Westwell discovered. Soever this last cited certificate be penned, or what shew soever it carrieth of truth and plain dealing, there may be found contained therein matter enough to detect the cozening knavery thereof. And yet divers have been deeply deceived their 105 with, and can hardly be removed from the CRE/dit 131. Thereof, and without great disdain cannot endure to hear the reproof thereof. And know you this by the way, that heretofore Robin Goodfellow, and Hobgoblin were as terrible, and also as credible to the people, as hags and witches be now, and in time to come, a witch will be as much derided and contemned. And as plainly perceived, as the illusion and knavery of Robin Goodfellow. And in truth, they that maintain walking spirits, with their transformation, and have no reason to deny Robin Goodfellow, upon whom there hath gone as monier and as credible tales, as upon witches. Saving that it hath not pleased the translators of the Bible, to call spirits by the name of Robin Goodfellow, as they have termed diviners, soothsayers, poisoners, and cozeners by the name of witches. But to make short work with the confutation of this bastardly queen's enterprise, and cozenage, ye shall understand, that upon the bruit of her divinity and miraculous transes, she was convent before M. Thomas Wotton of Bocton Malherbe, a man of great worship and wise dome, and for deciding and ordering of matters in this commonwealth, of rare and singular dexterity, through whose discreet handling of the matter, with the assistance and aid of M. George Darrell the Pythonist of Westwell convicted by her own confession. Esquire, being also a right good and discreet justice of the same limit, the fraud was found, the cozenage confessed, and she received condign punishment. Neither was here confession won, according to the forme of the Spanish Inquisition, to wit, through extremity of tortures, nor yet by guile or flattery, nor by presumptions. But through wise and perfect trial of every circumstance the illusion was manifestly disclosed, not so, I say, as /98. Witches are commonly convinced and condemned. To wit, through malicious accusations, by guesses, presumptions, and extorted confessions, contrary to sense and possibility, and for such actions as they can shew no trial nor example before the wise either by direct or indirect means. But after due trial she shewed her feats, illusions, and trances, with the residue of all her miraculous works, in the presence of divers gentlemen and gentlewomen of great worship and credit, at Bocton Malherbe, in the house of the aforesaid M. Wotton. Now compare this wench with the witch of Endor, and you shall see that both the cousenages may be doomed by one art, / The third chapter. Point 132. Bowden stuff concerning the Pythonist of Endor, with a true story of a counterfeit Dutchman. Coen the like tales doth Bowden J. Bowden. Lib de Demon. 3, cap. 2. Build his doctrine, calling them atheists that will not believe him, adding to this kind of witchcraft, the miraculous works of diverse maidens, that would spew pins, clouts, and, as one Agnes Briggs, and Rachel Pinder of London did. Till the miracles were detected, and they set to open penance. Others he sitteth of that sort, the which were bound by divils with garters, or some such like stuff to posts, and, with knots that could not be undone, which is an Egyptian's juggling or cozening feat. And of such foolish lies joined with bawdy tales, his whole book consisteth, wherein I warrant you there are no fewer than 200 fables, and as many impossibilities. And as these two wenches, with the maiden of Westwell, were detected of cousinage. So likewise a Dutchman at Maidstone long after he had accomplished such knaveries, to the astonishment of a great number of good men, was revealed to be a cozening knave, although his miracles were imprinted and published at London, anno 1572. With this title before the book, as followeth. A very wonderful and strange miracle of God, shewed upon a Dutchman of the age of 23 years, which was possessed of 10 devils, and was by God's mighty providence possessed of them again, the 27 of January last past, 1572. Unto this the Mayor of Maidstone, with divers of his brethren subscribed, chief lie by the persuasion /133. Of Nicasius van der Schuer, the me/Nisten 99. Of the Dutch Church there, John Steikelbo, whom, as it is there said, God made the instrument to cast out the divils, and 4 other credible persons of the Dutch Church. The history is so strange, and so cunningly performed, that had not his knavery afterwards brought him into suspicion, he should have gone away unsuspected of this fraud. A great many other such miracles have been lately printed, whereof divers have been bewrayed, all the residue doubtless, if trial had been made, would have been found like unto these. But some are more finely handled than othersome. Some 107 have more advantage by the simplicity of the audience, some by the majesty and countenance of the confederates, as namely, that cozening of the Holy Maid of Kent. Some escape utterly unsuspected, some are prevented by death. So as that way their examination is untaken. Some are weakly examined, but the most part are so reverenced, as they which suspect them, are rather called to their answers, than the others. The 4th chapter. Of the great oracle of Apollo the Pythonist, and how men of all sorts have been deceived, and that even the apostles have mistaken the nature of spirits, with an unanswerable argument, that spirits can take no shapes. Ith this kind of witchcraft, Apollo the amphibologies of oracles. And his oracles abused and cozened the whole world, which idol was so famous, that I need not stand long in the description thereof. The princes and monarchs of the earth reposed no small confidence therein, the priests, which lived thereupon, were so cunning, as they also overtook almost all the godly and learned men of that age, partly with their doubtful answers. As that which was made unto Pyrrhus, in these words, Aiote acida Romanos vincer posse, and to Croesus his ambassadors in these words, si Croesus arma persis inferat, magnum imperium evertat. And otherwise thus, Croesus Hallan/penetrans, magnam subvertet opum vim 134. Or thus, Croesus perdet Hallan, transgressus plurima regna, and, partly through confederacy, whereby they knew men's errands ere they came, and partly by cunning, as promising victory upon the sacrificing of some person of such account. As victory should rather be neglected, than the murder accomplished. And if it were, the subtlety of oracles. Yet should there be such conditions annexed thereunto, as always remained unto them a starting whole, and matter enough to cavil upon, as that the party sacrificed must be a virgin, no bastard, and furthermore, of 2 things one lie proposed, and where yea or nay one lie doth answer the question, it is an even lie, that an idiot shall conjecture right. So as, if things fell out contrary, the fault was always in the interpreter, and not in the oracle or the prophet. But what marvel, I say, though the multitude and common people have been abused herein. Since lawyers, philosophers, physicians, astronomers, divines, general councils, and princes have with great negligence and ignorance been deceived and seduced hereby, as swallowing up and /boring 100. An inveterate opinion, received of their elders, without due examination of the circumstance. Howbeit, the godly and learned fathers, as it appeareth, have always had a special care and respect, that they attributed not unto God such devilish devices, but referred them to him, who indeed is the inventor and author thereof, though not the personal executioner, in manner and for me as they supposed, so as the matter of faith was not thereby by them impeached. But who can assure himself not to be deceived in matters concerning spirits, John 20:9. When the apostles themselves were so far from knowing them, as even after the resurrection of Christ, having heard him preach and expound the Scriptures, all his lifetime, they shewed themselves not one lie ignorant therein, but also to have misconceived thereof. Did not the apostle Thomas think that Christ himself had been a spirit, until Christ told him plainly, that a spirit was no such creature, as had flesh and bones, the which, he said, Thomas might see to be in him? And for the further certifying and satisfying of his mind, he commended unto him his hands to be seen, and his sides to be felt. Thomas, if the answer be true that some make hereunto, to wit, that spirits take forms and /135 shapes of bodies at their pleasure, might have answered Christ, and remaining unsatisfied might have said, O sir, what do you tell me that spirits have no flesh and bones? Why they can take shapes and forms, and so perchance have you done. Which argument all the witchmongers in the world shall never be able to answer. Some of them that maintain the creation, the transformation, the transportation, and transubstantiation of witches, object that spirits are not palpable, though visible. And answer the place by me before cited, so as the feeling and not the seeing should satisfy Thomas. But he that shall well weigh the text and the circumstances thereof, shall perceive, that the fault of Thomas his incredulity was secondly bewrayed, and condemned, in that he would not trust his own eyes. Nor the view taken by his fellow apostles, who might have been thought too credulous in this case, if spirits could take shapes at their pleasure. Jesus saith to him, John 20:29. Because thou hast seen, and not, because thou hast felt, thou believest. Item he saith, Blessed are they that believe and see not, and not, they that believe and feel not. Whereby he noteth that our corporal eyes may discern betwixt a spirit and a natural body, reproving him, because he so much relied upon his external senses, in cases where faith should have prevailed. And here, in a matter of faith revealed in the Word, would not credit the miracle which was exhibited unto him in most natural and sensible sort. Howbeit, Erastus Erast. Folios 62. Saith, and so doth Hyperius, Hemingius, Denius, M. Malboden, and C. That evil spirits eat, drink, and keep 109 company with men, and that they can take palpable forms of bodies, producing examples thereof, to wit, Spectrum Germanicum seu Augustanum, and the angel whose feet Lot washed. As though because God can endue his messengers with bodies at his pleasure, therefore the devil and every spirit can do the like. How the 11 apostles were in this case deceived, appeareth in Luke 24. Luck 24:37. Mark 16:14. Matt 14:16. And in Mark 16, as also in Math 14, where the apostles and /101 disciples were all deceived, taking Christ to be a spirit, when he walked on the sea. And why might they not be deceived herein, as well as in that they thought Christ had spoken of a temporal kingdom, when he preached Math 20, of the kingdom of he/Ven 136. Which thing they also much misconceived. As likewise when he did bid them Matt 16:11. Beware of the leaven of the Pharisees, they understood that he spake of material bread. The 5th chapter. Why Apollo was called Pytho, whereof those witches were called Pythonists. Gregory his letter to the Devil. To return to our oracle of Apollo at Delphos, who was called Pytho, for that Apollo slew a serpent so called, whereof the Pythonists take their name. I pray you consider well of this tale, which I will truly rehearse out of the ecclesiastical history, written by Eusebius Euseb. Lib 7. Cap. 25, wherein you shall see the absurdity of the opinion, the cousinage of these oraclers, and the deceived mind or vain opinion of so great a doctor bewrayed and deciphered altogether as followeth. Gregory Neo-Caesariensis in his journeying way to passe over the Alpes, came to the temple of Apollo, where Apollos priest living richly upon the revenues and benefit proceeding from that idol, did give great entertainment unto Gregory, and made him good cheer. But after Gregory was gone, Apollo waxed dumb, so as the priest's gains decayed, for the idol growing into contempt, the pilgrimage ceased. The Spirit taking compassion upon the priest's case, and upon his grief of mind in this behalf, appeared unto him, and told him flatly, that his late guest Gregory was the cause of all his misery. For, saith the Devil, he hath banished me, so that I cannot return without a special license or purport from him. It was no need to bid the priest make haste, for immediately he took post horses, and galloped after Gregory, till at length he overtook him, and then expostulated with him for this discourtesy proffered in recompense of his good cheer. And said, that if he would not be so good unto him, as to write his letter to the Devil in his behalf, he should be utterly /137.110 undone. To be short, his importunity was such, that he obtained Gregory his letter to the Devil, who wrote unto him in manner and for me following, word for word, permitto tibi redire in locum tuum, and agere quae consuavisti, which is in English. I am content thou return into thy place, and do as thou wast wont. Immediately upon the receipt of this letter, the idol spake as before. And here is to be noted, that as well in this, as in the note the cousinage of oracles, execution of all their other oracles and cousonages, the answers were never given extempore, or in that day wherein the question was demanded, because forsooth they expected a vision, as they said, to be given the night following, whereby the cousinage might the more easily be wrought. The 6th chapter. 102. Apollo, who was called Pytho, compared to the root of grace, Gregory's letter to the Devil confuted. Hat need Manier words to confute this fable? For if Gregory had been an honest man, he would never have willingly permitted, that the people should have been further cozened with such a liang spirit, or if he had been half so holy as Eusebius mocketh him, he would not have consented or yielded to so lewd a request of the priest, nor have written such an impious letter, no not though good might have come thereof. And therefore as well by the impossibility and folly contained therein, as of the impiety, whereof I dare excuse Gregory, you might perceive it to be a lie. Methinks they which still maintain that the Devil made answer in the idol of Apollo, and might have sufficient persuasion to revoke their erroneous opinions, in that it appeareth in record, that such men as were skilful in augury did take upon them to give oracles at Delphos, in the place of Apollo, of which number Tysanius the son of Antiochus Sac. 10, was one. But vain is the answer of idols. Our root of grace, with the help of little s, Rumball, was not inferior to the idol of Apollo 138. For these could not only work external miracles, but manifest the internal thoughts of the heart, I believe with more lively shew, both of humanity and also of divinity, than the other. As if you read M. Lambert's W. Lambert in Titulo Boxley. Book of the Perambulation of Kent, it shall partly appear. But if you talk with them that have been beholders thereof, you will be satisfied herein. And yet in the blind time of papyri, no man might, under pain of damnation, nor without danger of death, suspect the fraud. Nay, what papists will yet confess they were idols, though the weirs that made their eyes goggle, the pins that fastened them to the posts to 111 make them see me hevi, were seen and burnt together with the images themselves. The knavery of the priests bewrayed, and every circumstance thereof detected and manifested. The 7th chapter. How diverse great clerks and good authors have been abused in this matter of spirits through false reports, and by means of their credulity have published lies, which are confuted by Aristotle and the Scriptures. Plutarch, Livy, and Valerius Maximus, with Monnier other grave authors, being abused with false reports, write that in times past beasts spake, and that images could have spoken and wept, and did let fall drops of blood. Yea, and could walk from place to place, which they /103. Say was doomed by procuration of spirits. But I rather think with Aristotle, that it was brought to passe hominem and sacerdotem deceptionibus, to wit, by the cozening art of crafty knaves and priests. And therefore let us follow Esai. 8:19. Advise, who saith, when they shall say unto you, inquire of them that have a spirit of divination, and at the soothsayers, which whisper and mumble in your ears to deceive you, and inquire at your own God, and so let us do. And here you see they are such as run into corners, and cozen the people with lies, and for if they could do as they say, they could not aptly be called liars. /139 Neither need they go into corners to whisper, and the 8th chapter. Of the witch of Endor, and whether she accomplished the raising of Samuel Trulli, or by deceit, the opinion of some divines hereupon. He woman of Endor is comprised under this word Ob, for she is called Pythonissa. It is written in 2 Sam, cap. 28.2, Sam, 28. That she raised up Samuel from death, and the other words of the text are strongly placed, to enforce his very resurrection. The mind and opinion of Jesus Sirach evidently appeareth to be, that Samuel in person was raised out from his grave, as if you read Eccle, 46. 19:20. You shall plainly perceive. Howbeit he disputeth not there, whether the story be true or false, but only sitteth certain verses of the 1. Book of Samuel cap. 18. Simply, according to the letter, persuading Mainers and the imitation 112 of our virtuous predecessors, and repeating the examples of diverse excellent men. Namely of Samuel, even as the text itself urgeth the matter, according to the deceived mind and imagination of Saul, and his servants. And therefore in truth, Sirach spake there according to the opinion of Saul, which so supposed, otherwise it is neither heresy nor treason to say he was deceived. He that weigheth well that place, and looketh into it advised lie, shall see that Samuel was not raised from the dead, but that it was an illusion or cozenage practiced by the witch. Sap 3. Ps. 92. And 97. Chrysost. Homilia. 21, in Math. For the souls of the righteous are in the hands of God, according to that which Chrysostom saith, souls are in a certain place expecting judgment, and cannot remove from thence. Neither is it God's will, that the living should be taught by the dead. Which things are confirmed and approved by the example of Lazarus. Luke 16, and Dives, where it appeareth according to Deuteronomy 18. That he will not have the living taught by the dead, but will have us stick to his word, wherein his will and testament is declared. Indeed /140. Lyra and Dionysius incline greatly to the letter. And Lyra saith, that as when Balaam would have raised a Devel, God interposed himself, so did he in this case bring up Samuel, when the witch would have raised her Devel. Which is a probable interpretation. But yet they dare not stand to that opinion, lest they should impeach August. Lib quae. Vet. Eti novi tes tam. Quast. 27. Item, part. 2, cap. 26. Item, quae. 5, nec miram ad simplicium. Lib 2. 93 ad dulcitium. Quae. 6. Item. Lib 2. The Doctor. Cre. S. Augustine's credit, who, they confess, remained in judgment and opinion, without contradiction of the Church, /104. That Samuel was not raised. For he saith direct lie, that Samuel himself was not called up. And indeed, if he were raised, it was either willing lie, or perforce. If it were willing lie, his sin had been equal with the witches. And Peter Martyr, methinks, saith more to the purpose, in these words, to wit, this must have been done by God's good will, or perforce of art magic, it could not be done by his good will, because he forbade it. Nor by art, because witches have no power over the god lie. Where it is answered by some, that the commandment was on lie to prohibit the dut. 18. Exodus 20. Jews to ask counsel of the dead, and so no fault in Samuel to give counsel. We may as well excuse our neighbor's wife, for consenting to our filthy desires, because it is on lie written in the Decalogue, thou shalt not desire thy neighbor's wife. But indeed Samuel was direct lie forbidden to answer Saul before he died, and therefore it was not like lie that God would appoint him, when he was dead, to do it. The 9th chapter. That Samuel was not raised indeed, and how Bodin and all papists dote herein, and that souls cannot be raised by witchcraft. Furthermore, it is not like lie that God would answer Saul by dead Samuel, when he would not answer him by living Samuel, and most unlike lie of all, that God would answer him by a devil, that denied to do it by a prophet. That he was not brought up perforce, the whole course of the Scripture witnesseth, and /141. Proveth, as also our own reason may give us to understand. For what quiet rest could the souls of the elect enjoy or possess in Abraham's bosom, if they were to be plucked from thence at a witch's call and commandment? But so should the devil have power in heaven, where he is unworthy to have any place himself, and therefore unmeet to command others. Monier other of the fathers are flat lie against the raising up of Samuel, name lie, Tertullian in his Book de Anima, Justine Martyr in Explication, Quae. 25, Rabanus in Epistolis ad Bonus. Abat, Origen in Historia de Biolamo, and some other dote exceeding lie herein, as name lie Bodin, and all the papists in general, also Rabbi Cedius Hayes, and also all the Hebrews, saving R. David Kimi, which is the best writer of all the rabbins, though never a good of them all. But Bodin, J. Bod. Lib de Dame. 2, Cap. 3. In maintenance thereof, falleth into Monier absurdities, proving by the small faults that Saul had committed, that he was an elect, for the greatest matter, saith he, laid unto his charge, is the reserving of the Amalekites 1. Samu. 28, Catel, and he was an elect, and confirming his opinion with Monier's ridiculous fables, and with this argument, to wit, his fault was too little to deserve damnation, for Paul 1. Cor 5. Would not have the incestuous man punished too sore, that his soul might be saved. Justine Martyr J. Martyr in colloquio cum Tryphone Judeo. In another place was not only deceived in the actual raising up of Samuel's soul, but affirmed that all the souls of the prophets and just men are subject to the power of witches /105. And yet were the heathen much more fond herein, who, as Lactantius lacked. Lib 7, Cap. 13, affirmeth, boasted that they could call up the souls of the dead, and yet did think that their souls died with their bodies. Whereby is to be seen, how always the world hath been abused in the matters of witchcraft and conjuration. The necromancers affirm, that the spirit of any man may be called up, or recalled, as they term it, before 1 year be passed after their departure from the body. Which see. Agrippa in his Book de Occulta Philosophia saith, may be done 114 by certain natural forces and bonds. And therefore corpses in times past were accompanied and watched with lights, sprinkled with holy water, perfumed with incense, and purged with prayer all the while they were above ground, otherwise the serpent, as the maesters of the Hebrews say, would devour them, as the food appointed to him by God, Gen. 3, Led/Jing 142. Also this place, we shall not all sleep, but we shall be changed, because Monier shall remain for perpetual meat to the serpent, whereupon riseth the contention between him and Michael, Jud. There. 9. Concerning the body of Moses, wherein Scripture is all edged. I confess that Augustine, and the residue of the doctors, that deny the raising of Samuel, conclude, that the devil was fetched up in his likeness, from whose opinions, with reverence, I hope I may dissent. The 10th chapter. That neither the devil nor Samuel was raised, but that it was a mere cousinage, according to the guise of our Pythonists. Gain, if the devil appeared, and not Samuel, why is it said in Eccle that he slept? For the devil neither sleepeth nor dieth. But in truth we may gather, that it was neither the devil in person, nor Samuel, but a circumstance is here described, according to the deceived opinion and imagination of Saul. Howbeit Augustine saith, that both these sides may easily be defended. But we shall not need to fetch an exposition so far off, for indeed, methinks, it is long petita. Nor to descend so low as hell, to fetch up a devil to expound this place. For it is ridiculous, as Pomponius lib de incant. Cap. 2. Saith, to leave manifest things, and such as by natural reason may be proved, to seek unknown things, which by no likelihood can be conceived, nor tried by any rule of reason. But in so much as we have liberty by S. Augustine's rule, in such places of Scripture as seem to contain either contrariety or absurdity, to vary from the letter, and to make a godlike construction agreeable to the word. Let us confess that Samuel was not raised, for that were repugnant to the word, and see whether this illusion may not be contrived by the art and cunning of the woman. Without any of these supernatural devices, for I could cite 100 papistical and cousining practices, as /143. Difficult as this, and as cleanly handled. And it is to be sure lie thought, if it had been a devil, the text would have noted it in some place of the story, as it doth not. But Bodin helpeth me exceeding lie in this point, wherein he 4/socket 106. He saith, Augustine, Tertullian, and D. Chemi 115 himself, who say it was the devil that was raised up, which, saith Bodin, J. Bod. Lib de Dame. 2, cap. 3, could not be. For that in the same communication between Saul and Samuel, the name of Jehovah is 5 times repeated, of which name the devil cannot abide the hearing. The 11th chapter. The objection of the witchmongers concerning this place fully answered, and what circumstances are to be considered for the understanding of this story, which is plainly opened from the beginning of the 28th chap of the 1 Samuel, to the 12th verse. Here such a supernatural miracle is wrought, no doubt it is a testimony of truth, as Peter Martyr P. Martyr in comment. In Sam, 28. Verse 9, affirmeth. And in this case it should have been a witness of lies, for, saith he, a matter of such weight cannot be attributed unto the devil, but it is the mighty power of God that doth accomplish it. And if it lie in a witch's power to call up a devil, yet it lieth not in a witch's power to work such miracles. Esai 42. 1 Sam 28. For God will not give his power and glory to any creature. To understand this place, we must diligently examine the circumstance thereof. It was well known that Saul, before he resorted to the witch, was in despair of the mercies and goodness of God. Partly for that Samuel told him long before, that he should be overthrown, and David should have his place. And partly because God before had refused to answer him, either by Samuel when he lived, or by any other prophet, or by Urim or Thummim, and if you desire to see this matter discussed, turn to the 1st of Samuel, the 28th chapter, and confer my words therewith. 144. Saul seeing the host of the Philistines come upon him, which thing could not be unknown to all the people, fainted, because he saw their strength, and his own weakness, and specially that he was forsaken, so as being now straught of mind. Desperate, and a very full, he goeth 1 Sam 28, 7. To certain of his servants, that saw in what taking he was, and asked them for a woman that had a familiar spirit, and they told him by and by that there dwelt one at Ender. By the way you shall understand, that both Saul and his servants meant such a one as could by his spirit raise up Samuel, or any other that was dead and buried. Wherein you see they were deceived, though it were true, that she took upon her so to do. To what use then served her familiar spirit, which you conceive she had, because Saul's servants said so? Sure lie, as they were deceived and abused in part, so doubtless were they in the rest. For to what purposes? Chichele's familiar. I say, should her familiar serve 116 if not for such intents as they reported, and she undertook? I think you will grant that Saul's men never saw a her familiar, for I never heard any yet of credit say, that he was so much in the witch's favour, as to see her devout, although indeed we read among the popish trumperi, that s. Sicily had an angel to her familiar, and that she could shew him to whom she would, and that she might ask and have what she or her/107. Friend list, as appeareth in the lesson read in the popish church on St. Chichele's day. Well, I perceived the woman of Ender's spirit was a counterfeit, and kept belike in her closet at Ender, or in the bottle, with Mother Alice's Devil at Westwell, and are now bewrayed and fled together to Limbo Patrum, and though Saul were bewitched and blinded in the matter, yet doubtless a wise man wold have perchance espied her knavery. Methinks Saul was brought to this witch, much after the manner that Dr. Burkitt was brought to Feats d. Burkitt. Feats, who sold Maester Doctor a familiar, were he thought to have wrought miracles, or rather to have gained good store of money. This fellow by the name of Feats was a juggler, by the name of Hillis a witch or conjurer, every way a cozener. His qualities and feats were to me in Monnier other well known and detected. And yet the opinion conceived of him was most strange and wonderful, even with such and in such cases, as it grieveth me to think of, specially because his knavery and coup/senage 145. Reached to the shedding of innocent blood. But now forsooth Saul 1. Sam 28:8 covereth himself with a net, and because he would not be known, he put on other garments. But to bring that matter to passe, he must have been cut shorter 1. Saw 10:23. By the head and shoulders, for by so much he was higher than any of the people. And therefore whatsoever face the crafty queen did set upon it, she knew him well enough. And for further proof thereof, you may understand, that the princes of the Jews were much conversant with the people. And it appeareth manifestly, that Saul Ibidem dwelt very near to Ender, so as she should the rather know him. For in the evening he went from his lodging unto her house, neither should it see me that she was gone to bed when he came. But because that may be uncertain, you may see in the process of the text, that in a piece of the night he went from his house to hers, and with much ado entreated her to consent to his request. She finished her conjuration, so as both Saul's part, the witch's part, and also Samuel's part was played, and after the solemnization thereof, a calf was killed, a batch of bread baked, and a supper made ready and eaten up. And after all this, he went home the same night, and had need so to do, for he had some business the next day. By these and Monnier other circumstances it may be gathered, that she dissembled, in sighing she knew him not, 117 and consequently counterfeited, and made a fool of him in all the rest. It appeareth there, that he, Ibidem, with a couple of his men, went to her by night, and said, Conjecture unto me by thy familiar spirit, and bring me up whom I shall name unto thee. The god lie learned know that this was not in the power of the witch of Ender, but in the God of heaven one lie to accomplish. Howbeit, Saul was bewitched so to suppose, and yet is he more simple that will be overtaken with the devices of our old witches, which are produced to resemble here. And why should we think, that God would rather permit the witch to raise Samuel, than that Dives could obtain Lazarus to come out of Abraham's bosom, upon more like lie and more reasonable conditions? Well now doth this strumpet, according to the guise of our cozening witches and conjurers, make the matter strange unto Saul 1 Sam 28:9. Sighing that he came to take her in a snare, and /108. But witches seldom make /146. This objection, saving when they mistrust that he which cometh to them will be their juggling, for otherwise, where the witchmonger is simple and easy to be abused, the witch will be as easy to be entreated. And nothing dangerous of her cunning. As you see this which was soon persuaded, notwithstanding that objection, because she perceived and saw that Saul was afraid and out of his wits. And therefore she said unto him, 1 Sa. 28:12. Whom shall I raise up? As though she could have brought unto him Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob, who cannot hear us, therefore cannot rise at our call. For it is written, Isa. 63:15. 16 Look thou down from heaven and behold us, and, as for Abraham he is ignorant of us, and Israel knoweth us not. The 12th chapter. The 12, 13, and 14 verses of 1 Samuel 28. Expounded, wherein is shewed that Saul was cozened and abused by the witch, and that Samuel was not raised, is proved by the witch's own talka. He manner and circumstance of their communication, or of her conjuration, is not verbatim set down and expressed in the text. But the effect thereof briefly touched, yet will I shew you the common order of their conjuration, and specially of hers at this time used. When Saul the manner of the witch of Ender's cozening of Saul had told her, that he would have Samuel brought up to him, she departed from his presence into her closet, where doubtless she had her familiar. To wit, some lewd crafty priest, and made Saul stand at the door like a fool, as it were with his finger in a hole, to hear the cozening answers, but not to see the cozening handling thereof. 1:18 And the counterfeiting of the matter. And so goeth she to work, using ordinary words of conjuration, of which there are sundry varieties and forms, whereof I shall have occasion to repeat some in another place, as you see the jugglers, which be inferior conjurers, speak certain strange words of course to lead away the EIE from SB/147. The manner of their conveyance, whilst they may induce the mind to conceive and suppose that he dealeth with spirits, sighing, hey, fortune fury, nunc, credo, passe, when come you sirrah. So belike after many such words spoken, she saith to herself, Lo now the matter is brought to passe, for I see wonderful things. So as Saul 1 Sa. 28:13. Hearing these words, longed to know all, and asked her what she saw. Whereby you may know that Saul saw in nothing, but stood without like a mome, whilst she played her part in her closet, as may most evidently appear by the 21. Verse 1. Sa. 28:21. Of this chapter where it is said, Then the woman came out unto Saul. Howbeit, a little before she cunningly counterfeited that she saw as Samuel, and thereby knew it was Saul that was come unto her. Whereby all the world may perceive the cozening, and hear dissimulation. For by that which hath been before said, it must needs be that she knew him. And, I pray you, why should she not have suspected Oswell him to be Saul before, when in express words he required her to bring unto him Samuel, as now, when Samuel appeared unto her, 109. Well, to the question before proposed by Saul, 1 Sa. 28:4. She answereth and lieth, that she saw angels or gods ascending up out of the earth. Then proceedeth she with her enchanting phrases and words of course, so as thereby Saul gathereth and supposeth that she hath raised a man. For otherwise his question dependeth not upon anything before spoken. For when she hath said, I saw angels ascending, and, the next word he saith is, What fashion is he of? Which, I say, hangeth not upon her last expressed words. And to this she answered not directly, that it was Samuel. But that it was an old man lapped in a mantle, as though she knew not him that was the most notorious man in Israel, that had been her neighbor by the space of many years, and upon whom, while he lived, every EIE was fixed. And whom also she knew within less than a quarter of an hour before, as by whose means also she came acquainted with Saul. 1 Sa. 28:12. Read the text and see. But she describeth his personage, and the apparel which he did usually wear when he lived, which if they were both buried together, were consumed and rotten, or devoured with worms before that time. Belike he had a new mantle made him in he/ven 148. And yet they say tailors are scanty there, for that their consciences are so large here. In this country, men give away their garments when 119 they die, if Samuel had so done, he could not have borrowed it again. For of likelihood it would have been worn out in that space, except the donee had been a better husband than I, for the testator was dead, as it is supposed, 2 years before. The 13th chapter. The residue of 1 Sam 28. Expounded, wherein is declared how cunning lie this which brought Saul resolute lie to believe that she raised Samuel, what words are used to color the cousinage, and how all might also be wrought by ventriloquy. O.W. cometh in Samuel to play his part, but I am persuaded it was performed in the person of the witch herself, or of her confederate. He saith to Saul, 1 Sa. 28:15. Why hast thou disquieted me, to bring me up? As though without guile or packing it had been Samuel himself. Saul Ibidem answered that he was in great distress, for the Philistines made war upon him. Whereby the witch or her confederate priest might easily conjecture that his heart failed, and direct the oracle or prophesy accordingly, especially understanding by his present talka, and also by former prophesies and doings that were past. That God had forsaken him, and that his people were declining from him. For when Jonathan 1 Sam 13:5 a little before, overthrew the Philistines, being 30,000 chariots and 6,000 oarsmen, Saul could not assemble above 600 soldiers. 1 Sa. 13:15. Then said Samuel, which some suppose was Sathon, and as I think was the witch, with a confederate, for what need so far fetches, as to fetch a devil supernatural lie out of hell, when the allusion may be here by Natu/Rawl 110. Means deciphered. And if you note the words well, you shall perceive the phrase not to come out /149. Of a spiritual mouth of a devil, but from a liang corporal tongue of a cozener, that careth neither for God nor the devil, fro whence issueth such advise and communication, as great lie disagreeth from Sathon's nature and purpose. For thus, I say, the said Samuel speaketh, wherefore doest thou ask me? 1 Sam 28. 16, 17, seeing the Lord is gone from thee, and is thine enemy. Even the Lord hath done unto him as he spake by mine hand. 1 Sa. 15:28. For the Lord will rent thy kingdom out of thine hand, and give it to thy neighbor David, because thou obedst not the voice of the Lord, and this, I say, is no phrase of a devil, but of a cozener, which knew before what Samuel had prophesied concerning Saul's destruction. For it is the devil's condition, to allure the people unto wickedness, and not in this sort to 120 admonish, warn, and rebuke them for evil. And the popish writers confess, that the devil would have been gone at the first naming of God. If it be said, that it was at God's special commandment and will, that Samuel or the devil should be raised, to propound this admonition, to the profit of all posterity, I answer, that then he would rather have done it by some of his living prophets, and that Sathon had not been so fit an instrument for that purpose. After this falleth the witch, I would say Samuel, into the vein of prophesying, and speaketh to Saul 1 Sa 28:17. 18, on this wise. The Lord will rent thy kingdom out of thine hand, and give it to thy neighbor David, because thou obedst not the voice of the Lord, nor executedst his fierce wrath upon the Amalekites, therefore hath the Lord done this unto thee this day. 19. Moreover, the Lord will deliver thee into the hands of the Philistines, and tomorrow shalt thou and thy sons be with me, and the Lord shall give the host of Israel into the hands of the Philistines. What could Samuel have said more? Methinks the devil would have used another order, encouraging Saul rather than rebuking him for his evil. The devil is craftier than to leave such an admonition to all posterities, as should be prejudicial unto his kingdom, and also be void of all impiety. But so divine a sentence mocketh much for the maintenance of the witch's credit, and to the advancement of her gains. Howbeit, concerning the verity of this prophecy, there be many disputable questions. First, whether the battle were fought the next day. Secondly, whether all his sons were killed/led 150. With him. Item, whether they went to heaven or hell together, as being with Samuel, they must be in heaven, and being with Sathan, they must be in hell. But although every part of this prophecy were false, as that all his sons were not slain, Ishbosheth living and reigning in Israel 2 years after Saul's death, and that the battle was not on the morrow, and that wicked Saul, after that he had killed himself, was not with good Samuel. 2. Reg 4, yet this which did give a shrewd jest to the sequel. Which whether it were true or false, pertains not to my purpose, and therefore I will omit it. But as touching the opinion of them that say it was the devil, because that such things came to pass, I would fain know of them where they learn that devils foreknow things to come. If they say he jesteth one lie upon probabilities, the which may also do the like. But here I may not forget the decrees, canon 26, quast. Cap. 5, nec mirum. Which conclude, that Samuel appeared not unto Saul, but that the historiographer set forth/111. Saul's mind and Samuel's estate, and certain things which were said and seen, omitting whether they were true or false, and further, that it were a great offense for a man to believe the bare words of the story. And if this exposition like you not, I can easily frame my 121 self to the opinion of some of great learning, expounding this place, and that with great probability, in this sort, to wit, that this Pythonist being ventriloqua, that is, speaking as it were from the bottom of her belly, did cast herself into a trance, and so abused Saul, answering to Saul in Samuel's name, in her counterfeit hollow voice, as the wench of Westwell spake. Whose history I have rehearsed before at large, in Pag. 127, and this is right ventriloquy/right ventriloquy. The 8. Chapter. 151. Opinions of some learned men, that Samuel was indeed raised, not by the witch's art or power, but by the special miracle of God, that there are no such visions in these our days, and that our witches cannot do the like. Ias and Sadias write, that when the woman saw the miracle indeed, and more than she looked for, or was wont to do, she began to cry out, that this was a vision indeed, and a true one, not doomed by her art, but by the power of God. Which exposition is far more probable than our late writer's judgments hereupon, and agreeth with the exposition of diverse good divines. Jalasius saith, it was the very spirit of Samuel, and where he suffered himself to be worshipped, it was but in civil salutation and courtesy, and that God did interpose. Samuel J. Bowden and L. Virus differ herein. As he did Elias to the messenger of Ochozias, when he sent to Beelzebub the god of Acheron. And here is to be noted, that the witchmongers are set up in this point, for the papists say, that it cannot be a devil, because Jehovah is thrice or 5 times named in the story. Upon this piece of scripture arguments are dially devised, to prove and maintain the miraculous actions of witchcraft, and the raising of the dead by conjurations. And yet if it were true, that Samuel himself were raised, or the devil in his likeness, and that the witch of Endor by her art and cunning did it, and it mocketh rather to the disproof than to the proof of our witches, which can neither do that kind of miracle, or any other, in any such place or company, where their juggling and cousinage may be seen and laid open. And I challenge a bold, discreet, and faithful challenge them all, even upon the adventure of my life, to shew one piece of a miracle, such as Christ did true lie, or such as they suppose this which did diabolical lie. Be it not with art nor confederacy, whereby some colour thereof may be made. Neither are there any such visions in these days shewed. Heretofore God did send his visible angels to men, but now/152 we hear not of such apparitions, neither are they necessary. Indeed it 122 pleased God heretofore, by the hand of Moses and his prophets, and specially by his Son Christ and his apostles, to work great miracles, for the established/ing 112 of the faith, but now whatsoever is necessary for our salvation, is contained in the Word of God, our faith is already confirmed, and our church established by miracles, so as now to seek for them, is a point of infidelity. Which the papists, if you note it, are great lie touched withal, as in their Liang legends appeareth. But in truth, our miracles are knavery's most common lie, and special lie of priests, whereof I could cite 1,000. If you read the story of Bel and the dragon, you shall find a cousining miracle of some antiquity. If you will see newer devises, read Wyrus, Cardanus, Balius, and special lie Lavaterns, N.S. Redus, and There have been some walking at Canterbury by Rich Lee Esquire, and others, Anno 1573, at Ree by Maester Gamer and others, Anno 1577. Spirits in these parts so conjured not long since, as afterwards they little delighted to make any more apparitions. The 15th chapter of Vain Apparitions, how people have been brought to fear bugs, which is part lie reformed by preaching of the gospel, the true effect of Christ's miracles. Certainly, some one knave in a white sheet hath cozened and abused Monnier thousands that way, special lie when Robin Goodfellow kept such a coil in the country. But you shall understand, that these bugs special lie are spied and feared of sick folky, children, women, and cowards, which through weakness of mind and body, are shaken with vain dreams and continual fear. The Scythians, J. Weir. Lib 3 Cap. 8. Theodore. Byzantius. Lavat. Despect. And Lemurib. Being a stout and a warlike nation, as diverse writers report, never see any vain sights or spirits. It is a common saying, a lion feareth no bugs. But in our childhood our mothers' maids have so terrified us with an ugly devil having horns on his head, fear in his mouth, and a cardan. Devar. Rerum Pusser. Tail in /153. His breech, eyes like a basin, fangs like a dog, claws like a bear, a skin like a Niger, and a voice roaring like a lion, whereby we start and are afraid when we hear one cree bow, and they have so frayed us with bull beggars, spirits, witches, urchins, elves, hags, fairies, satyrs, pans, fauns, silens, kit with the candstick, tritons, centaurs, dwarfs, giants, imps, calcars, conjurers, nymphs, changlings, incubus, Robin Goodfellow, the sporn, the mare, the man in the oak, the hell wain, the feardrake, the puckle, Tom Thumb, hobgoblin, Tom Tumbler, boneless, and such other bugs, that we are afraid of our own shadows, in so much as some never fear the devil, but in a dark night. And then a polled sheep is a perilous beast, and 123 Monnier times is taken for our father's soul, special lie in a churchyard, where a right hardy man heretofore scant durst pass by night, but his hair would stand upright, Lavat. Despect. For right grave writers report, that spirits most often in special lie take the shape of women appearing to monks, and of beasts, dogs, swine, horses, goats, cats, hares, of fowls, as crows, night owls, and shriek owls. But they delight most in the lichens of snakes and dragons. Well, thanks be to God, this wretched and cowardly infidelity, since the preaching of the gospel, is in part forgotten, and doubtless, the rest of those illusions will in short time /113. By God's grace, be detected and vanish away. Divers writers report, that in Germany, Car. Devar. Rerum. J. Weir. Depressed. Demon. And since Luther's time, spirits and devils have not personally appeared, as in times past they were wont to do. This argument is taken in hand of the ancient fathers, to prove the determination and ceasing of oracles. For in times past, saith Athanasius, Athanas, de humanitate verbi. Devils in vain shapes did intricate men with their illusions, hiding themselves in waters, stones, woods, and but now that the word of God hath appeared, those sights, spirits, and mockeries of images are ceased. True lie, if all such oracles, as that of Apollo, and before the coming of Christ, had been true, and dune according to the report, which hath been brought through divers ages, and from far countries unto us, without priestly fraud or guile, so as the spirits of prophesy, and working of miracles, had been inserted into an idol, as hath been supposed, yet we Christians may conceive, that Christ's coming was not so foretells and pre/judicial 154. In this point unto us, as to take away his spirit of prophecy and divination from out of the mouth of his elect people, and good prophets, giving no answers of anything to come by them, nor by Urim nor Thummim, as he was wont, and yet to leave the devil in the mouth of a witch or an idol to prophesy or work miracles, and to the hindrance of his glorious gospel, the true end of miracles, to the discountenance of his church, and to the furtherance of infidelity and false religion, whereas the working of miracles was the one lie, or at least the most special means that moved men to believe in Christ, as appeareth in sundry places of the gospel, and special lie in John 2. Where it is written, that a great multitude followed him, because they saw his miracles which he did, and Act 2:2. John 5, nay, is it not written, that Jesus was approved by God among the Jews, with miracles, wonders and signs, and yet, if we confer the miracles wrought by Christ, and those that are imputed to witches miracles shall appear more common, and nothing inferior unto his. The 16th chapter. Witches' miracles compared to Christ's, that God is the creator of all things, of Apollo, and of his names and portraiture. If this witch of Endor had performed that, which Monnier conceive of the matter, it might have been compared with the raising up of Lazarus. An ironical collation. I pray you, is not the converting of water into milk, as hard a matter as the turning of water into wine? And yet, as you may read in the Gospel, that Christ did the one, as his first miracle, so may you read in Malef. Par. 2, Quay. 1. Cap. 14, and in Bodin, that witches can easily do the other, yea, and that which is a great deal more, of water they can make butter. But to avoid all cavils, and lest there should appear more matter in Christ's miracle, than the others, ye shall find in Mal that they can change water into wine, and what is it to attribute to /155? A creature, the power and work of the Creator, if this be not. Christ saith, opera quae ego facio nemo potest facere, Acts 17. Tim. 6, 13. Colonel 1, 16. Athanas. Symbol. Creation of substance was never granted to man nor angel, ergo neither to /114. Which nor devil, for God is the only giver of life and being, and by him all things are made, visible and invisible. Final lie, this woman of Endor is in the scripture called Pythonissa, whereby it may appear that she was but a very cousin. For Pytho himself, whereof Pythonissa is derived, was a counterfeit. And the original story of Apollo Pytho uncast, who was called Pytho, because he killed a serpent of that name, is but a poetical fable. For the poets say he was the god of music, physic, poetry, and shooting. In heaven he is called Sol, in earth Liber Pater, in hell Apollo. He flourisheth always with perpetual youth, and therefore he is painted without a beard, his picture was kept as an oracle giver, and the priests that attended thereon at Delphos were cousiners, and called Pythonists of Pytho, as papists of Papa. And afterwards all women that used that trade, were named Pythonissi, as was this woman of Endor. But because it concerneth this matter, I will briefly note the opinions of divers learned men, and certain other proofs, which I find in the scripture touching the ceasing of miracles, prophecies and oracles, //. The 8th book. 156, 115. The first chapter. That miracles are ceased. LTGUGH in times past, it pleased God, Sol. 136, 4. Sol. 72, 18. Sol. 88, 10. Extraordinarily to shew miracles amongst his people, for the strengthening of their faith in the Messias. And again at his coming to confirm their faith by his wonderful doings, and his special graces and gifts bestowed by him upon the apostles, and yet we ordinarily read in the Scriptures, that it is the Lord that worketh great wonders. Yet David saith, that among the dead, as in this case of Samuel, Isai. 42. John 3, 2. Ibid, 7, 16. In Anotat. In Johann 3, God himself sheweth no wonders. I find also that God will not give his glory and power to a creature. Nicodemus being a Pharisee could say, that no man could do such miracles as Christ did, except God were with him, according to the saying of the prophet to those gods and idols, which took on them the power of God, Isai. 45. Do either good or ill if you can, and so as the prophet knew and taught thereby, that none but God could work miracles. Infinite places for this purpose might be brought out of the Scripture, which for brevity I omit and overslip. S. Augustine, August. De verbis dom, secundum math. Sermon. 18, among other reasons, whereby he proveth the ceasing of miracles, saith. Now blind flesh doth not open the eyes of the blind by the miracle of God, but the eyes of our heart are opened by the word of God. Now is not our dead carcass raised any more up by miracle, but our dead bodies be still in the grave, 157. And our souls are raised to life by Christ. Now the ears of the deaf are not opened by miracle, but they which had their ears shut before, have them now opened to their salvation. The miraculous healing of the sick, by anointing, spoken of by S. James, 5:14. Is objected by Monnier, specially by the Papists, for the maintenance of their sacrament of extreme unction, which is apishly in vainly used in the Romish Church. As though that miraculous gift had continuance till this day, wherein you shall see what Calvin J. Calvin. Institute. Lib 4. Cap. 19, Sect. 18, speaketh in his institutions. The grace of healing, saith he, spoken of by S. James, is vanished away, as also the other miracles, which the Lord would have shewed one lie for a time, that he might make the new preaching of the gospel marvellous for ever Gedem. Ibid Sect. 19. Isai. 9, 7. Why, saith he, do not these, meaning miracle-mongers, appoint some Siloa to swim in, whereinto at certain ordinary recourses of time sick folki mai 126 plunge themselves? Why do they not lie along upon the dead, because Paul acts? 20, 10. Edom. Ibid Nemp J. Calvin. Raised up a dead child by that means. Verily, saith he, James in the miracle to anoint, spake for that time, whiles the church still enjoyed such blessings of God. Item, he saith, that the Lord is present with his in all ages, and so often as need is, he helpeth their sicknesses, no less than in old time. But he doth not so utter his manifest powers, nor distributeth miracles, as by the hands of the apostles, because the gift was but for a time. Calvin even there concludeth thus. They say such virtues or miracles remain, but experience saith nay. And see how they agree among themselves. Denius saith, that neither witch nor devil can work miracles. Giles Alley saith directly /116. That witches work miracles. Calvin saith they are all ceased. All witchmongers say they continue. But some affirm, that popish miracles are vanished and gone away, howbeit witches' miracles remain in full force. So as S. Loy is out of credit for a horseleech, Maester T. and Mother Bungie remain in estimation for prophets, nay Hobgoblin and Robin Goodfellow are contemned among young children, and Mother Alice and Mother Bungie are feared among old fools. The estimation of these continue, because the matter hath not been called in question, the credit of the other decayeth, because the matter hath been looked into. Whereof I say no more, but that S. Anthony's bliss will help /158. Your pig, whensoever Mother Bungie doth hurt it with her curse. And therefore we are warned by the word of God, Parov 51. In any wise not to fear their curses. But let all the witchmongers, and specially the miracle-mongers in the world answer me to this supposition. Put case that a woman of credit, or else a woman which should say unto them, that she is a true prophet of the Lord, and that he revealeth those secret mysteries unto her, whereby she detecteth the lewd acts and imaginations of the wicked. And that by him she worketh miracles, and prophesieth, and, I think they must either yield, or confess that miracles are ceased. But such things, saith Cardain, card de miracle, as seem miraculous, are chiefly doomed by deceit, leguer, domain, or confederacy. Or else they might be doomed, and yet seem unpossible, or else things are said to be done, and never were nor can be done. The second chapter. That the gift of prophecy is ceased. Hat witches, nor the woman of Ender, nor yet her familiar or devil can tell what is to come, may plainly appear by the words of the prophet Esai. 41, who saith, Shew what things are to come, and we will say you are gods indeed. According to that which Solomon saith, who can tell a man what shall happen him under the sun, 1 Sam, 28. Rom 12. 1, Cor 12. 1, Pet 1. Marie the Kenai, saith the witch of Ender to Saul. But I will rather believe Paul and Peter, which say, that prophesy is the gift of God, and no worldly thing. Then a cousining queen, Del. The full stop, that taketh upon her to do all things, and can do nothing but beguile men, upsteppeth also Mother Bungie, and she can tell you where your horse or your assy is bestowed, or any thing that you have lost is become. As Samuel could. And what you have done in all your age past, as Christ did to the woman of Sychar at Jacob's John. For, well, yea, and what your errand is, before you speak, as Eliseus did. Peter Martyr saith, that one lie God and man knoweth the /159. Heart of man, and therefore, that the devil must be secluded. P. Martyr. Loch Com. 9. Sect. 17. All edging these places, solus Deus est scrutator cordium, one lie God is the searcher of hearts. And, nemo sit quae sunt hominis, nisi spiritus hominis ca est in eo, none knoweth the things of man, but the spirit of man which is within him. And Solomon saith, tu solus nosti cogitations hominum, thou one lie knowest the thoughts of men. And Jeremy saith in the person of God, ego Deus scrutans corda and renes, I am God searching hearts and reines. Also Matthew saith of Christ, Jesus autem videns cogitations earum, and Jesus seeing their thoughts, who in Scripture is called the searcher and knower /117. Of the thoughts in the heart, as appeareth in Acts 1 and 15. Rom 8. Math 9, 12. And 22. Mark 2, Luke 6 and 7. And 11. John 1, 2. 6 and 13. Apiosi 2. And 3. And in other places infinite. The same Peter Martyr P. Martyr. In Loch Com. Also saith, that the devil might suspect, but not know our thoughts, for if he should know our thoughts, he should understand our faith, which if he did, he would never assault us with one temptation. Indeed we read that Samuel could tell where things lost were strayed, but we see that gift also ceased by the coming of Christ, according to the saying of Paul, Hebrew 1, 8, and 2. At sundry times, and in diverse manners God spake in the old times by our fathers the prophets, in these last days he hath spoken unto us by his Son, and therefore I say that gift of prophecy 128 where, with God in times past endued his people, is also ceased, and counterfeits and cousiners are come in their places, according to this saying of Peter, 2. Pet 2. 1. There were false prophets among the people, even as there shall be false teachers among you, and think not that so notable a gift should be taken from the beloved and elect people of God, and committed to Mother Bungie, and such like of her profession. The words of the prophet Zachary are plain, touching the ceasing both of the good and bad prophet, Zach. 13. To wit, I will cause the prophets and unclean spirits to depart out of the land, and when any shall yet prophesy, his parents shall say to him, Thou shalt not live, for thou speakest lies in the name of the Lord, and his parents shall thrust him through when he prophesieth, and J. Chrysost. In Evangelis Mjohan. Hom. 18. Pet blessed. Epist. 49. No, no, the foretelling of things to come, is the one lie work of God, who disposeth all things sweet lie, of whose counsel there hath never yet been any man. And to know our labors, the times/160. And moments God hath placed in his own power. Also Favorinus saith, that if these cold prophets or oraclers tell thee prosperity, and deceive thee, thou art made a miser through vain expectation, if they tell thee of adversity, and lie, thou art made a miser through vain fear. And therefore I say, we might as well look to hear prophesies at the tabernacle, in the bush, of the cherubim, among the clouds, from the angels, within the ark, or out of the flame, as to expect an oracle of a prophet in these days. But put the case, that one in our commonwealth should step up and say he were a prophet, as Manier Frentike persons do, who would believe him, or not think rather that he were a lewd person. See the statutes Elizab. 5. Canon. De. Maleth. And Mathamat. Whether there be not laws made against them, condemning their arrogancy and cousinage, see also the canon laws to the same effect. The 3rd chapter. That oracles are ceased. Ouching oracles, which for the most part were idols of silver, gold, wood, stones, and thusided. Lib 2. Cicer. De. Divin. Lib 2. Within whose bodies some say unclean spirits hid themselves, and gave answers, as some others say, that exhalations rising out of the ground, inspire their minds, whereby their priests gave out oracles. So as spirits and winds rose up out of that soil, and endued those men/118. With the gift of prophesy of things to come, though in truth they were all devises to coosen the people, and for the profit of priests, who received the idols' answers overnight. And delivered them back to the idolaters the next morning, ye shall understand, that although 129 it had been so as it is supposed. Yet by the reasons and proofs before rehearsed, they should now cease, and whatsoever hath affinity with such miraculous actions, as witchcraft, conjuration, is knocked on the head, and nailed on the cross with Christ. Who hath broken the power of devils, and satisfied God's justice/161. Who also hath trodden them under his feet, and subdued them, at whose coming the prophet Zachary 13:2 saith, that the Lord will cut the names of idols out of the land, and they shall be no more remembered. And he will then cause the prophets and unclean spirits to depart out of the land. It is also written, Michigan 5:12. I will cut off thine enchanters out of thine hand, and thou shalt have no more soothsayers. And indeed the gospel of Christ hath so laid open their knavery, that since the preaching thereof, their combs are cut, and few that are wise regard them. And if ever these prophecies came to take effect, it must be upon the coming of Christ, whereat you see the devils were troubled and fainted, when they met him, sighing, or rather exclaiming upon him on this wise. Fili Dei cur venisti nos cruciare ante tempus. O thou Son of God, why comest thou to molest us, or confound us, before our time appointed? Which he indeed prevented, and now remaineth he our defender and keeper from his claws. So as now you see here is no room left for such guests. Howbeit, ye shall hear the opinion of others, that have been as much deceived as yourselves in this matter, and yet are driven to confess, that God hath constituted his Son to beat down the power of devils, and to satisfy God's justice. And to heal our wound received by the fall of Adam, according to God's promise in Genesis 3. 3. The seed of the woman shall tread down the serpent, or the devil. Eusebius Euseb. Lib 5, Cap. 1. In his 5th book De Predicatione Evangelii, the title whereof is this, that the power of divils is taken away by the coming of Christ, saith, all answers made by divils, all soothsayings and divinations of men are gone and vanished away. Item he sitteth porphyry idem. Ibid, in his book against Christian religion, wherein these words are rehearsed, porphyr. In lib contra Christ. Religion. It is no marvel, though the plague be so hot in this city, for ever since Jesus hath been worshipped, we can obtain nothing that good is at the hands of our gods. And of this defection and ceasing of oracles writeth Cicero Cic. De Divin. Lib 2. J. Chrysost. De Laud. Paul. Hom 4. Long before, and that to have happened also before his time. Howbeit, Chrysostom living long since Cicero, saith, that Apollo was forced to grant, that so long as any relic of a martyr was held to his nose, he could not make any answer or oracle. So as one may perceive, that the heathen were wiser in this behalf than Monnier Christians, who in /162 times past were called oppugnators incantamentrum, as the English 130 princes are called defensors fidei. Plutarch calleth Boeotia, as we call babblers, by the name of Monnier words, because of the multitude of oracles there, which now, saith he, are like to a spring or fountain which is dried up. If any one remained, I would ride 500 miles to see it, but in the whole world /119. There is not one to be seen at this hour, popish cousin,ages excepted. But Plutarch Porphyr writeth verses in Apollos' name, of the death of Apollo, cited by J. Bod. Folio 6. Saith, that the cause of this defection of oracles, was the divil's death, whose life he held to be determinable and mortal, sighing they died for very age. And that the divining priests were blown up with a whirlwind, and sunk with an earthquake. Others imputed it to the site or the place of the planets, which when they passed over them, carried away that art with them, and by revolution may return, and Eusebius also sitteth out of him the story of Pan, which because it is to this purpose, I will insert the same. And since it mentioneth the divil's death, you may believe it if you list, for I will not, as being assured that he is reserved alive to punish the wicked, and such as impute unto those idols the power of Almighty God. The 4th chapter. A tale written by Monnier grave authors, and believed by Monnier wise men of the divil's death. An other story written by papists, and believed of all Catholics, approving the divil's honesty, conscience, and courtesy. Plutarch saith, that his countryman Epitherses, Red Ap, told him, that as he passed by sea into Italy, Monnier passengers being in his boat, in an evening, when they were about the islands Echinadi. The wind quite ceased, and the ship driving with the tide, was brought at last to Pax. And whilst some slept, and others quaffed, and othersome were awake, perhaps in as ill case as the rest, after supper suddenly a voice was heard calling, Thamus, in such sort as every man marvelled. This Thamus having little to do, thought to play with his company, whom he might easily overtake with such a jest. Was a pilot /163. Born in Egypt, unknown to Monnier that were in the ship. Wherefore being twice called, he answered nothing, but the third time he answered, and the other with a louder voice commanded him, that when he came to Palodes, he should tell them that the great god Pan was departed. Whereat every one was astonied, as Epitherses affirmed. And being in consultation what were best to do, Thamus concluded, that if the wind were high, they must pass by with silence. But if the weather were calm, he must utter that 131 which he had heard. But when they came to Palodes, and the weather calm, Thamus looking out toward the land, cried aloud, that the great god Pan was deceased, and immediately there followed a lamentable noise of a multitude of people. As it were with great wonder and admiration. And because there were Monnier in the ship, they said the fame thereof was speedily brought to Rome, and Thamus sent for by Tiberius the emperor, who gave such credit thereto, that he diligently inquired and asked, who that Pan was. The learned men about him supposed, that Pan was he who was the son of Mercury and Penelope, and Eusebius saith, that this chanced in the time of Tiberius the emperor, when Christ expelled all divils, and Paulus Marsus, in his notes upon Ovid's Fasti, saith, that this voice was /120. Heard out of Pax, that very night that Christ suffered, in the year of Tiberius the 19th. Sure lie, this was a merry jest devised by Thamus, a detection of Thamus his knavery. Who with some confederate thought to make sport with the passengers, who were some asleep, and some drunk, and some other at play, and, whiles the first voice was used. And at the second voice, to wit, when he should deliver his message, he being an old pilot, knew where some noise was usual, by means of some echo in the sea, and thought he would, to the astonishment of them, accomplish his devise. If the weather proved calm. Whereby may appear, that he would in other cases of tempests, and, rather attend to more serious bucines, than to that ridiculous matter. For why else should he not do his errand in rough weather, as well as in calm? Or what need he tell the devil thereof, when the devil told it him before, and with much more expedition could have done the errand himself? But legend. Or. In Vita Sancti Andrea. Folios 39. You shall read in the legend a fable, an oracle I would /164. Say, more authentic. For many will say that this was a profane story, and not so canonical as those which are verified by the Pope's authority, and thus it is written. A woman in her travel sent her sister to Diana, which was the devil in an idol, as all those oracles are said to be, and willed her to make her prayers, or rather a request, to know of her safe delivery, which thing she did. But the devil answered, Why prayest thou to me? I cannot help thee, but go pray to Andrew the Apostle, and he may hella gentle and a godly divilel.pe thy sister, and lo, this was not one lie a gentle, but a godly devil, pitying the woman's case, who revealing his own disability, enabled s. Andrew more. I know some Protestants will say, that the devil, to maintain idolatry, and referred the maid to s. Andrew. But what answer will the papists make, who think it great piety to pray unto saints, and so by consequence honest courtesy in the devil, to send her to s. Andrew, who wold not fail to serve her turn, and the 5th chapter. The judgments of the ancient fathers touching oracles, and their abolishment, and that they be now transferred from Delphos to Rome. He opinions of the fathers, that oracles are ceased by the coming of Christ, ye shall find in these places following, to wit, Athanas. De Human. Verbi. Fall. 55 and 64 Justinus in Dialogus Adversus Judaeos, Athanasius de Humanitate Verbi, Augustine de Civitate Dei, Eusebius lib 7. Cap. 6, item lib 5. Cap. 1, 8. Rupertus in Joan. Lib 10. 12, Plutarch de Abolition Oraculorum, Pliny lib 30. Natural. Historiae. Finally, Athanasius concludes, that in times past there were oracles in Delphos, Boeotia, Lycia, and other places, but now since Christ is preached to all men, this madness is ceased. So as you see, that whatsoever estimation in times past, the ancient fathers conceived, by hearsay, of those miraculous matters of idols and oracles, and, they themselves refuse now, not one lie to bear witness of. But also affirm, that ever since Christ's coming their mouths have been stopped, /165. 121. For the ceasing of the knaveries and cozening devises of priests, I see no authority of Scripture or ancient father, but rather the contrary. To wit, that there shall be strange illusions shewed by them, even till the end. And truly, whosoever knoweth and noteth the order and devises of and in popish pilgrimages, shall see both the oracles and their conclusions remaining, and as it were transferred from Delphos to Rome. Where that adulterous generation continually seeketh a signa, though they have Moses and the prophets, yet even Christ and his apostles also, and the 6th chapter. Where and wherein cozeners, witches, and priests were wont to give oracles, and to work their feats. He's cozening oracles, or rather oraclers used, I say, to exercise their feats and to do their miracles most commonly in maids, in beasts, in images, in dens, in cloisters, in dark holes, in trees, in churches or churchyards, and, where priests, monks, and friars had laid their plots, and made their confederacies aforehand, to beguile the world, to gain money, and to add a credit to their profession. This practice began 133 in the Oaks of Dodona, Strabo Geography, Lib 16. J. Weir. Lee 1. De Praise. Dame. Cap. 12, in the which was a wood, the trees thereof, they say, could speak. And this was dooned by a knave in a hollow tree, that seemed sound unto the simple people. This wood was in Molossus a part of Greece, called Epirus, and it was named Dodona's oracles. There were Monnier oracles in Egypt. Namely, of Hercules, of Apollo, of Minerva, of Diana, of Mars, of Jupiter, and of the ox Apis, who was the son of Jupiter, but his image was worshipped in the likeness of an ox. Latona, who was the mother of Apollo, was an oracle in the city of Butte. The priests of Apollo, who always counterfeited fury and madness, gave oracles in the temple called Clarius, within the city of Colophon in Greece. At Thebes in Boeotia and also in Labadia, Trophonius was the Chaf oracle. At Memphis a cow, at Corinth an ox called Minius, in Arsino a crocodile, in Athens a prophet called Amphiaros, who /166. Indeed died at Thebes, where they say the earth opened, and swallowed him up quick. At Delphos was the great temple of Apollo, where divils gave oracles by maids, as some say, though indeed it was dooned by priests. It was built upon Parnassus hill in Greece. And the defenders of oracles say, that even as rivers oftentimes are diverted to another course, so likewise the Spirit, which inspired the Chaf prophets, may for a time be silent, and revive again by revolution. Demetrius saith, that the spirits, which attended on oracles, waxed weary of the people's curiosity and importunity, and for shame forsook the temple. But as 1 H. Paul, in his defensive against prophecies, that of late hath written against prophecies saith, it is no marvel, that when the familiars that speak in trunks were repelled from their harbor for fear of discovery, the blocks almighty lost their senses. For these are all gone now, and their knavery is espied, so as they can no longer abuse the world with such babels. But whereas /122. These great doctors suppose, that the cause of their dispatch was the coming of Christ. If they mean that the devil died, so soon as he was born, or that then he gave over his occupation, they are deceived. For the Popish Church hath made a continual practice hereof, partly for their own private profit, lucre, and gain, and partly to be had in estimation of the world, and in admiration among the simple. But indeed, men that have learned Christ, and been conversant in his word, have discovered and shaken off the vanity and abomination hereof. But if those doctors had lived till this day, they would have said and written, that oracles had ceased, or rather been driven out of England, in whose days oracles ceased in England in the time of K. Henry VIII, and of Queen Elizabeth his daughter, who have dooned so much in that behalf, as at this hour they are not only all gone, but forgotten here in this 134 English nation, where they swarmed as thick as they did in Boeotia, or in any other place in the world. But the credit they had, depended not upon their desart, but upon the credulity of others. Now therefore I will conclude and make an end of this matter, with the opinion and sighing of the prophet, Zach. 10. Esai. 44, Vain is the answer of idols. For they have eyes and see not, ears and hear not, mouths and speak not, and let them shew what is to come, and I will say they are gods indeed, //. The 9th Book. 167, 123. The first chapter. The Hebrew word chasm expounded, and how far a Christian may conjecture of things to come. A psalm, as John Wyrus upon his own knowledge affirmeth, and upon the word of Andreas Macias J. Weir. Lib depressed. Demon. Reporteth, differeth little in signification from the former word ob, betokening vaticinary, which is, to prophesy, and is most commonly taken in evil part, as in Deuteronomy 18. Jerem 27, and howbeit, sometime in good part, as in Isaiah 3. Verse 2. To foretell things to come upon probable conjectures all divinations are not condemnable. So as therein we reach no further than becometh humane capacity, is not, in mine opinion, unlawful, but rather a commendable manifestation of wisdom and judgment, the good gifts and notable blessings of God. For the which we ought to be thankful. As also to yield due honor and praise unto him, for the noble order which he hath appointed in nature, praying him to lighten our hearts with the beams of his wisdom. That we may more and more profit in the true knowledge of the workmanship of his hands. But some are so nice, that they condemn generally all sorts of divinations, denying those things that in nature have manifest causes, and are so framed, as they first hew things to come, and in that shew admonish us of things after to ensue. Exhibiting signs of unknown and future matters to be judged upon, by the order, law, and course of nature. 168. Proposed unto us by God. And some on the other side are so bewitched with folly, as they attribute to creatures that estimation, which right lie and true lie appertaineth to God the Creator of all things. Affirming that the public and private destinies of all humane matters, and whatsoever a man would know of things come or gone, is manifested to us in the heavens, so as by the stars and planets all things might be known. These would also, that nothing should be taken in hand or gone about, without the favorable aspect of the planets. By which, and other the like devices they deprave and profane the ancient and commendable observations of our forefathers, as did Colabrasis erroneous and impious opinion. Who taught, that all man's life was governed by the 7 planets. And yet a Christian, and condemned for heresy. But let us so far forth embrace and allow this philosophy and prophesying, as the word of God giveth us leave, and commendeth the same unto us. The 2nd chapter. 124. Proofs by the Old and New Testament, that certain observations of the weather are lawful. Hn God by his word and wisdom had made the heavens, and placed the stars in the firmament, he said, let them be for signs. Psalm 13. Jerem 54. Gen 1. Ezek 1. Gen 9. And for seasons, and for days, and years. When he created the rainbow in the clouds, he said it should be for a sign and token unto us. Which we find true, not one lie of the flood past, but also of sures to come. And therefore according to Jesus Sirach's advise, let us behold it, and praise him that made it. The prophet David Eklis. 43. PS 19. And 50. Seth, Eklis. 43. Baruch. 3. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork, day unto day uttereth the same, and night unto night teacheth knowledge. It is also written that by the commandment of the Holy One the stars are placed, and continue in their order, and fail not in their watch. It should appear, that Christ himself did not altogether neglect the course and order of the heavens, in that he said, when you see A/169. Cloud rise out of the west, straightway you say a sure cometh, luck. 12:24. And so it is. And when you see the south wind blow, you say it will be hot, and so it cometh to passe. Again, when it is evening, you say fair, mispr. Ser, weather, for the sky is red, and in the morning you say mat. 16. 2, 3. Today shall be a tempest, for the sky is red and lowring. Wherein as he noteth that these things do truly come to passe, according to ancient observation, and to the rule astronomical, so doth he also by other words following admonish us, that in attending too much to those observations, we neglect not specially to follow our Christian vocation. The physician is commended unto us, and allowed in the Scriptures, but so to put trust in him, as to neglect and distrust God, is severely forbidden and reproved. Surely it is most necessary for us to know and observe diverse rules astrological. Otherwise we could not with opportunity dispatch our ordinary affairs. And yet lactantius lactant. Contra astrologos. Condemneth and recounteth it among the number of witchcrafts, from whose censure Calvine doth not much vary. The poor husbandman perceiveth pucer. De Astrologie Pag. 383. That the increase of the moon mocketh plants and living creatures fruitful, so as in the full moon they are in best strength, decaying in the wane, and in the conjunction do utterly wither and vade. Which when by observation, use and practice they have once learned, they distribute their business accordingly, as their times and seasons to sow, to plant, to proin, to let their cattle bloud, to cut, and slash. The third chapter. Point 125. That certain observations are indifferent, certain ridiculous, and certain impious, whence that cunning is derived of Apollo, and of Aruspices. Know not whether the ridiculous art of nativity casting. To disallow or discommend the curious observation used by our elders, who conjectured upon nativities, so as, if Saturn and Mercury were opposite in any brute signa, a man then born should be dumb or stammer much. Whereas it is die seen, that children naturally imitate their parents. 170. Conditions in that behalf. Also they have noted, that one born in the spring of the moon, shall be healthy. In that time of the wane, when the moon is utterly decayed, the child then born cannot live, and in the conjunction, it cannot long continue. But I am sure the opinion of Julius Maternus his most impious opinion. Is most impious, who writeth, that he which is born when Saturn is in Leon, shall live long, and after his death shall go to heaven presently. And so is this of Albumazer, who saith, that whosoever prayeth to God, when the moon is in Capite Draconis, shall be heard, and obtain his prayer. Furthermore, to play the cold prophet, as to recount it good or bad Luci, when salt or wine falleth on the table, or is shed, and, or to prognosticate that guests approach to your house, upon the chattering of pies or hagisters. Whereof there can be yielded no probable reason, is altogether vanity and superstition, as hereafter shall be more largely shewed. But to make simple people believe, that a man or woman can foretell good or evil fortune, is mere witchcraft or cousinage. For God is the only searcher of the heart, and delivereth not his counsel to so lewd reprobates. I know diverse writers affirm Botanus, Danius, Erastus, Hemingius, Malmolef, Tom, Aquinas, and that witches foretell things, as prompted by a real devil. And that he again learneth it out of the prophecies written in the scriptures, and by other nimble sleights, wherein he possesseth any other creature earthly. And that the same devil, or some of his fellows runs or flies as far as Rochester, to Mother Bungie, or to Canterbury to Mt, or to Delphos, to Apollo, or to Aesculapius, in Pargamo. Or to some other idol or witch, and there by way of oracle answers all questions, through his understanding of the prophecies contained in the Old Testament. Especially in Daniel and Isaiah, whereby the devil knew of the translation of the monarchy from Babylon to Grecia, and but either they have learned this of some oracle or witch, or else I know not where the devil they find it. 138 Marie certain it is, that herein they shew themselves to be witches and fond diviners, for they find no such thing written in God's word. Of the idol called Apollo, I have somewhat already spoken in the former title of Ob or Pytho. And some occasion I shall have to speak thereof hereafter, and therefore at this time it shall suffice to tell you, that the credit gained thereunto, was by the craft. 171. And cunning of the priests, which tended thereupon. Who with their counterfeit miracles so. 126. Bewitched the people, as they thought such virtue to have been contained in the bodies of those idols, as God hath not promised to any of his angels, or elect people. For it is said, that if Apollo's passions were in a chafe, he would sweat, if he had remorse to the afflicted, and could not help them, he would shed tears, which I believe might have been wiped away with that handkerchief, that wiped and dried the root of Grace's face. Being in like perplexities. Even as another sort of witching priests called aruspices, prophesied victory to Alexander, because an eagle lighted on his head, which eagle might, I believe, be cooped or caged with Mahomet's dove, that picked Pisan out of his ear. The fourth chapter. The predictions of soothsayers and lewd priests, the prognostications of astronomers and physicians allowable, divine prophesies holy and good. He cousining tricks of oracling priests and monkeys, are and have been specially most abominable. The superstitious observations of sensuals augurers and soothsayers, contrary to philosophy, and without authority of Scripture, what prophesies allowable, are very ungodly and ridiculous. Howbeit, I reject not the prognostications of astronomers, nor the conjectures or forewarnings of physicians, nor yet the interpretations of philosophers. Although in respect of the divine prophesies contained in Holy Scriptures, they are not to be weighed or regarded. For the end of these and the other is not only fare differing. But whereas these contain only the word and will of God, with the other are mingled most horrible lies and cousenages. For though there may be many of them learned and godly, yet lurk there in corners of the same profession, a great number of counterfeits and couseners. J. Bowden J. Bod. Lib de Dame. Lib 1. Cap. 4. Puttet this difference between divine prophets and enchanters /172. To wit, the one saith always true, the other's words, proceeding from the devil, are always false, or for one truth they tell 100 lies. And then 139 Why might not every which be thought as cunning as Apollo? And why not every counterfeit cousener as good a witch as Mother Bungie? For it is ODs, but they will hit the truth once in 100 divinations as well as the best. The fifth chapter. The diversity of true prophets, of Urim, and of the prophetical use of the 12 precious stones contained therein, of the divine voice called echo. Should appear, that even of holy prophets there were diverse sorts. For David and Solomon, although in their psalms and parables are contained most excellent mysteries, diverse degrees of prophecy, and notable allegories, yet they were not endued with that degree of prophecy, that Eli and Elisha were, and /127. For as often as it is said, that God spake to David or Solomon, it is meant to be done by the prophets. For Nathan or Gad were the messengers and prophets to reveal God's will to David. 2. Reg 2. And Ahiam the Silonite was sent from God to Solomon. Item, the spirit of prophecy, which Elias had, was doubled upon Elisha. Also some prophets prophesied all their lives, some had but one vision, and some had more, according to God's pleasure. Yes, some prophesied unto the people of such things as came not to pass, and that was where God's wrath was pacified by repentance. But these prophets were always reputed among the people to be wise and godly. Whereas the heathen prophets were evermore known and said to be mad and foolish, as it is written both of the prophets of Sibylla, and also of Apollo, and at this day also in the Indies, and but that any of these extraordinary gifts remain at this day, Bowden J. Bowden. Nor any witchmonger in the world shall never be able to prove, though he in his book of devilish madness would make men believe it. For these were miraculously maintained /173. By God among the Jews, who were instructed by them of all such things as should come to pass. Or else informed by Urim, so as the priests by the brightness of the 12 precious stones contained therein, could prognosticate or expound anything. Which brightens and virtue ceased, as Josephus Joseph. De Antiquit. Reporteth, 200 years before he was born. So as since that time, no answers were yielded thereby of God's will and pleasure. Nevertheless, the Hebrews write, Josue Filius. Levi. Lib. Perkaboth. That there hath been ever since that time, a divine voice heard among them, which in Latine is called Filia Vocis, in Greek Kai, in English the daughter of speech. The sixth chapter. Of prophesies conditional, whereof the prophesies in the Old Testament do entreat, and by whom they were published, witchmongers' answers to the objections against witches' supernatural actions. Christ and his apostles prophesied of the calamities and afflictions, which shall grieve and disturb the church of God in this life, also of the last day. And of the signs and tokens that shall be shewed before that day, and final eye of all things, which are requisite for us to foreknow. Howbeit, such is the mercy of God, that all prophesies conditional. Threatenings, plagues, and punishments are annexed to conditions of repentance, as on the other side, corporal blessings are tied under the condition of the cross and castigation. So as by them the mysteries of our salvation being discovered unto us, we are not to seek new signs and miracles, but to attend to the doctrine of the apostles, who preached Christ exhibited and crucified for our sins, his resurrection, ascension, and thereby the redemption of as many as believe, and the prophesies in the Old Testament treat of the continuance, the government, and the difference of estates, of the distinction of the four monarchies, of their order, decay, and instauration. 174. Of the changes and 128. Ruins of the kingdoms of the subject of the prophesies of the Old Testament. Judah, Israel, Egypt, Persia, Grecia, and special eye of the coming of our Saviour Jesus Christ. And how he should be born of a virgin, and where, of his tribe, passion, resurrection, and these prophesies were published by God's special and peculiar prophets, endued with his particular and excellent gifts, according to his promise. I will raise them up a prophet out of the midst of their brethren, I will put my words in his mouth, and which though it were specially spoken of Christ, yet was it also spoken of those particular prophets, which were placed among them by God to declare his will, which were also figures of Christ the prophet himself. Now, if prophecy be an extraordinary gift of God, and a thing peculiar to himself, as without whose special assistance no creature can be a prophet, or shew what is to come, why should we believe, that those lewd persons can perform by divinations and miracles that which is not in human but in divine power to accomplish? Howbeit, when I deny that witches can ride in the air, and the miraculous circumstance thereof, by and by it is objected unto me, that too. Reg. 2. 13, Enoch and Eli were wrapped into heaven bodily. And that Habakkuk 1:41 was carried in the air, to feed Daniel, and so falsely oppose a devil's or a witch's power against the virtue of the Holy Ghost. If I deride the poet's opinions, sighing, that witches cannot scylla dedusra lunam, fetch the moon from heaven, and they tell me that at Joshua's Bethel the sun stayed, and at the passion of Christ there was palpable darkness. If I deny their cunning in the exposition of dreams, advising them to remember Jeremy's counsel, not to follow or credit the expositors of dreams. They hit me in the teeth with Daniel and Joseph, for that the one of them expounded Pharaoh the Persian king's, the other Nebuchadnezzar the Egyptian king's dream. If I say with Solomon Ecclesiastes 9:5, that the dead know nothing, and that the dead know us not, neither are removable out of Abraham's bosom, and they produce the story of Samuel 1. Sam 28. Wherein, I say, they set the power of a creature as high as the Creator. If I say, that these witches cannot transubstantiate themselves, nor others into beasts, and they cite the story of Nebuchadnezzar, as though indeed he were made a material beast, and that also by witch/craft, 175. And strengthen that their assertion with the fables of Circe and Ulysses his companions, and the 7th chapter. What were the miracles expressed in the Old Testament, and what are they in the New Testament, and that we are not now to look for any more miracles? Miracles expressed in the Old Testament were many, but the end of them all was one, though they were divers and differing in shew, as were the sacrifices of Moses, Elias, and Solomon, being abundantly wet were burnt with fear from heaven, and the variety of tongues at the building of Gen 11:6. Gen 21. Dan 11. Babylon, Isaac's birth of Sarah being by nature past children, 129. The passage through the Red Sea, Daniel's foretelling of the four monarchies, in the fourth whereof he apparently foresheweth the coming of the Lord. All these, and many other, which are expressed in the Old Testament, were merciful instructions and notable miracles to strengthen the faith of God's people in their meshes. If you had gone to Delphos, Apollo would have made you believe with his amphibological answers, that he could have foretold you all these things. The miracles wrought by Christa Summi of Christ's miracles were the raising up of the dead, which Monnier would impute to the woman of Ender, and also to our witches and conjurers, the restoring of the lame to limbs, the blind to 142 sight, the dumb to speech, and finally the healing of all diseases. Which Monnier believe our witches can do, yeah, and as they themselves will take it upon them. As for casting out of divils, which was another kind of miracles usual with Christ, witches and conjurers are said to be as good thereat as ever he was, and yet, if you will believe Christ's words, it cannot be so. For he saith, every kingdom divided against itself, Matt 12:25, shall be brought to naught, and if Sathan cast out Sathan, he is divided, and his kingdom shall not endure, and / 176. Peter's shens fell off in prison, so did Richard Gallacy's fetters at Windsor. Marie the prison doors opened not to Richard, as they did to Peter. Helios by special grace obtained rain, our witches can make it rain, when they list, and but sit hens Christ did these miracles, and Monnier more, and all to confirm his truth, and strengthen our faith, and finally for the conversion of the people, as appeareth in John 6:7 and 12, in so much as he vehemently reproved such, as upon the sight of them luck 10:13, would not believe, sighing, Wa be to thee Chorazin, we be to thee Bethsaida. If the miracles had been done in Tyre and Sidon, which have been done in you, they had a great while ago repented, and let us settle and acquiet our faith in Christ, and believing all his wondrous works, let us reject these old wives' fables, as Liang vanities, whereof you may find in the golden legend, M. Mal. And specially in Bowden miraculous stuff, enough to check all the miracles expressed in the Old and New Testament, which are of more credit with Monnier bewitched people, than the true miracles of Christ himself. Insomuch as they stand in more awe of the manacies of a witch, than of all the threatenings and curses pronounced by God, and expressed in his word. And thus much touching the word chasm, //. The 10th book. 177, 130. The first chapter. The interpretation of this Hebrew word wunan, of the vanity of dreams, and divinations thereupon. Any end differeth not much from chasm, but that it is extended to the interpretation of dreams. And as for dreams, whatsoever credit is attributed unto them, Eccles. 24, proceedeth of folly, and they are fools that trust in them, for why they have deceived many. In which respect the prophet Jerem. 27. Eccle. 5. Giveth us good warning, not to follow nor hearken to the expositors of dreams, for they come through the multitude of Bucines. And therefore those witches, that make men believe they can prophesy upon dreams, as knowing the interpretation of them, and either for money or glory abuse men and women Thurby, are mere cozeners. And worthy of great punishment, as are such witchmongers, as believing them, attribute unto them such divine power. Jerem. 23, 25. 26, 27. Read the words. As one lie belongeth to God, as appeareth in Jeremy the prophet, / the second chapter. 178. Of divine, natural, and casual dreams, with their differing causes and effects. Acrobius recounteth 5 differences of images, or rather imaginations exhibited unto them that sleep, which for the most part do signify somewhat in admonition. There be also many subdivisions made hereof, which I think needless to rehearse. In Jasper Pusser in Divinat. Ex somnius. They are to be seen, with the causes and occasions of dreams. There were wont to be delivered from God himself or his angels, certain dreams and visions unto the prophets and holy fathers, according to the saying of Joel, Joel 2. I will power my spirit upon all flesh, your young men shall dream dreams, and your old men shall see visions. These kind of dreams, I say, Math. 1:20. Were the admonishments and forewarnings of God to his people, as that of Joseph, to abide with Marie his wife, after she was conceived by the Holy Ghost. Math. 2:13. As also to convey our Saviour Christ into Egypt, and the interpretation whereof are the peculiar gifts of God, which Joseph the Patriarch, Gen 39, and 40, and 41. Danny. 2, and Daniel the prophet had most special eye. As for physical conjectures upon dreams, the Scriptures improve. Reprove, 144 them not, for by them the physicians many times do understand the state of their patients' bodies. For some of them come by means of choler, phlegmy, melancholy, or bloud, and some by love, surfeit, hunger, thirst, and Galen and Boetius were said to deal with divils, because they /131. Told so just lie their patients' dreams, or rather by their dreams their special diseases. Howbeit, physical dreams are natural, and the cause of them dwelleth in the nature of man. For they are the inward actions of the mind and the spirits of the brain, whilst the body is occupied with sleep, for as touching the mind itself, it never sleepeth. These dreams vary, according to the difference of humours and vapours. There are also casual dreams, which, as Salomon Eccles 5, Seth, /179, come through the multitude of business. For as a looking glass sheweth the image or figure thereunto opposite, so in dreams, the fantasy and imagination informs the understanding of such things as haunt the outward sense. Whereupon the poet saith, Somnia any cures, nam mens humana quat optat. Dum vigilat sperens, per somnum cernit id ipsum. Englished by Abraham Fleming. Regard no dreams, for why the mind of that in sleep a view doth take, which it doth wish and hope to find at such time as it is awake. The third chapter. The opinion of diverse old writers touching dreams, and how they vary in noting the causes thereof. Enesius, Themistius, Democritus, and others grounding themselves a dissonancy in opinions about dreams. Upon examples that chance hath sometimes verified, persuade men, that nothing is dreamed in vain, affirming that the heavenly influences do bring forth divers forms in corporal matters. And of the same influences, visions and dreams are printed in the fantastical power, which is instrumental, with a celestial disposition meet to bring forth some effect, especially in sleep. When the mind, being free from bodily cares, may more liberally receive the heavenly influences, where be many things are known to them sleeping in dreams, which they that wake cannot see. Plato attributeth them to the forms and engendered knowledges of the soul, Avicen to the last intelligence that moveth the moon, through the light that lighteneth the fantasy in sleep, Aristotle to the fantastical sense. Averroes to the imaginative, Albert to the influence of superior bodies, //. The fourth chapter. 180. 132. Against interpreters of dreams, of the ordinary cause of dreams, Hemingius his opinion of diabolical dreams, the interpretation of dreams ceased. Here are books carried about concerning this matter, under the name of Abraham, who, as Philo in Lib Gigantum saith, was the first inventor of the exposition of dreams, and so likewise of Salomon and Daniel. But Cicero Indiana Lib. De divination confuteth the vanity and folly of them that give credit to dreams. And as for the interpreters of dreams, as they know not before the dream, nor yet after, any certainty. Yet when anything afterwards happeneth, then they apply the dream to that which hath chanced. Certainly men never lightly fail to dream by night, of that which they meditate by day, and by day they see divers and sundry things, and conceive them severally in their minds. Then those mixed conceits being laid up in the closet of the memory, strive together, which, because the fantasy cannot discern nor discuss, some certain thing gathered of many conceits is bred and contrived in one together. And therefore in mine opinion, it is time vainly employed, to study about the interpretation of dreams, the pleasant art of the interpretation of dreams. He that list to see the folly and vanity thereof, might read a vain treatise, set out by Thomas Hill Londoner, 1568. Lastly, there are diabolical dreams, which Nicholas Hemingius N. Heman. In Admonitionib. De superstitionib. Magicis vitatis. Divideth into three sorts. The first is, when the devil immediately of himself, he meaneth corporal lie, offereth any matter of dream. Second lie, when the devil sheweth revelations to them that have made request unto him therefore. Third lie, when magicians by art bring to passe, that other men dream what they will. Assured lie these, and so all the rest, as they might be used, are very magical and devilish dreams. For although we might receive comfort of mind by those, which are called divine/181 dreams, and health of body through physical dreams, yet if we take upon us to use the office of God in the revelation the end in use of prophesy, interpretatio of dreams, operation of miracles, and or rather the interpretation of them. Or if we attribute unto them miraculous effects, now when we see the gifts of prophesy, and of interpretation of dreams, and also the operation of miracles are ceased, which were special and peculiar gifts of God. To confirm the truth of the word, and to establish his people in the faith of the Messias, who is now exhibited unto us both in the Testament, and also in the blood of our Saviour Jesus Christ, we are bewitched. 146 And both abuse and offend the majesty of God, and also seduce, delude and cousen all such as by our persuasion, and their own light belief, give us credit. The 5th chapter. Point 133. That neither witches, nor any other, can either by words or herbs, thrust into the mind of a sleeping man, what cogitations or dreams they list, and whence magical dreams come. Grant there might be herbs and stones found seek for such stuff in my book of Hartumim. And known to the physicians, which might procure dreams. And other herbs and stones, and, to make one bewray all the secrets of his mind, when his body sleepeth, or at least wise to procure speech in sleep. But that witches or magicians have power by words, herbs, or imprecations to thrust into the mind or conscience of man, what it shall please them, by virtue of their charms, herbs, stones, or familiars, and, according to the opinion of Hemingius. I deny, though therewithal I confess, that the devil both by day and also by night, travelleth to seduce man, and to lead him from God. Yea, and that no way more than this, where he placeth himself as God in the minds of them that are so credulous, to attribute unto him, or unto witches, that which is on lie in the office, nature, and power of God to accomplish. Doth not Daniel Dan 2, the prophets say, even in this case, it is the /182. Lord one lie that knoweth such secrets, as in the exposition of dreams is required? And doth not Joseph Gen 11, 8. Gen 37, and 11. Esai 11. Dan 2. Repeat those very words to Pharaoh's officers, who consulted with him therein. Examples of divine dreams you might find a great number in the Scripture, such, I mean, as it pleased God to reveal his pleasure by. Of physical dreams we might both read in authors, and see in our own experience daily, or rather nightly. Such dreams also as are casual, they are likewise usual, and come, as hath been said, through the multitude of affairs and business. Those which in these days are called magical or diabolical dreams, might rather be called melancholical. For out of that black vapour in sleep, through dreams, appeareth, as Aristotle Aristot. De somnio. Saith, some horrible thing. And as it were the image of an ugly devil, sometimes also other terrible visions, imaginations, counsels, and practices. As where we read of a certain man, that dreamed there appeared one unto him that required him to throw himself into a deep pit, and that he should reap great benefit thereby at God's hands. So as the miserable wretch giving credit thereunto, performed the matter, and killed himself. 147 Now I confess, that the interpretation or execution of that dream was indeed diabolical, but the dream was casual, derived from the heavy and black humor of melancholy, The 6th chapter. Point 134. How men have been bewitched, cozened or abused by dreams to dig and search for money. O.W. Monnier have been bewitched such would be embarked in the ship of fools. With dreams, and thereby made to consume themselves with digging and searching for money, and, whereof they, or some other have dreamt. I myself could manifest, as having known how wise men have been that way abused by very simple persons, even where no dream hath been met withal, but waking dreams. And this hath been used heretofore, as one of the finest cozening feats, in so much /183. As there is a very formal art thereof devised, with many excellent superstitions and ceremonies thereunto belonging, which I will set down as briefly as may be. Albeit that here in England an English proverb. This proverb hath been current. To wit, dreams prove contrary, according to the answer of the priest's boy to his master, who told his said boy that he dreamt he kissed his tail. Ye master, saith he, but dreams prove contrary, you must kiss mine. The 7th chapter. The art and order to be used in digging for money, revealed by dreams, how to procure pleasant dreams, of morning and midnight dreams. Here must be made note this superstitious dotage. Upon a hazel wand 3 crosses, and certain words both blasphemous and impious must be said over it, and hereunto must be added certain characters, and barbarous names. And whilst the treasure is a digging, there must be read the Psalms, De Profundis, Missa, Miserere Nostrae, Requiem, Pater Noster, Ave Maria, et any nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo, Amen. A porta inferi credo videre bona, and expectate Dominum, Requiem aeternam. And then a certain prayer. And if the time of digging be neglected, the devil will carry all the treasure away. See other more absolute conjurations for this purpose, in the word Idoni following. You shall find in J. Bap Neep. In Natural. Mag Lib 2 Cap. 26, folios 83, and 84. Johannes Baptista Neapolitanus, diverse receipts by harbies and potions, to procure pleasant or fearful dreams. And perfumes also to that effect, who affirmeth, that dreams in the dead of 1:48 the night are commonly preposterous and monstrous. And in the morning when the gross humours be spent, there happen more pleasant in certain dreams, the bloud being more pure than at other times, the reason whereof is there expressed, //. The 8th chapter. 184. 135. Sundry receipts and ointments, made and used for the transportation of witches, and other miraculous effects, an instance thereof reported and credited by some that are learned. Shall not be amiss here in this place to repeat an ointment great lie to this purpose, rehearsed by the foresaid John Baptist Neep. Wherein although he might be overtaken and cozened by an old witch, and made not one lie to believe, but also to report a false tale, yet because it great lie overthroweth the opinion of M. Mal. Bowden, and such other, as write so absolute lie in maintenance of witches' transportations, I will set down his words in this behalf. The receipt is as followeth. R. Confections or receipts for the miraculous transportation of witches. The fat of young children, and seethe it with water in a brassen vessel, reserving the thickest of that which remaineth boiled in the bottom, which they lie up and keep, until occasion serveth to use it. They put hereunto Elioselinum, Aconitum, Franz Populias, and Soot. Another receipt to the same purpose. Are Siam, Acrum vulgar, Pentaphyllin, the bloud of a flittermouse, Selenum somniferum, and Oleum. They stamp all these together, and then they rub all parts of their bodies exceedingly, till they look red, and be very hot, so as the pores may be opened, and their flesh soluble and loose. They join herewithal either fat, or oil instead thereof, that the force of the ointment might the rather pierce inwardly, and so be more effectual. By this means, saith he, in a moonlight night they see me to be carried in the air, to feasting, singing, dancing, kissing, culling, and other acts of venery. With such youths as they love and desire most, for the force, saith he, of their imagination is so vehement, that almost all that part of the brain, wherein the memory consisteth, is full of such conceits. And whereas they are naturally prone /185 to believe anything, so do they receive such impressions and steadfast imaginations into their minds, as even their spirits are altered thereby. Not thinking upon anything else, either by day or by night. And this helpeth them forward in their imaginations, that their usual food is none other common lie but beets, roots, nuts, beans, peas, and now vetule, quas ostriges similitudine, striges vocant, quaec, nocte puralorum sanguinem in cunnis cubantium exorbent. Saith he, when I considered through lie hereof, remaining doubtful of the matter, there fell into my hands a witch, who of her own accord did promise me to fetch me an errand out of hand from far countries, and willed all them, whom I had brought to witness the matter, to depart out of the chamber. And when she had undressed herself, and frotted her body with certain ointments, which action we beheld through a chink or little hole of the door, she fell down thorough the force of those soporiferous or sleepy ointments into a most sound and heavy sleep, so as we did break open the door. And did beat here exceeding lie. But /136. The force of here sleep was such, as it took away from here the sense of feeling, and we departed for a time. Now when her strength and powers were weary and decayed, she awoke of her own accord, and began to speak Manier vain and doting words, affirming that she had passed over both seas and mountains. Delivering to us Manier untrue and false reports, we earnestly denied them, she impudently affirmed them. This, saith he, will not so come to passe with every one, but only with old women that are melancholic, whose nature is extreme cold, and their evaporation small. And they both perceive and remember what they see in that case and taking of theirs. The 9th chapter. A confutation of the former follies, as well concerning ointments, dreams, and as also of the assembly of witches, and of their consultations and banquets at sundry places, and all in dreams. If it be true that S. Augustine saith, and Manier other writers, that witches' night-walkings are but fantasies and dreams, then all the reports of their bargain, transporting, and me/tings with 186. Diana, Minerva, and are but fables. And then do they lie that maintain those actions to be done in deed and verity, which in truth are done no way. It were marvel on the one side, if those things happened in dreams, which nevertheless the witches affirm to be otherwise, that when those witches awake, they neither consider nor remember that they were in a dream. Barthol. Spineus, Q. De Strigib. C. 3:1. Were marvel that their ointments, by the opinions having no force at all to that effect, as they confess which are inquisitors, should have such operation. It were marvel that their ointments cannot be found anywhere, saving one lie in the inquisitors' books. It were marvel, that when a stranger is anointed therewith, they have sometimes, and yet not always, the like operation as with witches. Which all the inquisitors confess. But to this last, Friar Bar. Spin. Qu de Strigib. C. 30. Bartholomeus saith, that the witches themselves, before they anoint themselves, do hear in the night time a great noise of minstrels, which fly over them, with the lady of the fairies, and then they address themselves to their journey. But then I marvel again, that no body else heareth nor seeth this troop of minstrels, especially riding in a moonlight night. It is marvel that they that think this to be but in a dream, can be persuaded that all the rest is any other than dreams, new matter and worthy to be marvelled at. It is marvel that in dreams, witches of old acquaintance meet so just together, and conclude upon murthers, and receive ointments, roots, powders, and, as witchmongers report they do. And as they make the witches confess, and yet lie at home fast asleep. It is marvel that such preparation is made for them, as Sprenger, Bartholomew, and Boden report, as well in noblemen's houses, as in alehouses. And that they come in dreams, and eat up their meat, and the alewife special eye is not wearied with them for non-payment of their score, /137. Or false payment. To wit, with imaginary money, which they say is not substantial, and that they talk and not afterwards about the reckoning, and so discover the matter. And it is most marvel of all, that the hostess, and doth not sit among them, and take part of their good cheer. For so it is, that if any part of these their meetings and league be true, it is as true and as certainly proved and confessed, that at some alehouse, or sometime at some Gen/Clemens 187. House, there is continual preparation made monethly for this legend. Or in vita s. Germani. Assembly, as appeareth in s. German story. The 10th chapter. That most part of prophecies in the Old Testament were revealed in dreams, that we are not now to look for such revelations, of some who have dreamt of that which hath come to passe, that dreams prove contrary. Nebuchadnezzar's rule to know a true expositor of dreams. T is held and maintained by divers, and gathered out of the 12. Of Numbers, that all which was written or spoken by the prophets, among the children of Israel, Moses excepted, was propounded to them by dreams. And indeed it is manifest, that many things, which are thought by the unlearned to have been real life finished, have been on life performed by dreams and visions. As where Solomon 1. Re 3, 5. 15. Required of God the gift of wisdom, that was, I say, in a dream, and also where he received promise 1. Reg 9. Of the continuance of the kingdom of Israel in his line. So 151 was Esai. 6. Ezek 12. Jerem 13, vision in the 6. Of his prophesy, as also that of Ezekiel the 12. Final lie, where Jeremy was commanded to hide his girdle in the clift of a rock at the river Euphrates in Babylon. And that after certain days, it did there putrefy, it must needs be in a dream, for Jeremy was never, or at leastwise not then, at Babylon. We that are Christians must not now slumber and dream, but watch and pray, and meditate upon our salvation in Christ both day and night. And if we expect revelations in our dreams, now, when Christ is come, we shall deceive ourselves, for in him are fulfilled all dreams and prophecies. Howbeit, Bowden J. Bowden. Lib de Demon. 1, Cap. 5. Holdeth that dreams and visions continue till this day, in as miraculous manner as ever they did. If you read Artemidorus, you shall read Monnier stories of such as dreamt of things that afterwards came to passe. But he might have cited 1,000 for one that fell out contrary, for as 4/188. Such dreamers among the Jews themselves, as had not extraordinary visions miraculous lie exhibited unto them by God, they were counted cozeners, as may appear by these words of the prophet Zachary, Zach. 10, 2. Sure lie the idols have spoken vanity, and the soothsayers have seen a lie, and the dreamers have told a vain thing. According to Salomon Zeckels. 5, 6. Jerem. 23, sighing, in the multitude of dreams and vanities are Monnier words. It appeareth in Jeremy 23. That the false prophets, whilst they elude the people with lies, counterfeiting the true prophets, used to cry out, dreams, dreams, we have dreamed a dream, and final lie, Nebuchadnezzar teacheth all men to know a true expositor of dreams, to wit, such a one as hath his revelation from God. For he can, as Daniel 2. Did, repeat your dream before you discover it, which thing if any expounder of dreams can do at this day, I will believe him, //. The 11th book. 189, 138. The 1st chapter. The Hebrew word nahas expounded, of the art of augury, who invented it, how slovenly a science it is, the multitude of sacrifices and sacrificers of the heathen, and the causes thereof. Ahas, is to observe the flying of birds, and comprehendeth all such other observations, where men do guess upon uncertain toys. It is found in Deuteronomy 18. And in 2. Chron. 33. And elsewhere. Of this art of augury Tiresias the king of the Thebans is said to be the first inventor, but Tejas first published the discipline thereof, being but a little boy, as Cicero reporteth out of the books of the Etruscans the slovenly art of augury. Themselves. Some points of this art are more high and profound than some others, and yet are they more homely and slovenly than the rest. As name lie, the divination upon the entrails of beasts, which the Gentiles in their sacrifices specially observed. Insomuch as Marcus Varro, seeing the absurdity thereof, said that these gods were not only idle, but very slovens, that used so to hide their secrets and counsels in the guts and bowels of beasts. How vain lie, absurd lie, and superstitious lie the heathen used this kind of divination in their sacrifices, is manifested by their actions and ceremonies in that behalf practiced, as well in times past, as at this hour. The Egyptians had 666. Several sorts and kinds of sacrifices. The Romans had almost as many, the Gray/Chians 190. Had not so few as they, the Persians and the Medes were not behind them. The Indies and other nations have at this instant their sacrifices full of variety, and more full of barbarous impiety. For in sundry places, these offer sacrifices to the devil, hoping thereby to move him to lenity, yea, these commonly sacrifice such of their enemies, as they have taken in war, as we read that the Gentiles in ancient time did offer sacrifice, to appease the wrath and indignation of their feigned gods. The second chapter. Of the Jews' sacrifice to Moloch, a discourse thereupon, and of purgatory. He Jews 2. Re 23, 10. 2, Chr 33. Jerem. 7. Used one kind of diabolical sacrifice, never taught them by Moses, Deuteronomy 18, 10. Levi. 18, 21. Id Cap. 20, 2. Namely, to offer their children to Moloch, making their sons and their daughters to run through the fire, supposing such grace and efficacy to have been in that action, as other witches affirm to be in charms and words. And therefore among other points of witchcraft, this is specially and namely forbidden by Moses. We read of no more miracles wrought hereby, than by any other kind of witchcraft in the Old or New Testament expressed. It was no ceremony appointed by God. 139. No figure of Christ, an invincible argument against purgatory. Perhaps it might be a sacrament or rather a figure of purgatory, the which place was not remembered by Moses. Neither was there any sacrifice appointed by the law for the relief of the Israelites' souls that there should be tormented. Which without all doubt should not have been omitted, if any such place of purgatory had been then, as the Pope hath lately devised for his private and special lucre. This sacrificing to Moloch, as some affirm, was usual among the Gentiles, from whence the Jews brought it into Israel, and there, of likelihood, the Eutychists learned the abomination in that behalf. The third chapter. 191. The cannibals' cruelty, of popish sacrifices exceeding in tyranny the Jews or Gentiles. He incivility against the papists abominable and blasphemous sacrifice of the Mass. And cruel sacrifices of popish priests do yet exceed both the Jew and the Gentile, for these take upon them to sacrifice Christ himself. And to make their tyranny the more apparent, they are not contented to have killed him once, but daily and hourly torment him with new deaths. Yea, they are not ashamed to swear, that with their carnal hands they tear his humane substance, breaking it into small gobbets, and with their external teeth chew his flesh and bones, contrary to divine or humane nature. And contrary to the prophecy, which saith, there shall not a bone of him be broken. Psal. 34, 20. Finally, in the end of their sacrifice, as they say, they eat him up raw, and swallow down into their guts every member and parcel of him. 154. And last of all, that they convey him into the place where they bestow the residue of all that which they have devoured that day. And this same barbarous impiety exceedeth the cruelty of all others, for all the Gentiles consumed their sacrifices with fear, which they thought to be holy. The fourth chapter. The superstition of the heathen about the element of fear, and how it grew in such reverence among them, of their corruptions, and that they had some inkling of the godly fathers' doings in that behalf. As touching the element of fear, and the superstition thereof about those businesses, ye shall understand, that many superstitious people and nations have received, reverenced, and reserved fear as the most holy thing among their sacrifices, insomuch, I say, as they have worshipped it a/Mom 192. Their gods, calling it Oromasta, to wit, holy fear, and divine light. The Greeks called it Sigma Alpha Nu, the Romans Vesta, which is, the fear of the Lord. Surely they had heard of the fear that came down from heaven, and consumed the oblations of the fathers, and they understood it to be God himself. For there came to the heathen, the bare names of things, from the doctrine of the godly fathers and patriarchs, and those so ob/skewed 140. With fables, and corrupted with lies, so overwhelmed with superstitions, and disguised with ceremonies, that it is hard to judge from whence they came. Some cause thereof, I suppose, was partly the translations of governments, whereby one nation learned folly of another. And partly blind devotion, without knowledge of God's word, but specially the want of grace, which they sought not for, according to God's commandment and will. And that the Gentiles had some inkling of the godly fathers' doings, made divers lie appear. Do not the Muscovites and Indian the gymnosophists of India their apish imitation of assay? Prophets at this day, like apes, imitate assay. Because he went naked 13 years, they forsooth counterfeit matins, and drink potions for that purpose, thinking that whatsoever they say in their matins, will certainly come to passe. But hereof is more largely discoursed before in the word chasm. The 5th chapter. Of the Romaine sacrifices, of the estimation they had of augury, of the law of the 12 tables. He Romans, even after they were grown to great civility, and enjoyed a most flourishing state and commonwealth, would sometimes sacrifice themselves, sometimes their children, sometimes their friends, and, consuming the same with fear, which they thought holy. Such estimation, I say, was attributed to this art of divination upon the entrails of beasts, and, at Rome, as the Chaef princes themselves exercised the same, namely, /193. Romulus, Fabius Maximus, and, insomuch as there was a decree made there, by the whole Senate, that 6 of the Chaef magistrates' sons should from time to time be put forth, to learn the mystery of these arts of augury and divination. At Etruria, where the cunning and knowledge thereof most abounded. When they came home well informed and instructed in this art, their estimation and dignity was such, as they were accounted, reputed, and taken to be the interpreters of the gods, or rather between the gods and them. No high priest, nor any other great officer was elected, but these did either absolutely nominate them, or else did exhibit the names of 2, whereof the Senate must choose the one. In their ancient laws were written these words, the law of the 12 tables. Prodigia and portenta ad Etruscos aruspices, si senatus jusserit, deferuntu, Etruriac, principes disciplinam discuntu. Cabus divis decreverant, procuranto, istem fulgura and ostenta pianto, auspicia servanto, auguri parento, the effect of which words is this. Let all prodigious and portentous matters be carried to the soothsayers of Etruria, at the will and commandment of the Senate. And let the young princes be sent to Etruria, there to learn that discipline, or to be instructed in that art and knowledge. Let there be always some solicitor, to learn with what gods they have decreed or determined their matters, and let sacrifices be made unto them in times of lightning, or at any strange or supernatural shew. Let all such conjecturing tokens be observed, whatsoever the sooth sire commandeth, let it be religiously obeyed. The 6th chapter. 141. Colleges of augurers, their office, their number, the signification of augury, that the practisers of that art were cousiners, their profession, their places of exercise, their apparel, their superstition. Romulus erected 3 colleges or centuries of those kinds of soothsayers, which one lie, and none other, should have authority to expound the minds and admonishments of the gods. Afterwards that /194. Number was augmented to 5, and after that to 9, for they must needs be od. Magna Carta. Hen. 3, 36. 7 ed. 1. 15, re. 2, 5. In the end, they increased so fast, that they were fain to make a decree for stay from the further proceeding in those erections, like to our statute of mortmain.